Sister stole boyfriend. After 2 years, I caught them kissing. Mom said, "It's for your good." 3 years later, I exposed them at a family reunion. This all happened around 10 years ago, when I was 19. Back then, life seemed to be going quite well, or so I thought. It was nearing the holidays, which typically meant I'd get to visit all of my family, but this Christmas, everything just fell apart. Consider this. I was dating a guy named Liam. He was my first genuine boyfriend, and I felt we had a good relationship. You know how it goes with your first love. You imagine it will last forever. We'd been together for about 2 years, and I was wild about him. I was the girl who assumed, oh, we're going to get married, have kids, and live happily ever after. I had no reason to suspect him because he always appeared so committed to me. Then there's my older sister Emily. She's 2 years older than me and served as my role model growing up. I looked up to her for pretty much everything. She was clever, popular, and seemed to have it all together, or so I thought. We used to spend a lot of time together, so when Liam and I started dating, I introduced him to her right away because I wanted them to like each other. A big mistake. But I will get to that in a minute. Fast forward to Christmas. My family had planned a big get-together, but the vibe was off from the outset. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something seemed odd, especially with Emily. She was behaving distant, while Liam was, I don't know, he seemed dodgy, like he wasn't himself. My instinct told me something was wrong, but I didn't want to believe it. You wouldn't expect your own sister to be dodgy. Anyway, a few days after Christmas, I discovered exactly what had been going on. And I mean literally walked in on them. Yeah. I strolled into Emily's room to borrow her hair straightener or something, and there they were, Liam and my sister, kissing like two adolescents at prom. My heart has just stopped. It was one of those moments when time seemed to freeze, you know? Like you can't believe what you're witnessing. I did not say anything at first. I just stood there staring at them, trying to understand what was going on. What do you say in a case like that? They didn't notice me for a few seconds, until Liam looked up and froze. Emily did too, and the expression on her face? She resembled a deer in headlights. There was no denying what was happening. It was right in front of me. My boyfriend and sister. I only remember feeling a rush of rage, despair, and shock all at once. My chest felt tight, and I thought I was going to vomit. I managed to sputter out something like, "Are you serious?" before bolting out of the house. I had no idea where I was headed. I simply needed to get out of there. My thoughts were racing, and my heart was devastated. The two individuals I trusted the most had stabbed me in the back, and I wasn't sure how to deal with it. Later that night, my parents discovered me. I'd been sitting in my car for what seemed like hours, crying and trying to make sense of things. When they knocked on my window, I thought, finally, they're here to comfort me. But they didn't. Instead, they instructed me to calm down and think rationally. Rationally? Seriously? They attempted to persuade me that these things happen, and it's just a guy. But it wasn't only Liam. It was also about Emily. My sister. You're betraying me in the worst conceivable way. They were repeating stuff like, family is family. You have to forgive her. Like, what the hell? How am I expected to forgive her for this? I was infuriated. I felt like I'd been pushed away. Like if my feelings didn't count. It became worse when Emily had the audacity to approach me and say, "I'm sorry, but we didn't mean to hurt you. Liam and I just have feelings for each other." Feelings for each other? Are you kidding me? They had been sneaking around behind my back, and now they are in love. I could not even look at her. I told her she was dead to me and I never wanted to see her again. And I meant it. Of course my folks were not having it. They kept pushing the family forgiveness angle, claiming I was being theatrical. My father truly told me to grow up. My own father. It felt like I was losing my whole family at once. I couldn't believe they agreed with her. It was as if I did not matter at all. I'd lost my boyfriend, sister, and now my parents. I was alone. For months. I didn't know how to deal. I was depressed and completely numb. I stopped speaking to everyone. I'd go to work, come home, and just lie in bed. I would cry until I couldn't anymore. During that period, the only person I had was my best friend, Jade. She made sure I ate and got out of bed. But that wasn't enough. I couldn't shake the idea that I was worthless, as if they were right and I was simply being dramatic. Eventually, it became too much for me. One night I simply broke. I couldn't see a way out of the pain, and I believed that the only way to make it stop was to end it. So I composed a long letter describing everything, about Emily, Liam, and how betrayed I felt by everyone. and scheduled it to be posted on Tumblr after I left. Then I took a number of medicines, lay down, and waited for it to be over. But Jade, being the fantastic person she is, discovered me. She called 911, and I believe they arrived barely in time, because I awoke in the hospital the next morning. I was sleepy and bewildered, but I was still alive. They put me on suicide watch after that, which was actually the best thing for me at the time. I needed aid. I needed to go away from everything and everyone who had damaged me. My grandparents were the only ones who came to see me while I was there, not my parents or Emily. They did not try to push me to forgive anyone. They simply sat with me, let me speak, and truly listened. They rescued me in more ways than one. They picked me up after I was discharged and took me to live with them. I disconnected from everyone else, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could begin to heal. As I already stated, my grandparents took me in once I was discharged from the hospital. I can't express how grateful I am for them. They didn't try to force me to talk about something I wasn't ready for. They were simply there for me. I was still struggling mentally, but for the first time, I felt like I had a support network. But, even though I was safe and in a better environment, the aftermath of everything was just beginning. See, I had entirely cut off my parents and Emily. I blocked them on everything, including Facebook, Instagram, and my phone. I didn't want to hear one word from them. I was finished. They weren't concerned about me when I needed them, so why should I bother? But as I was attempting to heal and move on, my best friend Jade was out there, angry on my behalf. She was furious about what had transpired and was not going to let them off the hook so easily. I didn't realize it at the time, but Jade was plotting her own small retribution. One day, out of nowhere, she texted me. "I did something, but I think you'll like it." I was like, what did you do? She says, "Don't be mad, but I shared your note. The one you posted on Tumblr. I made sure everyone saw it." I was stunned at first. I didn't want to expose my dirty laundry to the world, you know? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized, screw it. Whether they didn't care how I felt, why should I care whether others know what they did? And by shared, I mean that Jade tagged my parents Emily and Liam in the post and called them out. She went full savage. The post went viral in our small circle. Jade had over 1,000 Facebook friends, and they started sharing it like crazy. I had no idea how many people were aware of what had happened until I began receiving texts from random high school classmates, former co-workers, and even individuals I barely knew. Everyone was coming out of the woodwork to tell me how messed up my family was, how much they cared about me, and how they couldn't believe Emily and Liam did what they did. But that wasn't the weirdest thing. People I knew weren't the only ones who were upset. They also knew others. My mother had a reputation in her church as a perfect, wholesome person, and when members of her congregation saw what happened, they were outraged. They really booted her out of the church, telling her she was no longer welcome due to how she treated me. Imagine being excommunicated from your own church for anything like that. I heard she attempted to apologize or explain herself, but no one wanted to hear it. She was considered a hypocrite, and it ended her social life. My father? He also lost a significant number of pals. They were disgusted by how he supported Emily and encouraged me to just get over it. Some of his closest pals abruptly cut him off. People perceived him as a cold, cruel person, and they no longer wanted to be affiliated with him. And Emily? Oh my, Emily had it the worst. I'm not sure how she managed to leave the house after what Jade posted. People dubbed her a homewrecker, a backstabber, you name it. Some of her closest friends abandoned her, claiming they didn't want anything to do with someone who would betray their own sister in that way. I've heard she got into conflicts with people in public, such as at the grocery store, because they recognized her and called her out. I'm not going to lie, part of me was relieved to hear she was receiving what she deserved. It was as if the universe was finally showing her the consequences of what she had done to me. Liam was also held accountable. His family is really religious, as in they attend church every Sunday. And when they discovered what he'd been doing with Emily behind my back, they freaked out. His parents sent him away on a retreat or something to find God again. He was away for months, and when he returned, he and Emily had split up. I don't know the specifics, but I can infer that he couldn't manage the criticism, which put a gap between them. Good riddance. Throughout it all, I was simply trying to concentrate on myself. My grandparents had put me into treatment, and I was beginning to make some improvement. I was making progress, even though it was sluggish. I didn't care what was going on with my family or how unhappy they were. At least that's what I told myself. But hearing about their lives falling apart felt like justice. as if they finally knew what they had put me through. It was messed up, but I wouldn't say it didn't feel wonderful. My grandmother, on the other hand, sat me down one day and said, "Your mom tried to call, she wants to talk." I just rolled my eyes. Why would I want to speak with her now? She didn't care before. Why should she care now? My grandmother simply nodded and said, "I know, honey. But I wanted you to know." I considered it for a second. Was I curious? Yes, a little. Did I care enough to reach out? Absolutely not. My mother had created her bed, and she now had to lie in it. I wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of believing she could simply return to my life after everything she'd done. It wasn't only my mother attempting to reach out. Emily had messaged me on Instagram, and yes, I forgot to block her there. She was attempting to apologize, stating she was sorry and never intended to hurt me. I didn't read the entire message. I simply removed it and blocked her. I had nothing to say to her. To me, she was still dead. Following that, everything began to calm down. The hysteria around Jade's message soon subsided and people stopped discussing it. But the harm had been done. My parents were essentially social outcasts. Emily had to go to another location since she couldn't bear the continual reminders of her actions. Liam was gone, out of my life for good, and I was perfectly okay with it. Living with my grandparents was the greatest thing that could have happened to me. They provided me space to heal without pressuring me to forgive anyone. I began to feel like myself again, as if I could finally move on from everything. But I was not naive. I understood that the agony of what my family had done would always be present, lurking in the background. It resembled a scar. It would fade with time, but it would never completely disappear. I didn't need them, however. I had grandparents. I had Jade. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I was creating a life that was truly mine. Update 1. So, after everything was down and the dust had settled, you'd expect life to return to normal, right? But it didn't. Not even close. I was living with my grandparents, which was the absolute nicest thing that could have happened. However, the whole situation with my family and Emily continued to weigh on me. I guess you don't get over that kind of betrayal easily. My therapist was quite helpful during this time. She wasn't a miracle worker, but she did help me figure out how to deal with my anger and despair without allowing it to consume me. It's strange because despite the fact that I'd cut off all contact with my parents and Emily, they nevertheless managed to creep back into my mind. I would suddenly think, how could they do this to me? How could my own family choose her over me? Even when I didn't want to care, it was always there. It's difficult to describe. I attempted to focus on reconstructing my life. I obtained a new job, made some new acquaintances, and even started attending school part-time. For a while, I did whatever I could to distract myself. I wasn't trying to cope with any of my feelings for my family. I reasoned that if I kept myself occupied, I might be able to forget about everything. But that is not the way things work. So one night I was scrolling through Instagram, idly as you do, and came on a post from one of my cousins. I hadn't really communicated with that side of the family since everything went down. But curiosity got the best of me. I clicked on the picture, and there it was. A family reunion. Everyone was smiling and having a fantastic time. Everyone but me. Now don't get me wrong, it wasn't like I wanted to attend that reunion. I would not have gone, even if they had begged me. But seeing that image made me realize how much I'd been excluded from their lives. It was as if I did not exist anymore. My family had moved on without me, and they didn't seem to care. It felt like I had been erased. It impacted me harder than I expected. I ended up venting to Jade about it the next day, and she said, "Screw them. You're better off without people like that. You've got your own life now." She was correct. I knew that. It still ached. I had no idea how much I still cared until I saw that idiotic Instagram post. It wasn't that I wanted to be around them again. It was more that I couldn't believe how quickly they went on, as if nothing had happened. But things grew weirder from there. About a week later, my father called. Yeah, my father. The same one who advised me to grow up and reclaim Emily after everything she'd done. Clearly I did not pick up. I left it on voicemail, and when I listened to it later, he was basically begging me to talk. He went on to say, "We've been thinking about you, and we miss you, and want to make things right." For a second, I considered calling him back. But then I remembered what happened the last time I attempted to talk to them. The gaslighting, the guilt trips, the way they made me feel like I was to blame for not forgiving Emily. I could not go through it again. So I blocked his number. My mother then tried to reach out as well. She sent me a long email in which she apologized for everything and expressed her desire to repair our friendship. The weird thing is that she never apologized for anything particular. It was all nebulous statements like, "I'm sorry you're hurt," and "We're family, and we need to come together." It didn't feel real at all, like she was just trying to smooth things over without accepting any responsibility. I did not respond. To be honest, I didn't bother reading it all. I forwarded it to my therapist and then erased it. I knew if I allowed myself to interact with them again, I'd slip back into the same toxic dynamic, and I was finally beginning to put my life together. I wasn't going to let them pull me back down. It's incredible how much cutting off toxic people can improve your life. Things began to improve after I let go of the assumption that my family would always be there for me. I mean, it wasn't ideal. I still had awful days. But I was free. No more worrying about what others thought of me. No more leaning over backward to make them pleased. It was just me, living my life and doing my own thing. But then something happened that really messed with my mind. One day I was at the grocery store minding my own business when I ran into someone. Emily. Yes, Emily. I hadn't seen her in over a year, and I hadn't planned on it. But there she was, standing in the vegetable department, looking as stunned as I was. We just stood there and stared at one another for a minute. I was going to turn around and leave, but then she approached me. She began talking extremely quickly, as if she was frantic to get everything out before I could go. She was crying, telling me how much she regretted everything, how much she missed me, and how her life had crumbled since I had cut her off. Honestly, I had no idea what to say. I was outraged, but I also felt a strange sense of sympathy for her. She looked terrible, as if life had truly crushed her down. She continued saying, I'm sorry, repeatedly. But it didn't matter. It was too late. There was nothing she could say to put matters right. I just stood there, letting her babble, until I finally said, I don't hate you, but I also don't want you in my life. And then I walked away. She did not try to stop me. She just stood there crying, as I left. It was strange since I expected seeing her to make me angry, but it did not. If anything, it reminded me of how far I had come. I was no longer that sad, damaged person. Emily and my parents had no power over me anymore. I was finished with them. For good this time. After that, I stopped thinking about Emily or my parents so much. That last encounter seemed to provide me with the closure I didn't realize I needed. I continued on with my life. And yes, it is still not perfect, but it is mine now. I am in control. I have my grandparents and my pals, which is all I need. If my family wishes to correct things, that is up to them. However, they are no longer a part of my life, and honestly, I'm fine with that. Update 2. So, after running into Emily at the grocery store and walking away, I felt I had finally put an end to all of the family turmoil. I was moving on, focusing on my own life and simply trying to live without all of that drama hanging over me. I mean, I wasn't thinking about them much anymore, which felt like a victory in itself. But then something happened that threw everything back at me. It was a normal Friday night. I was simply hanging out at home with Jade, watching an odd Netflix show and eating takeout, when I received this strange call from an unknown number. Normally I wouldn't bother answering unfamiliar calls, but something inside me urged, pick it up. So I did. On the other end, there stood this guy. He seemed unstable and didn't introduce himself right away, so I assumed it was a scam, or a telemarketing scam. But then he says, hey, it's Liam. Liam is my ex. I hadn't heard from him in years, not since his family sent him out to find Jesus or whatever after the entire Emily situation. I did not know what to say. Part of me wanted to hang up, but curiosity got the best of me, so I'm like, what the hell do you want? He pauses for a moment before saying, I need to talk to you. It's important. Important? After all this time? I was not buying it. But before I could tell him to screw off, he starts talking about how his life has been a shambles since everything happened, how he regrets what he did, and how he wants to fully apologize. I could sense the despair in his voice, and for a little moment, I felt sorry for him. But then I remembered how much he had wounded me, how much they had both harmed me, and I was in no condition to reopen that pain. I advised him, look Liam, I've moved on. I don't care about your apology. Whatever happened between you and Emily or whatever regrets you have, that's on you. I don't want anything to do with it. I was about to hang up when he said something that made me freeze. He responded, it's not just about me and Emily. There's something you don't know. I responded, what do you mean? He continues. I'm not the only one who betrayed you. Your family. There's more to the story. Now, I didn't want to believe him. I assumed he was just attempting to bring me back into the turmoil. But something about his voice, the way he stated it, did not feel like a lie. Against my better judgment, I agreed to meet with him the next day. I'm not sure why. Perhaps a part of me wanted to hear whatever he had to say in order to gain complete closure. Or maybe I was simply intrigued. In any case, I was about to encounter an unexpected situation. The following day, we met at a coffee shop. I hadn't seen Liam in a long time, and when I did, he looked different, as if life had ripped him up and spit him out. He was leaner, had bags under his eyes, and appeared worn out. Part of me wanted to feel sorry for him, but the other part remembered how he betrayed me, so I remained vigilant. We sat down, and there was a really awkward stillness for a minute. I could tell he didn't know where to begin. Finally I said, "You said there's something I don't know, so just say it." He took a big breath and began speaking. And what he told me really surprised me. Apparently my parents knew about Liam and Emily long before I did. They'd known for months, perhaps even longer. They not only knew, but also approved of it. My mother had urged Emily to pursue Liam because she believed we were incompatible or whatever. She thought Emily would be a better fit for him, and that I was overly attached to Liam. My mother had been playing matchmaker behind my back, attempting to set up my lover with my sister. I couldn't believe what I heard. I felt as if the room was spinning. I interrupted him with, "Wait, are you saying my mom was okay with you cheating on me with my sister?" He nodded, looking down at his hands, and replied, "Yeah." I didn't want to go along with it at first, but Emily kept pushing, and your mom kept saying it was for the best. I know that doesn't excuse anything, but I didn't think you knew. I just sat there, staring at him, my thoughts racing. All this time I assumed the betrayal was limited to Liam and Emily. I had no notion my mother was directing everything behind the scenes. I felt like an idiot. How could I have missed it? How could I have assumed my parents were passive in all of this? Liam kept telling about how he regretted it and wished he hadn't gone along with it. But I stopped listening. I was too busy trying to process what he had just said. My own mother had damaged my relationship because she believed Emily was better for Liam than I was. Finally, I cut him off. I didn't need to hear any more. I thanked him for telling me and left the coffee shop. My mind was racing, and I felt like I was about to explode. I couldn't believe how profound the betrayal was. It was no longer just Liam and Emily. My entire family was involved, watching me fall apart and doing nothing to stop it. Actually encouraging it. When I came home, I sat in my car for a while, simply thinking. I wanted to yell, strike something, or do anything to release my rage. But instead I sat there, numb. I wasn't sure what to do. A part of me wanted to confront my parents, blow up at them, and demand explanations. But another part of me knew it would make no difference. They'd just gaslight me again, telling me I was overreacting, as they always did. I wasn't sure what my next step would be. All I knew was that the betrayal went far deeper than I had thought. And the individuals I thought I'd never trust again have managed to wound me even more. Update 3. So when I discovered my own mother was behind the whole affair with Emily and Liam, I felt like I was living in a horrible movie. I could not sleep that night. I kept repeating everything in my head. Betrayal, deceit, and manipulation. I mean, who does that to their own child? It wasn't just about the guy anymore. This was about my entire family, including my own mother, who actively tried to screw me over and thought it was okay. I awoke the next morning feeling like I was about to burst. I didn't care about moving on or remaining calm anymore. I was furious, and I needed answers. So I did something I knew I shouldn't. I drove over to my folks' place. I hadn't gone there since I cut them off, but I couldn't sit around any longer. I needed to understand why. When I arrived, I didn't bother knocking. I had a key, so I simply let myself in. My parents were in the kitchen preparing breakfast as if nothing had happened, utterly unaware of the impending bombing. They looked surprised to see me, especially my mother. My father gave me an uneasy smile, as if he wasn't sure whether he should be glad I was there or terrified. I did not spend time with trivial conversations. I blurted it out. "Did you know about Emily and Liam? Have you set them up?" My mother's face grew pale. She did not respond immediately away, and I could see the gears spinning in her head as she tried to find out how to spin this. My father looked puzzled, as if he had no idea what I was talking about. But my mother knew. Why does that matter now? She finally asked, trying to dismiss it as if it were no great issue. I lost it. I slapped my hand down on the table and exclaimed, "Why does it matter? Are you serious? You ruined my life. You stood by and watched while I was falling apart, and you did nothing. You let Emily and Liam hurt me because you thought it was for the best." My father's expression changed as I stated that. He glanced at my mother as if he was piecing everything together, as if he too did not know the whole story. "What is she talking about?" he questioned her. My mother tried to calm me down. She began speaking in the condescending tone she always used when she believed I was being dramatic. She responded, "You were too attached to Liam. It wasn't healthy. I thought if Emily was with him you'd finally see that he wasn't right for you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was doing what was best for you." That's when something clicked for me. She didn't believe she had done anything wrong. In her perspective, she was assisting me by severing my bond and pushing Liam towards Emily. She didn't apologize. She wasn't apologizing. She was explaining it as if she were a hero in the twisted fiction she had crafted. I questioned my father. "Did you know?" He looked at me, then at her and replied, "No, I didn't. I had no idea she was involved." He appeared to be going to vomit, as if I had punched him in the stomach. At this time, I didn't care anymore. There was no excuse to make any of this acceptable. I had had enough of trying to comprehend. My mother kept talking, trying to explain that she was only looking out for me and doing what she believed was best, but I wasn't listening. All I could think of was how I'd spent months loathing Emily and Liam, despite the fact that the true genius behind everything had been sitting there in front of me the entire time. "I can't believe you," I interrupted her in mid-sentence. "You didn't care about what was best for me. You just wanted control. You've always wanted control. And now, because of you, I lost everything." I could see my father becoming angry as well. He stepped up and asked, "Why didn't you tell me any of this? Why would you go behind my back like that?" But my mother was still locked in her own little universe, defending herself. "I didn't think it mattered," she replied. "Emily was better for Liam, and I was trying to protect our family. I could not handle it anymore." I told her straight up, "You did not protect anything. You destroyed it, and I will never forgive you for this. Ever." And with that, I left the house. As I walked away, I could hear my father yelling at her, but I didn't stay to hear what further was said. I was finished. I'm done with everything. On the way back, I felt unusually peaceful. I believe I anticipated feeling more, I'm not sure, relieved. Confronting her would provide me with some sort of closure, but it did not. If anything, it merely confirmed what I already knew. I couldn't trust my family, not my mother, not even my father is present at this point. They were not the people I assumed they were, and they never would be. When I returned to my grandparents' home, I told them everything. They were stunned but not surprised, if that makes sense. They'd always had doubts about my mother, but they didn't want to intervene. Nonetheless, they were supportive. My grandfather hugged me and said, "You did the right thing by confronting her. But you don't owe them anything. You've got your own life to live now." And he was correct. I had my own life to live. I'd been furious and wounded for so long, but at the end of the day, all I could do was move on. I couldn't influence what my family did, but I could control how much space they took up in my thoughts. I haven't spoken to my parents since that day. My father sent me a number of texts apologizing, but I never replied. I haven't seen or heard from Emily since that day at the grocery store. And Liam? He's merely a ghost from my past. Someone I no longer think about. What I've learned from all of this is that even the ones who are meant to love you the most can hurt you in unexpected ways. But that doesn't mean you have to let them continue to hurt you. I've created my own life now, surrounded by people who genuinely care about me, my grandparents, my friends, and Jade. They are my genuine family. They were the ones who stood by me when everything came apart. And now I am completely at ease. It took a long time and was not easy. But I'm fine with where I am. My family may still be living their lives, but I am also living mine. And for the first time in years, it seems like it belongs to me. My brother destroyed my scholarship dreams and called it motivation. Now he's facing 8 years in prison and wants my help. Alright, Reddit, here's a 13-year journey through family dysfunction and abuse. It's about how my psychopath elder brother ruined my adolescent years, how my parents supported him, and how they revealed their true colors when my uncle became ill. Then, karma gave the perfect return when they least expected it. I'll describe what it was like to grow up in my house. Ryan, my 27-year-old older brother, was a 6'3" sociopath with a football scholarship and no conscience. He was 3 years older, built like he could deadlift a Honda Civic, and had a dead-eyed predator stare that made prison guards nervous. He was legitimately insane, but everyone thought he was the next Aaron Rodgers. Ryan had turned torturing me into an art form. Take, for example, Jessica Martinez, a girl I'd been crushing on since middle school. I'd spent months working up the courage to ask her to homecoming, but Ryan found out and decided this was prime entertainment. He waited until lunchtime, when the cafeteria was packed, and then walked up to Jessica's table. "Hey Jessica," he yelled, loud enough for half the school to hear. "My little brother has been chasing you for months, but he's too cowardly to ask you out himself. What about going with a genuine man instead?" Jessica said yes right away. Who wouldn't want to go with the star quarterback? Ryan made sure I was watching when he asked her, maintaining eye contact like he was marking territory. Then he dumped her 2 days before the dance, telling everyone she was practicing for his little brother's leftovers. The rumor grew around school about Ryan having to ask people out for his miserable little brother who couldn't handle rejection. For example, when I was a sophomore in junior varsity basketball, I had been practicing shots in our driveway for 2 years, and coach thought I had potential. I made the team on a Tuesday, but on Thursday morning, coach pulled me aside and said there had been complications. Ryan had convinced him that having both brothers on teams would create favoritism issues, so I was cut before playing a single game, while Ryan played varsity. When I trained for this local 5K race for months, running every morning before school and charting my times, Ryan came up on race day dressed in running gear and ran beside me for the entire 3.1 miles, delivering commentary. "Do you always breathe like that while running? Dad will be embarrassed if you collapse." Ryan races past me like I'm standing still on the last stretch, arms raised in victory, and spends the next month telling everyone how he had to slow down to avoid embarrassing his younger brother. The worst part was what Ryan did to my confidence with girls. Amy Chen, a girl in my AP physics class who seemed to like talking to me about robotics, and I had been study partners for weeks when Ryan showed up to our session uninvited. Ryan spent the entire time telling embarrassing stories about me, like how I used to wet the bed until I was 12, and how I'd never kissed a girl. Amy went from interested to completely uncomfortable, and she never spoke to me again outside of class. Ryan had studied exactly how to inflict maximum pain without leaving evidence that would get him in trouble with coaches or college scouts. Gut punches that left me dry heaving but no visible bruising. Joint locks that made me see stars but didn't damage anything permanently. Wrestling moves that were just excuses to grind my face into carpet or slam me against walls. His favorite was what he dubbed motivation sessions in the basement during his training routine. He'd corner me while lifting, use me as a practice dummy, and inflict psychological beatdowns. "Do you understand why Dad introduces me as his son, but you as Ryan's little brother?" he'd say, while pounding my face into the training mat. "Because you're not worth claiming." My parents observed all of this, and interpreted it as natural selection in operation. "Ryan's toughening you up," Mom would remark when I grumbled about my lunch money being taken every day. "Boys need to learn hierarchy early, or they'll never succeed." Dad was much worse, openly promoting Ryan's actions as part of his leadership development. "Good job keeping him motivated," he'd tell Ryan after particularly difficult sessions. "Real leaders know how to push their teams to be better." Ryan got a brand new truck at 16. I got told to earn what you want. When I asked for $5 for the bus, Ryan could throw parties that destroyed half the house and get thanked for being social and building networks, and I got grounded for leaving a glass in the sink. It felt like living in a parallel universe. When Ryan's grades began to slide in his junior year, they hired private tutors and criticized his professors for not understanding athlete schedules. When I maintained a 3.88 GPA while working weekends, they stated it could have been higher and that I should focus more on school rather than computer interests. The double standard was absurd. Ryan was suspended for putting a kid in the hospital during football practice, which was really Ryan losing his cool and going nuts, and they hired attorneys and threatened to sue everyone involved. When I was jumped by 3 seniors for being Ryan's odd little brother and returned home with a black eye and split lip, they spent 20 minutes questioning what I had done to deserve it. The message was clear. Ryan was the investment, and I was the mistake they had to live with until I turned 18 and became somebody else's burden. Uncle Victor, my father's younger brother, was the only person in my extended family who treated me like I mattered. He was everything my father wasn't: successful without stepping on people, confident without being cruel, and actually interested in what I had to say, rather than constantly comparing me to Ryan. Victor had a construction company that he'd built from the ground up after leaving the army. He specialized in custom homes, had a crew of guys who'd been with him for years, and lived in this incredible house he'd designed himself. Victor started having me over every other weekend, teaching me construction and mechanics in his workshop, which had every tool you could imagine. Victor treated me as a junior partner, explaining why we did things the way we did, and allowing me to make mistakes without yelling at me. My parents had tried to make these visits about both boys, but Victor shut that down right away. That's also where I met Eli, Victor's business partner's son, who was dealing with his own family pressure. Eli's father was a successful surgeon who expected his son to follow in his footsteps, but Eli wanted to be an engineer and design things rather than cut people open. We instantly bonded over being the disappointing sons who didn't fit our family's predetermined molds. Eli was a tiny child with thick glasses who could rebuild a carburetor while blindfolded and explain how computer processors worked, but his father considered him as a failure because he didn't want to spend his life in operating rooms. "My old man thinks engineering is just applied mediocrity," Eli told me one weekend as we were putting a new sound system in Victor's truck. "Says anyone who's smart enough to be an engineer should be a doctor instead." Eli became the brother I should have had. We'd collaborate on projects, cover for one another during family drama, and most crucially, he regarded me as an equal rather than Ryan's faulty younger model. "Your brother's a piece of shit," Eli informed me one day as we were debugging a computer. "But you're going to be something amazing. You have that ability to see how things work." Victor's workshop became my haven. Every other weekend, I could truly unwind and concentrate on constructing things rather than continuously looking out for Ryan's next attack. "You've got inherent mechanical intelligence," Victor informed me when I found out why his table saw was vibrating and rectified it by adjusting the belt tension. "That's something you're born with and cannot be taught. Ryan will never have it. Know of how many touchdowns he scores." Victor's crews respected him because he was skilled and fair, not because he scared them. His business grew because he produced quality work, not because he cut corners or screwed over competitors. More importantly, Victor taught me that success did not necessitate the destruction of others. Those weekends at Victor's house were the only times I felt like myself rather than Ryan's strange younger brother. During the spring of my junior year, I was working on a robotics project for the state competition, building an autonomous navigation robot from scratch with parts I bought with money from working weekends with Victor. This wasn't some LEGO Mindstorms kit robot, but a serious piece of engineering, complete with a custom Arduino control system, ultrasonic sensors, and GPS navigation. I spent months designing the chassis, programming the navigation algorithms, and fine-tuning the sensor array. It was legitimately impressive work that had actual scholarship potential. The robot could navigate complex obstacle courses, map unknown environments, and execute precise movement patterns. Victor was really proud of the work I had completed. "This is professional grade stuff," he'd tell his contractor friends who dropped by to look at it. "Kids have engineering talent that most college graduates lack." Ryan discovered it in my room on a Friday night when his girlfriend Brittany and two of his meathead teammates came over for one of their study sessions, which was really just an excuse to drink my parents' beer and make noise. I was upstairs working on the final programming when I heard Ryan's voice grow louder. "Yo, come check this out," Ryan told his mates. "Little bro's been creating robots in his spare time, pretty nerdy, but kinda cool." I came downstairs to find everyone gathered around my workbench, Ryan holding my robot as if he had just discovered it. The casual way he handled months of careful labor made my stomach plummet. "Be careful with that," I cautioned, attempting to maintain a calm voice. "It's for state competition next week." "Relax, little bro," Ryan said with a predatory grin. "I am not going to smash your toy. Just showing my friends what you've been working on." But something had changed in his countenance. I could see the wheels moving, that familiar look he gets when he is going to destroy something I care about. "Actually, this is quite excellent work," Ryan added, his voice taking on that phony enthusiasm that always signaled problems. "Brittany, you are good on Instagram, right? This would be a sick post. Look at this robot I built for the state competition." "Ryan, no," I exclaimed, dread rising in my voice. "That is not yours. You can't just do what?" Ryan's voice went cold, that dead-eyed psycho look taking over. "Can't I be proud of my family's accomplishments? Can't I share cool things with my friends?" Brittany had her phone out already, video Ryan posing with my robot like he was some kind of computer genius, and his teammates were snickering as they noticed the shift in energy. "This is months of effort," I continued, my voice cracking with urgency. And it's my only chance at a solid scholarship. Please just put it down. Do you know what? You're completely correct, Ryan said. This is your work, months of labor. You should certainly get it back. Ryan spiked my robot on the hardwood floor like he was celebrating the winning touchdown of his career. Months of precision engineering exploding into dozens of pieces. Circuit boards cracking, sensors scattering across the floor. The moment hung in the air like a held breath. I knew what was coming but couldn't stop it. But he wasn't finished. Ryan began stomping on the debris with his boots, grinding delicate components into the floor while keeping eye contact with me. His pals were photographing the whole thing, laughing and cheering like they were watching prime time. Oops, Ryan replied with feigned concern. I guess your little toy wasn't as tough as you expected. Maybe next time, design something that can withstand the actual world. Something in my head suddenly broke. And all those years of tolerating his abuse, all those times I'd back down and let him win. All of the humiliation and psychological agony came out of me at once, and I charged at him without thinking, precisely what Ryan intended. He caught me mid-tackle like I was a practice dummy, and slammed my face against the wall hard enough to fracture the drywall, then grabbed me by the throat and began systematically working me over while his audience roared and recorded. This is what happens when you forget your place, he said between smacks. This is what you get for thinking you matter in my house. When the beating was ended, I was curled up on the floor, my own blood covering my nose, and Ryan stood over me. Clean this mess up, he instructed me, nodding toward the robot wreckage. And next time remember who's in charge around here. His pals were high-fiving him like he had just won the Super Bowl. When my parents arrived after hearing the noise, they found me bleeding on the floor, surrounded by smashed devices, and their first thought was to repair Ryan's reputation. How did you embarrass your brother in front of his friends? Mom demanded, not even checking to see if I needed medical attention. Why can't you simply leave him alone when he has guests over? Dad was much worse. He began apologizing to Ryan's teammates for my inappropriate behavior and lack of respect, even though I was still spitting blood on their valuable hardwood flooring. Sorry, boys. Little brother doesn't understand boundaries yet. Ryan's friends were gushing about how nice my parents were and how lucky Ryan was to have a family who understood him. My mother was nodding along, thanking Ryan for keeping me in line, and apologizing to Brittany for having to watch my outburst. They made me clean up the robot bits while I was still bleeding, then sent me to my room to reflect on what I'd done. Ryan and his buddies got to stay downstairs and were treated to pizza and compliments for handling the situation maturely. That night, laying in bed with fractured ribs and a face that looked like abstract art, I could hear them laughing downstairs, my parents joking with Ryan's buddies about how I'd learned my lesson and wouldn't act up again anytime soon. They were pleased with what had happened and considered it good parenting. That is when I called Uncle Victor. Pack everything important, Victor responded without hesitation. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Don't let them talk you out of this. Victor arrived in his pickup truck, took one glance at my face, and his attitude changed from concerned to murderous. He led me to his truck without saying anything to my parents, who were watching from the window but lacked the guts to confront him outdoors. Jesus Christ, Victor exclaimed as we drove away. How long has this been going on? I told him everything, including the robot incident, years of systematic abuse, psychological agony, and parental enabling. Victor listened silently, his knuckles white on the driving wheel. You're staying with me permanently, Victor replied after I finished. I'll handle the legal stuff. Your parents obviously can't be trusted to keep you safe. Eli was waiting at Victor's house with ice packs and genuine concern instead of lectures about what I'd done wrong. Victor got emergency custody without much of a fight from my parents, and they were actually relieved to have me off their hands so they could focus completely on Ryan's football career without being distracted by their problem child. I moved into Victor's home and started at a new school, where I could go down the halls without having to worry about what Ryan was going to trash next. Eli transferred to my school, and we began planning our future together. Summers were spent learning real building and business skills from Victor, and I started a small computer repair operation that really paid well. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary, but it was honest work that I was competent at. For 2 years, life was truly good. I had a family that supported me, friends who appreciated me, and a future that was free of daily fear and shame. Then Victor received the news that altered everything. When Victor's fatigue became so severe that he was falling asleep during meetings, Eli persuaded him to see a doctor. Victor had always been a high-energy individual, but he was now struggling to keep up with job demands. Pancreatic cancer in stage 3. Doctors gave him around 18 months of vigorous treatment, probably less. Well, that's not ideal, Victor replied when the oncologist broke the news. Despite facing death, the man was cracking jokes to keep everyone else from falling apart. You'd think that hearing such sad news would bring the family together, that losing a loved one would cause individuals to set aside their disagreements and focus on what truly matters. You would be wrong. My parents' reaction to Victor's diagnosis exemplified narcissistic selfishness. Their primary concern was not Victor's health or how to support him during treatment, but how his illness would damage their social standing and financial situation. "This is very terrible for us," Mom grumbled during their one visit to Victor's residence following the diagnosis. "Having to deal with cancer in the family while we're already anxious over Ryan's college recruitment. It's just one more thing to worry about." Dad was more open about his genuine concerns. "What's going to happen to the business when," he paused, not wanting to say "when you die" out loud. "I mean, Victor's got a lot of assets wrapped up in that business. Someone should think about what happens to all that." Victor was facing his own mortality, and they were already calculating how his death may profit them. Nevertheless, Ryan was in a league of his own when it came to cruelty. When news spread around school that my uncle was sick, Ryan really told people that Victor probably deserved it because he chose a lifestyle that led to cancer. When I confronted him about it during one of his rare visits home from college prep camp, Ryan merely shrugged as if we were talking about the weather. "Look, I'm not saying I'm thrilled about it," Ryan continued, still dead-eyed. "But maybe this will teach him not to interfere with family business. He should never have gotten involved in your drama. This was the man who had saved my life and taught me what genuine family was like, and Ryan was basically saying he deserved to die because he cared about me." I moved back in with Victor full-time to assist him with his treatment. Eli and I took turns taking him to chemotherapy sessions, managing his business when he was too unwell to work, and ensuring he had all he needed to keep comfortable. Meanwhile, my parents paid maybe 2 visits and complained about how difficult everything was becoming for them, how they couldn't focus on Ryan's career with all of this medical drama going on, and how they didn't have time to deal with family obligations when they were already overburdened. Victor endured it all with remarkable grace, never whining about his own brother's lack of support, never expressing animosity over their selfishness. Instead, he concentrated on how much time he had left and ensuring that Eli and I were ready for whatever came next. "Family isn't about blood," Victor told me one night after a particularly difficult treatment session. "It's about who shows up when you need them. You two have been more like family to me than I could have expected." During Victor's final weeks in the hospital, he was barely conscious most of the time, and my parents arrived for what they thought would be their last visit. Instead of offering consolation or support, my father walked into Victor's room and said, "You know, Victor, perhaps this is God's way of teaching you that family comes first. You should never have interfered with how we reared our sons." Victor was too weak to speak, but I saw the sorrow in his eyes, and I realized my father wasn't just an enabler or a lousy dad. He was actually cruel. Here was his brother dying, and Dad's goal was to make Victor know he'd been wrong to aid me. I asked them to leave that day and instructed them not to return because Victor deserved to spend his dying days surrounded by people who truly loved him, not selfish parasites searching for ways to make his death about themselves. Victor died on a Tuesday morning in March, with me holding his hand. Eli was also present, as were Martinez and a few other members of his crew who had become father figures to me over the years. My parents attended the funeral, of course, and spent the majority of the service conversing with Victor's contractor friends and business companions about how devastating this loss was for them, and how much they will miss their dear brother. Ryan returned home from college for the funeral and spent the whole service texting on his phone. When people offered condolences, he'd give them a forced, sad expression and tell about how Victor had finally found peace. A week later, Victor's lawyer called to schedule a reading of the will, which was scheduled for a Saturday morning at the lawyer's office. My parents arrived in their best outfits, clearly expecting this to be a significant financial event for them, and Ryan drove down from college, probably expecting to inherit enough to cover his remaining tuition. The lawyer, Morrison, who had known Victor for 20 years, got right down to business. Victor was very specific about his wishes, Morrison explained, handing out a hefty document. He updated this 6 months ago when his diagnosis became terminal. He began with a few little bequests, such as tools and equipment for his staff and donations to local charity, before dropping the bomb. "To my nephew, who showed me what family actually means, I leave my house, my business, all associated assets and equipment, and the remainder of my estate including all savings and investment accounts." The stillness in that room was terrible, and my parents went through about 6 different emotions in 10 seconds. Astonishment, denial, wrath, and finally hatred. "That can't be right," my father exclaimed, his voice quivering. "Victor wouldn't leave everything to a teenager. There must be an error." Morrison gave me a sealed envelope. "Victor also left you this letter." My parents were stunned as I opened it with quivering hands. Victor's handwriting was unsteady, but clear. "To my true son, you exemplified what it means to be a member of a family. When my own family abandoned me, you were there for me when I needed you the most. The people who shared my blood treated me as if I were a burden, but you earned every bit of it by being the man they couldn't be. Build something amazing with this inheritance, and remember that you didn't just inherit money and property, but also the responsibility to be better than they were. The business is now yours, but Martinez and the crew have contracts that guarantee their jobs for life. Treat them like they treated me. P.S. Your folks are going to freak out about this. Let them, you owe them nothing." The letter was like Victor speaking from beyond the grave, validating every decision and sacrifice I'd made. My parents completely lost their heads. "This is scam," Dad yelled, his face turning purple. Victor was tricked. He was not in his right mind. "We will challenge this." Mom was yelling about how unfair it was and how they deserved anything after going through so much with Victor's illness. Ryan was the worst, insisting that I share what Uncle Victor stole from the family, since we were brothers and family should stick together. These people who had discarded Victor as rubbish while he was dying, now felt entitled to his life's work because they shared his DNA. "You were supposed to be the family failure," Ryan continued, his mask finally falling off. "You were supposed to amount to nothing, so the rest of us could feel good about our choices. This is not how it is meant to function." Morrison emphasized that the will was bulletproof. Victor had drafted it with sound mind, including explicit provisions to prevent challenges, and chronicled years of evidence concerning my parents' negligence and Ryan's abuse. "Victor was very thorough," he said. "He anticipated this reaction and prepared accordingly." I went out of that office with Victor's house keys, business documents, and more money than I could have dreamed. More significantly, I went away knowing that the man I respected the most in the world thought I deserved it. My parents spent months threatening to sue, paying attorneys, and seeking for a method to breach Victor's will, but they never found one. Victor was too brilliant and thorough. With Victor's legacy, I had alternatives I could never have imagined. I could pay for college without taking out loans, keep Victor's construction firm going smoothly, and most significantly, have the financial security to live the life I wanted rather than simply existing day to day. Martinez stepped up as foreman, and basically ran day-to-day operations while I was in classes. The crew was extremely loyal to Victor's memory and worked their asses off to ensure that his company continued to thrive. I extended the computer repair service I'd started with Eli into a real tech support firm, serving Victor's construction clients. I began offering services such as network setup for job sites, digital project management systems, and security camera installation. Eli remained my business partner and best friend throughout everything. We commuted to college together, studied together, and spent our summers expanding both enterprises. Having someone who had been through the familial dysfunction with me made everything simpler. Jenna, a brilliant programmer who double majored in computer science and mathematics and could debug code that had me stumped for hours, was unlike any other girl I'd ever met. She was genuinely interested in how things worked, not just what they could do for her. When I told her about Victor's construction company, she was eager to tour job sites and learn how we handled complex projects. When I showed her the tech support tools I'd created, she quickly saw ways to improve them. "You've built something really impressive here," she told me after helping improve our project management software over the weekend. "Most people our age are just trying to figure out what they want to do with their lives. You are already doing it." When I finally told Jenna the whole story of my home situation, she didn't pity me or treat me like I was broken goods. Instead, she was really pleased that I'd survived all that abuse and still managed to become a nice person. We graduated together, Eli with his engineering degree, myself with my computer science degree, and Jenna with both her majors and job offers from 3 different tech companies. She picked the local offer especially because she wanted to stay and help expand what we had made together. Eli became my official business partner in both the construction and tech support organizations. We legally incorporated everything, added Martinez as a minority owner in the construction business, and began planning for genuine growth. Jenna and I moved in together after graduation and obtained a wonderful apartment near both our businesses. For my 24th birthday, Jenna surprised me with a golden retriever puppy from the local shelter, named Rex after the T-Rex in Toy Story, which seemed to suit. Rex became the family mascot for both firms. Construction teams adored him on project sites, and he had an incredible capacity to calm down concerned clients when their networks failed. 2 years later, I proposed to Jenna on the terrace of the house Victor had constructed, using my grandmother's ring, which Victor had persuaded my parents to give him before they realized how valuable the inheritance was. The wedding was small, but perfect for Jenna's family, Eli and his fiancée, Martinez, and some of the crew, as well as a few close friends from college. 3 months after the wedding, I was working late at my workplace when my phone rang. It was an unknown number, but something compelled me to answer it. "Son, we saw the photos from your wedding," my father said, his voice unsteady, as if he had been drinking or sobbing. "We can't believe you didn't invite your own family to such an important day." The guilt trip was instant and shameless. I'd broken Mom's heart by excluding them from my wedding. Ryan was distraught to miss his little brother's special day, and they deserved to be there despite everything that had transpired years before. "We realized there were some challenges when you were younger," Dad explained. "But we're still your parents. Family should mean something, especially during significant life events." I let him talk, curious to see where this was headed. It didn't take long to figure out. "The truth is, we need your help," he finally admitted, his voice breaking. "Ryan is in big trouble. He was arrested for providing steroids to high school students through his coaching profession. He's facing serious prison time, and we can't afford professional lawyers." There it was. After 7 years of no contact, missing my wedding, and treating Victor like garbage while he was dying, they wanted me to bail out the golden child who had made my adolescence a nightmare. "We heard about Victor's bequest," Mom said, her voice full with sorrow. "And we know you got large riches. Ryan is your brother, and you need to help him." "Why would I do that?" I inquired, keeping my tone calm. "Because we're family," Mom sobbed. "Despite everything, we're still your parents. We gave you life, we raised you, and now when we need it the most, you're the only one who can save us." I responded gently. "You did not raise me, Victor did." "Please," Dad begged, all semblance of control gone. "Ryan has learned his lesson. He realizes he made mistakes. He has changed. You are the only one who can afford good legal representation." "Let me ask you something," I murmured, surprisingly calm. "When Ryan beat me senseless, did you consider saving me? Did you worry about my future while he ruined every attempt at friendship I made? When Victor was dying and you told him he deserved it because he helped me, did family mean anything?" The silence lasted until it felt uncomfortable. "We made mistakes," Mom muttered, "and we realize it now. Ryan, however, faces a 10-year prison sentence. His entire life will be ruined. You're successful now, you have money, and you should be able to forgive." "I already did forgive," I answered. "I forgave you years ago because holding on to that anger was poisoning my life. But forgiveness doesn't compel me to protect you from the consequences of your actions." "You cannot simply abandon family," Dad yelled, his despair turning to rage. "You allowed years of systematic abuse because it was easier than admitting you had created a monster. You treated the one individual who truly cared about me like garbage because he threatened your narrative about Ryan's uniqueness." "That's not fair," Mom began. "You had a son who would have done anything for his family," I said, interrupting her. "Someone who worked hard, remained out of trouble, and truly cared about other people. Instead, you chose the sociopath who is currently facing federal narcotics charges. You threw away the wrong child." "We're sorry," Mom sobbed. "We know we made terrible mistakes. But Ryan is also our son. He needs assistance." "Please," Dad sobbed now, this broken father who had previously stood by while his precious kid abused me. "He's your brother. Blood must symbolize something." I could hear both of them crying on the other end of the phone. "Do not call again. Don't come near me, and don't contact my wife or business. Ryan dug his own grave. Let him sleep in it." Then I hung up. Ryan contacted me personally 2 days later from county jail, crying and begging like a kid, telling me how sorry he was, how he'd learned his lesson, and how he'd found God there. "Do you remember what you used to tell me?" I asked him. "Do I need to learn my place? I've learned it. My place is owning 2 successful enterprises, living in the house Victor created, and being surrounded by people who genuinely care about me. Your place is exactly where you belong. behind bars, forgotten, and entirely unimportant to everyone who counts. Please, Ryan wailed. I know I was horrible to you. I understand that I don't deserve your aid. But I am terrified. I'm not sure what will happen to me in prison. You should have thought about that before you decided to offer drugs to high school kids, I remarked. Your actions have repercussions, Ryan. You're finally learning the lesson. I'll do anything, he begged. I'll apologize in public. I will admit all I did to you. I'll make things right somehow. There is no making things right, I murmured quietly. You can't fix what you've broken. You cannot restore my confidence, projects, adolescent years, or relationship with my parents. The damage is permanent. But we're brothers. No, I replied firmly. We are not. You were my biggest bully, and we happen to live in the same house. I hung up and blocked all of their numbers. 6 months later, I learned from Eli's father, who still had connections in their social circle, that Ryan had accepted a plea deal for 8 years in federal prison. My parents lost their apartment and moved in with my mother's sister in another state. Dad's attempts to restart his construction business failed because word had spread about how he had treated Victor. Meanwhile, Jenna and I just closed on a bigger house in the neighborhood where Victor used to live. Martinez is retiring next year, and we're throwing him a legendary party. Eli and his wife are having their first child and have asked us to be godparents. I created the life Victor always claimed I deserved. I endured 6 years of sister's cat lady jokes. So I stole her daughter's 5th birthday as my daughter called me mama. My fiancé dropped to one knee. This happened this weekend during my niece Lily's 5th birthday celebration, and I'm still processing what transpired. Some context. I'm 28, and I've been coping with my older sister Rachel's, 32, passive-aggressive comments about my life choices for years. She married at 22, had 3 children by 26, and somehow believed that this gave her the authority on what constitutes a true grown-up life. Meanwhile, I concentrated on my profession, traveled, and lived in a wonderful apartment with my 2 cats, Mr. Whiskers and Cleo. I truly liked my independence. Rachel never missed an occasion to make small dogs. Family dinners were littered with comments such as, "Must be nice having all that free time," or, "I guess some people just aren't ready for real responsibility." The extended family would chuckle awkwardly, and I'd generally just smile and switch the subject. I love my nieces and nephews and did not want to cause any problems. However, Rachel's favorite line was always about me playing house with my kitties. She'd use this if I mentioned home upgrades, fancy meals, or anything else that implied I had a happy domestic life without a husband and children. "Oh, still playing house with your cats," became her standard dismissal, generally delivered with that condescending smile that made my blood boil. The comments had become especially harsh over the last year. Rachel responded, "Wow, such an elaborate setup just to heat up fancy feast," after I had spent weeks researching the best backsplash and picking appliances for my kitchen renovation. When I hosted Thanksgiving dinner for the first time, arranging a lovely tablescape and cooking for 12 people, she stepped into my dining room and remarked, "This is gorgeous, Lily. But it's a shame it's just for practice. Maybe someday you'll get to do this for a real family." The worst part was that the rest of the family had come to agree with it. Rachel's unique harshness had somehow evolved into acceptable family humor. My aunt would ask about my pets with a patronizing tone. Every time I suggested house remodeling, my cousin would make a joke about my luxury cat palace. Even my grandmother, with whom I had always been close, had begun to make comments about how I was married to both my profession and my cats. It wasn't just about family gatherings. Rachel began making subtle digs on social media. She'd tag me in articles about the cat lady plague or post images of her children with phrases like, "So grateful for my real family," with a specific emphasis. Her friends would like and remark, forming an echo chamber in which my lifestyle became a running joke. This is what Rachel didn't know. About 2 years ago, I met Daniel at a business convention. He was a single father with the most lovely 3-year-old daughter named Olivia. Olivia's mother had abandoned her when she was just a year old, packing up and disappearing one day, leaving Daniel to navigate single motherhood on his own. We began dating cautiously and carefully because Daniel was understandably protective of Olivia and wanted to ensure that everyone in his life was serious about being in hers as well. We were drinking coffee after a long day of presentations when Daniel informed me about Olivia for the first time. His entire demeanor shifted when he mentioned her. His voice softened, his eyes brightened, and he took out his phone to show me images with the pride that only a father can comprehend. She was a small girl with wild curly hair and the biggest brown eyes I'd ever seen, smiling toothless at the camera while coated in what appeared to be spaghetti sauce. "She's everything to me," he had stated simply. "Her mother leaving nearly destroyed me, but Olivia kept me going. I can't imagine loving anyone more than I love that little girl." I should have felt intimidated. Dating a single parent is difficult even in the best of circumstances. And Daniel made it clear that Olivia's well-being came first, always. But something about the way he talked about her, the evident depth of his love and commitment, piqued my attention, not diminished it. Here was a man who understood what true responsibility looked like, and who had demonstrated that he could put the needs of others ahead of his own without feeling resentful. Our initial months of dating were cautious and slow. We met for coffee during Olivia's preschool hours, had dinner dates after she fell asleep, and talked on the phone while she was with her babysitter. Daniel was systematic about keeping his dating life separate from his daughter's until he was confident in someone's long-term potential. He had learned his lesson the hard way. He told me that Olivia had grown attached to a lady he had dated briefly when she was 2, only to be confused and heartbroken when the relationship ended. When Daniel finally decided he was ready for me to meet Olivia, he organized it like a military operation. We met at a neutral venue, a children's museum, on a Saturday morning. Olivia was shy at first, hiding behind Daniel's legs and peering out at me with inquiring eyes, but she warmed up quickly once she saw I was actually interested in what she wanted to show me, rather than simply trying to care to impress her father. We spent 3 hours at the museum, and by the end, Olivia was clutching my hand and asking if I wanted to revisit her favorite exhibit. When Daniel suggested we eat lunch together, she excitedly agreed, and spent the entire meal telling me about her preschool classmates, her favorite books, and her pet goldfish, Bubbles, who had died the week before and was now swimming in fish heaven. "I like her, Daddy," she said as we were leaving the restaurant, speaking about me as if I weren't there. "She listens well, and she didn't try to fix my hair." Daniel laughed and drew her into his arms. "High praise from the peanut gallery," he told me with a smile. That was the beginning of everything. Olivia and I connected in a way that stunned everyone, including myself. I'd never spent much time with tiny children, but something about her genuine curiosity and lack of filter was extremely charming. She had a million questions about everything, strong opinions about which dishes could touch on her plate, and an encyclopedic knowledge of every dog we saw on our walks. The transformation from Auntie Lily to Mama Lily occurred gradually, then all at once. Olivia experienced a nightmare one night during a sleepover. She woke up wailing, and Daniel was in the shower, so I went in to console her. I sat on her bed and caressed her back as she told me about her terrifying dream. When she finally calmed down, she nestled against my side and whispered, "Thanks, Mama Lily." My heart almost stopped. Daniel discovered us in that position 20 minutes later, Olivia fast asleep against my shoulder, me wide awake and emotional, staring at this little kid who had just claimed me as family without any ceremony or official declaration. Daniel murmured, "Did she just?" I nodded, not trusting my own voice. He sat down next to us on the bed and reached over to touch Olivia's hair. "How do you feel about that?" "Terrified," I said frankly, "and completely in love with both of you." That's when we started genuinely discussing the future. Daniel revealed that Olivia's biological mother gave up all parental rights when she departed. She'd signed everything, hoping for a clean break. If Olivia wanted me to formally adopt her, and Daniel and I married, the process would be rather simple. "But only if it's what you really want," Daniel insisted. "Being a parent is forever, Lily. There's nothing casual about it. If you're not ready for that level of commitment, I need to know now before Olivia gets any more attached." I thought about it for precisely 30 seconds. "I'm ready," I assured him. "I've been ready since that first day at the museum when she held my hand. Moving in together 8 months ago seemed like the most natural thing in the world." Olivia helped me pack by carefully wrapping my more fragile belongings in tissue paper and labeling boxes in her own preschooler handwriting. "For Leo," one box read with a depiction of what appeared to be a cat. "Lily's thing," said another, adorned with hearts and flowers. Daniel's house was larger than my flat, with a full backyard and a guest room that Olivia instantly claimed as the playroom where Mama's cats can live. We set up cat trees and toys, and within a week, Mr. Whiskers and Cleo had settled in like they'd always been there. Olivia went through the Mama Lily period for nearly 2 months before shortening it to Mama one evening at supper. She said it casually, asking me to pass the ketchup, and I almost missed it. But Daniel listened, and the expression of pure ecstasy on his face made me realize how important this moment was for him as well as for me. "Are you okay with that?" I asked Olivia later, as I tucked her into bed. "Calling me mama?" She looked at me as if I had asked the most obvious question. "You are my mama," she stated matter-of-factly. "You make my lunch, and read me stories and help me brush my teeth. And you love me. That's what mamas do." From the mouths of babies. We've been discussing making things official, both the relationship and the adoption. Olivia was already mine in every manner that mattered, and Daniel had been looking for engagement rings. We had planned to disclose everything to our family soon, but Daniel wanted to propose first, and I wanted Olivia to be comfortable with the idea before we went public. The only people who knew about Daniel and Olivia were my closest friend Chloe and my younger brother Ethan. I had sworn them to secrecy because I wanted to inform everyone correctly. Maybe at a family dinner, where I could carefully explain the problem. To be honest, I was looking forward to seeing Rachel's reaction when she realized I had the family life she had always said I couldn't have. So, when Lily's birthday celebration came around, I arrived alone as usual, my heart heavy with a secret. Daniel was at home with Olivia, who had a mild cold and required an afternoon nap. There was more to it than that. We had actually planned this whole thing out for the preceding week. See, I'd been throwing hints to my family for months about significant changes and wonderful news, but no one seemed to take me seriously. Rachel had rolled her eyes and inquired whether I was finally getting a second cat. Mom had questioned if I intended to buy a house. Dad had joked that maybe I might start dating someone from my office. The fact was, Daniel and I had been talking about how and when to introduce him and Olivia to my family, and we had finally decided that Lily's birthday party would be an excellent occasion. It was a family gathering, but it was relaxed enough that we could measure reactions without the stress of a formal dinner or holiday celebration. We also chose to make it intriguing. Daniel proposed that I go alone first to observe how the conversation flowed naturally, and then he and Olivia might join later if Olivia felt like it. "Let them make their assumptions," he remarked with a sly grin. "Then we'll show up and blow their minds." I'd consented, partly because I thought it would be entertaining, but largely because I was curious to see how my family would react when presented with truth against their vision of my existence. Will they be glad for me? Surprised? Apologies for their years of commentary? What I hadn't expected was Rachel going full nuclear at her daughter's birthday celebration. The celebration was held at Rachel's residence. She'd gone all out with the princess theme, including a bounce house in the backyard and more pink decor than a Barbie fever dream. Her house always made me dizzy, every surface covered in kid-related stuff, toys spread throughout every room, and the constant low-level pandemonium that comes with having 3 children under the age of 8. I arrived with the dollhouse I had carefully chosen for Lily, as well as a smaller present bag with decorations, little furniture sets, miniature dolls, and even a small family of pets resembling mine. I'd spent weeks looking for the ideal dollhouse, reading reviews and comparing features because I truly wanted to give Lily something unique that would develop with her imagination. My parents, Rachel's in-laws, various aunts, uncles, and cousins, about 20 people in total, crowded Rachel's living room and spilled out into the kitchen. The noise level was typical of our family gatherings, numerous discussions going on at the same time, children running around yelling with joy, and adults trying to communicate above the mayhem. When Lily unwrapped my gift, the room became quiet for a time. The dollhouse was stunning, a Victorian-style 3-story structure with elaborate decorations, working lighting, and enough rooms for hours of imaginative play. Lily's exclamation of happiness could be heard across the room. "Oh my gosh, Aunt Lily, this is so cool!" She instantly began studying every detail, opening little doors and pointing out things to her younger brothers. "Look, there's even a little bathtub and stairs that actually work." I was actually happy watching her reaction. This is why I like giving gifts, finding something that exactly matches the recipient's interests and seeing their real happiness. Lily had always been captivated to miniatures, spending hours arranging her small toys into complex scenes. That was when Rachel struck. "Wow, Lily, looks like Aunt Lily is still playing house. Now she's just getting you to do it too." She laughed and numerous families joined in. I mean, at least someone's getting some use out of Lily's domestic fantasies, right? I felt my cheeks burn, but I kept smiling. I'm glad she likes it. But Rachel was not done. Oh no, she was just warming up. Maybe it was the booze, or maybe she was trying to impress our cousins, but she went all out. "You know what I love about Lily?" she asked the audience, waving toward me with her wine glass. She's 28 and still playing house with her cats like she's living in some fantasy world. Most people grow out of that phase, but Lily is really committed to it. The room became quiet. Even Rachel felt that this was meaner than usual. Our mother was uneasy, and Dad became quite engaged in his piece of cake. But Rachel was on a roll. I mean, don't get me wrong. The cat lady lifestyle works for some people. Very low maintenance, no real responsibility. Must be nice to have all that freedom too. What do you do again? Arrange your throw pillows and cook fancy meals for one? Several others laughed. Not friendly laughing, but the awkward social laughter that occurs when someone is being harsh and they don't know how to stop it. Rachel revealed in the attention, her smile becoming larger. Maybe someday Lily will join the rest of us in the real world, but until then, we'll just keep watching her playhouse with Mr. Whiskers and Cleo. She raised her glass as a faux toast to Lily's very important domestic achievements. I sat there, ashamed and angry, but strangely calm, because I knew something Rachel didn't. I checked my phone. 3:47 p.m. Olivia's nap generally ended about 4 p.m., and Daniel had texted earlier, asking if he should bring her over if she felt better. I told him maybe, depending on how the party went. I messaged him quickly. If Olivia is awake and feeling well, you should come by. I believe it's time. His response was quick. On our way. I looked up to Rachel, who was still beaming from her performance and taking plaudits from our cousin Jason on her hilarious roast of my lifestyle. I smiled softly. You know what, Rachel? You're absolutely right. I have been playing house. I stood up and smoothed down my dress. But here's the thing about playing house. Sometimes you get so good at it that it stops being pretend. Rachel seemed perplexed, but before she could react, we heard a car door close outside. There were footsteps on the front porch. Daniel unlocked the front door and stepped in, carefully carrying a weary Olivia, who was rubbing her eyes and clutching her favorite pet elephant. She was dressed in the gorgeous yellow frock with little sunflowers that we chose together last week, and her curly brown hair was pulled back into two small pigtails tied with matching ribbons. The room became utterly silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Daniel studied the room, taking in the decorations and the group of shocked faces staring back at him. Olivia was waking up and looking about with interested eyes. Sorry we're late, Daniel replied nonchalantly, his voice full of the effortless confidence that drew me to him in the first place. Someone needed her beauty to sleep. He kissed Olivia's forehead tenderly. But she woke up feeling much better and asking for Mama. He stared straight at me with that warm smile that still made my heart skip. Go to Mama, sweetheart. Olivia perked up instantly, breaking into the brightest smile. Mommy, she shouted, extending her arms toward me. I walked over and grabbed her off Daniel, scooping her up and twirling her around once before placing her on my hip. She quickly nestled into my shoulder, one small hand fiddling with my necklace, a habit she had established over the previous 6 months. Hi, baby girl, I said softly, kissing her temple. Are you feeling better? Aha, she said, then gazed around at all the decorations with wide eyes. Is this the princess party you told me about? It is. This is Lily's birthday party. You remember Lily, right? She's your age? Olivia nodded sincerely and whispered loudly. Can I play with the princess house? I looked over to the dollhouse, where little Lily was still sitting and staring at us with her mouth open. We should ask Lily first. It's her special day. The silence was terrible. Rachel's face had changed color numerous times, from red to white to a frightening shade of purple. Mom clutched Dad's arm, her eyes wide. Our cousins were glancing back and forth between me and Rachel, as if they were watching tennis. Daniel, bless him, appeared entirely oblivious to the strain. He approached and extended his hand to my parents. You must be Lily's parents. I'm Daniel, and this little one is Olivia. He made an unmistakable gesture toward us, full of pride and compassion. I've heard so much about both of you. Lily talks about family dinners all the time. She makes that famous lasagna recipe she learned from you, Mrs. Chen. Olivia asks for it at least twice a week. Mom shook his hand instinctively, still appearing stunned. Oh, that's nice to meet you, Daniel. Olivia had wiggled down from my arms and was now standing next to me, clutching my hand and looking at the dollhouse with apparent love. Little Lily, to her credit, seemed to get over her surprise first. Do you want to play? She asked Olivia nervously. Olivia looked up to me for approval. I nodded, and she gingerly approached the dollhouse, sitting cross-legged on the floor next to Lily. Within minutes, they were discussing which room the family should eat dinner in and if the tiny dog should sleep upstairs or downstairs. Daniel slid his arm around my waist, bringing me closer. "How's the party been?" he inquired quietly. "Oh, the usual family dynamics." I leaned in, loving the solid warmth of his presence and how he always made everything seem more doable. Rachel finally discovered her voice. Lily. Her voice was tight and controlled. "Could I speak with you privately?" I gazed at her for a long time. "Actually, Rachel, I think we're good. Unless you wanted to apologize to Daniel and Olivia for the awkward welcome, because they're going to be at a lot more family events, and I'd hate for things to start off on the wrong foot." Rachel's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Jason, never one to read a room, chose that opportunity to boldly inquire. "So wait, Lily, you have a kid? Since when?" "Since always," Olivia said from the floor, not looking up from her dollhouse. "Mom has had me since I was little." Daniel chuckled. Olivia's sense of time is still developing. We've all been together for about 8 months now, but Lily's been part of Olivia's life for almost 2 years. Haven't you, sweetheart? He stared at me with true love and my heart swelled. 2 years? Mom's voice was soft. "Lily, why didn't you tell us?" I took a deep breath. I wanted to make sure we were serious before introducing Olivia to everyone. Daniel and I wanted her to feel secure in our relationship before involving extended family. We were planning to announce everything soon. "Announce what exactly?" Rachel's voice was harsh. Daniel grinned and drew me closer. "Well, I was hoping to do this more privately, but..." He reached into his jacket pocket and took out a little velvet box. "Lily, I've been carrying this around for 2 weeks, waiting for the perfect moment, but I'm realizing the perfect moment is just whenever we're all together." My heart has stopped. Olivia looked up from her play and gasped. "Daddy, is that the special ring?" "It is, Princess. Should I ask Mama the special question?" Olivia nodded happily and rushed over to us. Daniel dropped to one knee in Rachel's living room, surrounded by pink decorations and the aroma of birthday cake. "Lily, you've made our little family complete in ways I never knew were possible. Olivia loves you like you've been her mama from day one, and I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone. Will you marry us, both of us?" I was crying before he finished speaking. "Yes," I muttered, then spoke louder. "Yes, of course. Yes." He put the ring on my finger. A lovely vintage-style setting with a central diamond surrounded by lesser stones that reflected the light nicely. Olivia cheered and wrapped her arms around both of us, forming a 3-way hug that felt like coming home. The room erupted in surprise and congratulations. Mom cried. Dad was shaking Daniel's hand and slapping his back, and young Lily was cheering enthusiastically from her location by the dollhouse. Rachel was transfixed in the midst of it all, her face changing emotions too swiftly to track. "But Lily," she finally murmured, her voice small and perplexing. "You never said... you always seem so..." "So what, Rachel?" I inquired softly, still holding Olivia and admiring my ring. "So content with my life? So happy with my choices? So comfortable being myself?" "So alone," she said faintly. "I was never alone," I explained, glancing around at Daniel, Olivia and my family. "I was just private. There's a difference." Daniel was now engaged in conversation with Dad about his career as a software engineer, and Olivia pulled tiny Lily over to meet Grandpa and Grandma Chen since she had obviously decided to contact my parents. Mom was overjoyed, instantly questioning Olivia about her clothing and stuffed elephant. "You know what the funny thing is, Rachel?" I asked quietly, leaning closer to my sister. "All those comments about me playing house? You were right. I was playing house. I was learning how to be a partner, how to be a parent, how to build something real and lasting. And it turns out I'm pretty good at it." Rachel's eyes flooded with tears. "Lily, I'm sorry. I didn't know." "I know you didn't. But here's what I need you to understand. Even if I had stayed single forever, even if it had just been me and my cats for the rest of my life, that would have been a valid choice too. My worth isn't determined by whether I have a husband and kids." She nodded and wiped her eyes. "You're right. I think I've been jealous, honestly. You always seem so confident, so sure of yourself. I got married so young, and sometimes I wonder what it would have been like to have that independence you had." "The grass is always greener," I remarked softly. But Rachel, you have a beautiful family. Your kids adore you, and you're a great mom. We just took different paths. She grinned tentatively. Can I start over with Daniel and Olivia? I looked over to my new little family. Daniel was now seated on the floor with Olivia and Lily, assisting them in setting up an elaborate dollhouse scene complete with a tea party and all of the miniature furnishings. Olivia was explaining very seriously that the daddy doll needed to sit in the blue chair because it matched his eyes, just like her father. I'd like that, I told Rachel. But no more comments about my life choices, okay? Olivia's watching and learning, and I want her to grow up knowing that there are lots of ways to be happy. Rachel nodded. Deal. And Lily, congratulations. Really. Daniel seems wonderful, and Olivia is absolutely precious. She is, I agreed, watching Olivia delicately lay a little dessert on the dollhouse dinner table. She's been the best surprise of my life. The remainder of the party was a flurry of introductions, explanations, and enthusiastic preparation. Olivia charmed everyone, calling my parents Grandma and Grandpa as if she'd known them forever, and asking if she might be in Lily's class at school because they were nearly the same age. Daniel blended in smoothly, talking sports with my uncle and swapping parenting anecdotes with Rachel's husband. When it came time to sing happy birthday to Lily, Olivia insisted on standing next to her new cousin and singing louder than everyone else. As we prepared to go, she hugged Rachel and said, "Thank you for the princess party. Mama said we might have a princess party for my birthday too, and you can come if you want." Rachel peered at me over Olivia's head, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "I would love that, sweetheart." Olivia chatted happily in the van on the way home about the festivities, her new cousins, and her extra grandparents. Daniel reached over and squeezed my hand. "So," he added, smiling, "that went well." I chuckled and spun my new ring around my finger. Better than I could have imagined. "Mama," Olivia asked from the back seat, "can we play house when we get home? But like the real kind, where we're all actually a family?" I met Daniel's gaze in the rearview mirror, and we both smiled. "We already are, baby girl," I told her. "We already are." Update 2. Wow, this has really exploded overnight. Thank you for all of the prizes and compliments. A few folks have asked for more information about some topics, so here's a longer update. First, regarding the adoption process. Daniel and I met with a family lawyer this week, and because Olivia's biological mother has signed away all rights and we haven't spoken in over 2 years, the process should be quite simple once we marry. Olivia is quite eager about making it official, as she puts it. She's been practicing writing Olivia Lily, last name, and has asked if she can refer to Daniel's parents as extra grandparents, in addition to my parents. Several people inquired about the family relationships afterward. Rachel and I had a lengthy talk the day after the party. She revealed that she had been suffering from postpartum depression since her youngest was born, and that bashing my lifestyle was her method of making herself feel better about her own decisions. I am quite proud of her for starting therapy. She also apologized directly to Daniel, who took the situation with more kindness than she undoubtedly deserved. The rest of the family has been quite welcoming. Olivia has completely captured my parents' hearts. She is their first granddaughter, as Rachel's children reside across the country and we only visit them a few times per year. Mom has already begun teaching Olivia to bake, and Dad has purchased a small toolbox for her to help with household duties. My grandmother, who I was concerned would struggle with a non-traditional family structure, astonished everyone by immediately calling Olivia her great-granddaughter and asking when we plan to give her a great-great-grandchild. "This one needs a little brother or sister," she said during last Sunday's family dinner, and Olivia nodded firmly in accord. Regarding the wedding planning, we've agreed to hold a small ceremony next April on my parents' lawn, weather permitting. Olivia will be both flower girl and ring bearer, carrying the rings in a small basket that she has previously chosen. She also informed us that Mr. Whiskers and Cleo should be included in the wedding photos because they are also family members. The most touching aspect has been Olivia's growing bond with young Lily. They've become true friends, not simply cousins brought together by chance. Lily has started asking her mother if Olivia can attend more family gatherings. Last weekend, Olivia drew Lily a drawing of the dollhouse with their names on it, marking it, "Our house for playing." Daniel has been fantastic throughout this. He keeps saying he can't believe how lucky we were to have things go so well. But, honestly, I believe we made our own luck by being patient, cautious, and prioritizing Olivia's needs throughout our relationship. A couple people commented that they are in similar situations, dating single parents or being single parents themselves, and sought guidance. The most important thing I learned was that you cannot rush these connections. Olivia's acceptance of me did not happen quickly, and there were times in those first few months when I wondered if I was cut out for step-parenthood. Kids are brutally honest. Olivia once told me that my pancakes were okay, but not as good as Daddy's, and that my singing voice was kind of scratchy. But their candor is precisely what makes their love so genuine when it comes. Also, to anyone suffering with family members who regularly criticize their life choices, you don't have to explain why you're happy. I spent years letting Rachel's criticisms undermine my confidence, second-guessing my decisions, and wondering whether she was correct that my life was somehow inferior or inadequate. The truth is that my life was perfect before Daniel and Olivia. They simply made it different, and in many ways, better. But different does not imply better, and better does not negate what came before. Someone asked if I regretted not informing my family about Daniel and Olivia sooner. Honestly, no. Those 8 months of privacy were valuable. We were able to be a family without outside opinions or pressure, without well-meaning but overpowering relatives attempting to hurry up our timeline or offering unsolicited advice. Olivia was able to bond with me without feeling like she was acting for an audience. And Daniel and I were able to work out our relationship without interference from our families. The secrecy also made the reveal even more enjoyable. I'll confess it. Witnessing Rachel's face go through a complete range of emotions was one of the most vindictively enjoyable moments of my life. She spent many years making me feel small and inadequate. Everything fell apart in an instant. Not because I was attempting to hurt her, but because the facts contradicted her assumptions. Final update. It has been 6 months since the birthday party event, and I wanted to provide one final update because so many people have been following our tale. Daniel and I got married 3 weeks ago in my parents' backyard, just as we had planned. The weather was wonderful. Olivia was the cutest flower girl and ring bearer in history. And yes, we did take professional photographs with the kiddies. Mr. Whiskers accepted the bow tie for exactly 5 minutes, just enough time for a few photos before stomping off to sulk beneath the porch. The adoption paperwork is nearly complete. Olivia will officially be Olivia Lily, last name, by Christmas, which she believes is the nicest Christmas present ever. She has already started a countdown calendar. Rachel and I have made our relationship considerably healthier. She has been in treatment for 4 months and is doing considerably better. She helped arrange the wedding, and her speech at the reception was quite poignant. She publicly apologized for her previous remarks and discussed how observing Daniel, Olivia, and me together showed her that families exist in a variety of shapes, and love is what makes them real. The most unexpected development was Rachel's therapy journey, which motivated our mother to begin therapy as well. Apparently, witnessing Rachel work through her issues made Mom realize she had some of her own habits to investigate. It's been beneficial for our entire family dynamic. Olivia is doing well in kindergarten and has made friends with numerous classmates who also have bonus parents, as her teacher calls step-parents. She founded a club called Mixed Up Families, where kids can discuss their various family structures. Olivia's matter-of-fact approach about having a mama who chose me and a daddy who got me first has helped other youngsters feel more secure about their own family arrangements, according to her teacher. Daniel and I are thinking about having a baby together in a year or two. Olivia is advocating hard for a younger sister, preferably one with curly hair like mine, but possibly with mama's eyes. She's already planning on teaching the baby about cats, and how to properly brush their fur. Mr. Whiskers and Cleo have properly adapted to their position as humans' older siblings. Cleo still sleeps in Olivia's bed every night, and Mr. Whiskers has proclaimed himself the official homework supervisor, sitting on Olivia's desk and occasionally knocking pencils to the floor when he believes she needs a break. Thank you to everyone who left comments or sent email to share their own stories. It's been great to hear from so many people who discovered love and family in unexpected ways, struggled with critical family members, or are single parents hoping that someone will love them and their children. Family isn't about biology or conventional timelines. It's about showing up for each other every day, in all the small ways that count. And to anyone who is currently dealing with family members that make them feel inferior because of their choices, you are enough just the way you are. Your life does not have to resemble anyone else's to be valuable and complete. Sometimes the most rewarding retribution is simply living truthfully and finding satisfaction on your own path, regardless of what others think. The animals and I were content before Daniel and Olivia entered our home. We're joyful now too, but in a different, louder, and more chaotic way. Both versions of my life were positive. They were simply separate chapters in the same story. Thank you for following along with this trip. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a 6-year-old who needs assistance creating a blanket fort with her stuffed animals. And, obviously, Mr. Whiskers has strong feelings regarding the structural soundness of our pillow walls. Too long. Did not read. Sister spent years criticizing my single life, claiming I was playing house with my animals. At my niece's birthday celebration, she delivered her most vicious comments yet, in front of the entire family. My secret lover came just then, accompanied by my secret almost stepdaughter, who addressed me as Mama. He proposed in front of everybody. Sister's taunting gave way to stunned silence, and I finally had the family I'd been quietly cultivating while she thought I was just a sad cat lady. 6 months later, we were married. The adoption is almost complete, and my sister and I have a much healthier relationship, based on mutual respect rather than her projecting her fears into my life decisions. My sister sabotage spat on me and kissed my husband in our wedding. My parents blamed me. So I had her arrested, fired, and erased from my life. I am Amelia, a 28-year-old female, and I was about to marry my amazing fiancé, Marcus, a 30-year-old male. Clara, my 25-year-old sister, has always been the shining star in our family. Everything I accomplished, she had to surpass. Everything I desired, she had to possess. But this time, she took it too far. Allow me to paint you a picture of Clara. She's lovely, I'll give her that. Blonde hair, blue eyes, the type of person who never had to work for attention since it was always readily available. Our parents revered the land she walked upon. When Chloe received a C in college, people praised her efforts. When I graduated summa cum laude, many asked why I wasn't more well-rounded like Chloe. When Chloe was arrested for drunk driving at age 22, they blamed the system and hired the best counsel money could buy. When I was promoted to senior manager at my marketing agency, they asked whether I was confident I could handle the stress, and suggested I focus on finding a husband instead. You get the picture. Marcus and I have been together 4 years. He proposed on a beach in Hawaii during our spring vacation last year, and it was wonderful. He's nice, humorous, and accomplished, but most importantly, he sees me for who I am. Not as Chloe's older sister, not as the responsible one, just me. When we announced our engagement, my family's first query was not, "Congratulations," but, "Does Clara approve of him?" I should have noticed the red signals. The wedding planning process was a nightmare. Chloe involved herself in every choice. She obviously wanted to be maid of honor, despite the fact that Sophie, my best friend since high school, had been my closest confidant. She requested clearance on the color scheme because, what if it clashes with my complexion? She even suggested we alter the location because the original one was not elegant enough for our family's standards. But the real kicker came 2 months before the wedding, when Clara began making remarks about Marcus. "He's so funny, Amelia. You're lucky to have him. Marcus really gets my sense of humor. We have so much in common." She began popping up unannounced at our place, always when Marcus was present. She'd wear low-cut tops and short skirts, laugh too loudly at his jokes, and make reasons to touch his arm or shoulder. Marcus told me about it right away. "Your sister's being really weird," he commented one evening after Chloe had spent 3 hours at our house, ostensibly assisting with wedding invites but actually monopolizing his time. "She keeps making these comments about how we'd make a good couple, and today she asked me what I'd do if I'd met her first." I confronted Clara about it. "Big mistake, Amelia, you're being paranoid," she remarked, with that innocent smile that had always kept her out of trouble. "I'm just trying to bond with my future brother-in-law. Isn't that what families do?" When I brought it up with our parents, they dismissed me completely. "Clara's just excited about the wedding," she remarked. "You're being jealous and possessive. It's not a good look on a bride." Dad was worse. "Your sister is young and social, stop reading into everything. Marcus chose you, didn't he?" The rehearsal dinner was held the night before the wedding at a lovely downtown restaurant. Clara delivered a maid of honor speech that was supposed to be about me, but became entirely about her. She discussed her own marital hopes and love concepts before concluding, "I just hope Marcus knows how lucky he is to be joining our family. No, Amelia, our family." Marcus held my hand under the table and said, "Tomorrow we'll be married, and this will all be behind us." If only we'd known. The wedding day began well. It was October 15th, and the Willowbrook Country Club had the finest autumn weather. I'd been dreaming of this day since I was a child, and everything was going as planned. My grandmother's exquisite vintage-inspired lace gown served as my attire. The flowers were perfect, white roses and eucalyptus. The space was decorated just how I had imagined. Clara was acting unusual all morning, which I attributed to anxiety. She continued giggling and saying bizarre things like, "This is going to be such an interesting day, and some people are going to be so surprised." I was too preoccupied with my own enjoyment to pay any attention. The ceremony was amazing. Marcus looked stunning in his navy suit, and as I walked down the aisle, the love in his eyes made me feel like the only woman in the world. We exchanged vows we'd written ourselves, and there wasn't a dry eye in the house, except for Clara, who appeared to be scheming something. After the ceremony, we were snapping photos with the wedding party when it happened. I was posing with my new spouse, both of us beaming with joy, when Clara approached us. At first I assumed she wanted to congratulate us or take a photo. Instead, she stared me dead in the eye and spat right in my face. The photographer's camera caught my shock, saliva trickling down my cheek, my immaculate makeup damaged. But Chloe wasn't finished. Before I could grasp what had happened, she pounced at Marcus, grabbing his face and slamming her lips against his in an intense, possessive kiss. She clutched on firmly. Marcus was surprised for a time and couldn't react. When he finally pushed her away, she smirked. "Congratulations, brother-in-law," she murmured softly, as if nothing had occurred. The entire bridal party froze in disbelief. Sophie gave me a tissue and asked, "What the hell just happened?" Marcus looked terrified, wiping his lips and taking a protective step in front of me. "Clara, what is wrong with you?" I managed to cry, my voice quivering with wrath and embarrassment. My parents rushed over, but not to console me or discuss Chloe's behavior. No, they went straight into damage control mode for their lovely daughter. "She's drunk," Mom exclaimed, grasping Chloe's arm. "Chloe's had too much champagne," Dad said, nodding excitedly. "Clara, it was a mistake, right? You didn't mean anything by it?" They were both looking at Clara with concern and care, completely ignoring the fact that I was standing there with spit on my wedding dress and my sister's lipstick in my husband's mouth. "I tried to explain," I responded, my voice rising. "She just spat on me and kissed my husband, on my wedding day." Mom turned on me with a ferocity I'd never seen before. "How dare you say anything to Clara?" she exclaimed. "She made a basic error." I looked at her in bewilderment. "Is this a mistake?" She purposely spat in my face. Dad stepped forward, his face red with rage, but not at Clara, at me. "Stop seeking attention, Amelia. We're already at your wedding. Leave your sister alone." My brother Derek, 26, decided to add his own brilliant observation. "Some brides just can't handle a little fun." Uncle Trevor, Dad's brother, nodded wisely. "Some people just ruin their own special days." And Aunt Celeste, Mom's sister, put the final nail in the coffin. "Finally, someone's being honest about her drama." Chloe simply stood there, grinning gleefully at my humiliation. She wasn't intoxicated. Her eyes were clear, and her movements were organized. She knew precisely what she was doing, and she was loving every moment of my agony. The wedding guests were beginning to whisper and point. Some people used their phones to take images and videos. My special day was transformed into a circus, with my own family serving as the ringleader. But there's one thing about me that my family never understood. I never break. I bend, adapt, and plan. And something clicked into place as I looked at their expressions, seeing their blatant disregard for my sentiments and their shielding of Chloe's reprehensible behavior. I remained calm. I wiped the spit off my face with all the dignity I could summon. I fixed my dress. I looked each of them in the eye and smiled. "You're absolutely right," I answered gently. "Clara is drunk, and people make mistakes when they are drunk, so I forgive her." My family appeared relieved. Chloe seemed perplexed, but remained smug. Marcus grabbed my hand, unsure of my plans but entirely trusting me. "In fact," I went on, "I think we should make sure Chloe gets the help she needs. Sophie, could you please call the police and report a drunk and disorderly person at our wedding? I'm concerned for Chloe's safety." Sophie, bless her heart, understood immediately and took out her phone. "No, wait," Mom replied hurriedly. "That's not necessary, she's fine." "Oh, but you just said she's drunk," I responded pleasantly. "And drunk people who assault others and make unwanted sexual advances need help, don't they? I mean, she did just spit on the bride and forcibly kiss the groom. That's assault and sexual harassment. If she's drunk, then she clearly needs medical attention, and possibly detox." Dad stepped forward. "Amelia, don't be ridiculous." "Ridiculous?" I inquired, my voice remaining calm but becoming louder so our guests could hear. "My sister just assaulted me and sexually harassed my husband at my wedding. And you're calling me ridiculous for wanting to help her with her obvious drinking problem." Chloe's smirk was fading quickly. "I'm not drunk," she replied immediately. Oh? I asked, turning to her with furrowed brows. So you deliberately spat on me and kissed my husband without being impaired. Well, that's even worse, isn't it? The crowd was growing now, and I could see several of Marcus's family members looking horrified by the situation. His mother, Paula, was filming everything with her phone. Clara, honey, just say you're sorry and that you were confused, Mom said urgently. But I wasn't finished. Not even close. Actually, you know what? I think we need to address this properly. Marcus, darling, do you want to press charges for sexual assault? Marcus, who had been silently enraged the entire time, stepped forwards. Yes, he said forcefully. Yes, I do. I did not consent to that kiss, and I want it on record. Amelia, Dad hissed. Stop this nonsense. Nonsense? I laughed, and it wasn't a pleasant sound. Let me tell you what's nonsense, Dad. Nonsense is spending $30,000 on a wedding only to have my sister assault me and my husband while my family defends her. Nonsense is being told I'm attention-seeking on my own wedding day. Nonsense is being told to leave my sister alone after she just publicly humiliated me. I turned to face the assembled guests, who were watching things develop like the world's most awkward reality show. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for this disruption. As you can see, my family believes that spitting on the bride and kissing the groom without consent is just fun, and that I'm being dramatic for objecting to it. I want to thank you all for being here on what should have been the happiest day of my life. The crowd's noise grew louder. People were plainly uncomfortable and began to side with me. Several of Marcus's relatives were shaking their heads in disgust at my family's actions. Sophie had called the police, and I could see 2 cops approaching the area. Chloe spotted them as well and began to fear. Amelia, please, she pleaded, losing her assertive tone. I was just joking around. Joking? I inquired. So, you're not drunk. You're just someone who thinks assault is funny. Cop Morales, the lead cop, approached us and inquired as to the nature of the matter. My sister assaulted me by spitting on me during my wedding ceremony, and then she sexually assaulted my husband by kissing him without consent, I quietly whispered. My family is claiming she's drunk, and that it was a mistake, but she just admitted she was joking around, which means she was sober, and did it deliberately. Officer Morales examined my soiled garment before turning to Marcus, who nodded grimly. I did not consent to that kiss, and I want to press charges, Marcus stated unequivocally. This is ridiculous, Mom exclaimed. Officers, this is just a family misunderstanding. Ma'am, Officer Morales answered respectfully. Assault is assault, whether it's family or not, and if alcohol is involved, that doesn't excuse the behavior, it makes it worse. They questioned multiple witnesses, including the photographer, who showed them photos of the entire affair. The proof was pretty damning, but I wasn't finished yet. Definitely not. While the authorities were dealing with Chloe, who was now crying and claiming everything was a misunderstanding, I approached the DJ booth and requested the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I continued, my voice clear over the sound system. I want to thank you all for being here today. However, I need to address what just happened. The entire reception went silent. Even the catering workers paused to listen. My sister Chloe just spat on me and kissed my husband without his consent. When I objected to this treatment, my parents defended her actions and told me I was being dramatic and attention-seeking. They said I was ruining my own special day by objecting to being assaulted. I could see my parents' faces become red with shame and anger, but I persisted. I want everyone here to understand something. I have spent my entire life being told that Chloe's feelings, Chloe's needs, and Chloe's behavior are more important than mine. I have been told to be understanding, to be forgiving, to be the bigger person. Well, today, on my wedding day, I'm done. The crowd had gone utterly silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Clara, Mom, Dad, Derek, Uncle Trevor, Aunt Celeste, you are no longer welcome at my wedding. Security will escort you out. Furthermore, you are no longer welcome in my life. Security guards, whom I had quietly requested Sophie to summon, appeared at the borders of the gathering. Amelia, you can't be serious, Mom cried, her voice breaking. I'm dead serious, I responded. I've spent 28 years watching you prioritize Chloe over everything else, including basic human decency. Today was the last straw. Officer Morales was now handcuffing Chloe. She was crying and imploring. All traces of her former smugness were vanished. This isn't over, she screamed as she was dragged away. You'll regret this. No, I responded, staring her in the eyes. I really won't. Dad attempted to approach me, but Marcus stood between us. "You heard my wife," he replied forcefully. "You need to leave." "This is insane," Dad exclaimed. "Over a little mistake." "Mistake?" I chuckled bitterly. "Dad, your daughter spat on me and sexually assaulted my husband at my wedding. The only mistake here is that I ever expected you to act like actual parents instead of Chloe's personal PR team." Security pulled them all out, and I could hear Mom crying and Dad screaming about how I was ruining the family as they were dragged away. Derek yelled at me for overreacting, and Uncle Trevor called me vindictive. Aunt Celeste was loudly stating that I had always been envious of Chloe. Once they were gone, something spectacular happened. The wedding was just amazing. Our remaining guests, Marcus's relatives and actual friends, rallied around us and showed us amazing support. His mother, Paula, gave me her lipstick to do my makeup. His father, Raymond, gave a toast about how delighted he was to welcome me into a family that valued me. Sophie arranged for the photographer to retake our wedding party images without my toxic family members. The greatest part, 3 of my cousins, who had been watching this spectacle unfold with rising disgust, approached me during the reception. "Amelia," my cousin Leah said, "we've been wanting to say this for years. Your parents' treatment of you compared to Chloe is absolutely disgusting. We're proud of you for finally standing up for yourself." Miles, my cousin, continued, "We've all talked about it behind closed doors. Chloe is a spoiled brat, and your parents enable her constantly. What she did today was unforgivable." Even my grandma, my father's mother, who is 89 and had been silently observing everything, approached me during the father-daughter dance that Marcus's father performed with me. "I'm proud of you, sweetheart," she said quietly in my ear. "I've been watching this family dynamic for decades, and it needed to stop. You did the right thing." However, the real vengeance had only just begun. You see, while Chloe was detained and my parents were being led away, I wanted Sophie to do something extremely particular. I gave her a list of phone numbers and instructed her to make several calls. Trent, Chloe's 2-year boyfriend, had to leave town for work and was unable to attend the wedding. Sophie called to inform him that his girlfriend had just been arrested for assault and sexual harassment during my wedding. Trent, who had clearly had his own suspicions about Chloe's behavior, promptly broke up with her over the phone and informed Sophie that he would be taking up his belongings from her apartment the next day. Sophie also contacted Chloe's employment. Chloe worked in a high-end boutique that took pleasure in its reputation and class. They were disappointed to learn that one of their staff had been arrested for assault at a family wedding. Sophie was sure to add that there was photographic and video proof, which may show up on social media. Sophie called the local newspaper Society reporter, who was already planned to cover our wedding because Marcus's family is well known in the neighborhood. Jenna Sharp, a reporter, was highly interested in the tale of a maid of honor who was arrested for assaulting the bride. The next morning, while Marcus and I were enjoying our first day as a married couple in our hotel suite, my phone began ringing nonstop. Clara made the first call from jail. "Amelia, you have to help me," she pleaded. "They're saying I might be charged with assault and sexual harassment. I could go to jail. I could lose my job. Trent broke up with me. Please, you have to drop the charges." "Clara," I said, "you made your choice when you decided to assault me and my husband at my wedding. Now you get to live with the consequences." "But I'm your sister," she cried. "Sisters don't spit on each other's faces," I told her. "Sisters don't sexually assault each other's husbands. You stopped being my sister the moment you chose to humiliate me on the most important day of my life." I answered the phone. The second call came from Mom. "Amelia, how could you do this to your own family?" She was weeping. "Clara is in jail. Do you know how embarrassing this is?" "Do I know how embarrassing this is?" I asked incredulously. "Mom, your daughter spat on me at my wedding, on camera, in front of 200 people, and you're worried about embarrassment?" "She made a mistake. People make mistakes." "No, Mom, mistakes are forgetting to RSVP to a party or wearing the wrong color shoes. Assault is a choice. And your choice to defend her instead of me tells me everything I need to know about what I mean to this family." I responded by hanging up. Dad called next, and he was furious. "Amelia, I don't know what's gotten into you, but this vindictive behavior needs to stop. Your sister needs help, not jail time." "You're right, Dad. She does need help. Professional help. And maybe some time to think about her actions will provide that. This is going too far. Dad, let me ask you something. If Chloe had spat on and sexually assaulted a stranger at their wedding, would you be defending her behavior?" There is silence. "The only difference is that I'm your daughter too, but apparently that means less than Chloe's comfort." I'm done enabling this family's dysfunction. I called him back and hung up. But the calls kept coming. Derek called to inform me that I was wrecking Chloe's life for nothing. Uncle Trevor called to report that I was pulling the family apart. Aunt Celeste called to tell me I was selfish and hateful. I blocked all of their numbers. The big shock came 3 days later, when Jenna Sharp's story appeared in the Willowbrook Gazette. The title read, "Local Wedding Turns Ugly When Maid of Honor Assaults Bride and Groom." The newspaper contained images of the incident, which clearly showed Chloe spitting on me and kissing Marcus. It cited numerous anonymous wedding attendees who described the family's reaction and my parents' defense of Chloe's actions. The article described a troubled family dynamic and a bride who eventually stood up for herself. Within hours, many regional news sites took up the story and it was trending on local social media. Chloe's employer dismissed her that afternoon. Her landlord, who had watched the news, declined to renew her lease. Several of her acquaintances have publicly distanced themselves from her on social media. However, the actual ramifications had only barely begun. Chloe was charged with 2 charges of assault and 1 count of sexual harassment. Her court hearing was scheduled for December 15, exactly 2 months after my wedding. She had hired a lawyer, but the photo and video evidence made her case seem hopeless. My parents attempted to pressure me to dismiss the accusations, including showing up at my office. I had them hauled out by security and sought a restraining order. The restraining order hearing was especially satisfying. After analyzing the evidence and hearing testimony from many witnesses, the judge awarded a 1-year restraining order against both Chloe and my parents for harassment. "Mrs. Prescott," Watson began to me, "I want you to know that the court finds your family's behavior completely inappropriate. No one should have to endure assault and then be told they're overreacting for objecting to it. Marcus and I traveled on our honeymoon to Italy, and it was simply wonderful. There was no family drama, no Clara attempting to insert herself into every moment. Just us peacefully celebrating our marriage. When we returned, we discovered that Chloe had been posting more disturbing things about me on social media. Concerned pals submitted screenshots to me. She claimed that I was envious, had set her up, and that she was the true victim in all of this. So I did what any sensible person would do. I collated all of her posts, added them to the evidence file, and forwarded them to her lawyer as proof that she was clearly not sorry and was still openly harassing me. Her lawyer was not happy. Chloe's trial was a huge disaster. The prosecution, Amelia Cole, was quite thorough. She offered photo and video evidence, statements from many witnesses, and evidence of Chloe's ongoing harassment on social media. Chloe's case was essentially, it was just a joke, and she's always been jealous of me. Her lawyer attempted to portray me as vengeful, and Chloe as a young woman who made a mistake while drinking. But then something lovely occurred. Derek King, the photographer, had documented more than just the assault. He had been capturing candid photographs throughout the day and had observed Chloe's conduct prior to the event. The photographs showed her clearly sober, grinning, and preparing something. One photo even shows her conversing with a guest, appearing to suggest, "Watch this," while pointing at me. Marcus's testimony was really strong. He recalled Chloe's months of inappropriate behavior leading up to the wedding, her attempts to seduce him, and how he felt violated when she pushed herself on him. "Your Honor," he replied, "this wasn't a drunken mistake. This was a calculated attack on my wife and on our marriage by someone who has spent years trying to undermine Amelia's happiness." My testimony focused on the pattern of family dysfunction and how this incident was the culmination of decades of being reminded that my feelings were less important than Chloe's. "I'm not here for vengeance," I informed the judge. "I'm here because actions have consequences, and my family taught me that Chloe's actions never did. Someone needed to teach her that lesson." Chloe was found guilty of all charges. Despite her claim that she was not drunk, she was sentenced to 6 months in jail, suspended, 2 years probation, 200 hours of community service, mandatory anger management counseling, and alcohol counseling. She was also ordered to pay restitution for the expense of replacing my outfit and the photographer's time spent retaking our images. The best thing, however, is that the judge added a specific condition to her probation: no communication with me or Marcus, and no social media posts mentioning us. Any transgression would result in the entire 6-month sentence being activated. The aftermath was everything I had hoped for, and more. Chloe's life had completely fallen apart. She couldn't get another work in retail since the story followed her around. She had to move back in with our parents, which was ironic given that they were dealing with the consequences of their enabling for the first time. Trent had not only broken up with her, but he had also told their entire buddy circle about it. Chloe found herself absolutely isolated socially. Her Instagram followers decreased from 3,000 to around 200, largely family members who felt forced to stay in touch. My parents' reputation within their social circle was ruined. Country club friends were asking embarrassing questions. Dad lost a potential business relationship because the prospective partner's wife had attended the wedding and observed everything. Mom was requested to step down from her position on the charity board, something she had been quite proud of. Derek, Uncle Trevor, and Aunt Celeste all attempted to reconcile months later, but I remained steadfast. I emailed them all the identical message. You made your choice when you defended assault and blamed the victim. I'm making mine by choosing not to have people in my life who think that's acceptable. But here's the real kicker, the bit that makes me happy every time I think about it. 6 months after the wedding, Chloe broke her probation by making a false Instagram account and publishing a lengthy diatribe about me. She called me insane and claimed that I had ruined her life for nothing, and that I was a bitter, jealous sister who couldn't stand the fact that she was prettier than her. Someone screenshotted it and gave it to me. I forwarded it to the prosecutor's office. Chloe served 3 months in actual jail. When she came out, she was a different person. The arrogance had vanished, replaced by a downtrodden expression that I almost felt sorry for. Almost. She attempted to contact me once more, sending a letter through my grandmother. Amelia, the message read. I know I messed up. I know I hurt you. I was jealous and stupid. And I made terrible choices. I've lost everything, and I know it's my fault. I'm not asking for forgiveness, because I don't deserve it. I just want you to know that I finally understand how much pain I caused you. Not just that day, but our whole lives. I hope you're happy. I read the letter once before throwing it away. Marcus and I have been married for 8 months, and our life is amazing. We purchased a nice house across town, away from my parents' area. We've gained new pals who truly respect and support us. We plan to start a family next year. My grandmother, who was appalled by the entire affair, amended her will to leave her house to me rather than dividing it between Chloe and me as planned. Chloe definitely does not understand the importance of family, but I do. 3 of my relatives have entirely stopped communicating with my parents and Chloe. They've become like siblings to me, the family I always wanted but never had. Marcus's family has absolutely embraced me. His mother tells people she has the daughter she has always wanted, and his father quips that he is relieved he no longer has to cope with my eccentric in-laws. Last month, I was promoted at work to regional manager. When I called to tell someone the wonderful news, I discovered I had called Marcus's mother, rather than my own. That's when I realized how much better my life was without my poisonous family. I heard through the grapevine that Chloe eventually got a work at a grocery shop 2 towns away. She lives in a studio apartment and, according to my cousin Leah, has acquired a lot of weight. She rarely leaves her apartment, except for work. My parents are supposedly visiting a marriage counselor because the stress of the situation has produced huge problems for them. Dad accuses Mom of raising Chloe incorrectly, while Mom accuses Dad of failing to support the family when it was most needed. They are both correct in certain ways. The funny part, around 4 months after the wedding, Mom attempted to send me a Christmas card as if nothing had occurred. Inside was what she'd written. We miss you. Clara is doing much better now. Maybe it's time to put this behind us. Love, Mom and Dad. I returned the package with the following comment. You missed my point entirely. The problem was never Chloe's behavior alone. The problem was your response to it. You taught me that my feelings don't matter, and that I should accept mistreatment for the sake of family peace. I finally learned that lesson. Just not the way you intended. I never heard back, but the consequences of that day continued to spread in ways I hadn't expected. Word of what happened spread across our area, and people began to come forward with their own stories about Chloe's behavior over time. Apparently, I wasn't the only one she had targeted. Sophie told me that 3 other women from high school had contacted her after viewing the television coverage. One student, Anna, informed Sophie that Chloe had purposefully damaged her senior year relationship with her boyfriend by circulating false information about Anna's adultery. Another girl, Renee, said Chloe stole her scholarship essay and presented it as her own, costing Renee a full ride to college. Monica, a third person, said that Chloe had keyed her car after Monica was voted as prom queen over her. The pattern was evident, and it had been ongoing for decades. Chloe was a predator who preyed on anyone she perceived as competition or who possessed what she desired. The difference this time was that she targeted someone who actually fought back. Caleb, Marcus's best man, also said something that made my blood boil. Chloe apparently showed up uninvited to the bachelor party 2 weeks before the wedding. She confronted Marcus in the bathroom, telling him that I was not the proper woman for him and that she could make him much happier. Marcus had told her to leave, Caleb answered, and had mentioned it to me, but hadn't wanted to upset you before the wedding. I should have told you, Marcus replied when Caleb eventually disclosed the truth. But I thought if I just ignored her, she'd get the hint. It's not your fault, I told him. Clara is a master manipulator. She spent years learning how to push boundaries and get away with it because everyone always makes excuses for her. This revelation gave me even greater confidence that I had made the right decision. Clara had not assaulted us on a whim. She had planned to undermine my marriage for weeks, if not months. Some people have asked me if I regret how I handled things, if I believe I went too far, and if I miss my family. The response is no, and occasionally, I do not regret standing up for myself. I don't regret refusing to accept that attack is simply enjoyable. I don't regret prioritizing my dignity over my family's comfort. Do I ever miss the idea of having a loving and supportive family? Of course. But I can't miss something I've never had. What I had was a bunch of people who regularly opted to put one person's comfort ahead of everyone else's fundamental human rights. Clara taught me a crucial lesson that day, but not the one she meant. She taught me that certain people will push the boundaries until someone says no. She taught me that enablers are just as harmful as the people they support. She also taught me that if you stop picking up trash, it will occasionally take care of itself. Marcus and I are thriving. We are arranging a vow renewal for our first anniversary, and we will only invite people who truly love and respect us. My guest list is shorter now, but it is much better. As for Clara, I last heard she was still working at that grocery shop, living alone, and dealing with the consequences of her decisions. My parents supposedly visit her every Sunday, and according to my cousin Leah, these trips usually finish with Clara wailing about how terrible her life is, and my parents agreeing that I am horrible for not letting this go. They still don't understand it. They probably never will. But I do. I finally understand that I deserve to be treated with fundamental human dignity, and that I don't have to accept anything less simply because we share DNA. The finest retribution isn't getting even. It's becoming free, and I'm finally, completely, and delightfully free. Some may argue that I should have simply let it go, that family is family, and that I could have dealt with it quietly. To such folks I say this. When someone spits in your face and sexually assaults your spouse at your wedding, and your entire family supports and attacks you, you've already exhausted all sensible options. Sometimes quitting the game is the only way to win. I selected myself for the first time in my life, and it was the best decision I'd ever made. Update. 3 months later, several individuals have asked for an update. So here goes. Chloe fulfilled her community service, but then broke her probation by attempting to contact Marcus at his office. She was sentenced to 6 months in jail and only got out last week. The erstwhile golden kid did not seem to fare well in jail. My parents have attempted to reach out via flying monkeys multiple times, but I have made it clear to everyone that I am not interested in reconciliation. They even attempted to disrupt my cousin Leah's birthday party, where they knew I would be. I just left, and Leah kicked them out. Leah later informed me that they spent the entire time begging others to talk sense into Amelia. The most satisfying update. Chloe attempted to set up a GoFundMe for legal expenses and getting back on my feet, and it raised exactly $0. Even her enabling parents avoided public donations because they knew it would be embarrassing. Marcus and I are looking for a bigger house because we are expecting our first kid in the spring. When people ask if we're going to contact my family about the baby, I just smile and say, our child will only know family members who know how to treat others with respect. Some bridges are worth burning if they lead to toxic places. Anyway, to anyone reading this who is in a similar circumstance, you deserve better. You do not have to tolerate mistreatment simply because it comes from relatives. Choose yourself. Choose your peace. Choose your dignity. It's the best retaliation. Brother destroyed my Chinese books, faked migraines to control me, then begged for my help to land a gaming job with my girlfriend's father. My brother Brian was always a cheerful kid with a low IQ. He'd chuckle about spelling his name incorrectly and mock himself for still taking Algebra 1 in senior year. But then he failed to graduate. He suddenly realized that intelligence was his enemy, and that everybody who learned something was mocking him. Our grandma used to play these brain-training games on our computer, and Brian switched it off just as she reached her highest score. He even discarded our 7-year-old cousin's Scrabble set, which she had received for Christmas after losing to her. When I began learning Chinese to impress my crush, I became his next target. I tried to be understanding at first. I avoided practicing in front of him and watched the videos with headphones on, but it wasn't enough. He'd throw a fit when he saw my Duolingo alerts, accusing me of bragging to make him feel foolish. I tried to explain that it was for a girl, but he claimed that foreign languages were my attempt to rub my working brain in his face. Soon, he began segregating areas of the house. The living and dining rooms became a Chinese-free zone since he needed to unwind after his stint as Kroger's door opener. I was rather annoyed. But I simply transferred everything to my bedroom. Close the door and put on your headphones. Surely everything was good now, and I could practice my Chinese in peace, right? Wrong. Before I knew it, Brian had started recording my study sessions in a headache notebook, alleging that the Chinese coming through the walls was causing migraines. He'd text Mom photographs of himself holding his head as I was practicing. I informed him I was using headphones and only writing, not conversing. But he claimed simply knowing that I was insulting his disability was upsetting. Brian was my parents' special little boy, so they took his side. Dad grabbed me aside and said, "Your brother has challenges you'll never understand. Is impressing some girl really worth making him feel worthless?" Mom was much worse. She pretended I was abusing him on purpose and suggested I learn Chinese at the library since family comes first. And will knowing a few sentences make the difference between being rejected and her saying yes? I tried to hold my position, but before I knew it, I was sitting in our back garden learning Chinese because it was the only way Brian felt involved, but I really enjoyed the garden. It was springtime, so it got warmer, and the sound of the wind helped me focus. But then Brian was sacked from his work as a door opener. He had only ever had one job. On the day of, he stormed into the back garden and began tearing up my printouts. I attempted to shove him away, but he was 6 inches taller and 5 years older, and he knocked me to the ground. He destroyed all of my materials right there on the spot. I was still crying outside when I heard him in the house arguing with Mom. "It's his fault I lost the job, Mom." The joke I made at the Chinese customer was because of the Chinese he's learning. I watched Mom hesitate, but she came out minutes later. "Brian is correct, honey. Your crush isn't worth destroying your brother's livelihood." I stared at her in surprise as she crouched down and assisted me in gathering what remained of my material. All sorts of Chinese study were now prohibited in our living space during Brian's waking hours. "It's okay," Mom said. "You can practice from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. before school." I remember waking up at 4:45 a.m. For the next 3 days, I'll be sitting at the table, learning through my applications. I was sleep-deprived, and my head hurt from staring at the television in complete darkness. Brian was alerted when lights were turned on any place in the home before waking time. On day 4, Brian had a full meltdown at breakfast. Apparently, even knowing I was learning Chinese while he slept gave him nightmares about being too stupid to exist. He demanded that I leave the house completely if I wanted to practice. "Go to that 24-hour diner if Chinese matters so much," he told me. My parents scarcely looked up from their plates. I could tell they were content to be onlookers. "Starting tomorrow, you'll be—" Brian spoke as if it was already decided that I'd spend my nights in a diner. I cut him off in mid-sentence. "Shut up, I'm not going." He looked at me as if I had extra heads. "What did you just— Do you have any idea why I'm learning Chinese?" I cut him off again. "Yeah. It's for that little crush of yours." "Not just that," was my reply. However, I could tell he was skeptical. I raised my voice. "This was never about making you feel stupid, Brian." "Yes, it was. Would you listen for once in your life?" I interrupted for the 3rd time. "Clara's dad owns a gaming company," I said. My voice shook. "He literally exclusively hires family friends because he believes they are more trustworthy than random applicants. You sit here every night saying you'd kill for a gaming career, bragging about knowing every game, developer, and piece of industry news." Brian's expression changed. "If I dated Clara, you'd be at family dinners, you'd be at barbecues, her dad would meet you, see how passionate you are about gaming, and probably offer you something. But now," I stared him directly in the eyes. "Now I'm never mentioning your name. And when her dad asks about my family, which he will, I'm telling him exactly what kind of person my brother is. Someone who'd rather destroy my first relationship than let me be happy. Someone who weaponizes his disability to control everyone around him." The silence was terrible. Mom put her fork back on her dish when it came halfway to her mouth. She squirmed in her seat and looked between me and Brian before finally asking if what I had stated about the gaming company was correct. The words came out slowly, as if she were testing each one. Brian did not respond to her. He simply took out his phone and began browsing through one of favorite games, the one where you match colored blocks that he played for hours every night. His breathing became hard, and I could see his hands squeezing the phone so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Nobody spoke during the rest of dinner. I went to bed that night hoping I'd finally gotten through to them. The next morning, I awoke to discover Brian seated on the floor outside my bedroom door, holding that ridiculous headache journal. He looked up when I opened the door and stated he wanted to speak, but his tone was different, as if he was asking rather than telling. I stepped over him and went downstairs, but he scrambled to follow me. He kept talking as we walked down the stairs, claiming he had been up all night looking at the game company's website. Junior game testers were being hired, and no degree was required. Simply passion and knowledge of gaming. His voice cracked as he stated that he possessed both of those things. I walked into the kitchen and got a bowl from the cabinet and cereal from the pantry. Brian waited at the doorway, watching me pour the milk and waiting for me to say something. After everything he had put me through for months, him now requesting my assistance felt terrible. I eventually inquired what his purpose was. He took a step into the kitchen, and his words seemed to sting him when he said he required me to introduce him to Clara's father. He truly murmured, "Please." Mom entered the kitchen and she looked dreadful, with black circles under her eyes. She claimed she hadn't slept because she couldn't stop thinking about what I had said about damaging my first relationship. I turned to face both of them, clutching my cereal bowl. I told him it wasn't just about the relationship. It was about respect. Because I was 16, not 6, and I deserved to pursue my interests without being destroyed. Brian slapped his diary down on the counter, causing the salt shaker to leap. He exclaimed, "That's fine." He fabricated the headaches out of jealousy. Even he seemed astonished that he had stated it out. Dad walked in the doorway, already dressed for work, holding his tie and briefcase. He stated that he had heard what Brian had just revealed and that we will all address it tonight when he returned home from work. Brian avoided eye contact the rest of the morning, while Mom made breakfast in perfect silence, even though Dad had already left for work early. I collected my backpack and went to school, where I discovered Henry waiting by my locker, scrolling through his phone. He looked up and saw the bags under my eyes. I told him everything about Brian, including how he had been faking the migraines and how Dad had heard him confess. Henry shook his head, wondering if my parents would finally do something about it. I shrugged as I grabbed my history textbook, because I had no idea what was going to happen, but Mom seemed different last night, as if she was finally recognizing what was going on. We were about to leave for first period when Clara appeared at my locker, holding her Chinese workbook. She grinned and said she'd heard I was learning Chinese, which was great, and asked if we could practice together at lunch. My heart began pounding so hard that I was afraid she would hear it, but I managed to nod and say I'd enjoy that. Henry smiled and made an excuse about needing to get to class early before walking away to give us some space. This was exactly what I had been striving toward. All those early mornings studying in the dark and hours spent in the garden before Brian destroyed my materials. Clara and I talked for another minute about which apps we were using before the bell sounded, signaling that we needed to divide for class. The day dragged on, and all I could think about was lunch with Clara and whatever Dad had planned for tonight. When I arrived home that evening, Dad was already there, tie unfastened and sleeves rolled up, sitting in the living room with Mom and Brian. Why did Brian believe his joke about Chinese clients was related to his brother learning the language? That leap in logic was weird, as if he was looking for someone to blame other than himself. The room that had previously been Brian's Chinese-free zone now resembled a courthouse, with Dad sitting forward in his chair, looking more serious than I'd ever seen him. He began by stating that Brian acknowledged to fabricating his symptoms, which included manipulation and abuse. We'd never used the word abuse in our family before, so it hung in the air like a toxin. Brian's face grew red and he sprang up from the couch, saying that he was the one with the disability and that he couldn't learn like I could, while pointing at me as if I were the criminal here. Mom finally spoke up in a hushed voice, explaining that having a disability did not give him the right to manipulate people and that she believed she had been enabling him. I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly when I recalled her that she had forced me to study Chinese at 5 a.m. in utter darkness because Brian claimed he was having nightmares over it. Brian had gone entirely quiet 3 days later, spending the most of his time locked in his room with his laptop, which was unusual given that he generally watched TV in the living room from morning till night. Mom would bring him meals on trays, but she stopped chopping his food into bite-sized pieces. She simply placed the plate at his door and walked away. I could hear him typing away at all hours, printing documents on our old printer, which produced a horrible grinding noise every time it spewed out a page. Clara and I had started meeting during lunch to practice Chinese together, sitting behind the large oak tree beyond the cafeteria where no one else went. She would bring these flashcards that her mother had made, and we'd question each other while eating our sandwiches, and she was far superior to me, but she never made me feel inadequate. One day, she said that her father was seeking for game testers for their new project and asked if I knew anyone who was particularly into gaming. I froze with my sandwich halfway to my mouth, since I knew someone. But a part of me wanted to say no, to punish Brian for everything he had put me through. But then I considered what it would mean for our family if he truly landed a job he was passionate about. How things might alter. That Friday night after supper, I was walking to my room when Brian stopped me in the hallway, pushing a big stack of documents at me that he had clearly spent hours putting together. The portfolio contained every game Miller Interactive had ever created, along with comprehensive analysis, images printed in color despite Mom's complaints about printing costs, and lengthy lines discussing game mechanics and story development. I looked through page after page, amazed at how amazing it was, how he discovered details about the games I'd never considered while having played several of them myself. He stood there watching me read, shifting his weight from foot to foot like a small child awaiting exam results. When I looked up at him, he quietly stated that he was not foolish about everything, only most things. And it was the most vulnerable I had ever seen him in my life. The following week, I finally mentioned Brian to Clara while we were training, gently explaining that my brother was obsessed with her father's games and knew more about them than anybody I'd ever met. She quickly perked up, stating her father enjoyed meeting sincere fans and that Brian should come to their weekend cookout. When I arrived home and told Brian about the invitation, his eyes welled up with tears, and he kept asking whether I was truly doing this for him after everything that had happened. I told him I was doing it because it was the right thing to do, but I made it clear that if he embarrassed me or made any comments against Chinese people, we would be done for good. And he nodded so fiercely, I thought his head would fall off. The BBQ day arrived much sooner than I had anticipated, and Brian spent the entire morning in his room trying on various outfits. I could hear him over the wall, practicing conversation starters with Mom. We repeatedly told him to relax and be himself. She helped him choose his nicest trousers and even ironed his favorite gaming shirt with a throwback controller design on it. They spent over 3 hours discussing ideas that he could bring up if the conversation became awkward. Brian's hands were so shaky when we eventually got in the car to drive to Clara's house that he couldn't even clasp his seatbelt. Throughout the ride, he continued asking me what-if questions about making mistakes or saying stupid things. When we arrived at this big property with lush lawn and a 3-car garage, Brian just froze in the passenger seat. He wouldn't get out of the car for almost 5 minutes and kept saying, maybe this was a bad idea. His typical swagger, in which he'd push everyone around, was vanished, and he looked like a scared little kid. I told him to be the version of himself who enjoys gaming, not the version who hates homework. He nodded and eventually stepped out, but his legs shook as we proceeded up the driveway. Clara answered the door with a great smile and took us to the backyard, where her father was grilling burgers. Mr. Carter swung around with a bright smile and shook both of our hands as if we were major business colleagues. Mr. Carter's face lighted up as Brian said that he had beaten every achievement in their most recent game. He began asking Brian about specific mechanics and boss fights, and Brian burst out laughing as he discussed frame rates and difficulty curves. All of his stuttering and trepidation vanished as he outlined his technique for the last boss, who reportedly only 2% of gamers had defeated. Mr. Carter was leaning in, asking follow-up questions, and even calling over another firm employee to hear Brian's perspective. They stood there for maybe an hour, just chatting about game design, user retention numbers, and other things I didn't understand. Clara took my hand, and we proceeded to buy dinner while they continued to talk by the grill. 2 hours into the celebration, I peered across the yard and saw Brian still talking to Mr. Carter and 2 other employees. Clara grabbed my hand and said my brother was very knowledgeable, which made me uncomfortable because I'd never heard anyone admire him before. We stayed until nearly 9 p.m., and when we returned home, Mom was waiting in the living room to inquire how everything went. Brian couldn't stop gushing about Mr. Carter's want to see his portfolio of game evaluations he had written. Mom started bawling over the phone with me later that evening, claiming Brian hadn't been this pleased in years. She kept thanking me for providing him this opportunity, and expressing hope that things would finally improve for our family. I was torn between being thrilled for him and angry about the months of torment he put me through. I told her he had to earn this opportunity, and that one nice day would not erase what he had done to me. She became silent and said she understood, but I could tell she just wanted things to return to normal. The next morning, I was barely awake when Brian barged into my room without knocking. He was holding his phone and nearly leaping up and down, claiming that Mr. Carter had emailed him about taking a real exam. Not simply a talk, but a gaming knowledge test that may lead to an internship with the company. His excitement was so tremendous that I worried he'd pass out from not breathing properly in between words. I told him that was fantastic, but I made sure to remind him that it all originated from my friendship with Clara. He tried to damage my relationship by ripping up my Chinese homework and forbidding me from studying at home. His expression changed from pure joy to something I'd never seen on him before. It was as if he was experiencing true shame for the first time. He sat down on the couch and rested his head in his hands. He remained silent for around 30 seconds, which was the longest I had ever seen him go without speaking. When he glanced up, his eyes were watery, and he asked me how he could fix things. I didn't have an answer prepared because, frankly, I never expected him to care about making things right. Over the next week, something strange happened in our home. Brian began studying for the test as if his life depended on it. But not in his normal manner, in which everyone had to suffer alongside him. He wore headphones, worked normal hours, and did not require us all to be silent while he was working. He'd set up at the kitchen table with his laptop and notebooks, jotting down everything he knew about various game firms and their history. Mom kept giving him snacks and drinks, but he'd merely nod and continue working, making no fuss about needing special treatment. Dad spotted it first, and called me away one evening while Brian was in his room revising his notes. He said it was like having a different son, and that he should have intervened years ago instead of allowing things to become so terrible. The apology felt strange coming from him after all this time, but I could tell he meant it. Brian became concerned 3 days before the test, pacing around the house and asking me what Mr. Carter would ask him. He vomited twice before breakfast on the day of the test. He couldn't keep anything down, and his hands were shaking so badly that his mother had to button his shirt for him. He kept wondering what would happen if he failed, if he was too foolish even for this opportunity. I told him he wasn't stupid about games, that Mr. Carter had already seen it, and that he should just believe what he knew. The words were weird to say after everything he'd put me through, but I meant them. He left for the test, appearing as if he was about to pass out, yet determined. The next 2 weeks spent waiting for results were the craziest our family had ever experienced. Brian was nervous, but not rude about it. I did not take it out on anyone. Just continued refreshing his email every 10 minutes. Brian and Mom spent 3 hours practicing conversation topics before the cookout. That's a lot of careful planning for someone who normally just demands. How did his brain transition from memorizing game details to recalling social rules? Mom backed him without babying him, reminding him that no matter what occurred, they were proud of him for trying. Instead of hiding in his office, Dad joined us for supper and inquired about everyone's day. Things were going well at school too. Clara and I were officially together, and everyone knew about it. Henry kept joking that I had turned familial turmoil into a relationship strategy, and he wasn't entirely wrong. Clara thought Brian's situation was bizarre, but she was delighted something good may come out of it. Mrs. Patel approached me between classes one day, saying my instructors had observed I seemed happier lately and wanted to make sure everything was fine at home. She'd been concerned about me since sophomore year, when I arrived at school fatigued from my early morning study sessions. I told her things were actually improving, and she looked relieved. 2 weeks and 3 days after the exam, we were all eating dinner when Brian's phone rang. He grabbed it so quickly that he knocked over his water glass, and his hands shook worse than on exam day. He tried but couldn't access the email, so he thrust the phone at Mom and asked her to read it. She opened it and began reading aloud about how happy they were to offer him a position in their game testing department. Brian totally lost it. He began sobbing harder than I had seen since he was perhaps 8 years old. He kept repeating he understood, that someone wanted him for his brain, not despite it. Mom was also crying. Dad jumped up and hugged him, something I hadn't seen in years. Even I felt something in my chest when he realized he was valuable to someone other than his family. Dad walked straight to the kitchen and returned with a bottle of champagne we'd been saving since New Year's, which he popped right there in the living room while Mom wiped tears from her face and pulled Brian into tight hugs every few minutes. Brian sat on the couch, reading the offer letter repeatedly, his finger tracing each line as if he was afraid the words might change if he looked away. And I saw him mouth the wage amount at least 20 times before Dad poured everyone a glass, including half of one for me. The entire experience felt like seeing a foreign family, as if aliens had replaced the people I'd known for years. Because Dad was discussing Brian's future, and Mom was planning his first day rather than merely worried about his emotions. We sat up until almost midnight talking about work, games and everything but Chinese, disabilities, and other issues that had pulled us apart for months. I had already gone to bed at 11 p.m. when I heard the knock on my door. Soft at first, then slightly louder. When I opened it, Brian was standing there, more uncomfortable than I'd ever seen him, shifting his weight and staring at the floor. He began speaking quickly, saying he had been envious of everything about me. Not just the Chinese, but how I learned things without trying, made friends without thinking about it, and accomplish things that seemed impossible to him. His voice cracked as he revealed he wanted to punish me for being everything he couldn't be, for having a functioning brain, and for making him feel shattered simply by existing. I told him I knew that I'd worked it out months before, but knowing why didn't make it better. That he'd made my life horrible, ruined my belongings, and gotten me tossed out of my own house at 5 o'clock in the morning. He agreed and took out his phone, showing me a shopping cart full of Chinese language books and applications he'd been looking into, stating he planned to use his first salary to replace everything he'd wrecked. And given the possibility of Chinese clientele, I could teach him some fundamental work words. Brian spent the next 2 weeks in a strange adjustment phase, practicing saying hello and thank you in Chinese while getting ready for work, and wearing his new Miller Interactive t-shirt around the home like it was made of gold. For the first time in my memory, Mom started telling him no. For example, she pushed him attend his first team meeting despite his desire to skip it. Dad stayed in the room throughout family dinners rather than disappearing to his office. Everything felt new but fragile, as if we were all learning how to be a family again. And when Henry returned 3 weeks later, he paused at the doorway and looked around, as if he had entered the wrong house. He kept emphasizing that the place seemed different, lighter, as if everyone could finally breathe without fear of setting off a bomb. And he even mentioned that I was doing my Chinese homework at the kitchen table rather than hiding. Things were going well until about a month into the job, when Brian came home early one Tuesday, looking like someone had died, his face white and his hands quivering as he informed us he'd made a significant error in testing that may land him in trouble. He'd overlooked a significant bug because he was bragging to his team leader about knowing some arcane gaming mechanic, became distracted, and accepted something that broke the entire system, costing them hours of labor. But instead of throwing things, yelling, or blaming me, he sat down at the table and asked what he should do, how he could fix it, and how he could demonstrate to them that he could learn from mistakes, rather than just being the stupid kid who destroyed everything. I grabbed my laptop and sat next to him at the kitchen table, which would have been unimaginable just months before. We spent the next hour drafting and retyping his email to his boss, with me advising him how to take responsibility without seeming weak, and how to provide solutions rather than simply apologizing. His hands shook as he typed, but he persisted, asking me to verify his spelling, tone, and whether he sounded stupid. When he finally pushed submit, he gazed at the screen, as if he expected the world to end. The next morning, his boss called while I was eating breakfast, and Brian put it on speaker without asking, his face as pale as paper. Mr. Harris's voice filled our kitchen, and I saw Brian's jaw drop when, rather than firing him, the guy said he was impressed that Brian admitted his error and came up with remedies. That most individuals simply create excuses, and that this demonstrated genuine improvement. After the call, Brian just sat there startled, and I realized something had changed between us. He wasn't the brother who destroyed my belongings anymore, but someone who needed my assistance, and could take it without making it about his disability. 2 months passed in that manner. He asked for help with work emails, I taught him basic professional stuff, and neither of us mentioned how strange this reversal was. At Sunday supper, Mom was serving dessert. Brian cleared his throat and explained that he had been saving money to move out. Mom's fork clattered on her plate, while Dad's coffee mug stalled halfway to his mouth. Brian continued to talk, adding that he had found a studio apartment near work with 2 roommates who also worked in gaming. Guys who didn't care about his IQ or the fact that he had never graduated, as long as he knew every game ever created. Mom started crying, but not the angry cries I was expecting. It was as if she were seeing her young bird leave the nest 20 years later. Over the next few weeks we packed his belongings together, looking through boxes of old games and toys and discovering items we'd forgotten existed. He pulled up our old Dark Souls disc and asked whether I recalled helping him fight that one boss before everything went wrong, when we were just brothers playing video games together. I remembered. We both did. The invitation to Clara's family's annual company party was sent to each of us. But this time, Brian would be there as an employee, not as my brother following along. The night before the party, I watched him practice his presentation about game testing in front of the bathroom mirror, fumbling over words but determined to finish. At the actual party, he stood in front of 50 people, including Mr. Carter, and began discussing bug detection. His voice shook at first, but then settled into a cadence as he recounted how his unique style of thinking allowed him to spot things that other testers missed. Mr. Carter was grinning, like a pleased father. Mr. Reynolds, the head of testing, then contacted me and told me that my brother had unique insights, and that his perspective was an asset because he approached games differently than everyone else. Brian spent the entire way home talking about the various problems he'd discovered in games over the years, and how he could perhaps be excellent at something. and for the first time in ages, Mom and Dad listened to him as if he were an adult rather than a damaged child. 3 weeks later, we were standing in Brian's room on moving day, wrapping his gaming posters in bubble wrap and sorting through old controllers and headphones he had accumulated over the years. The apartment he selected was only 20 minutes away, but it felt like he was going to another country, and Mom kept stopping to wipe her eyes as she picked up another box. She finally broke down fully while we were loading the vehicle, sobbing into Dad's shoulder and telling him she had babied him for too long and felt she was protecting him. But truly, she had been holding him back for years. Brian's new housemates showed up in a beat-up Honda. When they learned he was seeking for a place, 2 guys from the gaming company offered to share it. And they quickly began laughing with him about which console was better while grabbing boxes, as if they had known him forever. I watched them treat him like he was just another 20-something guy moving in with his friends. Not a person with a disability or special needs. Just Brian, who happens to be really skilled at spotting bugs in games. As we finished loading everything and Brian was about to get into the car, he took me aside and pushed an envelope into my hand, staring down at his shoes and instructing me not to open it until he left. Brian's journey from trashing Chinese books to purchasing replacements with his first salary demonstrated a total 180-degree shift in his perception of his sibling. The house felt strange that night at supper, with his vacant chair remaining at the table, like if someone had died, yet we could still text him. Mom continued calling him for dinner before catching herself. After they went to bed, I opened the envelope in my room and discovered $300 in cash, as well as a statement scribbled in his untidy handwriting that stated he was the disabled one, but he also disabled me. And he apologized, and asked if I might teach him some Chinese after he got situated. My hands shook as I read it 3 times, carefully folded it, and stored it in my desk drawer with my old Chinese papers. A week later he called as I was completing my schoolwork, virtually shrieking over the phone about how he made spaghetti for the first time. It was bad and stuck to the saucepan, but it was his terrible spaghetti, which he made himself without any assistance. Clara and I went to see him the following weekend, and he walked us around the apartment like it was a palace, pointing off his gaming setup, the kitchen where he'd burned the spaghetti, and his bedroom, which was already a disaster of clothes and game boxes. His roommates were playing a new release, and one of them glanced up and said, "I was the brother who got him the connection, and thanks," because Brian was actually cool, and had already found 3 major bugs they'd missed during testing. We ended up spending hours playing together, passing controllers and talking over strategies. Brian wasn't attempting to control everything or prove he was wiser, he was simply sharing what he knew, and actively listening when Clara offered an alternative approach to a boss fight. This was who he could have been all along if we hadn't been so concerned with what he couldn't achieve, rather than what he could. If Mom and Dad hadn't surrounded him with bubble wrap and told him the world was too difficult for him to navigate alone. 2 weeks later, Mom and Dad went to see him for dinner and returned home looking 10 years younger. Going on and on about how he'd cooked them chicken that was only slightly burned, showed them his pay stub from his first real paycheck, and how his roommates had said he was already one of the best testers on the team. Following that visit, I began practicing Chinese in the living room, with my textbook sprawled across the coffee table and Mom reading a magazine on the couch nearby. No one moaned, made faces, or claimed migraines anymore. Brian would often video call me in the nights and ask me to teach him basic phrases while he sat in his little apartment kitchen, his roommate's cat prowling through the ground. He was bad with tones and constantly mixed up simple words, yet he'd chuckle at himself and try again, making notes in his sloppy handwriting. The following week at school, I went to Mrs. Patel's office and informed her everything that had happened since the court case. She leaned back in her chair and mentioned that individuals had to hit rock bottom before they could change, and that our family had found a way out. Brian improved at his job week after week for 3 months. Until one Thursday evening, my phone rang as I was completing homework. Brian was crying so hard that I couldn't understand him at first. But then he found out that he'd been promoted to senior tester. His voice trembled when he claimed they appreciated his brain, the different brain that saw things other testers didn't. That Sunday, we began what became a new tradition. Everyone gathered at our place for dinner. Brian drove himself over in the used Honda he bought with his own money and walked through the door with a confidence I'd never seen. We ate Mom's lasagna and talked about everyday topics like work, school and weather. Brian cleared his throat at supper and announced that he had signed up for online classes. He replied it was just fundamental stuff and he wanted to study again at his own pace. Dad stepped up, raised his glass, and gave a brief toast to second chances and fresh starts. We all raised our glasses, including Brian, who preferred apple juice over champagne or any other type of alcohol. Clara showed over for dessert, bringing fresh cookies she had baked with her mother. Brian thanked her in Chinese, distorting the pronunciation but speaking with genuine sincerity. She smiled and gently adjusted his tone, and he chuckled at himself without any of his usual embarrassment or fury. While Mom was cutting the pie, Brian revealed that he might flunk the classes but wanted to try anyhow, because failure wasn't the worst thing anymore. It was the absence of effort. As everyone prepared to go and Clara assisted Mom with the dishes, Brian pulled me aside near the front door. He gazed at me for a long time before saying simply that he was glad for the opportunity, for my patience, and for not giving up on him totally, even when he was at his worst. I saw him drive away to his own life a few minutes later, while Mom and Dad waved from the doorway like proud parents do. The house felt peaceful in a way it hadn't before. I sat in the living room, practicing my Chinese characters while my parents read nearby. Nobody is claiming areas, keeping books of grievances, or demanding that anyone leave. We were still working out how to be a family without all of the old poisonous dynamics, but we were learning together, making errors and trying again, much like Brian with his Chinese phrases. Creating something better one day at a time. I said, "Man, I had a great time hanging out and experiencing all of stuff with you today. Seriously, it's been a great ride. I cannot wait to do it again soon. If you made it to the finish, please leave a remark. I enjoy reading all of your remarks. My parents secretly stole the $35,000 inheritance my grandfather left for me and used it on my sister's wedding and education. So I consulted lawyers. I, the 22-year-old male, need to get this off my chest because I don't know what to do anymore. My parents, Laura, 48, and David, 50, have been lying to me about money that was supposed to be mine, and I only found out the truth last week. First, some background information. My grandfather on my mother's side died 3 years ago, when I was 19. He was essentially a second father to me because my father worked long hours when I was growing up. Grandpa Henry taught me to fish, assisted me with my homework, and always made sure I had all I needed for school. He wasn't wealthy, but he saved what he could. Grandpa Henry assured me before he died that he would leave me some money in his will. He said that it was not a fortune, but it would help me get started in life. He wanted me to use it for education or even as a down payment on a house someday. The actual amount was meant to be $35,000, which felt like a lot of money to me at the time. Following the funeral, my parents handled all legal matters. They claimed the probate process would take time and that I should not worry about it. I was grieving and going through my sophomore year of college, so I trusted them to take care of everything. They informed me that the funds would be held in a special account until I graduated. Fast forward to last year. I graduated from college with a degree in accounting and found a decent job at a small corporation. I moved back in with my parents to save money while searching for my own place. That's when I began to inquire about the inherited money more carefully. My parents always offered me different justifications when I brought it up. First, it was still mired in legal concerns. Then it was invested in something that could not be touched. Then my mother explained that there were tax issues that needed to be resolved. I became suspicious, but I didn't want to believe my own parents would lie to me about anything like this. The true difficulty began 6 months ago, when my sister Sophie, a 25-year-old female, became engaged to Ryan, a 26-year-old man. Sophie has always been my parents' favorite, despite their attempts to hide it. She received a car for her 16th birthday, whilst I had to work part-time jobs to save up for mine. She attended a nice private college, but I attended a state school and borrowed money. My parents always claimed they were teaching me responsibility, but Sophie never had to be accountable for anything. When Sophie announced her engagement, my parents immediately began discussing how they would pay for such a large wedding. They threw around figures like $40,000 and $50,000 as if they were nothing. I knew my father earned a solid living as a plant supervisor, but that kind of spending seemed well out of reach. My mother worked part-time in a doctor's office, so their combined annual income was approximately $75,000. I asked my father how they could afford such an expensive wedding, and he became defensive. He said they'd been saving for years, and it was none of my business how they spent their money. That stung because I was still living in their house, paying $400 a month in rent and buying my own groceries most of the time. The wedding planning process lasted several months. My parents were continually attending meetings with caterers, photographers, and event coordinators. Sophie chose this beautiful garment, which cost $3,000. The reception hall alone cost $15,000. Every week there was a new expense that my parents readily consented to cover. Meanwhile, I kept inquiring about my inheritance money because I wanted to begin looking for an apartment. The rent in our region had skyrocketed, and I needed the money for a security deposit and furniture. Every time I inquired, my parents became more furious with me. My father started accusing me of being greedy and impatient. My mother advised me to focus on developing my profession rather than worrying about money I hadn't earned. That comment concerned me because the money was my grandfather's, not theirs. He worked hard his entire life to ensure that I had it. However, whenever I tried to explain this, my parents acted as if I were being unreasonable. Sophie had her wedding 3 weeks ago. It was exactly the type of extravagant occasion my folks had planned. The site was stunning, the food was costly, and there were more than 150 attendees. Sophie appeared joyful, and I attempted to be supportive despite my frustration with my own predicament. But something my Aunt Diane said at the reception got me thinking. She grabbed me aside and complimented my parents on their generosity in spending Henry's money on such a lovely wedding for Sophie. She stated Grandpa Henry would have enjoyed seeing his granddaughter so joyful on her special day. I wasn't sure what she meant at first. When I asked her to explain, she appeared puzzled. She claimed she assumed I was aware that my parents had used my inheritance money to pay for the wedding. She assumed I agreed to it as a gift for my sister. My stomach sank. I informed Aunt Diane I had no idea, and she realized she had said something inappropriate. She attempted to backtrack, but it was too late. She confirmed that my parents withdrew $35,000 from the account where my inheritance was housed and spent it on wedding expenditures. I spent the rest of the reception in a daze. I couldn't believe my parents would do something like this without first asking me. That money was explicitly left to me by my grandfather. They couldn't just spend family money as they wanted. When we arrived home that night, I faced my folks. I asked them directly if they had spent my inheritance money on Sophie's wedding. They initially tried to deny it, but when I mentioned what Aunt Diane had told me, they eventually accepted the reality. My mother burst into tears and explained that they had planned to repay me after Sophie's honeymoon. She stated they needed the money right away for wedding deposits, and they figured I wouldn't mind assisting my sister. My father was less apologetic. He stated that Sophie's wedding was more important than me finding an apartment right away, and that as a family, we should support one another. I inquired how they could make that decision without consulting me first. The money was not theirs to lend or give away. My father became enraged and told me that I was living in their house and barely contributing. Therefore I should be grateful that they were managing my money appropriately. He stated spending it on Sophie's wedding was preferable to letting me waste it on an apartment that I couldn't truly afford anyway. That's when I understood they didn't mean to give me the money at all. They had always intended to use it for Sophie's wedding, and all of their reasons about legal and tax complications were nothing more than falsehoods to keep me quiet until after the wedding. I informed them that I needed my money back immediately. My mother explained that they no longer had it because it had been spent entirely on wedding expenditures. My father told me I was being selfish, that Sophie deserved a wonderful wedding after everything she had accomplished in her life. I questioned what I was supposed to have done that was less essential than Sophie's college degree and involvement. My father couldn't give me a straight answer. He just stated that Sophie had always been more responsible, and that they trusted her judgment more than mine. The talk concluded with my father informing me that if I didn't like how they handled things, I should find another place to live. My mother was still crying and promising to find a way to repay me someday, but she couldn't say when. I've been staying at my friend Jake's apartment for the past week as I decide out what to do. My parents have texted me a few times, indicating they want to talk, but I'm not sure what to say. They stole my inheritance money and spent it on my sister's wedding without my approval. They then lied to me about it for several months. Sophie called me yesterday, claiming she had no knowledge what had transpired. She claimed my parents told her they had saved up the money for her wedding, and she had no idea it was from my inheritance. She promised to repay me with the wedding gifts she and Ryan received, but it was only approximately $8,000 in cash and home stuff. I'm not sure whether I believe Sophie didn't know. She had to recognize that our parents couldn't afford a $45,000 wedding on their current income, but even if she didn't know, the damage had already been done. I've been thinking about speaking with a lawyer, but I'm not sure if I have any legal options. Despite the fact that the inherited money was meant to be held for me, it was in an account in my parents' names. I have no written agreement regarding when or how I was meant to receive it. My grandfather worked his entire life and saved that money just for me to have a better start than he did. My parents threw it away on Sophie's birthday, and now they're making me feel awful because I'm sad about it. I just need some guidance on what to do next. Should I try to work something out with my parents? Should I accept that they have shown me how much they appreciate me in comparison to Sophie? I can't afford to employ a lawyer on my current wage, and I'm not sure I want to sue my own family. But I can't get over the notion that they stared me in the eyes for months while lying to me about something so essential. How can I ever trust them again? Update 1. I can't believe how much support I received for my original post. Thank you to everyone who offered advice and shared similar experiences. I wish I had better news, but since my last post, things have become worse. After writing the first piece, I decided to attempt talking to my parents once again. I returned to their house when I knew Sophie would not be present, because I wanted to have an honest chat without her interfering. My mother answered the door and burst into tears as soon as she saw me. She continued expressing how sorry she was and how she never intended for things to become so messed up. My father was seated in his recliner, watching TV, and barely looked up as I entered. I sat down at the kitchen table with my mother and asked her to explain exactly what had happened to the money. She explained that after my grandfather died, the $35,000 was deposited into a joint account with both my parents and my names on it. The way things were set up, any of us could withdraw money without the other's approval. She stated that around 8 months ago, when Sophie became engaged, they began looking into wedding prices and discovered they couldn't afford what Sophie wanted. Sophie had her heart set on this particular venue and had previously paid a deposit with money she and Ryan had saved. But the remaining debt was far too much for my parents to handle. Sophie was growing anxious about having to cut back on her plans, so my father proposed they draw from my inheritance temporarily. The plan was that they would use the money for wedding deposits and then repay it before I needed it for an apartment. But then the wedding expenses continued rising. The catering bill was more than anticipated. Sophie decided she wanted live music rather than a DJ. The photographer's package was more pricey than they anticipated. My parents always convinced themselves that they would just borrow a bit more and figure out how to repay it later. By the time the wedding occurred, they had spent nearly the entire $35,000. My mother claimed she kept intending to tell me what was going on, but she was scared I'd become furious and want the money back right away. She figured if they could just get through the wedding, they'd have enough time to figure out a repayment plan. I asked her what this payback plan was intended to be, considering that they didn't have an extra $35,000 on hand. She admitted that they had not really thought it through. At that point, my father joined the conversation and stated that they hoped to repay me over time, perhaps $500 per month or so. I pointed out that at $500 per month, it would take them nearly 6 years to repay me, and that was assuming they could afford $500 a month on top of their usual expenses. My father became defensive and stated I should be more understanding of their financial condition. That's when I posed the question that had been bugging me the most. I questioned why Sophie's wedding was more important than the future my grandfather intended for me. My father stated Sophie worked well in college and deserved a great wedding. He stated I was only beginning out in my job and didn't need the money right away. I asked him why he was allowed to make that decision instead of me. That was my inheritance, not his. My grandfather left it to me particularly so that I may have possibilities that he never had. My father said that as parents, they knew what was best for the family as a whole. The conversation deteriorated from there. My mother repeatedly apologized and cried, but my father appeared to believe he had done nothing wrong. He claimed that families are supposed to help each other out, and that I was selfish for not wanting to contribute to Sophie's happiness. I informed them that I needed to view the bank statements for the account where my inheritance was housed. I wanted to know when the money was withdrawn and how it was used. My father declined, stating that it was none of my business because the account was also in their names. That's when I knew that talking to them wouldn't fix anything. They had made their decision, and they were not going to accept responsibility for it. I told them I needed time to think about what to do next and then departed. But the story does not stop there. My Aunt Diane phoned me 2 days following our talk. She stated she felt bad for accidentally revealing the truth at Sophie's wedding, and wanted to make sure I was aware of the entire scenario. It turns out that my grandfather discussed his plans for my inheritance with various family members prior to his death. He had expressly stated to Aunt Diane, my Uncle Frank, and my mother's sister Linda that the money was intended to assist me become established after college. He had even written a letter outlining his wishes, which my parents were intended to deliver to me along with the bequest. I never received a letter. When I asked my parents about it, my mother said she had no idea what I was talking about. Aunt Diane, on the other hand, claimed to have witnessed my grandfather handing over the letter to my parents at the hospital just before his death. Aunt Diane also said something that made my blood boil. Apparently my parents had been telling other family members that I was careless with money, which is why they had held on to my inheritance for so long. They warned me that if they gave it to me too soon, I'd waste it on dumb things. Several relatives had lauded my parents for their responsibility and concern for my best interests. My aunt claimed she never questioned it because my parents appeared to know what they were doing, and she figured they would give me the money when I was ready. She now recognized that my parents had been telling tales to justify holding my money while they planned how to spend it on Sophie. She was enraged, saying she hoped my grandfather was still alive to witness what they had done. The worst thing was that Sophie appeared to know more than she had previously revealed. Aunt Diane told me that at a family BBQ last summer, Sophie indicated to several people that our parents were helping her pay for the wedding using money from Grandpa Henry. She expressed gratitude that he was still able to participate to her special day, despite his absence. Sophie knew the money came from my grandfather, but she either didn't recognize it as my inheritance or didn't care. When I asked her about it, she said that she assumed the money was intended for me but didn't ask questions since she didn't want to make trouble. Sophie stated that she expected our parents to check with me before using the money, and when they did not express any problems, she assumed everything was all right. She stated she never meant to take anything away from me, and that she would go to any length to make things right. I asked her if she and Ryan would be willing to take out a loan to repay me the entire sum. Sophie said that they couldn't afford to take on so much debt right after getting married, especially because Ryan planned to return to school for his master's degree next year. She promised to give me the money from their wedding gifts again, but she stated it would take them years to save the rest. She offered that we work out a payment plan in which she and Ryan pay me back a small amount each month, along with whatever our parents could give. I told Sophie it wasn't good enough. My grandfather did not give me $35,000 with the intention of having me collect tiny payments from various family members over the next 5 years. He left me that money to spend whenever I needed it, which was right now. Sophie burst into tears, saying she never intended for all of this to happen. She stated that she loved me and did not want this circumstance to harm our relationship, but I informed her that the damage had already been done. She had benefited from money that was not hers, and now she was requesting that I take partial payments over several years rather than making it right away. I haven't communicated with my parents since our last conversation at their place. They've texted me multiple times wanting me to call them, but I don't see the point. They've made it obvious that Sophie's happiness comes first, even before my future or my grandfather's wishes. My mother left me a voicemail last week saying they had spoken with a financial consultant about taking out a home equity loan to repay me, but it would take several weeks to process and the interest rate would be quite high. She stated that they were willing to do whatever was necessary to repair our relationship. I'm not certain I believe them. They've already lied to me so many times that I can't believe anything they say. And even if they eventually repay me, it won't change the fact that they stole from me and lied about it for months. I've been staying with Jake and his roommates, but I can't do it indefinitely. I need to locate my own house, but without my inheritance money, I can't pay a security deposit and the first month's rent on anything nice. I'm practically back at square one, but now I don't have a family to rely on. Some individuals on my original post suggested I consult with a lawyer, so I did. The lawyer suggested I could have a case, but it would be expensive to pursue and the outcome was uncertain. Because the account was in both my parents' and my names, they had legal access to the funds, even though they weren't authorized to use it morally. The lawyer advised me that my best option would be to document everything and try to get my parents to admit in writing that they took the money without my authorization. Even so, a lawsuit would likely be more expensive than I could afford, and there is no assurance I would win. So I'm stuck. My parents took my inheritance. My sister benefited from it. And there isn't much I can lawfully do without spending money that I don't have. The saddest part is that they all keep telling me to get over it and go on with my life. But how am I expected to get over the reality that my own family was so unconcerned about my future that they would steal from me to pay for a party? How can I ever trust any of them again? Update 2. I need to update everyone on what's been going on because the situation has gotten even more convoluted. Some of you may recall that my parents mentioned that they were looking into a home equity loan to repay me. That fell through, but not for the reasons I anticipated. About 3 weeks ago, I received a call from my Uncle Frank, my father's brother. He claimed he needed to talk to me about something crucial regarding my grandfather's estate. I hoped he had discovered new facts that could assist me in recouping my losses. We met at a cafe near his workplace, and what he told me dramatically altered what I thought I understood about the situation. It turns out that my grandfather had planned more than just a $35,000 inheritance for me. Uncle Frank revealed that about 5 years before his death, my grandfather began placing money into a separate investment account designated for my schooling and future. This was in addition to the $35,000 he was scheduled to get from his normal savings. My grandfather's investing account had grown to about $60,000 by the time he died. The intention was that the $35,000 from his savings would be accessible to me immediately after graduation to assist me get started, while the investment money would be retained until I was 25 or married, whichever came first. My grandfather had informed Uncle Frank of this arrangement and urged him to ensure that everything was handled appropriately. But this is what made me sick to my stomach. My parents were aware of both accounts. They were meant to tell me about the investing account when I reached 25, which is 3 years away. But according to Uncle Frank, they had also been withdrawing money from that account. Uncle Frank stated that he had been receiving quarterly statements to his address since my grandfather preferred that someone other than my parents manage the investment account. When he reviewed the most current statement, he noted that there had been multiple substantial withdrawals during the previous 2 years. The account, which should have held nearly $60,000, suddenly contained less than $15,000. Uncle Frank confronted my parents about the missing money, and they acknowledged to using it to cover a variety of bills, including a portion of Sophie's wedding costs. I couldn't believe what I heard. Not only had my parents taken the $35,000 that was supposed to be mine right away, but they had also been taking from a larger account designated for my future. In total, they had taken nearly $80,000 that my grandfather had set aside specifically for me. Uncle Frank admitted that he regretted not paying closer attention to the account. He had trusted my parents to handle everything properly and merely examined the statements on occasion. He claimed if he had known what was going on, he would have intervened much sooner. When I contacted Uncle Frank about my legal possibilities, he stated it was tricky because my parents were named as trustees on the investment account. Technically, they had the ability to remove funds, but they were supposed to work in my best interests and in accordance with my grandfather's intentions. Uncle Frank stated that he had copies of all of the original documents my grandfather had signed when he established the accounts. There was a clear paper trail indicating that both accounts were meant for my benefit, not normal family costs or my sister's wedding. He promised to help me find a lawyer who would operate on a contingency fee basis, which meant I wouldn't have to pay until we won the case. He suggested the proof was sufficient enough that we might be able to recover not only the stolen funds, but also any interest or investment gains I had lost. All of this new information overwhelmed me, but it also made me angrier than I had ever been. My parents had not merely made a wrong judgment with my $35,000 inheritance. They had been steadily taking from me for years, lying to my face about it. I resolved to address them once more before contacting lawyers. I went to their residence with Uncle Frank and insisted that they explain how much money they had taken and how they had spent it. The conversation was nasty. Initially, my parents denied that they had touched the investment account. However, when Uncle Frank showed them the bank statements, they couldn't continue lying. My mother broke down and acknowledged that they had been withdrawing money from the investment account for nearly 2 years. She claimed it began when my father's hours were reduced at work, and they were having difficulty paying their mortgage. They promised themselves they'd repay it when things went better financially. However, instead of reducing their expenses or increasing their income, they continued to take more money as needed. They used it to pay for Sophie's senior year of college, a new roof for their home, and other costs. They were already too far into their relationship by the time Sophie proposed. My dad apologized less than my mother. He claimed they had made years of sacrifices to raise me and Sophie, and they deserved to benefit from my grandfather's money as well. He stated my grandfather would have wanted them to spend the money to keep the family secure and Sophie successful in life. That was when I lost it. I informed my father that he was a thief and a liar, and that he had no right to make judgments about money that was not his. My grandfather had trusted them to carry out his desires, but they had entirely broken that trust. My father was furious, accusing me of being disrespectful and ungrateful. He said they had done their best to raise me and Sophie, and I should be grateful for everything they had sacrificed for our family. He accused me of acting like a spoiled brat who believed he was entitled to everything. Uncle Frank stepped in at that point and told my father to stop talking. He claimed my parents had taken nearly $80,000 from their own son and had no right to behave as victims. He gave them 48 hours to come up with a plan to repay every dime, or he would assist me in taking them to court. My mother implored us not to involve lawyers. She claimed it would destroy the family, and Sophie did not deserve to have her marriage damaged by legal issues. She offered to find a way to repay me if I gave them some time. But I was finished giving them time. They had had years to do the right thing, but they decided to continue taking from me while making me feel bad for asking about my own money. I informed them that they had till the end of the week to move the remaining $15,000 from the investment account to an account with simply my name on it. I also requested a formal payment plan for the remaining $65,000 they had taken, with a schedule that did not span decades. My father stated that they could not raise so much money in such a short period of time. He stated that their house was already fully mortgaged and they were ineligible for any additional loans. He accused me of wanting to destroy their lives for money. I told him he had already ruined my life by snatching my future. The money my grandfather had saved was supposed to provide me with chances and security, but they had spent it on things that benefited themselves and Sophie instead. My parents finished the talk by claiming they needed time to think out what to do. Uncle Frank and I left, but not before he informed them that he would be monitoring all of my grandfather's remaining accounts to ensure that no more money was taken. That was 1 week ago. Sophie texted me yesterday, saying she and Ryan had decided to sell some of their wedding gifts and use their honeymoon savings to pay me back faster. She estimated that they could raise $15,000 immediately, and another $10,000 over the next 3 to 4 months. It's something, but not nearly enough to cover the total sum my parents took. And I'm not sure why Sophie and Ryan should have to give up their honeymoon and wedding gifts to rectify something my parents did. I haven't decided whether to accept Sophie's offer or insist on my parents figuring out how to repay me themselves. Part of me believes Sophie should accept some responsibility because she profited from the stolen money, but another part of me feels horrible that she's attempting to mend something she didn't cause. Uncle Frank found me a lawyer who will take the case on contingency. We have a meeting arranged for next week to review all of the materials and determine the best course of action. The lawyer believes we have a solid case, but she warns me that family cases can be very unpleasant and expensive. She explained that even if we win, there is no assurance that my parents will be able to pay the judgment. If they don't have enough assets to cover what they owe me, I may end up with a piece of paper stating that they owe me money but no manner of collecting it. I'm preparing myself for the potential that I'll never get my money back, regardless of what the courts decide. However, at this point, it is no longer just about money. It's about holding my parents accountable for their actions and ensuring they don't harm anyone else in the family. My grandfather worked his entire life and saved every dime he could so that I could have the possibilities he never had. My parents spent that present on themselves while lying to me for years. Even if I never see that money again, I cannot let them get away with what they did. Update 3. This will be my final update because the situation has reached a stage where I need to go on with my life, rather than always reflecting on what my parents did to me. The appointment with the lawyer went better than I anticipated. After going over all of the records Uncle Frank had collected, she was convinced we could win a lawsuit against my parents. The paper trail plainly demonstrated that my grandfather intended both accounts to benefit me, and my parents had broken their obligations as trustees by diverting the funds for personal gain. However, she did confirm what I had already assumed. Even if we won the court case, collecting the money would be practically impossible. After years of refinancing and taking out home equity loans, my parents' house has almost no equity. My father's job at the plant does not provide enough income to satisfy a significant judgment payment, and my mother's part-time employment barely pays her own needs. The lawyer estimated that legal fees would be about $20,000, even on a contingency basis, and we could end up paying more than we could ever recoup. She said the optimum conclusion would be a settlement in which my parents agreed to repay me over a lengthy period of time, but there was no guarantee they would be able to make those payments. After deliberating for a few days, I decided not to continue the lawsuit. I recognized that chasing my parents through court would not get me my money back and would only add to the stress and turmoil for everyone concerned. Uncle Frank expressed disappointment, but claimed he understood my decision. Instead, I resolved to concentrate on what I could actually influence. I utilized the remaining $15,000 in the investment account as a down payment on a tiny apartment across town. It isn't fancy, but it's mine, and I don't have to rely on others to provide a roof over my head. Sophie and Ryan ended up giving me approximately $12,000 after selling some of their wedding gifts and utilizing money they had saved for their honeymoon. I didn't ask them to do it, but Sophie said she couldn't appreciate the things because they were paid for with money that should have been mine. I was grateful, but it also saddened me that my sister felt responsible for correcting something our parents had done. My parents attempted to contact me several times after Uncle Frank and I confronted them. They wrote me long text messages apologizing and promising to find a way to repay me someday. My mother contacted me in tears, pleading with me to give them another chance to make things right. But I learned that their apologies were meaningless unless they were accompanied by meaningful behavior adjustments. They were sorry they were caught, but not enough to make genuine sacrifices to undo what they had done. If they had been willing to sell their home or take dramatic measures to repay me, I might have felt differently. Instead, they kept making excuses for why they couldn't come up with the money, expecting me to be sympathetic and patient. They wanted me to accept their apologies and continue our relationship without them genuinely repairing the damage they had done. I stopped replying to their texts approximately 3 weeks ago. I didn't make a big deal about going no contact or cutting them off permanently. I basically stopped responding to their attempts to communicate. They eventually quit trying. The most difficult thing has been dealing with other family members who think I'm being too harsh. A few relatives have advised me that family is more important than money and that I should forgive my parents for their mistakes. They act as if my parents accidentally spent a few $100s, rather than systematically stole about $80,000 over several years. Aunt Diane and Uncle Frank have supported my decision, but some family members have expressed concern that my grandfather would be dismayed to see the family squabbling over money. That upsets me since my grandfather would not be disappointed in me for advocating for myself. He would be upset in my parents for breaking their trust and stealing from their own kid. Sophie and I have managed to retain a relationship, but it has changed with time. She's been trying to act as if everything is normal between us, but I believe she feels bad about the whole incident. We text occasionally and have had coffee together, but we no longer discuss our parents or money. Ryan appears uncomfortable with me now, which I understand. He is married to Sophie, therefore he is unintentionally caught up in this family turmoil. I don't blame him for anything that happened, but I don't expect him to take sides against his new wife's family. Work has been going well, and I've been working extra hours whenever they're available. I'm saving money more aggressively now since I know I can't rely on others to help me create my future. It's not the way I had hoped to begin adulthood, but at least I know I'm doing it my way. I occasionally think of my grandfather and wonder what he would say about all of this. I like to think he'd be proud of me for sticking up for myself and refusing to allow my folks walk all over me. He constantly told me that a person's character is revealed via how they treat others when no one is looking. My parents revealed their true character when they believed they could get away with stealing from me. The $27,000 I was able to collect is not the $80,000 my grandfather intended for me to have, but it is something. More importantly, I realize that I am stronger than I thought I was, and that I do not require my parents' approval or support to succeed in life. I'm not saying I'll never talk with my parents again, but whatever future relationship we may have will be on my terms. They betrayed my trust in the worst way possible, and they have showed no genuine commitment to regaining it. Until that changes, and if it does, I'm better off without them in my life. Some may see that as cold or unforgiving, but I don't. I'm simply protecting myself from those who have already demonstrated their willingness to lie to and steal from me when it suits them. That is not the type of relationship I want with anyone, family or not. I'm 22 years old, and I'm starting anew without the financial assistance my grandfather desired. It's going to be more difficult than it should have been, but at least I'm doing it honestly, and I can sleep at night knowing I haven't damaged anyone else in order to advance. This is more than I can say about my parents. My family was too broke for my birthday while my sister got a lavish party, but when a college honored me, they suddenly came crawling back. I'm William Carter, the oldest child. 24-year-old certified welder who is the first in his family to complete a vocational program. You'd think that would elicit a nod or a group embrace. Nope. When I passed my certification exam, my mother texted me. "Oh, that is cool. Please let us know if you need a new lunchbox." Smiling face with smiling eyes. They assumed I was still the child who failed to RSVP to his own prom, not the guy who could design a structural beam in under 30 seconds. My sister Lily might receive applause for sneezing. 2 years younger, 4 shades blonder, and endowed with the type of star student energy that my parents breathed like secondhand smoke. Growing up, she had a whole shelf of participation awards. I had a drawer full of receipts for part-time jobs, groceries, gas, and steel-toed boots. She took dance instruction. By the age of 15, I had a mop and was working on Sundays at Smiley's car wash. It was not jealousy. It was erosion. One missed moment at a time. When my 18th birthday rolled around, my mother announced, "We're skipping gifts this year, budgeting's tight." But 2 months later, Lily had a full-fledged Sweet 16 party with a chocolate fountain and a bounce house. A bouncy house. I didn't inform them when I passed my welding certification at 16, following 3 years of night classes and double shifts. I just grabbed myself a burger and fries, sat in the work van, and let the silence suffice. At least Ratchet, my rescued mutt, wagged his tail as if I had won the lotto. So, when Lily's college graduation rolled around, I didn't anticipate a big deal. I wasn't even expecting a medium bargain. However, what I witnessed was a 5-act play with food. Dylan, our relative with a constantly backward cap and a podcast that nobody listens to, shared a slideshow on Instagram. The subtitles read like a press release, "Lily made it. We are so proud of our valedictorian queen." There they all were. Mom, Dad, Aunt Linda, Uncle Peter, and even Great Aunt Ruth, whose last reported movement was in 2014. They were all clinking glasses in the garden, with matching t-shirts, monogrammed napkins, and a cake taller than my apartment's fridge. I blinked, scrolled, and waited. Mom finally sent me a text. "We will celebrate yours later, Red Art. I'm really proud of you." Number when? No telephone call. Just the classic later that never comes. I glanced at my cracked phone screen, sitting alone in my studio apartment above a hardware store. Ratchet snoozing next to me like a gremlin in a dog bed. The spaghetti I microwaved had become cold. I did not want the glitter or the cake. I wanted to be seen. The next morning, I pulled on my grease-stained boots, threw a breakfast burrito in my face, and left for work. We were short a worker, so I worked the entire shift on the industrial pipe job, welding through heat and metal fumes. It was exhausting but made sense. Unlike family. 3 weeks have passed. There was no word, no follow-up, no, "Hey, let's celebrate now." Not even a, "How's work?" from anyone. It was as if I had developed an allergy to group conversations. Dylan appeared unexpectedly at my workplace. He didn't text or call, he simply drove up in his beat-up Toyota, sunglasses on, as if he were filming a documentary. I was piling metal rods into the truck bed when he approached and said, "Dude, you're not going to believe what I just got asked." I wiped sweat from my brow and gave him the same expression I give failing soldering equipment. "This should not be about a podcast episode." He grinned. "Nope, it's about you." And that's when it all began. I squinted at Dylan as if the sun itself were suspicious. "You're saying someone asked you to talk to me?" "Technically, they asked if you'd be available," Dylan explained, raising his brow as if it made a difference. "But yeah." I folded my arms and leaned on the truck's bed. My shirt was half saturated with sweat. Ratchet, who I occasionally bring to work, glanced up from the shade under the trailer, as if he too was braced for disappointment. "Okay, spit it out. Am I being drafted or kidnapped?" Dylan appeared overly enthusiastic about someone delivering a message. "So, this guy I know, Victor," he said. "He is on the board of the technical college downtown. They're doing this new trades campaign, build the future or something like that. And they're looking for people to feature, like real grads who came up through the grind, not some guy holding a clipboard in a suit pretending to know what a rivet gun is." I blinked. "And you give them my name?" "Well, I showed them your Instagram video, where you were replacing that broken water line in the rain. You resembled a welding god." "That wasn't rain," I mumbled. "It was a burst pipe, and I had bronchitis for a week after." "Exactly. Real grit. They loved it. They want to meet you. Said your story is authentic. They're tired of showing white collars holding blueprints. They want the guy who actually does it." I stared at him, then slowly looked over my shoulder, as if there was another William behind me. One that mattered more. I said, "Wait." With a dry voice. "Let me guess. They're offering me exposure, right? Maybe a pizza coupon." Dylan cracked a joke. "No, dude. There's a stipend. Like $2,000. Plus, they'll feature you on all the college's ads, posters online, maybe even a billboard if they raise the budget." I hadn't noticed, my inner monologue quickly joined in. They want to put my name out there, literally and publicly, which, ironically, was something my own family never did. I glanced down at my grease-stained boots. The tools clinked behind me as the other guys loaded up. The idea seemed absurd. Me. A walking afterthought at every holiday dinner. Being asked to represent something. "What's the catch?" I inquired, half laughing, half serious. "No catch. They just want to meet you first. See if you're comfortable on camera. You just share your story. Maybe do some shots of you welding. Talking about your journey. Show people that not every success story wears a tie." I didn't respond promptly. Instead, I reached for my thermos, took a long drink of lukewarm coffee, and reflected about my graduation. I just stood there alone in a half-empty auditorium, holding my rolled-up certificate. No one applauded or cheered my name. And now some strangers want to place me on a billboard. I cleared my throat. "Fine," I said. "I'll go to the meeting. But if this turns out to be a pyramid scheme for selling toolboxes to grandmothers, I'll weld your door shut." Dylan smiled as if he had just pulled off a magic act. "Deal. And believe me, this is going to be massive." The meeting was held 2 days later at the community college's main building. I'd never been there before. My welding program was located across town in a renovated warehouse that smelled of rust, perspiration, and accomplishment. This place had espresso machines and potted plants. Dylan had to counsel me on not showing up in my work boots. I wore pants and the nicest polo I possessed, which still had a fading bleach mark at the sleeve. I entered that meeting room feeling like a construction worker at a yacht club. But they greeted me as if I were a headline speaker. The campaign coordinator, Naomi, posed thoughtful questions. Victor, the board member, had already learned half of my tale via Dylan. They inquired about my shifts, training, and what I wish people knew about trade labor, and I did not sugarcoat anything. I told them about working late, choosing tools over textbooks, and seeing my sister receive standing ovations for honors I had no idea existed as I patched up rusted plumbing in a basement that smelled like damp carpet and regret. They listened. When I finished, Naomi smiled and added, "We'd be honored to feature you." That night I sat in my apartment with Ratchet curled up next to me. I gazed at the email they sent, confirming the campaign timeline. One statement stood out. "We'll reveal the campaign at the summer commencement ceremony." My stomach flipped. Summer has begun. The same one that my cousin Dylan was attending. My family planned to attend the same ceremony again for someone else. But this time, it was not about them. It was about me. I almost backed out on the first day of filming. I arrived with oil still under my fingernails. Naomi assured me that was great realism, carrying a clipboard as the cameraman set up beside a stack of steel beams. They recorded me welding, sweating, grinding through sparks, and talking about things I'd never expressed aloud. For example, I used to sneak back into the house after 3 a.m. In high school, I worked janitorial shifts, stepping over loose floors to avoid waking up anyone. Or how my father once told a family dinner that I was taking a gap year while I was actually working 60 hours a week moving timber on a construction site. The crew didn't interrupt, no phony tears, just nodding and listening. Naomi also had me conduct a sit-down interview. There was no rehearsing, no script, simply questions like, "What kept you going?" And, "What do you wish people knew about this path?" I answered honestly. I wanted to be useful. Even if no one applauded, it was necessary. The camera did not wink, neither did Naomi. Then came the question that threw me off guard. "Do your family know you're part of this campaign?" I choked back tears. "Not really," I replied. "They know I work, but not that I'm proud of it." She smiled softly and scrawled something down. "They will." Over the next week, they recorded more of my workshop, the worn boots outside my entrance, and Ratchet wagging his tail like a four-legged mascot. They even captured a time-lapse of me erecting a unique metal railing that I created from scratch. It all felt less like a production, and more like a peculiar form of therapy, as if I had been hushed in lowercase letters my entire life. And now, I'm being written in bold. But I didn't tell anyone. Nor my mother, nor my father, and not Lily. Especially not Lily. I didn't hide it out of spite. Not precisely. I just didn't want to give them the opportunity to downplay it, which they would. If I told them I was going to be featured at a commencement ceremony, they'd probably think, "Oh, how nice for a trade thing." If I mentioned the billboard, the response would be, "Really? You're not joking." So I didn't say anything. Allow them to celebrate Dylan's graduation as if it were another family coronation. Allow them to pose in their pastel clothes and share captions regarding legacy and future leaders. Meanwhile, I continued to show up to work, taking Naomi's calls, approving headshots, checking quotes, and witnessing my name transition. From an email subject line to a flyer mock-up to a full banner design. Naomi called one afternoon to check the final details. "We'll reveal the new Build the Future campaign at the opening of the commencement ceremony. Your face will be on the main screen during the intro along with your quote." I took a break. "What quote?" she said, laughing. "The one you gave us. The thing about wanting to be useful, even if nobody clapped. It hit hard in editing. You'll see." Mom sent me a group text the night before the ceremony. "I'm excited for Dylan's big day tomorrow. Everyone remembers to wear blue, with a cheerful face and eyes." I stared at it for a time. Blue, the same color I wore when I moved out, when I skipped my own graduation and ate drive-through tacos in the parking lot. I considered simply answering, "See you there," but I didn't. Not yet. I simply smiled, turned off my phone, lay out my cleanest pants, polished my boots, and printed the email Naomi supplied with my official badge and parking pass. This time, I was not sneaking in. This time, I received an invitation. The morning of the event, I arrived early. It's too early. The auditorium lobby smelled like cheap cologne and new diploma covers. Staff were still pasting signs on folding tables, organizing name tags, and testing microphones. Naomi waved at me and handed me a badge with my name on it. Only my name. Not Lily's brother. Not +1. Simply William Carter in bold. "Are you ready?" she said. "Born ready?" I inquired, before panicking and adding, I mean sure. She laughed and handed me a tiny envelope. After your feature plays, we'll bring you backstage. The dean wants to give you a quick thank you. They're adding your quote to the college website. I didn't see it. What? Like permanently? Yep, she commented. With your face next to it. I slid the envelope into my jacket pocket as if it were made of glass. Around 9:45 a.m., people began to arrive, including parents dressed in suits and friends clutching bouquets. Every fourth individual carried balloons. I located a seat at the back. Not concealed, but quiet. Naomi informed me they'd be featuring me after the video anyhow, so I might as well enjoy the show. At 10:02, I spotted them. My family. Mom dressed in her regular modest church glam gown, complete with pearls. Dad wore a blazer that I hadn't seen since his unsuccessful HOA campaign. And Lily, her hair flawlessly curled, held an iced latte as if it were a part of her hand. They did not see me. Not that they were looking. They took seats closer to the front, 2 rows behind the graduates. Dylan stood close, taking selfies as if he were going to perform at Coachella. He pointed to the large Welcome Graduates banner and muttered something that made Lily laugh so hard she tilted her cup. I just watched. And maybe for a brief minute, I felt the familiar pit in my gut. The one who murmured, "This isn't your crowd. This isn't your day." The lights dimmed, and everything changed. A spotlight illuminated the stage. The announcer, a faculty member with a voice suitable for morning radio, welcomed everyone to the summer commencement ceremony. As we honor this year's graduates, we'd like to spotlight the stories that don't usually make the front page. The modest accomplishments, the unsung builders, the hands that literally shape our world. My spine straightened. Today, the narrator continued, we launch our new campaign, Build the Future, featuring someone who reminds us what determination looks like, even when nobody's watching. The screen flashed, music played, and then my face emerged. Not a selfie. Not a grainy phone photo. A clear cinematic shot of me welding in slow motion, sparks flying, my eyes hidden behind the mask. My quote below. I just wanted to be useful, even if no one clapped. There was silence in the room. Then more clips. Time-lapse video showing me constructing the railing, mending a burst pipe in the rain, and lifting a welding mask with sweat on my brow. It cut to an interview tape of me talking about working night jobs in high school and how trade school was not a backup plan, but rather the plan. The video concluded with the campaign's tagline, Build the future in every way that matters. When the lights came back on, there was a moment of silence before applauding. Big, genuine and loud applause. People began turning. A staff member went forward and asked, William Carter, could you please stand? I stood, anxieties kicking like mule in my chest, but I stood. My cousin Dylan's mouth literally dropped open. I saw it from across the auditorium. My father leaned in toward my mother, apparently muttering something with a frown. Lily stared at me as if I were some stranger who had photobombed her graduation party. The applause continued going. People who had never met me applauded. My own relatives simply stared. Naomi smirked as I moved into the backstage hallway. Your family didn't know? Nope, I told them. Damn, she said quietly, almost proud. That's one hell of a reveal. Backstage smelt like coffee, fresh paper, and a faint hint of tense sweat. I followed Naomi down a narrow hallway crowded with event staff. Someone gave me a thumbs up. Another brought me a bottle of water with a wink, as if I'd won something. I don't think I'd ever received that many congratulations in a single minute before. We entered a side room, and the dean, a tall, silver-haired guy with a voice like smooth gravel, shook my hand as if I had just returned from battle. William Carter, he said kindly. It's an honor to meet the face of our future. I wanted to contradict him and say I was just a welder who happened to be in front of a TV crew, but instead I nodded, smiled and said, Thanks. This means a lot. He handed me a printed version of the campaign poster, with my quotation and name placed under the headline. We'll be putting this up in the main hallway for the fall semester, he told me. You've already had students asking about the welding program. I hadn't noticed. Seriously? He asked, smiling. Your story is important. Never forget that. 15 minutes later, I sneaked back into the lobby. The ceremony was still going on, with alphabetical names called out in waves, but the hallway was packed with early exiters, bored siblings, and caffeine-deprived parents. Lily stood near the exit, like a glitch in the Matrix. Alone. I'm holding a mostly empty iced latte, and glancing at a promotional poster attached to a display board. My poster. When I stopped a few steps away, she didn't glance up. Looks better in print, I commented. She turned slowly. For a little moment, her countenance remained unchanged. That poised, magazine cover calm she had always worn. Then it cracked slightly, allowing a question to emerge. You didn't tell anyone? Nope. She blinked. Why? I shrugged. I figured it was just a trade thing. Nothing worth toasting. Lily opened her mouth, then closed it. Her jaw flexed. She looked at the poster again. I didn't know you were doing stuff like this because you didn't ask. The remarks were honest, not spiteful, and it seemed to hit harder. I'd always thought you were, doing okay, she told me. I was. But this? You're practically on a screen in front of everyone. Yeah, weird, right? She exclaimed, taking a brief breath. Not quite a chuckle and not quite a sigh. Then without looking at me, she remarked, Mom looked like she saw a ghost. I'm surprised she didn't claim I photoshopped it. This actually made me giggle. Quiet. Almost guilty. We stood there for a second. Not as enemies. Not quite like siblings either. Just folks who grew up in the same house but never really shared a narrative. I didn't mean to make it a thing, I told you. You didn't, Lily answered. We did. I nodded. Anyway, she continued, it was cool. You looked like you. That was the most genuine compliment I had ever received from her. I wasn't even sure what to do with it. So I just muttered, thanks. As I began to walk by her, I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. Mom and Dad were loitering near the vending machines, conversing, checking their phones, and staring up at the poster as if it had committed a personal offense. They didn't approach or wave, just stood there in their awkward little cluster. And for the first time in my life, their silence did not make me feel small. I felt solid. They may have approached me. They could have said, congratulations, or we are proud of you, but they did not. I didn't need them to. I had something better now. Proof. And peace. By the time I came home, my phone resembled a punching bag employed by the notification gods. I had 38 unread texts, a dozen missed calls, and 3 Instagram tags from people I hadn't spoken with since high school gym class. I was expecting a few awkward, wow, you looked clean messages. Instead, I opened Naomi's direct message first. Videos live already, 9.2K views in the first hour, you brought it, fire. I followed the directions. There I was. Put your mask down. Welding torch in hand. Molten sparks flash across the screen like fireflies in a storm. The comments section provided more than just support. It was validation. My brother needed to hear this. This is what kids should see more of. He gets it. Real work. True tale. I do not even weld. And it hit hard. One even stated, I hope his family is proud, which made my soul laugh out loud. Then came the group chat tsunami. Family redart. 18 members, lighted up like a slot machine. Mom. Why didn't William tell us? We were very astonished. Dad. I just saw it. You seemed respectable. I didn't expect that level of polish. Lily. You're quite famous now, LOL. Can I say that I know you? Then came the flood of extended family members reacting as if they had just discovered Bigfoot in their garden. Uncle Peter. Wait, is that our William from the college video? Aunt Linda. You should have told us. We would have clapped more loudly. Cousin Megan said, oh my God, I cried. My co-workers also saw it. And of course Mom's pièce de résistance. We're planning a small dinner to celebrate you this weekend. Just family. Ah yes, just family. The same group that skipped my trade school graduation and live-streamed Lily's from the back of a rented party limo. Suddenly they were laying down the red carpet for some takeout pizza and guilt appetizers. Hard pass. I did not respond. Not right away. Instead I reshared the official campaign post Naomi had tagged me in, which included my quote and banner image. There's no caption, just a hammer and a flame. The likes started trickling in, then flowing, and finally overflowing. Old classmates I hadn't spoken to in years, some of whom used to sneer at me for wearing work boots to school, were now reacting with fire and flex biceps emojis. One man I hardly knew DM'd, bro, I showed this to my dad. He said, you speak for all of us. Another person said, you made welding look noble. Then, humorously, I received a note from my old chemistry teacher. Oh, and I knew you would go far. Please let me know if you would want to come talk to my class. I almost responded, you once called me a distraction with a wrench. But I let it go. Growth or anything. That night Lily texted me separately. So, Are you doing more of these? I responded simply, they asked me to appear on a panel next semester. After a few minutes, she said, that's actually amazing. I believe you found your thing. Then, it's crazy. We hadn't even realized. Didn't you realize? No. They did not. Because they never asked. They were too busy applauding for caps and gowns to notice the guy wearing welding gloves and working night shifts. Mom messaged again before bed. Don't forget, we're planning Sunday dinner for your big day. Please let us know if that works. It's funny how a stranger's applause reminds people of your name and makes them want to host dinners. I stared at the message for a moment. Then I muted the chat. I had one more thing to complete before going to bed. I opened the marketing video again. I watched the line play and all I wanted was to be useful, even if no one clapped. Then I said to no one. Turns out they clap eventually after everyone else does first. I wasn't actually intending on attending the meal. But Sunday arrived and something inside me said, let them sit with it. Let them see you now. Not the packaged version. So I showed up. Clean jeans, a black button-up. Nothing flashy, just crisp enough to be unrecognizable to the version of myself that they used to mock. Ratchet stayed home. Even he did not deserve this kind of second-hand disgrace. When I pulled into the driveway, the first thing I saw was a sad little "Congratulations William" banner hanging over the porch light. It was obviously a remnant from Lily's celebration. Same typeface and colors. They just taped over her name. If you looked closely enough, you might see a faint B beneath the O classic. Inside, the living room smelled of store-bought lasagna and worry. The whole family was present. Mom, Dad, Lily, Uncle Peter, and even Aunt Linda, who hadn't spoken to me since she discovered me using the garage fridge as a child. They all smiled like performers who had just realized the director was sitting in the front row. Mom hugged me in what seemed like a job interview. William, look at you. Yes. I replied. I know. I cleaned it up. Dad patted me on the back. Big man on campus, huh? It wasn't a campus, I responded calmly. Just a stage. But close. We sat down at the table. Paper dishes, generic Coke, and a store-bought cake with "You did it" inscribed in red icing, as if someone had forgotten what it was. The discomfort was thick enough to spread on toast. Then Mom raised her glass, a single cup of sparkling cider. To William, she added cheerfully, for making us proud. We always knew he had it in him. Everyone grinned. Everyone but me. I took a sip of water and did not say anything. Because no, they did not always know. They did not applaud when I passed my certification exam. They did not upload images after I was hired full-time. They did not show up when I graduated from trade school with perfect attendance. Strangers were sharing my video, and academics were repeating my name, so they knew. As supper progressed, Linda attempted to strike up a conversation. So, do you think you'll be on more billboards? No idea, I replied. But I have 2 crews inquiring about contract work. Wow, she exclaimed, clearly surprised. Lily leaned in, saying, that's impressive. So, what do you actually do now? I asked, smiling slowly. Turns out I can make sparks fly. She rolled her eyes but did not answer. Toward the end of the lunch, Dad finally addressed the question he had plainly been storing for. So what's next for you, son? I wiped my mouth, laid my fork down, and responded. I've got meetings lined up for a local partnership, and I'm thinking about opening my own fabrication space by winter. Dead quiet. Mom blinked. Your own, what now? Shop, I replied. Business license, client list, custom work. You know, a real job. None of them laughed. Nobody breathed, so I pulled away from the table and stood up. I appreciate the effort, I murmured, indicating vaguely toward the cake. But I've got an early morning. Welding doesn't wait. I started to leave, but not before looking squarely at Mom. You know, I remarked with a smile. Lily's celebration featured a band. You might have at least recruited someone with a trumpet. I went away. Let's just say the look on their faces was more than worth a toast. I didn't hear anything from the family in the week after that supper. No follow-ups. No, so proud of you texts. The group discussion contained only a few awkward emoji reactions and one unconnected photo of Linda's new dog. But that Friday was when the time occurred. I was standing in the campus lobby, waiting to meet Naomi about the forthcoming panel, when Dylan strode in, camera bag slung over his shoulder, sunglasses on like he was ready for the press. We established eye contact. He stopped and, attempting to be casual, said, "Hey man, big week, huh?" "Yeah," I replied. "Guess so." You, really surprised people. I responded with a wink. You too? People didn't expect you to be so quiet. He chuckled nervously and murmured, yeah, well, catch you later. He continued to go. I did not ask about the panel. Did not mention the video. But I knew he had seen it. They all did. Later that night I received a notification. Cousin Jason, who recorded part of the graduation on his phone, had uploaded a selfie on Instagram. I clicked without thinking. He was standing in front of the college's main hall. Behind him, the new campaign banner, Build the Future featuring William Carter, hung in large lettering. And immediately under the name was the quote, I just wanted to be useful, even if no one clapped. In the photo, I'm next to Jason. Not posed or intended. Just me, standing nearby, hands in my pockets, staring at the banner, as if I still couldn't believe it was real. But Jason's caption sealed the deal. Didn't expect to see my name up there. No hashtags, no emojis, simply raw, unpleasant honesty. And that spoke louder than any toast could. Within an hour, others began sharing it. Friends, classmates, previous teachers, and a couple of my clients even submitted screenshots, asking if I was the guy in the banner. And the best part, I didn't post anything. I did not explain, I did not elucidate, I did not tag or humble brag. I simply let them see it, allow them to sit with it. Let them know that I didn't need a stage to be proud. I just needed some space to make my own. So I did. Quietly, fully, without requiring applause. They can toast all they want now. But I had already raised a glass to myself. I was my sister's ATM for 5 years. When I said no more, she screamed, go to hell, and threw cake at my face. Now she owes me $39,000 with interest. For the past 5 years, I, a 32-year-old male, have essentially served as my 29-year-old sister's personal bank account. I will call her Lila. I don't mean, hey, can I borrow $20 for gas? Kind of circumstance. I'm talking about full-fledged financial assistance, rent, utilities, groceries, clothes for her children, school supplies, and everything. I work in a facility that produces car parts. It's not glamorous, but it pays well if you're willing to work a lot of overtime, which I've been doing almost non-stop since Lila's husband left her. My social life. What a social life. I haven't had a proper vacation since 2019. Most weekends, I work extra shifts or assist Lila with a broken item in her apartment. It was not always like this. Lila used to be married to this guy named Travis. He was fine. He had a regular job as an electrician. They seemed fairly regular, and they had a child together, my niece Chloe, who is now 7 years old, and actually quite cool. But Lila has always had rage issues. Like she'll appear okay, and then snap over nothing. She'd throw enormous tantrums and shout at Travis over little matters like him buying the wrong brand of cereal, or not responding to her texts quickly enough. It's no wonder that Dad got fed up and left when Chloe was approximately 2. I can recall Lila calling me at 11 p.m., sobbing about Travis being a selfish guy who abandoned his family. I subsequently discovered he had been telling her for months that he was unhappy, but she didn't take him seriously, I guess. Anyway, after the divorce, Lila could no longer afford her flat. Her work at the mall paid little, and childcare charges are exorbitant. This is where my parents, Richard and Margaret, should have intervened, correct? But no, they've been living the retirement dream ever since Dad received his pension. They travel about 4 months out of the year and have refurbished their home with one of those expensive kitchens from TV. When I proposed that they should financially assist Lila, their daughter, Mom looked at me with a patronizing smile and said, "You're young and capable, Finn. You don't have any responsibilities yet. Lila needs help right now." So, like an idiot, I agreed to help Lila temporarily while she recovered. That was in 2020. It is currently 2025. And guess what? I'm still assisting. At first, it was simply assisting with rent. Then there was rent and utilities, as electricity is extremely expensive in the winter. Then there were groceries, because Chloe is developing and requires nutritious food. Then there were clothes for Chloe, school supplies, after-school activities, and a new laptop because she needed one for school. She was a first grader. New furniture since the old stuff makes me think of Travis. And on, and on. Every time I suggested that we cut back on certain spending, Lila would pull one of her famous moves. Sometimes she'd start crying about how difficult it is to be a single mother. Or she'd become really defensive and declare, "I'm being cheap." Her preferred strategy was to use Chloe as a shield. "So you want your niece to go without basic necessities?" she would ask, reminding me how fortunate I was not to have a family to maintain. Here's the thing with me, I've always been the family fixer. Middle child syndrome, perhaps. When things get uncomfortable, I start making jokes. I attempt to keep the peace. I dislike conflict. When I hand over money to Lila that I know I'll never see again, I just make a snarky remark like, well, there goes my dream yacht. Or guess I'll just have to win the lottery now. Everyone laughs, the matter is resolved, but I am still broke. I truly had a dream once. I was saving for a down payment on a home. Lila had approximately $15,000 saved up when her life crashed. That money was spent within the first year of assisting her. I intended to attend some community college programs in order to advance in my career or obtain a better position. Cannot afford it right now. I've even tried dating on occasion, but it's difficult to go out with someone when you're counting pennies after paying 2 sets of bills. Jordan, my pal, is constantly reminding me that I'm being used. Dude, she's a grown woman, she should figure it out like everyone else. However, when children are involved, things are not so straightforward. Chloe did not ask for any of this. And I adore that little kid. She's smart and humorous, and she likes to draw dinosaurs wearing hats. How can you say no when you know your niece will suffer? Uncle Henry is the only member of my family who can see through Lila's act. He drew me aside at Thanksgiving last year and said, "Kid, you're setting yourself on fire to keep someone warm who's just going to complain it's not hot enough." Henry has always been direct like that. He offered to loan me money once, but I declined. This problem is already hard enough without including more family members in the financial picture. Lila finally found a good job as an administrative assistant at an insurance company, full-time and with benefits, about 8 months ago. I hoped things would finally change. Maybe I could just help with Chloe's expenses or pay a portion of the rent instead of the entire amount. However, the financial obligations continued, often much more so than before, because changing jobs is expensive in various ways. She required a professional wardrobe and networking lunches, among other things, which sounded uncomfortably similar to, "I want to buy new clothes and go out to eat." Meanwhile, I'm still driving my 2008 Honda with 187,000 miles on it, going to discount grocery stores and using my phone until it practically dies because I can't afford a replacement. But I kept paying. Because I'm a sucker, I suppose. Because it feels impossible to say no after saying yes so many times. Because I'm worried about what will happen to Chloe if I cut Lila off. Because my entire identity in the family is the dependable Finn, who solves everyone's issues with a smile and a joke. But after Lila acquired her new office job, I started seeing strange things. Not all at once, but in small increments that simply did not add up. First and foremost, her financial situation deteriorated, rather than improved. When she was working part-time at the mall, I could understand why she needed assistance. But now she is making money. Not fantastic, but certainly better than before. And she's still asking me for money, sometimes even more. One week she called and said she couldn't pay her rent because she had to pay for Chloe's school pictures. School photos cost about $50, but her rent is $1,200. Make sure it makes sense. When I went over to her flat, I started seeing new things. Nothing fancy, but definitely not a bargain. New throw pillows and brand-name makeup on her bathroom counter. She even got one of those robotic vacuums. Who would buy a robot vacuum if they couldn't pay their electricity bill? The big red flag was when she arrived at my folks' house for Sunday dinner wearing these fancy shoes. I only recognized the brand because the person I was dating was infatuated with it. They cost a minimum of $300. When I cocked an eyebrow at her, she simply shrugged and claimed they were on sale. On sale for $250 rather than $300. That's still crazy when I'm over here buying work boots at Walmart. Then she started acting strangely about her phone. She used to just leave it on the table or something, but now she's carrying it everywhere, including the restroom, and she jumps anytime it alerts her with a notice. I once went in when she was texting and she practically flipped her phone over as if she was hiding nuclear codes or something. Her routine also became weird. Previously, she would spend the evenings at home with Chloe, but she started asking me to babysit more and more. Typically last minute. Emergency work thing, she'd explain, or girls' night. I really need this for my mental health. Now, I understand the necessity for social time, especially as a single mom. But it was happening about 2 to 3 times every week. I saw Chloe expressing things that didn't make sense given Lila's story of being a broke single mom. One day, I was picking her up from school, and she told me about this wonderful restaurant with a table where they cook in front of you. It's obviously a hibachi place. When I asked who took her there, she replied, "Mommy took me last week." So I'm sitting there thinking, I gave Lila money for groceries last week since she mentioned they were eating ramen every night. However, she was able to afford hibachi. That's about $60 to $70 for 2 people, easily. Another time, Chloe was playing with my phone and unintentionally launched my Amazon app. She saw a toy and replied, "I have that. Mommy ordered it for my good grades." The toy cost $40. Not the most costly item ever, but certainly not what someone who cannot pay their water bill should purchase. I began paying greater attention to Lila's social media accounts. She wasn't posting anything suspicious directly, but she was identifying herself in locations like fine restaurants, wineries, and performance venues. She was always with a bunch of work pals she hadn't mentioned previously. When I casually mentioned one of these outings, "Hey, how was that Italian place you went to Tuesday?" she became defensive right away. "Are you stalking my Instagram now? Wow, Finn, controlling much." I backed away because it is what I do. Make a joke, smooth things over and pretend everything is alright. Just making conversation, sis. Glad you're making friends at your new job. But I began to wonder where my money was going. If she can afford girls' nights, hibachi and high-end shoes, why can't she pay rent? Something was not adding up. Uncle Henry also observed. We were helping my father repair his deck. Well, Henry and I were working as Dad observed when Henry just asked me, "You still bankrolling Lila's life?" I gave him a non-answer like, "You know how it is. Family helps family." Henry just shook his head. "That girl's taking you for a ride, Finn. You don't see it because you don't want to, but everyone else does." That ached because deep down I knew he was correct. Even my friend Jordan had stopped asking me to go out because he was tired of hearing I can't afford it, while seeing me Venmo hundreds of dollars to my sister. I tried discussing it with my parents once. We were at their house for Dad's birthday, and Lila had just begged me for money to fix her car the day before, an $800 repair that I'm pretty sure was fabricated. "Don't you think it's strange that Lila still needs so much help despite her new job?" I asked Mom while we were alone in the kitchen. Mom just gave me that look, like I'm being difficult. "She's a single mother, Finn. Do you have any idea how expensive it is to raise a child? You're lucky you only have to worry about yourself." There it was again. I'm lucky to be trapped paying for 2 families on one paycheck when everyone else may live their lives. When Lila began receiving deliveries, I became very suspicious. I knew because Chloe mentioned it. "The delivery man comes to our house a lot now. Mommy says it's because she deserves nice things." Goodness. While I'm over here contemplating whether I can afford to repair my car's air conditioner or if I should just sweat through another summer, I still didn't know what was going on. Part of me wondered if she had a shopping addiction or was in some sort of problem she wasn't telling me about. In any case, I resolved to discover the truth. The following time she asked me to babysit last minute for a work event, I consented as usual. I didn't intend to spy through my sister's belongings that day. I'm not that type of person. But when I arrived to babysit Chloe, strange things were happening on. First, Lila was completely dressed up for a work event on a Thursday night. She was dressed in a tight black dress that I'd never seen before, had fancy makeup and hair done, and was wearing perfume that clearly cost more than the body spray she used to buy at the mall. When I asked about it, she became really defensive. "Some of us care about our appearance, Finn. Not everyone wants to look like they just rolled out of bed." For the record, I was wearing regular jeans and a clean t-shirt. Not quite just rolled out of bed, but whatever. The second strange thing was that Chloe appeared perplexed about where her mother was going. When Lila remarked, "Mommy has to go to a work thing," Chloe replied, "Is Mason going to be there?" Lila's face went white almost instantly. She yelled at Chloe, "Go brush your teeth right now," and nearly shoved me into the kitchen, stating we needed to talk about Chloe's bedtime ritual. Now I am not stupid. "Who's Mason?" I inquired. "Just a coworker," she replied hastily. "We're all going to this team building thing." She lied. I've known Lila my entire life, and she has this habit of touching her earring while lying. She was virtually ripping on her earring by this point, but I let it go since Chloe returned to the room, and I didn't want to start a fight in front of her. Lila went quickly, asking me not to wait because these work things can go late. After I settled Chloe into a movie, I decided to look around a little. Not full-fledged snooping, just observation. I was not opening drawers or anything. When I went to put away Chloe's sweater, I noticed a men's jacket hanging in the hall closet. Not like a unisex jacket, but a standard men's leather jacket in size extra large. Travis, Lila's ex, was best described as a medium. In the restroom I noticed men's body wash in the shower, not the cheap type either. The premium sort, which costs around $15 each bottle. There was also a men's razor on the countertop. However, the true proof was in the living room. While Chloe was putting on her jammies, I saw some mail on the coffee table. One envelope was addressed to Mason Jennings, the same address as Lila's flat. This guy was receiving mail at her residence. That is not a casual thing. That is not a co-worker. That's someone who spends a lot of time there. When Chloe returned for the movie, I casually said, "Hey Pops, who's Mason again? Is he one of Mommy's friends from work?" She gave me that adults are so dumb look that only kids can pull off. "No, Uncle Finn, Mason is Mommy's boyfriend. He sleeps over lots of times and makes pancakes in the morning." Okay, there it was. My sister had a hidden boyfriend who allegedly spent enough time at her house to receive mail and prepare breakfast. "Does Mason buy you things?" I inquired, attempting to sound casual. "Sometimes," she responded, concentrating on selecting a movie. "He got me the robot that cleans the floor, and he took me and Mommy to the restaurant where they cook in front of you. He has a cool car too." So this guy was purchasing gifts for my niece, taking them to expensive places, and allegedly driving a cool car, while I was still paying Lila's rent and utilities because she couldn't afford them. I felt sick to my stomach. For 5 years, I'd been sacrificing everything to support Lila, thinking she was struggling, and now she had a man who was spending money on her and Chloe while I was still paying the bills. The more Chloe talked, the worse things got. Mason had reportedly been around for at least 6 months. He took them to the zoo after Lila informed me that she couldn't afford Chloe's field trip. He even took them on a weekend excursion to a water park, the same weekend Lila informed me she needed additional money because her hours were reduced. I maintained my composure in front of Chloe. We watched the movie, I told her a tale, and I tucked her down as if everything was fine. But internally, I was angry. After Chloe fell asleep, I examined around more carefully. In Lila's room, I discovered shopping bags in her closet with receipts for luxury clothes, and even an iPad. All acquired within the last few months while I was eating ramen for dinner to save money. In her nightstand drawer, there were weekend vacation brochures and a handwritten note that read, "Happy 6 months, babe. Can't wait for many more. Love, R." 6 months. She'd been dating this guy for half a year and was still receiving my money. I grabbed my phone and began photographing everything. The men's items in the bathroom, the mail, the shopping receipts, and the card. I even took a photo of the dude's jacket. I sought evidence when she tried to deny everything. Then I looked over her Instagram. She wasn't posting images with any guys, but when I looked closely at her girls' night out shots, I noticed the same guy in the background of numerous of them. Not labeled, but clearly present. In one photograph, you can see his hand on her waist. Subtle, sis. Very subtle. I was still sitting there looking through her social media when I heard her key enter the door at about midnight. I immediately put everything back where I found it and attempted to appear relaxed on the couch. She came in still dressed up, little tipsy, and shocked to see me awake. "Oh, you're still here. How was Chloe?" "Great," I answered, my tone bland. "We had a nice talk. She told me all about Mason." The expression on her face was nearly worth the thousands of dollars I had squandered on her. Then she moved from denying everything, "He's just a friend," to downplaying it. "We've only been dating a few weeks," to ultimately admitting they had been together for almost 6 months. But the worst thing was when she tried to explain keeping him hidden from me. "You're so judgmental, Finn. I knew you'd make a big deal out of it." "A big deal? You've been taking my money for emergencies while spending it on dates with this guy." "It's not like that. Mason's going through a tough time financially right now. I've been helping him out sometimes." That's when I totally lost it. "So, let me get this straight," I responded, attempting to remain calm. "I work overtime every week so you can pay your bills, but instead you're using that money to support some grown man who should be supporting himself." She burst into tears then. Classic Lila move. When logic fails, activate the waterworks. She went on about how I didn't understand, how Mason was wonderful with Chloe, how she was happy for the first time since Travis left, and how dare I attempt to ruin it for her. I told her I was finished. There's no more money, no more bailouts, no longer being her personal ATM. She was capable of paying her own bills, just like any other adult on the earth. Of course, she called me every name in the book, selfish, uncaring, and jealous because I didn't have anyone. That last one stung because it may have been true. It's difficult to date when you're continuously working and broke from helping your sister. I left her place that night, assuming it was the end. Boy, was I mistaken. The next morning, my parents called. Guess who contacted them at 1 a.m., weeping about how mean I was. They lectured me on the need of family support and how ridiculous I was. When I tried to explain Mason, they brushed it aside as if it were nothing. So she has a boyfriend. What's the big deal? She deserves some happiness after everything she's been through. Did everyone forget that I've been through a lot too? That I had put my entire life on hold for 5 years? For the next week, Lila continued texting me about invoices that were due. I disregarded them all. My parents called repeatedly, leaving guilt-ridden voicemails about how Chloe shouldn't suffer because I was stubborn. I also ignored those. I was finally standing my ground, which felt great. Then came Saturday. I was at home washing laundry when the doorbell rang. It was Lila, with a fancy-looking cake box. "Can I come in?" she inquired, appearing regretful for once. Against my better judgment, I allowed her in. She placed the cake on my kitchen table and began giving an obviously scripted speech about how sorry she was for not telling me about Mason and how she understood why I was unhappy. But couldn't we figure things out? Maybe I could still contribute with the rent while she sorted things out. I looked at her in bewilderment. "You still don't get it, do you? This isn't just about your boyfriend. It's about the lying, the manipulating, using me for 5 years while hiding how you were really spending the money." "That's not fair," she responded, becoming defensive again. "I did need help with necessities. Sure, not with fancy date nights and gifts for your boyfriend. Do you have any idea what I've given up for you? I've been living like I'm broke because I am broke after giving you all my money." "It wasn't all of your money," she murmured. "Don't exaggerate." I laughed, really laughed. "Lila, I've given you over $35,000 in the past 5 years. I calculated it." Her eyes bulged. I do not think she had ever done the math. "Look, I told you, I'm not even asking for the money back. It's gone, but I'm done. You have a job, you have a boyfriend. Figure it out between the two of you." That was when she pointed to the cake box. "I got your favorite carrot cake from that bakery you like as a peace offering." When I opened the box, there was indeed a lovely carrot cake inside. But something about it felt odd. "What's this really for?" I inquired. "You've never brought me cake as an apology before." She fidgeted with her earrings. "Just wanted to make things right." I saw some writing on the cake, which was partially visible under the box top. I opened it fully to see. "Happy 6-month anniversary, R." The rest was smudged. It clicked right away. "This is for Mason, isn't it? Today is your 6-month anniversary with him." Her face turned crimson. "Well, yes, but I thought we could share it. I'm trying to include you in my life." "Include me?" I asked, my voice growing louder. "You didn't even buy this for me. You bought it for your anniversary, and what, he canceled so you thought you'd use it to butter me up instead." "Mason didn't cancel," she yelled. "He's meeting me later. I just thought. You thought you'd smooth things over with me so I'd keep paying your bills, then go celebrate with him using my favorite cake that I'm guessing you paid for with money I gave you for your electric bill last month." "It's not like that," she cried. "God, you're impossible. This is why I didn't tell you about him. You're so judgmental and controlling." "Controlling? I've let you walk all over me for 5 years. I'm not trying to control you. I'm just done being used by you." "Fine," she exclaimed. "Keep being a bitter, lonely loser jerk. Mason loves me, which is more than anyone can say about you." That hurt more than I cared to admit. "If Mason loves you so much," I replied with a grimace, "then congratulations. You finally found someone else to be your ATM, though I'm guessing he doesn't know that's his role yet. Maybe check if his credit score can handle the Lila attacks before you get too attached." Her face distorted with wrath, and before I could respond, she snatched the cake and smashed it right in my face. Carrot cake got everywhere, in my eyes, up my nose, down my shirt. The hefty cake plate struck me hard enough to cut my lip. "Go to hell, Finn," she exclaimed. "You think you're so much better than everyone. At least Mason isn't a pathetic loser who has no life outside of work." I stood there in awe, icing streaming down my cheeks. I was 29 years old, and my sister was flinging cake at me like a baby having a temper tantrum. She grabbed her purse and raced toward the door before turning back. "Don't expect to see Chloe again if this is how you're going to be." The threat to use my niece as a weapon was the final straw. "Get out," I murmured calmly, despite the cake on my face. "And don't come back until you're ready to act like an adult." After she went, I stood in my kitchen, cake dripping on the floor, wondering how my life had come to this. After 5 years of sacrifice, all I got was a cake to the face and a threat to prevent me from seeing my niece. I took a shower, washed the frosting off my ears and hair, and made a decision. This was not over. If Lila wanted to play nasty, I could too. My phone started filling up with text messages from my folks. Apparently Lila had already contacted them with her version of events, in which I was cruel and unreasonable, and she was the victim again. This time, I did not ignore them. I snapped a picture of my still red face with the cut on my lip and sent it to the family group chat with the following message. This is what your daughter did when I said I wouldn't pay her expenses anymore. Do you still think I am the problem? Dad's response. You know how emotional she can get. You should not have pressed her buttons. Classic. Lila acts like a lunatic, and it's my responsibility for pushing her buttons by refusing to pay her expenses any longer. I tried to explain about the boyfriend again, how she had been lying for months, and about the shopping sprees, restaurants, and excursions. Their response was basically, well, that's between her and her boyfriend. Number. It's between her, her boyfriend and me, the guy who's been funding it all. Uncle Henry was the only one who was on my side. He called. Are you pressing charges? Was his first question. I wasn't, obviously. She's still my sister, and Chloe would be traumatized if her mother were arrested. But the fact that someone finally admitted how bad the situation was meant a lot. Meanwhile, Lila had launched a full-scale public relations campaign against me. She was telling everyone who would listen that I had abandoned her and Chloe because I was envious of their love. She even made some weird comments on Facebook about toxic family members and finding out who really loves you. I could have simply walked away at this point, cut communication, nursed my wounds, and attempted to restore my savings. But something about me had changed. I had had enough of being the kind person who takes the hit for everyone else. Uncle Henry and I met for lunch a few days later. We were just finishing our burgers when he gave me a serious look. Have you thought about what you're going to do next? Because your sister isn't just going to let this go. I shrugged. What can I do? The money's gone. Henry smirked. Maybe not. My buddy Alex works at a debt collection agency. The legit kind, not the scammy ones. You got records of all the money you gave her? Every penny, I replied. I've been tracking it in a spreadsheet for years. 3 days later I was sitting across from Alex, sliding a folder full of statements, Venmo receipts, and text screenshots across his desk. So your sister asked for money for rent emergencies while buying $300 shoes, he inquired, thumbing over the proof. And taking secret boyfriends to fancy restaurants, I mentioned. And you have texts where she explicitly acknowledges these were loans? I pointed to the highlighted part. Lila. I swear I'll pay you back when I get on my feet. Me. You said that last month. Lila. I mean it this time. Perfect, he replied. I can work with this. I walked out of his office with a bounce in my step for the first time in weeks. The official notification was delivered to Lila's flat 2 days later. Total owed, $39,423.27 plus reasonable interest. Payment is needed immediately. Failure to answer might result in credit reporting, possible wage garnishment, and other legal action. My phone rang around 18 minutes later. Are you freaking serious right now? Lila's voice was so harsh that I had to move the phone away from my ear. Hello to you too, sis. You sent a debt collector after me? Well, I said with a smile. You know what they say, when someone throws cake in your face, send a professional to collect what they owe you, or something like that. This isn't funny, they're threatening my credit score, that is serious. Maybe you could ask Mom and Dad for help. Or Mason, he seems to enjoy funding your lifestyle. Though I guess he thought he was dating an independent woman, not someone who's been mooching off her brother for 5 years. The yelling that ensued was remarkable. I waited approximately 30 seconds before interrupting. Look, it's simple. You borrowed money, you didn't repay it. Now you have a debt. Welcome to adulthood, Lila. Those weren't loans, they were family helping family. Funny, I have about 50 texts that say otherwise. She hung up. I laughed and shut my phone, knowing that the family nuclear meltdown was about to occur. It did not disappoint. Mom and Dad made 17 calls in the next hour. I finally responded while making myself a meal. Have you completely lost your mind? Dad exclaimed without hesitation. Hi Dad, I'm doing well, thanks for asking. A debt collector against your own sister? Since she's allergic to personal responsibility, I thought I'd introduce her to professional responsibility. Mom cut in. Finn, you need to call this off immediately. Lila is absolutely distraught. So was I when she smashed cake in my face, and when she spent the money I gave her for rent on her secret boyfriend. But please, tell me more about how I'm the bad guy here. This isn't who we raised you to be, Dad remarked sadly. You raised me to be a doormat? Weird. I must have missed that lesson. The conversation then deteriorated. They alternated between guilt, threats, and pleas to familial loyalty. You know what's really funny, I ended by stating, I'm the only one who's ever held Lila accountable for anything. Maybe if you'd done that years ago, we wouldn't be here. They hung up on me. Progress. Alex called the following day. Your sister and her boyfriend came in, he remarked, amused. Quite the performance, I bet. Let me guess, tears, screaming, threats to call the police? All of the above, but the boyfriend pulled me aside and asked how much it would take to make this go away immediately. I almost dropped my phone. Seriously? He seemed very concerned about her credit score, almost like he was planning something that required good credit. I told him a significant good faith payment would show seriousness, and he wrote a check for $5,000 on the spot. I burst into laughter. You what? Yep. And they signed a payment plan for the rest. $500 a month until it's paid off. Congratulations, you'll be getting about $350 a month after our fee. I hung up and performed a victory dance in my living room. The best investment in a debt collector ever. Lila's social media accounts became oddly silent after that. No more posts about toxic families. No more victim narratives. Just radio silence. The first payment came into my account the next week. I quickly used it to fix my car's air conditioner, which had been broken for 2 summers. The following month, I paid off one of my credit cards. The month after that, I opened a savings account. My parents continued to give me the cold shoulder, certain that I had committed some unforgivable transgression against the precious institution of family. Uncle Henry found it hilarious. They'll come around, he told us during our fishing trip. Or they won't. Either way, you're not bankrupt anymore. What is the best part? For the first time in 5 years, I can buy decent coffee at the grocery store without worrying about how many of Lila's expenses the money will cover. Freedom tastes like a quality dark roast, which is excellent. Since several people have asked, yes, the debt collector way is legal if you have adequate paperwork showing the money was a loan, not a gift. Text messages in which someone acknowledges that it is a loan and agrees to repay you are legally binding in most places. Do your research and save your receipts. My family shut me out of their weddings, then showed up at my door with a casserole dish under suspicion. The investigation put them both in jail. My name is Aaron and I am 31 years old. If you had told me 5 years ago that my wedding day would be the biggest act of quiet revenge I'd ever pull off, I would have laughed you out of the room. I was never the type to hold grudges, you know, always the one who tried to keep the peace even when it hurt. But when your own family spends most of your life reminding you that you're unwanted, something inside you eventually changes. It's not an explosion, not a meltdown. It's slower, colder, like a door inside you quietly locks, and you throw away the key without even realizing it. Growing up, I was the weird one in my family. Not rebellious, not a troublemaker, just different. While my siblings, Timothy and Sophia, were all about sports and popularity, I was the kid who loved books, played chess, and wanted to talk about space and history at the dinner table. You'd think being different would just mean some teasing, maybe a little distance. But in my family, it meant something more cruel. Exclusion disguised as just kidding, or you wouldn't enjoy it anyway. It started small. Birthday parties where my invite must have gotten lost. Family outings where someone forgot to tell me. I learned not to take it personally, or at least I tried. But then came the weddings. First was Sophia's when I was 22. She sat me down a month before, a big fake smile plastered on her face and said, Aaron, I just think it's better if you don't come. It's going to be a very normal wedding, not really your scene. I remember staring at her, blinking, wondering if I was hallucinating. She hugged me like she was doing me a favor and promised to send pictures. I didn't go. I didn't fight it. I didn't even cry, though the lump in my throat made it impossible to eat for days. Mom and Dad brushed it off like it was no big deal. She's the bride. She gets to choose, Dad said gruffly, barely looking up from his newspaper. Mom added, besides, you would have been miserable there, surrounded by all those people you don't know. As if I wasn't family too. As if I hadn't grown up with half the people on her guest list. Then came Timothy's wedding 2 years later. This time they didn't even bother pretending. I found out about it through a Facebook post. A blurry candid shot of my entire family dressed to the nines, laughing around a banquet table. The caption was something smug like, "Family is everything." I sat there staring at the screen, my stomach twisting into knots. Not a single call, not a text, nothing. Just radio silence and then a public reminder that I wasn't part of the club. You'd think after all that I'd be done with them, cut my losses, move on. But hope's a stubborn thing. It clings to you, even when it shouldn't. I kept trying. Holidays, birthdays, random check-ins. Sometimes they'd respond, sometimes not. When they did, it was always with this thin layer of politeness stretched over obvious disinterest. They'd ask about work in a tone that said they didn't really care, or mention how quiet my life seemed, like that was some kind of failure. Every visit felt like stepping onto a stage where I was playing a part nobody wanted to see. The final straw wasn't even a big blow-up. It was a random Saturday afternoon about a year before my wedding. I'd driven an hour out to Timothy's new housewarming party, lugging a gift card and a smile, determined stupidly to keep trying. When I got there, I rang the doorbell 3 times before Timothy finally opened the door. He looked genuinely surprised to see me. Hey, he said, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. Mom said you probably wouldn't show. I'm here, I said, forcing a grin. Brought something. He took the gift card like it was a bomb about to go off. Inside, the house was packed. Laughter, music, the smell of barbecue. I recognized faces, people I'd grown up around, but no one really seemed to recognize me. Or maybe they just didn't care. I mingled for a bit, trying to make conversation, but it was like shouting into a void. People gave me polite smiles and then turned back to their real conversations. I felt like an outsider at my own family's gathering. The kicker? Later that night, someone, I think it was Sophia, half drunk and slurring her words, laughed loudly across the yard and said, "Well, at least Aaron didn't ruin anything today. Must be a new record." The whole table burst into laughter. I stood there frozen, the plastic cup in my hand cracking under my grip. No one defended me. No one even looked guilty. It was just another joke at my expense. Another reminder that in their eyes I was a burden. A punchline. That was the night I decided I was done. Not loudly, not dramatically. I didn't storm out or make a scene. I just left, slipped out the side gate while they were busy laughing, drove home in silence, and deleted the group chat from my phone without another thought. Fast forward a year later, and something amazing happened. I met Eudora. She was everything my family wasn't. Warm, kind, actually interested in who I was as a person. She loved my nerdy facts, my quiet nature, my bad puns. For the first time, I felt seen, truly seen. When I proposed, she said yes with tears in her eyes, and we started planning the wedding almost immediately. We both agreed we wanted it to be small, close friends, chosen family, people who actually cared about us. As we sat one night with our guest list spread out in front of us, Eudora hesitated. "What about your family?" she asked gently. "Do you want to invite them?" I thought about it. I really did. Thought about extending an olive branch, about how weddings are supposed to bring people together. Then I thought about the look on Sophia's face when she told me I wasn't welcome. The smug Facebook posts, the drunken jokes, the years of being treated like a ghost at my own family events. "No," I said finally, my voice steady. "I don't." Eudora just smiled, kissed my forehead and said, "Good, because I want this day to be about love, not obligation." Word got out anyway. Of course, small towns have big mouths. A week after we sent out the invitations, I got a text from Mom. "Heard you're getting married. When are you sending our invites?" No congratulations, no warmth, just an expectation, like it was a given they'd be included no matter how they treated me. I stared at the message for a long time before replying. "There's no invitation," I wrote simply. The explosion was immediate. Group texts blew up. Angry messages poured in from Mom, Dad, Timothy, Sophia. Guilt trips, accusations, even some pathetic attempts to pretend like we were always so close, and they couldn't imagine missing my big day. Sophia even went so far as to post a vague, passive-aggressive Facebook status. Funny how some people forget where they come from, hope they enjoy their little party without real family. I didn't respond. I didn't argue. I didn't even read most of the messages. Instead, Eudora and I poured all that energy into making our day exactly what we wanted it to be. Friends who cheered the loudest at our engagement. Co-workers who'd seen me at my lowest and lifted me back up. Neighbors who treated me like family when my own blood didn't. These were the people who would stand by us as we promised forever to each other. And when the day finally came, when I stood at the altar and watched Eudora walk toward me with the biggest, brightest smile I'd ever seen, I realized something. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel unwanted. I felt chosen. But that wasn't even the sweetest part, because the real surprise came later, right after the ceremony, when someone pulled me aside with a sly grin. It was my old neighbor, Mr. Whitaker, a wiry guy in his 70s who still somehow had more energy than most people half his age. He leaned in, barely able to contain his smirk, and said, "Aaron, you're going to want to see this." Curious, I followed him over to his small group of friends, huddled around someone's phone. When they noticed me, they practically vibrated with barely disguised glee. "Look what's blowing up on Facebook," one of them said, turning the screen toward me. There, in real time, was a series of frantic, angry posts from Sophia, Timothy, and as a cherry on top, my own mother. Status after status, complaining about how selfish I was, how family means forgiveness, how no matter how someone hurts you, blood is blood, and you shouldn't turn your back. It was pure, messy, public meltdown gold. Sophia's post was the most dramatic. "Can't believe my own brother would exclude us from his wedding after everything our family has done for him. Absolutely disgusting behavior. Some people just don't understand the meaning of family." Someone had commented underneath it, "Didn't you leave him out of your wedding?" No response. Just a bunch of defensive likes and a handful of equally petty comments from her friends, trying to back her up. Timothy's was even worse. "Guess Aaron forgot who helped raise him. Maybe he'll remember when he's all alone someday." Another commenter responded, "You didn't invite him to yours, right? Sounds like karma to me." Mom's post was the most pathetic of all. A blurry photo of a family gathering, an old one from years ago, with a passive-aggressive caption. "Some people forget who loved them first. Loved me." I almost laughed. When had they ever really loved me? I could feel the eyes of my friends on me, waiting for some reaction. Maybe anger, maybe sadness. But I just shook my head and smiled. Because standing there with Eudora's hands slipping into mine and our wedding party laughing and cheering behind us, it finally hit me. I didn't owe them anything. I wasn't a lonely, desperate kid anymore, begging for a seat at their table. I had built my own table, my own life, my own family, and they weren't welcome at it. The reception went on like a dream after that. We had rented this cozy little vineyard just outside of town, and the weather was perfect. The kind of sunset you only see once in a lifetime, gold and pink spilling across the sky like someone had painted it just for us. Eudora and I danced under fairy lights while our friends cheered, toasted, and sang way too loudly. The cake was a little crooked, the playlist skipped once or twice, and someone spilled a drink all over the dance floor. It was perfect. Still, the drama wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The next morning, I woke up to my phone vibrating so hard it fell off the nightstand. Dozens of missed calls, voicemails, texts. At first, I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd finally cooled down. Maybe they wanted to apologize, to make amends. But when I opened the first voicemail, it became crystal clear that wasn't the case. Mom's voice, tight and cold. "Aaron, you need to call me back immediately. I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're going to regret cutting off your family. You'll see. No one else will ever love you like we do." Another one from Sophia. "Congrats on your sad little party. Hope it was worth it, traitor." Timothy's was the cherry on top. Just a long sigh, followed by, "You'll come crawling back one day. You always do." I sat there on the edge of the bed, listening to them one after another while Eudora slept peacefully beside me. Every angry word, every guilt trip, every threat, it all rolled off me like water. It didn't hurt anymore. It didn't even sting. It just sounded pathetic. I could have replied, could have sent a long scathing message, could have ranted and raved and told them exactly what I thought of them. But instead, I did the one thing they never could stand. I ignored them. I blocked every number, deleted every message, shut the door permanently this time. Later that afternoon, Eudora and I sat on the back porch of our rental cabin, watching the sun sink behind the hills, sipping cheap champagne straight from the bottle. She leaned her head against my shoulder and whispered, "Any regrets?" I thought about it for a second. "Nope," I said, squeezing her hand. "None at all." Because in the end, they were right about one thing. Family is everything. But sometimes you have to choose the right one. And I had. It didn't take long for the silence to get under their skin. For the first few days after the wedding, it was just noise. Angry voicemails, furious Facebook posts, passive-aggressive texts sent at all hours of the night. I ignored them all, choosing instead to sink into newlywed life with Eudora. We slept late, explored little towns hand in hand, and laughed about stupid things like how I always lost the hotel key and how she could never finish a cup of coffee before it went cold. It was peaceful. It was exactly what I had fought so hard to find. But apparently, peace was something my family couldn't handle. Not when they weren't in control. The first shift came about a week later. The texts from Mom changed tone. Less rage, more desperation. Family should stick together. Call me. We're still your parents. We deserve to be part of your life. Think about how hurt we are, Aaron, after everything we did for you. Still no apology. Still no acknowledgement of what they had done. Just this twisted, manipulative version of reality where I was the villain for finally walking away. When that didn't work, they doubled down. I got an email from Dad, an actual email, which was hilarious because the man could barely figure out how to unlock his phone without help. It was short, blunt, and painfully transparent. We're still your legal family. Don't think you can erase that. No love, no regret. Just a reminder that in their minds, family wasn't built on love or respect. It was ownership. Eudora and I joked about it at first, made up bingo cards for which guilt trip they'd try next. We're your real family. You're being selfish. You'll regret this someday. It was almost funny how predictable they were, until they showed up. It was a Wednesday mid-morning. I was working remotely from our little living room. Eudora was in the kitchen, humming along to some cheesy 90s playlist, when there was a knock at the door. Not a normal knock either. Loud. Frantic. Impatient. Eudora froze, spatula halfway to the stove. "Expecting someone?" she asked. I shook my head slowly. A bad feeling settled heavy in my gut. I crossed to the door and peered through the peephole. And sure enough, there they were. Mom, Dad, Sophia, and Timothy, all crammed onto the tiny porch like they were posing for some grim family portrait. Mom had a casserole dish in her hands like some awful prop, smiling that stiff, unsettling smile. Dad stood rigid and glowering beside her. Sophia was wearing sunglasses like she was shielding herself from me. Timothy looked bored, scrolling through his phone. I didn't open the door. Instead, I cracked the window just enough to hear them. "Hi, sweetheart," Mom called, overly bright. "We thought we'd come by and talk, as a family." Her voice was sweet, too sweet. The kind of sugary tone she used when she was trying to hide the fact that she was furious. "No thanks," I said calmly. "We're busy." There was a beat of silence. "Aaron," Dad barked, stepping closer. "Enough of this nonsense. We're not leaving until you come out here and face your family." Eudora appeared behind me, her hands slipping into mine, her face pale. "They're not going to just leave, are they?" she whispered. "No," I said quietly. "They're not." I watched as Mom's fake smile faltered. She set the casserole dish down on the porch railing with a loud clunk and crossed her arms. "This isn't you, Aaron," she said. "You're not this cold, this cruel." Her voice cracked just enough to make it sound like she was the real victim here, like years of exclusion, mockery, and dismissal had never happened. "You're letting her poison you against us," Sophia chimed in, pulling her sunglasses down just enough to glare at Eudora. That was enough. I opened the window a little wider, met Sophia's gaze head on, and said, "Nobody poisoned me. You did that all on your own." The smile slipped completely off her face. Timothy finally looked up from his phone, scowling. "Aaron, seriously," he said. "Grow up. You're throwing away your real family over what? Some hurt feelings? Boo-hoo." Eudora tightened her grip on my hand, but I could feel her trembling slightly. Not from fear. From anger. I took a deep breath, keeping my voice steady. "You didn't want me at your weddings. You didn't want me at family holidays. You didn't want me around when it actually mattered. So now you don't get to crash into my life when it's convenient for you. You made your choice a long time ago. Now I've made mine." "You'll regret this," Mom hissed. The fake tears were gone now, replaced with naked, ugly rage. "You'll regret cutting us out when you have nobody left." I smiled, a real honest smile, and said, "I already have everything I need." And with that, I closed the window. I didn't slam it, didn't yell, didn't make a scene. I just shut them out. For a moment there was stunned silence outside. Then the banging started, fists pounding against the door, angry shouts. Eudora backed away, pulling me with her toward the kitchen. "Should we call the cops?" she asked. I was about to answer when we heard it. A loud crack, like something breaking, and then another. They weren't just yelling anymore, they were trying to force their way in. I didn't panic. Not because I wasn't scared. Trust me, my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. But because something inside me had shifted. The part of me that used to freeze, to beg, to hope they'd change. It was gone. Burned out. I looked at Eudora, who was clutching my hands so tightly her knuckles were white. And I realized this wasn't about fear anymore. It was about making sure they never got the chance to hurt me again. "Call the police," I said, voice low and even. Eudora didn't hesitate. She grabbed her phone and ducked behind the kitchen counter. I stayed where I was, standing firm between her and the door, even as the banging grew louder, more frantic. "We're not leaving without you, Aaron," Dad roared from outside, his voice thick with rage. "You're going to talk to us." Another loud bang. The door shuddered in its frame. I could hear Mom screeching something about ungrateful little traitors, and Sophia cursing under her breath. Timothy, true to form, was the loudest, shouting threats about how I'd regret this, about how nobody else would put up with me once Eudora realized what a loser I was. I didn't respond, didn't even flinch. I just stood there, breathing slow and steady, until I heard the sweetest sound in the world, the distant wail of sirens. The banging stopped almost immediately. I moved to the window just in time to see Mom snatching the casserole dish off the porch like that was somehow going to save face, while Dad barked at Timothy and Sophia to act normal. They scattered, trying to pretend they were just standing around casually chatting, like they hadn't been trying to break down my door 30 seconds earlier. The police cruiser pulled up fast, tires crunching against the gravel driveway. 2 officers got out, 1 male, 1 female, both looking grim and very, very tired, like they'd seen this kind of suburban disaster way too many times. I opened the door carefully, stepping outside with my hands visible so there'd be no confusion. "Morning, officers," I said calmly. "Thanks for coming." The female officer nodded. "We got a call about a disturbance. Can you tell us what's going on?" Before I could answer, Mom rushed forward, casserole dish still clutched in her hands like a ridiculous shield. "This is our son," she gushed, all fake tears and trembling voice. "We're just trying to talk to him. He's been brainwashed by her." She jabbed a finger toward the house where Eudora was peeking out from behind the curtain. "And now he thinks he can just cut off his family." The officer blinked, unimpressed. "So you were trying to force entry into the home?" "No," Mom gasped. He wouldn't open the door, and we needed to talk." Dad stepped up, looming like he always did when he thought intimidation would work. "We have a right to see him. He's our son." The male officer sighed, pulling out a small notebook. "Sir, it doesn't work like that. He's an adult. You have no legal right to enter his home without permission. If you continue to harass or threaten him, he can press charges." The color drained from Mom's face. Sophia started muttering under her breath. Timothy actually had the gall to roll his eyes, like he was the one being inconvenienced. I took a deep breath and said loud enough for all of them to hear. "I want to press charges for trespassing and attempted forced entry, and I want a restraining order." For the first time all morning, the whole porch went completely silent. Mom's mouth dropped open. Dad's face turned an alarming shade of red. Sophia's sunglasses slipped down her nose, and Timothy actually took a step back like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. You don't mean that?" Mom stammered. "Aaron, we're family." The word family snapped something clean in me. Not with anger, not with grief, just finality. I looked her dead in the eyes and said, "No. We're not. Not anymore." The officers separated us after that. Took statements, asked questions. Eudora came out eventually, holding my hand the entire time, steady and solid as a rock. My family kept trying, begging, pleading, threatening. They flipped between tactics so fast it would have been comical if it weren't so sad. Mom wept about losing her baby. Dad muttered about ungrateful brats. Sophia tried to shame me, ranting about how nobody turns their back on their family unless they're broken inside. Timothy just sneered like the whole thing was beneath him. The officers weren't moved. They issued them a formal warning right there on the spot and made it very clear that if they ever showed up again, even once, they'd be arrested. I filed the paperwork for the restraining order that afternoon, and just like that, with a few signatures, a few hard lines drawn in the sand, the door slammed shut forever. The days that followed were strangely quiet, eerily so. No more angry calls. No more guilt trips. No more desperate Facebook posts. It was like they finally realized they'd lost whatever power they thought they had over me. I won't pretend it didn't hurt. Sometimes there were moments, small, sneaky moments, where a part of me missed the idea of family. Missed what could have been if they had been different people. Holidays were hard for a while. Seeing other families smiling together, laughing over shared memories, left a hollow ache in my chest that took time to fill. But it did fill, slowly, with better people. Real friends, chosen family. People who didn't love me because they had to, but because they wanted to. People who saw me for who I was and stayed. Eudora's parents, who welcomed me like a second son without a second thought. My co-workers who threw us a surprise post-honeymoon party with a cake that said, "Welcome to your real family." Neighbors who dropped off casseroles and homemade cards when they heard about the restraining order. Not because they pitied us, but because they respected the choice to cut out toxicity. Piece by piece, the life I'd always wanted came together. Not the life they tried to force me into. Not the life they abandoned me in. My life. About 6 months after the wedding, Eudora and I hosted a little barbecue at our place. Just close friends, good food, lots of laughter. At one point, I stepped back, beer in hand, and just watched. Watched my wife laughing with her best friend over burnt burgers. Watched our neighbors' kids chasing each other around the yard with water guns. Watched a group of people who genuinely loved and accepted me exactly as I was. And I realized, they hadn't just missed my wedding. They had missed everything. Every good thing that came after, every milestone, every celebration, every ordinary beautiful day. All because they couldn't be bothered to love me the way I deserved. And for the first time in my entire life, I didn't feel sad about it. I felt free. Truly, finally, completely free. And I wasn't ever giving that up again. Not for anything, not for anyone, and certainly not for people who only ever saw me as something they were entitled to control. As the sun dipped low and the fireflies came out, Eudora slipped her hand into mine and leaned her head on my shoulder. "We made a good life," she whispered. I smiled, kissed the top of her head and whispered back, "Yeah, we really did." And this time, I knew without a doubt that nobody could ever take it away from me. I thought the story had ended there. A clean break. The restraining order in place, my family out of my life, and my new chosen family stepping in where blood had failed me. For months, everything felt steady, almost peaceful. Eudora and I leaned into married life, filling our days with laughter, quiet routines, and the kind of joy that feels almost fragile because you're not used to it being real. But peace is a tricky thing. It doesn't last forever. The first sign came in the mail, a plain white envelope with no return address, tucked among bills and wedding gift thank yous. I almost tossed it aside, but Eudora's sharp eyes caught the faint scrawl of my name on the front. Aaron. Just that. No last name, no address. The handwriting was familiar, but I couldn't place it. I opened it at the kitchen table, my hands already trembling before I even unfolded the paper. Inside was one sentence, scribbled in my father's heavy block letters. "Family isn't done with you yet." No signature, no explanation, just that. Eudora saw the color drain from my face. She took the letter, read it once, then again, and then silently walked to the shredder and fed it through. "They're bluffing," she said firmly, her voice calm even as her knuckles whitened on the machine. "They're testing boundaries. Ignore it." I wanted to believe her. God, I tried. But something about that single line gnawed at me. Like a hook lodged deep in my chest. Weeks passed, no visits, no calls, no messages, just silence. Too much silence. Then came the call from the lawyer. A clipped professional voice informing me that my parents had filed a petition to challenge the restraining order, claiming I was emotionally unstable and manipulated by outside influence. The words blurred in my ears. I could hear Eudora arguing with him in the background, demanding details, but all I could think about was how far they were willing to go. We went to court again. My parents sat across the room, Mom dabbing fake tears with a tissue, Dad glowering like a wounded king, Sophia whispering furiously in her lawyer's ear, and Timothy, bored, scrolling his phone as usual. Their lawyer painted a picture of me as a fragile, damaged man being controlled by my manipulative wife. They claimed Eudora had turned me against my blood, and that I was not of sound mind when I filed for the restraining order. It was laughable. Except nobody in that room was laughing. Our lawyer destroyed them with facts, documented police reports, voicemails, text messages, the attempted forced entry. The judge wasn't impressed with their act. The restraining order was upheld, expanded even, to cover not just me but Eudora as well. My family stormed out of the courtroom in a flurry of rage and muttered threats. I thought that was the end. But then came the twist I never saw coming. It started with Eudora's health. At first it was small things. Headaches that lingered too long, fatigue that didn't match her usual energy, bruises that showed up without explanation. She brushed it off. Work stress, she said, or just clumsy. But then she fainted in the grocery store one Saturday morning, collapsing between the fruit stand and the cereal aisle. I caught her just in time to keep her head from hitting the floor. The ER doctors ran tests. Hours passed in sterile waiting rooms, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like nervous insects. When the doctor finally walked in, his face was carefully neutral. Too neutral. "We've found traces of heavy metals in your system," he said gently. "Specifically thallium. It's not something you'd normally be exposed to in daily life." My stomach dropped. Thallium. Poison. Eudora squeezed my hand, her eyes wide with confusion. Poison? From where? The doctor hesitated. It could be environmental, or deliberate. That word, deliberate, hung in the air like smoke. The investigation began immediately. Toxicology confirmed repeated exposure over months. Someone had been dosing her in small amounts, enough to make her sick without killing her right away. Detectives came to our house, combed through everything. They tested the water, the soil, the pipes. Nothing. Then they moved to the kitchen. And that's where they found it. Traces of thallium, in the ceramic glaze of a casserole dish. My blood went cold. The same casserole dish my mother had carried to my porch that day, smiling that stiff, awful smile. The dish she had clutched in front of the police, weeping about her poor brainwashed son. The dish she had taken back home when the sirens came. I don't remember much of what happened immediately after the detectives told us. Just fragments. Eudora crying into my chest, whispering over and over. I knew it. I knew they hated me. The officer's steady voice explaining how it could be introduced into food without notice. The way my hands shook so badly I could barely sign the statement. They arrested my mother 2 weeks later. The evidence was undeniable. The glaze on the dish matched the compound in Eudora's blood. Forensics tied it together neatly, but the real gut punch came during interrogation when she finally cracked. She hadn't acted alone. Dad knew, Sophia knew, even Timothy knew. It had been their plan. The transcripts of her confession still make me sick. She admitted they thought if Eudora was out of the way, I'd come crawling back. That I'd have no choice but to lean on them again. They had convinced themselves it wasn't attempted murder, just a way to wake me up before it was too late. Too late for what? For me to stop being my own person. For me to stop building a life they weren't at the center of. The sheer delusion of it was staggering. But the jury didn't see delusion. They saw intent. The trial made headlines in our small town, parents accused of poisoning son's wife. People I'd known my whole life looked at me with pity, horror, whispers of, how could family do that? For once, the shame wasn't mine to carry. It was theirs. The verdict was guilty, attempted murder, conspiracy, sentences long enough that none of them would see freedom for years, maybe decades. I thought I had cut my family out of my life. I thought the restraining order was the final blow. But what I didn't know was that even as I built my new life, they were scheming in the shadows, convincing themselves that blood gave them the right to destroy anything that threatened their control. They didn't just miss my wedding. They missed my entire life. And when they realized they couldn't claw their way back into it, they tried to poison the one person who finally gave me the love they never could. But they failed. Eudora survived. She's stronger than all of them combined. And now, instead of being haunted by the family I lost, I'm protected by the family I chose. And by the justice system that finally saw through their lies. The last time I saw my mother was in court, shackled at the wrists, her once perfect hair hanging limp, her face gaunt with rage. She tried to look at me, to plead with her eyes like she always had. But I didn't flinch. I held Eudora's hand, steady and unshakable, and when the judge read the sentence, I felt something I never thought I would. Relief, pure, unshakable relief. Because family may be everything. But sometimes the greatest act of love you can give yourself is walking away, and never looking back. My stepmother mocked my little party business at my sister's wedding, but she had no idea. The entire reception was secretly run by my company. Claire, my younger sister, sent me an invitation to her wedding. Yes, that Claire, the golden child, the apple of my father and stepmother's eyes, the one I hadn't spoken to since severing ties with my entire poisonous family. I mean the audacity, right? 7 years of nothing, no calls, no texts, no, hey, how's life? And now I'm invited to this big, beautiful wedding. It wasn't only the invitation, however. A handwritten message was put inside, in Claire's distinctive handwriting. She wrote that she missed me and wanted to make things right. I stared at it for a long time, wondering whether it was a trick. So, was she serious? After everything that happened, and how they treated me, she wanted me back in the fold. Let me backtrack for context. Our mother died when I was 15 and Claire was 12. It devastated us, as you would guess. But while I was still processing my sadness, my father was out there moving on. He remarried a year later, and Denise, the stepmother from hell, moved in. From the start, she had an implicit objective to obliterate any traces of my mother. Family photos, gone. My mother's favorite decor, packed and thrown away. I was devastated. But Claire clung to Denise as if she were a savior. I could not blame her. She was only a youngster and she needed someone. But I couldn't stand Denise and the way she controlled everything. Things worsened as we grew older. By the time I started college, Dad refused to aid me financially. What's his reasoning? I needed to grow up and take responsibility. Meanwhile, he was showering Claire with everything: college tuition, a fresh new apartment, and even a car, all paid for without hesitation. I was working part-time, just scraping by, and trying to start an event planning firm from scratch. Denise, of course, regarded it as playing around, whereas Claire was the family's shining star, thriving in school, and seemingly deserving of their full support. I eventually had enough. After years of feeling like an outsider in my own family, I severed relations. No spectacular encounter, no major fallout, just silence. I stopped phoning and visiting and concentrated on improving my life. I immersed myself into my work and thrived. My business flourished beyond my wildest dreams, and I reached a point where I didn't need anyone. Not Dad, Denise, or Claire. This leads us back to the wedding invitation. At first, I considered throwing it away. Why should I care? They didn't care about me when I was fighting to get through school, save enough money for groceries, or in need of a family. But something stopped me. Maybe it was curiosity or Claire's note. I couldn't tell if she was sincere, or if this was another one of Denise's ruses. Regardless, I chose to go. If nothing else, I felt I could come up, observe how things unfolded, and leave if things were too uncomfortable. Here's the thing. I wasn't going to go empty-handed. Despite our years of enmity, I still wanted to do something good for Claire. I offered to help her organize her wedding, giving her complete service from my company at a significant discount. She respectfully declined, stating that Denise had already taken care of everything. That stung a little, to be honest. But hey, I'd done my part. I'd extended an olive branch. The ball was in their court. So there I was, preparing for the big day. I knew coming inside that theater would reopen a lot of old wounds, but I told myself it was worth it. Perhaps Claire was sincere. Maybe this was her way of reaching out and making amends. I had low expectations, but I held out hope. The night before the wedding, I couldn't fall asleep. Memories of the past came flooding back. Holidays where I sat on the sidelines while Claire received all of the attention. Talks where Denise belittled me in front of Dad. And moments when I understood I wasn't a part of the family anymore. I persuaded myself it did not matter. I was attending the wedding for Claire, not them. And if things went wrong, I could always go. I had nothing to prove to anybody. The next morning, I dressed in my best suit, got into my car, and drove to the location. I arrived early since that is simply who I am. I'm a planner and always have been. The house was stunning. Lofty ceilings, beautiful flowers, the works. They had obviously spared no expense. As I walked through the doors, I felt a combination of nervousness and dread. This was the first time I had seen my family in nearly a decade. Will they accept me, ignore me, or tear me apart? I had no idea. Claire looked radiant when I spotted her. She approached me, hugged me, and thanked me for coming. For a while I thought, okay, maybe this won't be so bad. But then I saw Denise. She was standing to the side, observing me like a hawk. Her smile didn't reach her eyes, and I could see she wasn't pleased I was present. "Welcome," she said, her voice full of phony kindness. "Still running that little party business of yours?" I gritted my teeth and grinned back. "It's going well, thanks." She sneered, plainly unimpressed, and shifted her focus to someone else. Denise's style is classic. I shrugged it off and found my seat. The ceremony was lovely, I'll give them that. Claire appeared really joyful, and for a moment, I forgot about the stress. But deep down, I knew the tranquility would not last. It was my family after all. Drama was unavoidable. Walking inside the reception area, I felt a knot in my gut tighten. It wasn't the venue, because let's be honest, it was magnificent. The chandeliers glistened like something out of a magazine. The tables were arranged with fine cutlery, and I could see my reflection. The floral arrangements appeared to have come straight from paradise. No, the knot was not part of the decor, it was inevitable. This was the first time I'd seen my family in almost 7 years, and I knew what was coming. I made my way to the seating chart, scanning the list for my name. When I discovered table 14, the knot in my gut became into a sinking feeling. I didn't need a map to find where that was. Weddings follow a pattern. Immediate family sits at the prime tables, followed by close friends, extended family, then random stragglers. Table 14 was clearly in the "we don't care if you're here" zone. When I arrived, I knew the insult was not subtle. My table mates were distant relatives I scarcely remembered. Aunt Lydia, who frequently mispronounced my name and smelled like mothballs, and Uncle Roger, who spent every family meeting droning on about his coin collection. What about the other 2 people at the table? I wasn't even sure who they were. Meanwhile, I noticed Claire's friends and Denise's family gathered around the dance floor. Dad and Denise were understandably center stage, relishing in their self-proclaimed very important person position. I couldn't help but giggle at myself. This was completely on brand for them. 7 years with no touch, and they still treated me like an afterthought. Fine. I did not come here for the seating arrangement. I came for Claire, or so I told myself. I attempted to maintain my cool. I poured myself a drink of water, looked around the room, and pretended I didn't care. But then the first landmine of the evening stepped right up to my table, Dad, and he was undeniably inebriated. Now I realized it wasn't going to be a pleasant interaction. Dad's drinking isn't nice, it's loud, rude, and entirely improper. True to tradition, he smashed his hand onto the table, making Aunt Lydia jump. "What the hell are you doing here, Leonard?" he mumbled. "You weren't supposed to come." I looked at him shocked. "I got an invitation," I responded calmly. I even took it out of my pocket for verification. "Claire invited me." He snorted. "You should have stayed where you belong. You're just here to embarrass us, aren't you? Showing up with your little party business like it means something." His voice became louder, and I could feel eyes turning toward us. My face blazed with wrath and shame, but I remained silent. Before I could react, Denise was by his side, perfectly timed as always. "Leonard," she asked, her tone mockingly concerned, "do you even make enough to buy that suit, or is it rented?" She gave me a smug look, as if she'd given the punchline of the century. I glanced at her and then back at Dad, realizing there was no point. You can't argue with individuals like them, especially when they're drunk and full of themselves. So, I did the only thing I could. I stood up, adjusted my suit, and said, "Excuse me." I went away without saying another word. But I didn't rush to the door. I wanted to clear my mind first. So I went out to the patio. The cool night air made me feel like I could breathe again. But the noises from inside continued to echo in my ears. Embarrassment. Small party business. God, they couldn't even let me live without destroying me. I leaned on the railing, looking out at the garden, trying to figure out what to do next. Leave without looking back? Go back inside and pretend none of this upset you? Neither option felt appropriate. I was deep in concentration when I heard the music start playing inside, cheerful, lively, and absolutely opposite of how I felt. That's when I knew I couldn't remain. I owed these folks nothing, least of all my time and energy. I made my way back inside, staying toward the room's boundaries to avoid being observed. On my way out, I looked over at the event workers. They were preparing for the following course, arranging plates with such efficiency that I couldn't help but marvel. Something about them seemed familiar. I slowed down, watching them move, and then it hit me. I knew these folks. These were not simply any staff personnel. They were my employees. My thoughts raced. My company had recently bought a smaller event planning company, and it turned out that this wedding was one of their projects. My team did the job, so it's no surprise that the setup looked so flawless. I experienced a peculiar mix of emotions, including pride, surprise, and above all, a developing sense of irony. Claire and Denise had hired my company without even knowing it. Perhaps they were aware of the situation, but chose to ignore it. In any case, the evening's power dynamics had abruptly transformed. And for the first time all night, I felt in control. I moved to the side and took out my phone, dialing my operations manager. When she responded, I spoke quietly. "Hey, quick question," I said. "This wedding, are we running it?" There was a pause followed by, "Yeah." "Why?" I couldn't help laughing. No reason, I said. Just wanted to confirm. I hung up the phone and returned my attention to the room. As I stood there, still processing the reality that my team was in charge of the wedding at which I had just been humiliated, a knowledge struck me like a freight train. Everything, the flowers, the lighting, the precisely scheduled dinner service, was handled by my company. Claire and Denise had mistakenly, or perhaps consciously, hired me to make their fantasy wedding come true. I didn't know whether to laugh or scream. Part of me wanted to storm back inside and declare, "Hey, guess what? All of this, it's mine." But the more calculating part of me knew there was a better way to handle this. After all, Dad and Denise had gone out of their way to disrespect me, treating me as if I did not belong. If they didn't want me there, they certainly didn't deserve the efforts of my staff. I called my operations manager again, my hands trembling not from fear but from adrenaline. "Hey Kate," I said calmly. "Can you confirm the client's contract for tonight?" "Sure, Leonard," she replied, perplexed. "Why?" "I'll explain later. Just tell me, does the contract include the usual termination clause?" Kate didn't even need to look it up. "Yep. Hostile or discriminatory behavior toward staff or management gives us the right to terminate services immediately." "Bingo. Perfect," I replied, a smile spreading across my face. "We're invoking it. Start packing up." There was a pause on her end, and I could almost hear the gears turning in her brain. "Wait, what happened?" she inquired. "Let's just say the client has made it clear they don't want me, or us, here," I responded. "I'll fill you in later. Just trust me on this one." Kate did not hesitate. "Got it. I'll handle it." I hung up, my heart thumping. This was it. If Dad and Denise believed they could treat me like trash while still reaping the benefits of my labor, they were in for an unpleasant surprise. I wasn't doing this out of spite. Well, maybe a little. But because it felt right to do. I wasn't going to allow them mistreat me while benefiting from my hard work. It was not personal. It was business. Back inside, the event was in full swing. The music was playing, guests were socializing, and servers were serving the first course. On the surface, everything appeared to be in order, but I knew chaos was on its way. My staff worked like a well-oiled machine, discreetly packing equipment and supplies while maintaining appearances. Guests didn't see anything at first, which speaks to their professionalism. I remained outdoors, watching from the terrace as the plot developed. My workers started pulling down floral arrangements, rolling up tablecloths, and silently emptying up decorations. It was like witnessing a magician make an entire room disappear without anyone noticing. Denise may have been able to mock me, but she could not touch the quality of my work, or my workers. The first indicator of problems occurred when the lighting crew began disassembling the uplights in the room. A few guests saw, pointing and muttering to each other, but no one spoke out yet. Denise, of course, was too busy conducting court at her table to notice what was going on. Dad was nowhere to be found, likely nursing another drink. As more decorations removed, the whispers became louder. Finally, one of the servers approached Denise and said something to her. Her expression changed from smug to furious in a matter of seconds. She rose from her chair and marched across the room, her shoes clicking like gunshots across the marble floor. "What's going on? Why are they taking everything down?" I could hear her say from the patio. The server seemed really afraid. "I don't know, ma'am. You'll have to ask the event manager." That's when she noticed Kate, who was quietly directing the personnel. Denise stormed over, her screaming getting louder with each step. "What is this? What the hell are you doing?" Kate did not flinch. "We're following the terms of the contract, ma'am. Services are being terminated due to hostile behavior toward our management." Denise blinked. "What hostile behavior? Who even is your management?" Kate motioned toward the patio, where I stood. Denise turned, her gaze sharpening as she noticed me. I gave her a little wave and kept my demeanor as bland as possible. She stormed out, her face flushed with wrath. "You," she hissed. "You can't do this." "This is Claire's wedding, and this is my company," I responded calmly. "You made it clear earlier that you don't respect me or what I do, so why would you want my services?" Her jaw fell. "You're doing this to punish me, to ruin Claire's wedding." I shake my head. "This isn't about Claire. It's about the way you and Dad treated me. You can't humiliate me and then expect me to provide top-tier service. That's not how this works." Denise stammered, trying to come up with an answer. Kate approached me first and offered me a clipboard. "We're ready to roll out," she remarked. "Everything's packed?" She nodded. "Thanks, Kate. Great work, as always." Denise appeared to be about to burst, but I didn't stick around to find out. I handed her my lawyer's card and told her, "If you have any questions about the contract, please contact our legal team. Have a great evening." I walked away, leaving her dumbfounded. The aftermath was considerably more chaotic than I expected. By the time my crew arrived, the reception hall was nearly empty. The chandeliers hung from the ceiling, but there were no flowers, tablecloths, or uplights. Guests stood about, puzzled and whispering. Claire appeared to be on the point of tears, and for a single second, I felt horrible. But then I reminded myself that this was not about her. This was about standing up for oneself. The drive home from Claire's wedding should have been enjoyable. I mean, I had just organized one of the most famous mic drops in my life. But, when the taillights of my team's trucks faded from my rearview mirror, I couldn't help but feel conflicted. This was not how I had expected the day would go. Still, I knew I had made the proper decision. For the first time in a long time, I advocated for myself. Not just as a business owner, but as a person. And, while the night did not go as planned, I was not going to let that stop me from moving forward. This was only the beginning. I didn't have much time to think about it though, because the fallout started almost immediately. About 20 minutes into my travel, the first signs of turmoil appeared on my phone. Text messages, missed calls and voicemails poured in. Denise, understandably, led the charge with a series of heated texts. They were long and meandering, full of claims that I had spoiled everything, even Claire's big day, out of spite. Everyone was more spectacular than the last. "I can't believe you did this to Claire," she said. "You're a selfish, vindictive little boy who can't handle someone else being happy. You ruined this family's reputation. Do you have any idea how humiliating this is?" Oh, she wasn't finished. The texts kept coming, each one more bizarre than the one before it. She accused me of undermining the wedding out of jealousy, called me sad, and even demanded a full refund for the occasion. Yes. Refund. She really believed I should repay her for the services my company had already rendered, as if she had some moral high ground to stand on. "You've embarrassed this entire family," she went on. "Do you know what people are saying about us now? I should have known better than to trust you with anything important. You are a failure, Leonard, and you always will be." The boldness was quite hilarious. I did not react, and instead silenced her phone number. She wasn't worth my time. Dad was not far behind. His voicemails were less coherent, but equally hostile. I'll spare you the details, but the phrases "selfish brat" and "I'll sue your ass" were prominent. He even threatened to call the cops at one point, which really made me laugh. What are you calling the cops for? Breaching a contract that he had no idea existed? Good luck with it. Claire sent the most shocking message though. I had expected her to be angry, but when I finally read her text, it was not what I expected. She wrote, "Why would you do this to me? I thought you came to support me. I didn't think you'd ruin my wedding." Oof. That one hit harder than I anticipated. It wasn't like Denise's vitriol or Dad's drunken rants. This felt like genuine pain. Claire and I hadn't talked in years, but I could still sense the pain in her words. I could tell she didn't understand why I made the decision I did, and I don't blame her. Claire had always been caught in the thick of the confusion. Denise had her claws in her from an early age, and Dad was not the type of dad who fostered independent thought. Claire had grown up in the same toxic atmosphere from which I had escaped, but instead of battling it, she had adapted. I wanted to respond to her and explain my perspective, but I wasn't sure it would make a difference. For a little moment, I worried if I had made a mistake. But then I remembered why I called in the first place. The next morning the situation worsened. True to form, Denise couldn't let it go. She began phoning people, family members, acquaintances, anyone who would listen, and manipulating the narrative to her advantage. By lunchtime, I'd received texts from 2 aunts and a cousin, all asking me to explain what had happened. To avoid repeating the same thing over and over, I sent a blanket text to the few relatives I still semi-trusted. Long story short, I was humiliated, disrespected and treated like an outsider. So I terminated my company's services in accordance with the terms of the contract. If you have any questions, please ask Denise. If you want to know the truth, ask the venue workers. I am done defending myself. One of my aunts replied nearly immediately. "Good for you," she wrote. "We watched how Denise treated you on Thanksgiving 5 years ago. She's always been terrible to you. I am simply sorry Claire got caught in the middle. Her support caught me off guard. I'd spent so many years assuming that my entire family had abandoned me, that I hadn't considered the notion that some of them might be on my side. It was a minor consolation in the midst of a hurricane. Then came the unexpected reaction from the guests. By the afternoon, I began receiving emails and queries. Business queries. Apparently, news had passed among some of the wedding guests about what had occurred, and a number of them were impressed with how my crew handled the matter. One woman, whom I dimly recognized as Claire's in-laws' family friend, contacted me to express her admiration for my staff's professionalism. "I heard what happened," she texted, "and I just wanted to say, your team handled everything with incredible grace. It was clear the issue wasn't with your company, but with the family. I'm hosting a charity gala in a few months and would love to work with you if you're available." Talk about a silver lining, I answered right away, thanking her for her nice remarks and arranging a time to discuss the event. Within a few hours, I had 3 more similar emails from different guests. It was surreal. The same wedding I'd been accused of wrecking was now providing free attention for my business. Denise's attempts to embarrass me had failed horribly. Of course, Denise wasn't finished. By the evening, she had taken her campaign against me digital. I noticed she had written a negative review about my company online, accusing us of being unprofessional and untrustworthy. The review was full of pure lies, stating that we arrived late, offered bad service, and abandoned the event without warning. Thankfully, I was ready for this. I quickly contacted my lawyer, and within hours, we had sent Denise a cease and desist letter informing her that any additional false remarks would be considered defamatory. The review was withdrawn the next day, and as far as I know, she has not attempted to submit anything else since. Denise reportedly decided to take her entitled tantrum to new heights. The next morning, while I was going through my emails, my lawyer called me. "You're going to love this one," she said, her tone tinged with irony. "Claire's family is threatening to sue you for breach of contract." I actually laughed aloud. "You're kidding," I replied. "On what grounds?" "They're claiming you abandoned the event and caused irreparable damage to Claire's wedding," I said. "They're demanding a full refund and additional damages for emotional distress." The stupidity of it nearly made me spit out my coffee. Emotional distress? Because I enforced a clause they agreed to? That's rich. My attorney giggled. "Don't worry, Leonard. This is nothing more than a scare tactic." Their lawyer, if you can even call him that, sent a laughably vague letter with no specifics. "I'll draft a response, but they don't have a leg to stand on." A few days later, Denise's lawsuit went to the next ludicrous level. Their lawyer, who I subsequently discovered was one of Dad's poker cronies, issued me another letter, saying that my choice to cease services had resulted in public humiliation and severe financial loss. He even included some inflated figures for the estimated cost of event decor and food services. What is the best part? The letter also accused me of being malicious and vindictive for removing the decorations during the event. The plaintiff's family was subjected to public embarrassment, the text reads. The abrupt removal of event services tarnished the reputation of the hosts and caused irreparable harm to their social standing. I couldn't stop giggling when reading that. Denise was sincerely attempting to portray herself as the victim in a setting she had completely contrived. The irony was so thick, it could be cut with a knife. However, my lawyer was significantly less amused. "They're trying to throw mud at the wall and see what sticks," she explained on our next call. "Their entire case hinges on the idea that you violated the contract, but the clause you invoked is ironclad. We'll respond formally, and I'll make it clear that pursuing this further will only waste their time and money." The legal back and forth lasted nearly 2 weeks. Denise and Dad persisted, most likely because their counsel lacked the courage to tell them they had no chance of winning. Meanwhile, my lawyer was working behind the scenes to gather all of the evidence we needed to permanently close this case. We had everything. Claire's original contract, which clearly detailed the termination provision, witness statements from my workers who were present when Denise made her unpleasant comments, and the pièce de résistance, security footage from the venue. The cameras had caught everything, even Dad's drunken outburst and Denise berating my crew. When their lawyer saw the tape, the case fell almost immediately. My lawyer sent a last letter outlining the information in great detail and informing them that if they continued to pursue the case, we will sue for defamation and legal fees. 2 days later, my lawyer emailed me to say the matter had been withdrawn. No additional action is required. The most unexpected consequence, however, came from Claire's new husband, Adam. He called me several days after the wedding. I almost didn't answer, but out of curiosity, I did. "Hey Leonard," he said with an uneasy tone. "I know Claire wants to talk to you," he said. "She feels terrible about everything, she's just, I don't know, scared. She's stuck between you and Denise and it's tearing her up." I exhaled. "I get it. But if she wants to talk, It has to come from her. I'm not going to chase her down. I'll tell her, he said. I hung up feeling oddly hopeful. Maybe Claire and I still had a chance to fix things. Perhaps not. In any case, I had finally stood up for myself, which was a victory in my opinion. Claire texted me a few weeks after the chaos had settled. Hello, can we meet up? I feel like we should chat. I stared at the message for a long time, unsure how to feel. On the one hand, there was Claire reaching out. The same Claire who had remained mute while Denise and Dad humiliated me at her wedding. The same Claire who had seen my company, which I had created from the ground up, be degraded and then walked away without saying anything. On the other hand, I couldn't shake the persistent doubt. What did she want from me now? Was this a true olive branch, or was she simply trying to smooth things over for her own benefit? Despite my better judgment, I consented to meet her. Sure, I responded. Let me know when and where. We met at a little cafe which I used to frequent when I was starting my business. It was neutral ground, yet I couldn't help but notice tension in the air as I went in. Claire was already there, drinking coffee. She looked up and gave an awkward forced smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Hey, she remarked, motioning for me to sit. Hey, I said, taking a seat across from her. There was a lengthy gap before she spoke. I'm really sorry about everything that happened at the wedding, she told us. It got so out of hand, and I know Denise and Dad said some things they shouldn't have. I raised an eyebrow. Some things? She shuffled uncomfortably in her seat. Okay, a lot of things. But you have to understand, they were stressed. Weddings are a lot of pressure, and emotions were high. It wasn't personal. I gave out a sour laugh. Not personal, Claire? They called me an embarrassment. They mocked my business, belittled me, and basically told me I shouldn't have been there. How is that not personal? She sighed as if I were being unreasonable. Look, I'm not saying what they did was right, but you pulling out the way you did wasn't fair either. You ruined the reception, Leonard. People are still talking about it. There it was, the genuine reason she wanted to speak. So this isn't about what they said or did, I stated with an icy tone. This is about how it made you look. That's not what I'm saying, she said hastily, but the guarded tone in her voice suggested a different story. I just think you could have handled it differently. You didn't have to punish everyone because of what Denise and Dad said. I glanced at her, trying to figure out if she believed what she was saying, or if she was simply repeating Denise's narrative. Punish everyone? I repeated. Claire, they hired my company. They insulted me. The owner, in front of everyone. They didn't even bother hiding their disdain. You expect me to just stand there and take it? I expected you to think about someone other than yourself, she replied. This wasn't about you. It was my wedding. Do you know how humiliating it was when everything fell apart? People were asking me what happened, and I didn't know what to say. I had to deal with the fallout while you just walked away. I leaned back in my seat, astonished. So that's what this is about. Not what they did. Not how they treated me. It's about how it inconvenienced you. That's not fair, she exclaimed, her voice rising significantly. I'm trying to fix this, but you're making it impossible. Fix it? I repeated. Claire, you haven't once acknowledged what I went through. You're sitting here blaming me for standing up for myself, because it didn't fit into your perfect little wedding narrative. Do you even hear yourself? She crossed her arms and her expression hardened. Maybe I wouldn't have to say this if you hadn't made everything about you. I invited you to the wedding because I wanted you there. I was trying to include you. But you turned it into a disaster. I felt a strong aching in my chest, but it wasn't sadness. It was clarity. This was not a misunderstanding. Claire was not stuck between Denise and Dad. She was exactly like them. Entitled, manipulative, and incapable of accepting responsibility for her actions. I stood up and tossed some cash on the table to cover my coffee. You know what, Claire? I'm done. With you, with Dad, with Denise, all of it. I've spent my whole life being the scapegoat for this family, and I'm not doing it anymore. Her eyes expanded. Leonard, wait. No. I replied firmly. You don't get to rewrite this. I came to your wedding because I thought maybe things had changed. But all I got was the same disrespect I've dealt with my whole life. And now you're sitting here blaming me for having the audacity to walk away from it. I'm done, Claire, for good. She sat astonished as I walked out of the cafe. That was the last time I spoke with Claire. She sent a few texts in the days that followed, but I didn't react. There was nothing more to say. She had shown me who she truly was, and I believed her. I cut Denise and Dad totally out of my life, and it was the best move I'd ever taken. In the months that followed, my firm grew, due in part to a slew of new clients who were impressed by how skillfully my team managed the wedding disaster. Denise and Dad may have attempted to break me down, but all they did was make me stronger. And Claire? She faded into the background of my memories. I stopped worrying about whether she'd ever view things differently because it didn't matter. Family is not about blood, it's about respect, and no one had showed me any. My brother's wife lied that I flirted her, and he kicked me out. A year later, they begged for a place to stay, so I gave them what they deserved. My older brother Lucas, who is 9 years older than me, invited me to stay with him and his wife Karen. At the moment, I was quite grateful. So who wouldn't be? Rent was incredibly exorbitant, and I didn't make enough to even consider living alone. Lucas had a wonderful house with a spare room, and he told me I could stay there for as long as I needed to get back on my feet. It seemed like a lifeline, so I moved in with them. It wasn't a permanent solution, but I was trying to get myself together, you know. I didn't want to be a burden, so I did my best to help around the house. I performed the cooking, cleaning, and errands. I didn't contribute much money at first because I couldn't even purchase my own groceries, but I pitched in wherever possible. For example, if I had any extra money, I'd spend it on groceries or other necessities. I thought things were going nicely at first. Everything appeared perfect. Karen seemed nice enough, and Lucas and I had always been close, so I felt comfortable. Karen and I weren't best friends, but I didn't see any problems between us. She never said much and stayed to herself, but I never took it personally. She was pregnant at the time, so I assumed she was just dealing with personal issues. However, after around 6 months, things began to turn weird, albeit in subtle ways. Karen would offer subtle hints like, "Oh, when the baby comes, we're going to need a lot more space," or, "I wonder if we should start thinking about how to turn the guest room into a nursery." I had the impression that Mom wanted me to leave, but Lucas continued encouraging me, saying, "Don't worry about it, you can stay as long as you need." I trusted him because, well, he's my brother. Why should I think otherwise, right? Then the comments became less subtle. Karen began moaning more openly, saying things like, "It's going to be really hard having a newborn and a third person in the house." I wasn't trying to overstay my welcome, but I also didn't have somewhere else to go just now. I had finally found a solid job by this point, but I didn't have enough money saved to just pack my bags and leave right away. Things changed dramatically one day. It's as fresh in my mind as it was yesterday. Karen was seated in the living room, and I was in the kitchen cleaning up from supper. Lucas wasn't home yet, and Karen simply started talking to me out of nowhere. She tells me that she is unhappy with my living there, that it is impacting her peace of mind, and that she does not feel secure with some of the individuals I hang out with. I was like, what people? Since I seldom went out, and when I did, it was generally with coworkers or old buddies from college. Karen says, "You know, I heard from Lucas that some of your friends are involved in stuff like drugs, and I don't want that around my baby." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'm not even close to anyone engaging in that sort of activity. And I told her this, but she only shrugged, as if she knew something I didn't. I remember feeling my stomach plummet because it was so unexpected. But I assumed she was simply stressed out from the pregnancy and all. I attempted to brush it off, but it didn't end there. Karen became colder following that chat. She'd give me these glances like I was getting in her way, and she hardly spoke to me unless it was to drop more passive-aggressive signals about my departure. I sensed something was wrong, but I didn't want to think she would just make stuff up about me. I mean, this is my brother's wife. Why would she lie? Fast forward a few weeks, and Lucas also begins to behave distant. It is not like him. So I asked him one night if everything was fine, and he just answered, "Karen's been really stressed lately." He didn't say anything particular, but the mood seemed odd, as if he was hiding something. I didn't push him on it. So when Karen became increasingly distant, I didn't think much of it. I assumed she merely needed space or was sorting through her own belongings. But then she started making these tiny comments, which in retrospect were obviously intended to push me out without saying it straight. She'd comment how small the house felt all of a sudden, or how she wanted extra space for the baby's belongings. She once quipped, "Maybe you'll be moving out before the baby comes, right?" And then laughed it off as if nothing happened. I remember laughing with her, but deep down I was thinking, wait, is she serious? It wasn't only the remarks, however. She started to avoid me more. If I was in the living room, she would go upstairs or to another room. I tried to strike up a conversation, ask her about her pregnancy, and see if she needed anything, but she just blew me off. I was starting to feel like a ghost in my house. The strange thing was that Lucas never appeared to notice. He was so preoccupied with the baby and future plans that he missed what was going on right in front of him. Then there was the day Karen revealed that I was purportedly flirting with her. I still can't get my head around it. It was an ordinary Tuesday. Lucas was at work and I had the day off, so I decided to clean around the home and help out since I was staying there for free. Karen was sitting in the living room, browsing through her phone and not paying attention to anything. I was in the kitchen cleaning down the counters when she said, "Can I talk to you for a second?" I came over assuming she needed help with something, but the look on her face was strange. She did not appear upset, but there was something odd about her demeanor, as if she was ready to break some severe news to me. So, she began messing with her phone. "I've noticed that you've been, I don't know how to say this, but you've been acting kind of flirty with me." I nearly froze. At first I had no idea what to say because it was so unexpected. Like, what? Am I flirting with her? I chuckled, assuming she was joking. "Wait, what? Flirting with you? That's insane, Karen." But she wasn't laughing. She just stared at me, dead serious. "No, I'm not kidding. Lucas mentioned it to me as well. He said he noticed it a while ago." That's when my stomach fell. Did Lucas notice it? What the hell was she talking about? I had never, and I mean never, thought of Karen in that way. She was my brother's wife, for crying out loud. The idea of flirting with her seemed absurd. "Karen, I don't know what you're talking about," I answered, trying to remain cool. I wouldn't. That's not." But she interrupted me. "Look, I'm just telling you what I feel, and honestly, it's making me uncomfortable. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be here anymore, especially with the baby coming." I felt as if the room was spinning. I wasn't sure how to answer. How do you defend yourself against something that has never happened? I wanted to scream, but I just stood there, absolutely stunned. "Lucas said that?" I eventually managed to inquire. She nodded. But something about how she did it felt odd, like if she wasn't delivering the entire tale, but I couldn't figure out what portion was missing. The rest of the conversation is a haze. Karen kept saying it wasn't personal and was only for the family's safety, but all I heard was that she wanted me gone. The whole flirting thing was bullshit, but I couldn't prove it. The fact that she stated Lucas also observed it hurt the most. My own brother assumed I was hitting on his wife. It did not make any sense. After that day, things became quite stressful in the house. Karen stopped talking to me entirely, and Lucas pretended everything was fine, but I could see he sensed something was wrong. I tried to talk to him about it one night, but he dismissed me saying, "Karen's been really stressed with the pregnancy. Don't take it personally." Don't take this personally. How could I not take it personally when his wife accused me of something ridiculous? It grew worse when Karen began informing Lucas that I was linked with horrible individuals. She told him that some of my friends used drugs, and she didn't want me around the baby if I was bringing that kind of influence into their home. I barely had any pals over. I didn't have a social life because I was working and saving money to move out. But Karen had convinced Lucas that I was hanging around with shady characters. I'm not sure if Lucas believed her or didn't want to deal with the drama, but he began acting strangely around me as well. He'd come home from work and barely speak to me, like if I weren't even there. Karen had clearly gotten into his psyche, but whenever I tried to bring it up, he shut me down. "Just give Karen some space," he said. "She's going through a lot right now." It made no difference what I said. Karen had already made her decision, and she was doing everything she could to force me out. Worst of all, she was using my brother to do it. It was like seeing someone build a case against you for something you did not do, and you are powerless to stop it. By this point, I realized I couldn't stay for much longer. I had already started looking for apartments, but the rent prices made it difficult. I didn't have many options, and I didn't want to wind up on the streets. I was trying so hard to be patient and not rock the boat. But deep down, I knew Karen would eventually make her final move. And when she did, I wasn't sure whether Lucas would support me or agree with her. So it eventually occurred. I knew it was coming, yet it still hit me hard. Karen had been working up to this for weeks, and I guess I was just hoping that Lucas would intervene and urge her to stop it. But it did not happen. I had just returned home from after another hard day at my new job, and all I wanted to do was relax for a while. When I walked through the door, everything seemed peaceful. It's actually too quiet. The kind of silence that makes you feel like something is wrong but you can't pinpoint it right away. As I approached my room, I noticed it. All of my belongings, clothes, books, and other odd items, were packed in boxes and bags and sat in the hallway like trash waiting to be removed. I paused in my tracks. My heart began racing. And for a little moment, I wondered whether there was an error. Maybe Karen was doing some bizarre cleaning, or Lucas was rearranging things. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. This was not a misunderstanding. I came into the living room and saw Lucas sitting on the couch, his head in his hands. He didn't look at me at first and didn't say anything, just sat there in an awkward silence. Karen was nowhere to be seen, which left him to perform the dirty work. "What's going on?" I inquired, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor despite my rising irritation. Lucas groaned and finally looked up at me with a sorry expression, as if he were a small child who had been discovered doing something wrong. "Karen, she thinks it's time for you to move out," he told her. His voice was so hushed, as if he was ashamed to utter it. I couldn't believe what I heard. "Are you serious? You're kicking me out just like that after everything?" He did not even attempt to defend himself. He only nodded, gazing at the floor. "It's not like that," he murmured. "It's just, Karen's stressed with the pregnancy and she feels uncomfortable with you being here, with everything going on." "Is everything going on?" What exactly did that mean? I'd done nothing wrong. I had not caused any issues. All I did was live there, serve others, and stay to myself as much as possible. And now I'm being kicked out because Karen felt uncomfortable. It was utter nonsense. Lucas was also aware of the situation, but he was not going to stand up to her. I could see it clearly now. "So that's it? You're just throwing me out on the street?" I inquired, my voice quivering with rage. "Over some lies Karen's been feeding you?" "I've done nothing but help around here, Lucas. You know that?" Lucas stood up, raking a hand over his hair while avoiding eye contact. "I'm not throwing you on the street," he told you. "I'll help you find a place. We can cover your security deposit, maybe even the first month's rent. It's not like we're abandoning you. Not forsaking me." It seemed like the exact opposite. I was not asking for money. I was asking for some respect, for my own brother to have my back rather than just giving up because his wife wanted me gone. "Karen said I was flirting with her, Lucas. She said I was hanging out with bad people. Do you really believe that?" I pleaded, hoping for some type of affirmation that he understood the truth. He didn't respond immediately away, and his quiet revealed everything I needed to know. He either believed her or was too terrified to argue with her. Regardless, I was screwed. "Look," his final response was, "Karen's been really stressed, and with the baby coming, we just need a little more peace in the house. You've been great, and I appreciate everything you've done, but this is what's best for everyone." "What's best for everybody? How about what's best for me?" I wanted to scream, but I knew it wouldn't make any difference. Karen had made her decision, and Lucas was not going to argue with her about it. I was being pushed out, and there was nothing I could do about it. I stood there for a second, trying to digest everything. Part of me wanted to storm out and never look back, but there was nowhere else to go. I didn't have any finances for a new place yet, and I certainly didn't have any family to turn to, at least not after this. Lucas was the only person I believed I could rely on, and now that bridge was burning right in front of me. "When do I have to be out?" I said, my tone flat and despondent. Lucas shifted uncomfortably. "Karen was hoping by the end of the week," he replied, almost ashamed to admit it. "It's the conclusion of the week. That was 4 days away. 4 stinking days to locate a place to live, pack my belongings, and figure out how to exist on my own." "Right," I mumbled while shaking my head. "Thanks for the heads up, I guess." I turned around and returned to the hallway, where all of my belongings were stacked up. I felt Lucas watching me, but I didn't bother glancing back. What was the point? He was not going to change his mind, and Karen would not allow it. I began picking up the boxes and hauling them back into my room, trying to figure out what to do next. I spent the following few days furiously looking for flats and contacting anyone I could think of who would be willing to let me stay for a bit. It was not easy. Rent was costly, and I hadn't saved enough money yet to afford anything worthwhile. I kept hoping Lucas would come to his senses. Perhaps he'd talk to Karen and understand how unfair the entire situation was. But every time I saw them together, it was evident that wasn't the case. Karen avoided me entirely, scarcely recognizing my existence. Lucas was acting as if everything was absolutely normal. By Friday, I still had not found a place. I was packing up the rest of my belongings into boxes, trying not to cry, when Lucas knocked on the door. He stood awkwardly for a minute, clutching an envelope in one hand. "Here," he said, handing it to me. "It's for the security deposit and the first month's rent. I hope it helps." I accepted the envelope without saying anything. I did not want his money. What I wanted was for my brother to stand up for me, to tell Karen that she was wrong and that I did not deserve to be treated this way. But I knew that wouldn't happen. I left that weekend with my boxes and luggage, feeling more alone than ever before. Lucas scarcely said goodbye. Karen did not emerge at all. I had simply vanished from their lives, as if I had never existed. After being kicked out of Lucas's apartment, I spent the following few months primarily in survival mode. I had nowhere to go at first, so I began sleeping on friends' couches. Do you ever feel like you're intruding on others, even if they say it's fine? That is how I felt every day. I was grateful to my friends for allowing me to stay, but deep down I knew I couldn't do it forever. I was only a guest, and they had their own lives to lead. The most difficult aspect was pretending everything was okay when it wasn't. I didn't want to keep bringing up what happened to Lucas and Karen. I didn't want others to think I was bitter or obsessed with it, but truly, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I can't just forget that my own brother threw me out like I was nothing. But if someone asked how I was doing, I just smiled and replied, "I'm figuring things out." As if it wasn't killing me on the inside. Couch surfing was unpleasant. I couldn't settle somewhere, so I was continuously traveling about with all of my belongings in boxes and bags. It's strange to live out of boxes for so long. You feel like you're constantly on the verge of being tossed out. Every time I left for work, I packed everything just in case. It's as if I didn't believe I'd be welcome back. It screws with your head to live like that. I'll admit that things weren't fantastic for a spell. My job was satisfactory, but it did not provide enough income for me to purchase my own home straight away. I was trying to save, but you know how things go. Every time I thought I was making headway, something came up to deplete my savings: car issues, bills, food. It felt like I was stranded, treading water while trying not to drown. I considered calling Lucas a few times and asking for help, but then I remembered how things ended and how easy he let Karen push me away. I couldn't return to him. I couldn't return to them. The fact that he never followed up with me after I left told it all. I was no longer significant to him. Karen saw me as simply another problem to address. It's funny though. You'd think being thrown out by my own family would have shattered me. But it really strengthened my resolve. I decided I wouldn't rely on anyone else anymore. I was tired of individuals failing to meet my expectations. I'd had enough of feeling like I owed anyone anything just to have a place to live. If I was going to get back on my feet, I was going to do it alone. So I started working harder, putting in extra hours at my job whenever I could. I cut back on everything. There was no need for new clothes, a night out, or anything else. It was difficult, but after a few months, I had saved enough money to finally acquire my own house. It wasn't glamorous, just a little one-room studio apartment on the outskirts of town, but it was mine. No more hopping from place to another. I will no longer rely on anyone else. I finally had a place of my own, and it felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I remember the first night in my new flat. I didn't have much, only a mattress on the floor and a few boxes of belongings. But it felt like liberation. It was quiet. And for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, I didn't have to worry about being kicked out. I didn't have to walk on eggshells or tiptoe around anyone's emotions. It was only me, and that was plenty. Even though I was proud of myself for getting back on my feet, it did not alleviate the pain. I was still thinking about Lucas and Karen all the time. I thought about how easy they threw me out when they no longer needed me. How Karen's lies about me flirting with her and hanging out with dodgy people persuaded Lucas to kick me out without giving me a chance to defend myself. Even though I was improving, it still stung. What made things worse was that no one in my family reached out. Not my parents, nor my other siblings. It was as if I did not exist anymore. I believe Lucas gave everyone his version of the story, and I wasn't part of the image they were interested in. My parents were always concerned with keeping the peace, and I'm sure they believed it would be easier to let Lucas and Karen do whatever they wanted, rather than confront them about what had happened. But it still hurts, you know. It felt as if I had been wiped from their lives in that moment. I concentrated on moving forward, however. I didn't have time to sit around and feel sorry for myself. I had bills to pay, and the rent wouldn't pay itself. So I kept working and grinding, and things gradually improved. I received a promotion at work, which benefited my finances. I started decorating my small apartment to make it feel like home. It wasn't perfect, but it was mine, and I was pleased with how far I'd come. Throughout this experience, I realized that you cannot rely on others to change your life. No one is coming to save you. And the individuals you think will always have your back may be the ones who bring you down the hardest. It's a difficult pill to swallow, But it is the truth. You must look out for yourself because when everything comes crumbling down, the only person you can rely on is yourself. Despite everything, I wished things had turned out differently with Lucas. I miss having a brother. I missed how things used to be before Karen entered the picture and turned everything upside down. But I knew I could not return to that. I could not forget how they treated me. I was not going to let them back into my life after what they had done. They made their decision, and I had to live with mine. I hadn't spoken to Lucas in over a year by the time I felt like I was back on track. Every now and then, he or Karen would text me to see how I was doing or to check in, but I never responded. I could not. Not after everything they put me through. I assumed they'd moved on too. They'd already had their baby, and I'm sure their lives were perfect without me. But deep inside, I knew something was wrong. You don't simply treat family like that and expect things to be well. I didn't realize it at the time, but the whole thing was going to come around later. And when it happened, it would change everything. I hadn't spoken to Lucas or Karen in approximately a year after moving into my own house. I'd done everything I could to put them behind me, but you can't simply delete family memories. Every now and then, I considered reaching out, but then I remembered how they threw me out like I was nothing. Even now, the notion of Lucas believing Karen's falsehoods made me sick. Then one day, I received a call. I was sitting at my work, half listening to a podcast, when my phone rang. I looked at the screen and, to my astonishment, it was Lucas. We hadn't spoken in about a year, so seeing his name come up gave me a strange feeling. Part of me wanted to ignore it and leave it on voicemail, but something prompted me to pick up, so I did. "Hello," I said, trying to sound neutral and not express any emotion. There was a pause on the other end before Lucas's voice came through, sounding strange. He didn't sound like the confident, well-groomed older brother I used to know. He sounded desperate. "Hey," he said. "It's me." "Yeah, I know," I said, not wanting to make things easier for him. Lucas paused, then sighed. "Look, I'm just going to cut to the chase. We need help. Karen and we're losing the house. The business went under, and we're getting evicted. We've got nowhere else to go." I could feel my heart rate increase. I hadn't heard from Lucas in over a year, and he called because he wanted something. It was almost comical what they had put me through. Part of me wanted to hang up right there and let them work it out for themselves. But the other part of me, well, that was complicated. "So, what do you want from me?" I inquired, attempting to keep my voice calm. "We were hoping." He paused, as if he couldn't believe what he was about to say. "We were hoping you'd let us stay with you, just for a few months, until we get back on our feet." I couldn't believe what I heard. My mind went back to that day, when I arrived home to find all of my belongings packed in the hallway, and Lucas just stood there as Karen lied about me flirting with her. And now they wanted to remain in my place. I laughed briefly, more out of incredulity. "You've got to be kidding me," I told you. "I know how it sounds," Lucas said immediately, as if he understood how silly it was. "But we've got 2 kids now, we don't have anywhere else to go. Please, we wouldn't ask if it wasn't an emergency." An emergency. So I was expected to forget about everything and help them since they were in trouble? Where was the energy when I needed a place to stay? When Karen threw me out for lying, and Lucas just stood there and did nothing? "Lucas, I don't know what to tell you," I murmured, my voice firm. "You kicked me out when I needed help. Remember that? You and Karen didn't care then. Why should I care now?" There was a long pause on the other end of the phone. And for a moment, I thought he'd hang up. But then he spoke again, this time with a softer tone, as if he was finally beginning to understand. "I know," he replied. "I know we screwed up. Karen, she was wrong. I was wrong for not standing up for you. I should have never let that happen. I should have had your back." Hearing him say that made me feel both satisfied and angry. It was the apology I had been waiting for, but it also felt too late, as if it no longer mattered. The damage had already been done. What use was an apology now, after all this time? "I needed you, Lucas," I replied, my voice beginning to crack. "I needed my brother, and you let her lie about me. You let her make me out to be some kind of freak, like I was flirting with her. You believed her over me." "I know," he whispered. "I'm sorry. I really am. But right now we're desperate. We don't have anyone else to turn to. I'm asking you as your brother. Please, can we stay with you?" I sat there, phone clamped to my ear, trying to think of what to say. A part of me wanted to tell him to shove it and let him deal with the consequences of his actions. But another part of me, Perhaps the bit that cared about family despite everything was torn. I had been through hell before they kicked me out. But did it mean I had to kick them even while they were down? Was it my obligation to be the greater person in this situation? I need some time to think about it, I finally admitted, my voice tight. I understand, Lucas said, happy that I had not slammed the door in his face just yet. Take as much time as you need. I'm really sorry for everything, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. After we hung up, I sat there staring at my phone. A part of me wanted to giggle at the comedy of the situation. They kicked me out without hesitation, and now they begged me for a place to remain. It felt like a twisted karmic joke. But the truth was that I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be that person that harbors grudges indefinitely. However, I did not want to be walked all over again. If I let them stay, will they take advantage of me again? Or will this be the moment when we all mature and move on from what happened? I pondered about it for several days. My phone started buzzing with texts from Lucas, warning me that they didn't have much time until they had to leave their residence. My parents even got involved, sending me guilt-inducing messages about how family is strong and how I should let go of past mistakes. But it wasn't so easy. Family bonds work best when both parties genuinely care about each other. And for a long time, it seemed like I was the only one who cared. Update 1. I sat with the phone in my hand, expecting some sort of supernatural response. After several days of deliberation, I finally called Lucas back. He didn't answer immediately away, so I left him a message informing him that I had made my decision and that he may contact me back whenever he had the chance. A part of me felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted. But the other part was just nervous, as if whatever happened next would either be a complete disaster or something that would permanently alter our relationship. I wasn't sure which way things would go, but I had to stick to my decision. About an hour later, Lucas called me back. His voice seemed strained, as if he'd been holding his breath since I left the message. "So, what's your decision?" he inquired, without bothering with small talk. I took a deep breath. "Look, Lucas, I thought about it a lot," I began, attempting to remain cool despite the fact that my heart was racing. "And I can't let you and Karen stay with me." There was stillness on the other line, as if he wasn't sure he'd heard me correctly. "Wait, what? You're serious?" he finally asked, sounding surprised rather than outraged. "After everything?" I shot back, my voice becoming sharper. "You mean after you kicked me out of your house with no warning based on lies Karen made up? You threw me out, Lucas. I had nowhere to go. So yeah, I'm serious." I could hear him breathing on the other end, as if he was trying to figure out how to react without exploding out. "I told you I was sorry for that. We were under a lot of stress. Karen was pregnant, and things were just complicated." "Complicated?" I asked, my irritation bubbling up. "You believed lies about me flirting with your wife and hanging out with drug dealers. You didn't even give me a chance to defend myself. And now, because things are bad for you, I'm supposed to just forget about all that?" "I'm not asking you to forget," Lucas added, his voice becoming increasingly urgent. "I'm asking you to help us. We've got kids now. This isn't just about me or Karen. We're your family." I felt a tinge of shame, but I wasn't about to back down. Not after what I'd gone through. "Family? You weren't thinking about family when you threw me out. You weren't thinking about family when you let Karen lie about me. I had to figure it out on my own, Lucas. Now it's your turn." There was another prolonged silence. I could hear the frustration in his breathing again, but he did not argue. He knew I was correct. "Look," I continued, relaxing my tone slightly. "I'm not saying I don't care, but I can't let you stay with me. I've worked hard to rebuild my life, and I'm finally in a good place. I can't let you and Karen come in and mess that up again. You understand that, right?" "Yeah," Lucas mumbled. "I get it." It wasn't the answer he wanted, but I wasn't going to back down. I wasn't going to allow him guilt-trip me into giving in. I'd traveled too far for that. "I'll help in other ways," I said, feeling compelled to throw him something. "I'll help you find resources or places you can stay, but my home, that's off limits." There was a long hush on the other end, and for a while I assumed Lucas had hung up. But then he exhaled deeply, as if he'd finally accepted it. "Okay," he replied, his voice softer now. "I understand. I'm not happy about it, but I understand." I let out a breath that I hadn't realized I was holding. It was difficult to say no to my own brother, but I had to prioritize my own safety. If I accepted him and Karen back into my life in that way, I knew things would return to normal, and I couldn't bear it. I really do hope things get better for you guys, I replied, attempting to leave the talk on a more positive note. I'm sorry things are so hard right now. Yeah, me too, Lucas mumbled. Thanks for whatever help you can give. We exchanged awkward goodbyes, and that was that. I hung up the phone and sat there for a minute to comprehend everything. I'd said no. For the first time in my life, I stood up to my own family, and it felt odd. Half of me felt pleased, while another half was unhappy. I didn't enjoy the notion of being apart from Lucas indefinitely, but I knew it was the right thing to do. I had to draw a line someplace. Over the next few days I kept thinking about that conversation and replaying it in my mind. I wasn't sure if Lucas was upset with me or if he understood where I was coming from, but I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't going to allow myself be guilted into doing something I wasn't comfortable with. My parents, of course, found out about the situation and attempted to intervene with their family sticks together routine. They couldn't believe I answered no, especially after I recounted what had happened to Lucas and Karen. It's as if they refused to see the wider picture. You should have helped them, my mother reminded me during one of our phone conversations. They're struggling, and you've always been the one to help. This isn't like you. That final part hurt a little. Perhaps it wasn't typical of me, but that could have been intentional. I was always the one who went above and above for my family, no matter how they treated me. But that is precisely why I had to say no this time. I wasn't the same person as before. I'd grown and learned to set boundaries, and this was one of them. I'm sorry, Mom, I murmured, attempting to remain cool. But I've got to put myself first for once. Lucas and Karen can figure it out. My folks didn't get it, which didn't surprise me. They were not the only ones who had been booted out and forced to fend for themselves. They were not the ones who had to reconstruct everything from scratch. I was, and I was not going to let anyone make me feel terrible about safeguarding everything I had fought so hard to create. After then, everything became quiet for a bit. I hadn't heard anything from Lucas or Karen, which was great with me. They had their own issues to cope with, while I had mine. I assisted them in finding a temporary refuge, and that was the last I heard from them. No more desperate calls, no more guilt-inducing texts. My friend's sister accused me of being the father of her baby, and sued me for emotional distress. When my lawyer came in, she turned pale. My friend Ryan has a sister named Laura. I've known them both for several years. We grew up in the same neighborhood and occasionally hung out, but nothing important happened. Laura had a unique personality. I don't want to sound nasty, but she had some mental health issues. I don't know all the specifics, and it wasn't my business. Ryan never mentioned it, and I didn't ask, but everyone knew Laura faced difficulties. Laura approached me unexpectedly about a year ago, informing me that she was pregnant. Okay, cool, right? Except for one small detail. She stated that I was the father. At that point, I swear my brain had short-circuited. I was like, wait, what? Let me clarify. I've never embraced Laura or been close with her, not even once. So when she came at me with this outrageous charge, I couldn't process it. I told her straight up, Laura, I don't know what you're talking about, but there's no way I'm the father. We've never been close like that. She simply kept saying it over and again, as if I was going to magically recall a night that never happened. It was strange, to say the least. I tried to remain calm, thinking that maybe this was part of her mental health issues, but deep down, I was terrified. This is where things began to spiral out of control. Laura refused to have a prenatal paternity test. I was sitting there thinking, if you're so sure it's my kid, why don't you just take the test and prove it? But she wouldn't move. She continued saying things like, you need to be there for your child, and you're abandoning us before the baby's even born. It was guilt trip territory, and I wasn't buying it. I made it obvious that if she didn't take the test, I wouldn't sign anything. I was not about to become legally bound to a child who wasn't mine. Simple, right? I assumed that would be the end of it. Boy, was I mistaken. Cue the familial drama. My parents discovered out some weeks later. I love my parents, but they have these old views. They were devastated as soon as they learned of the situation. Completely lost it. They were calling me names, accusing me of being a deadbeat and a shame. I was standing there, trying to say something, but they weren't listening. I told them, Mom, Dad, this isn't my kid. Laura's just making stuff up. But they wouldn't listen. It was as if they couldn't get over the fact that I was responsible for this infant. There were a lot of ugly arguments following that. Things were spoken that I probably cannot take back, and I'm still upset about it. Even though I kept telling them it wasn't my child, my parents insisted on me doing the right thing and taking on the role of father. It did not matter to them. In their opinion, I was already guilty. They claimed they did not raise me to be a deadbeat and could not believe I would deprive my own child. This is where things become even crazier. I wasn't even in the same state when Laura became pregnant. That's correct. She had been staying with a friend for a month when she allegedly conceived. When I brought this up with my parents, they simply dismissed it, stating, "People make mistakes." Well, this wasn't a mistake. This was a full-fledged accusation that could ruin my life. Fast forward to around 6 months into Laura's pregnancy. By this point, the entire family had turned on me. Every family dinner, phone call and text was about how I needed to man up and accept responsibility for this baby. I was losing my mind. It was as if I were in a nightmare. Regardless of what I said or did, no one believed me. Fortunately, most of my pals were on my side. But a few of them began to question things such as, "Are you sure, man? Maybe you don't remember something." Finally, my parents dropped the biggest bombshell on me. If I didn't stand up and behave like a parent, they were removing me from their lives, disowning me, and kicking me out. At first, I assumed they were joking, but they were quite serious. They stated unequivocally that if I did not agree to this, I would be kicked out of the family. They disowned me after I refused to cave. Let me tell you, it stung. I was irritated, puzzled, and hurt. These were the people who reared me and were meant to have my back, yet they chose to believe someone else over me. My own family discarded me as if I didn't matter. It was horrible. Things became much stranger when the baby was born. My mother was present at the hospital, playing the role of proud grandmother. I didn't know until later. Laura refused to take the paternity test, so I had to go through certain legal procedures to get it completed. When the findings arrived, guess what? Not my child. There was a 0% possibility I was the father. As soon as I held that paper in my hands, I felt a rush of relief and rage. I sent the results to my parents, hoping they'd finally realize the reality. They'll realize they were mistaken, and everything will return to normal. Nope. Instead, they began bombarding my phone with apologies, money offers, and pleadings for forgiveness. My father even mailed me a few hundred, as if that would solve the problem. But here's the deal. I kept the money. Yes, I took it. I felt as if they owed me for everything they had put me through. But will you forgive them? No way. I made it clear that if they were willing to disown me over something like this, I was not going to risk being betrayed again. Most of my friends supported me, but a few, including my therapist, began suggesting things like, "Maybe you should give them another chance. They're your parents after all." I understand. I really do. But how do you forgive someone who was willing to cast you away so easily? How can you trust someone who believed a lie about their own child? That's where I am now. I'm torn between knowing I didn't do anything wrong and wondering if I should even try to make things right with my family. But every time I think about it, I recall how swiftly they turned on me, and I can't get rid of the sensation that they let me down when I needed them most. Okay, so with everything that happened with my parents and Laura's baby drama, you'd think things would settle down, right? Nope. Life had different plans for me. If anything, the situation only worsened. You'd think confirming that I wasn't the father would have been the end of it. But I wish it were that simple. It turns out that when people refuse to confess their mistakes, they will go to any length to avoid accepting responsibility. When the paternity test results revealed that I was not the father, I thought, all right, now my parents will realize they were wrong, and maybe things can get back to normal. But instead of the relaxation I expected, things became much more convoluted. First and foremost, Laura utterly lost it. She began spreading tales throughout town that I had tampered with or faked the test. Yeah, you read that correctly. In her perspective, I had successfully persuaded a whole lab to rig the data in my favor. How would I even do that? I'm simply a regular guy, not some genius who understands how to manipulate DNA tests. Laura, however, was not hearing anything. She was dead focused on making me the antagonist in her plot. She went around telling everyone that I was abandoning her and the kid, that I had deceived everyone into believing I wasn't the father. It made no sense, but it didn't matter. People began to believe her. Small-town tales traveled quickly, and soon I was getting filthy stares at the grocery store, as if I were some kind of slime. I even had others confront me, asking why I wasn't stepping up to care for my child. It was irritating. I had test results that proved I wasn't the father, but no one seemed to care. Laura was out there playing the victim, and I was being accused for something I had no involvement in. I'd never felt more helpless in my life. It's one thing when your family turns against you, but when the entire community believes you're the evil guy, it's a different story. My parents were still trying to be kind, But it was evident they had no idea how to handle the matter either. My mother kept phoning, leaving long, tearful voicemails about how she simply wanted her family back together. She didn't even acknowledge what had occurred. She just wanted to sweep everything under the rug as if nothing had ever happened. She even invited me over for supper, as if it would suddenly repair all the damage they'd done. It was more than just awkward. It was insulting. After everything they had put me through, they assumed a few family meals and fake smiles would make things better. There was no apology or acknowledgement of how severely they had messed up. Just, let's move on. It was as if they had no idea how much trust they had broken. And the point is, once trust has been lost, it cannot be repaired with a dinner and a hug. It takes real work and effort to repair, and they were unwilling to accept their mistakes. The kicker came when my father attempted to bribe me. He simply sent me an email offering to buy me a new automobile if I would return to the family. Like what? They believed they could purchase my forgiveness? It was so out of sync with reality that I had no idea how to respond. I gazed at the email for a moment, trying to figure out if it was a cruel joke. But, nope. My father was serious. I did not respond. I could not. What would you say to anything like that? They were unconcerned about fixing things properly. They simply wanted me back into their lives because it was convenient for them. The fact that they thought throwing money at me would solve things demonstrated how little they understood what they had done. The worst part came later, when I discovered Laura had begun reaching out to people I knew, attempting to drag them into her drama. She even phoned my ex-girlfriend Claire, attempting to persuade her that I was a bad guy who had abandoned his child. Sam and I hadn't spoken in years, but I received a text from her saying, "We need to talk." At first, I had no idea what she was talking about, but when she explained that Laura had been contacting her, attempting to stir up old drama, I nearly lost it. I contacted Laura and ordered her to stop. I was done with the games and the lies, and I was not going to let her drag my friends and ex-partners into her mess. But she simply laughed and hung up on me. It was like speaking to a wall. She was so engrossed in her fantasy world that nothing I said got through to her. At this point, I was seriously considering consulting a lawyer. I didn't want to go that far. But what option did I have? Laura was out here damaging my reputation, my parents were encouraging her actions, and I felt as if I had no one on my side. My closest friends did support me, but they had no idea how horrible things had gotten. Finally, I had to make a decision. I couldn't keep living in a constant state of stress, waiting for the next rumor or insane accusation to come my way. I determined to cut all ties, not only with Laura, but also with my parents. It was not easy. It sucked. But I realized I couldn't keep letting them pull me down. I sent my folks a long email explaining everything. I felt deceived, they had failed me, and I couldn't trust them anymore. I did not sugarcoat anything. I told them openly that I wasn't ready to forgive them and didn't know if I ever would be. I informed them that if they wanted to have a future connection with me, they needed to first apologize and accept responsibility for their acts. No more pretending that everything was all right. No more sweeping things under the rug. I blocked Laura on everything. I couldn't take her manipulations anymore. She was not my concern, and I was not going to let her drag me further into her mess. I even had to inform her brother Ryan that I would be unable to spend time with his family for the time being. That was difficult because Ryan has always been a good buddy, but I needed to prioritize my personal well-being. I took them off a few months ago, and it's been a relief. Sure, there are days when I feel guilty or question myself, but ultimately, I believe I made the correct decision. Even when it's difficult, you have to walk away from situations. Yes, it is chaotic and complicated, but at least I am no longer constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next calamity to strike. I can now breathe again. But dude, if you had told me a year ago that this is where I'd wind up, I would not have believed you. Life is funny like that, I suppose. Update 1. Okay, so this is where things get more crazier. I believed cutting ties with Laura and my parents would put an end to the insanity. I figured that if I eliminated them from my life, everything would calm down, and I could move on. Unfortunately, things do not always go as planned. Cutting them off was only the start of a whole new disaster. A few weeks after I sent that email to my parents and blocked Laura, I received an unexpected contact from an old high school acquaintance named Jason. We hadn't spoken in years, yet out of nowhere he asks whether I'm okay. At first I think, okay, that's random. But then he tells me that my parents contacted him. Now Jason and I were never really close, so my parents contacting him was a massive red flag. Apparently, they'd been going around asking individuals to speak with me on their behalf. I'm talking about old friends, distant relatives, and even individuals I hardly know. They were informing everyone that I was in a difficult situation and that they were concerned about me. They seemed to be trying to make me appear unstable. And the worst part? They framed the entire situation as if I was the one who needed to apologize for cutting them off. Jason was okay about it. He was aware of what was going on and wanted to warn me. But it did not end there. Over the next several days, I began receiving messages from a wide range of people. People I hadn't spoken to in years and only met a few times. They were all saying the same thing. Your parents are really worried about you, or, you should give them another chance. That was insane. They had convinced everyone that I was the evil guy in this situation, that I had gotten off track and needed to make amends. I could not believe it. I was just attempting to go on with my life when my parents launched a full-fledged public relations operation to make me look like the villain. The final straw came when they contacted my employer. Yes, you heard that correctly. My parents called my employer. I'm not sure how they got the number, but they found my boss's contact information and called the office, telling him they were worried about me and that I wasn't in the appropriate mindset. Can you imagine how embarrassing that was? My supervisor called me into his office one day, appearing serious, and asked whether everything was fine at home. I was stunned. I wasn't sure what to say at first. What do you respond when your boss asks if your parents believe you've gone off the deep end? I described the entire issue to him, and fortunately, he was really understanding. He apologized for bringing it up, but the harm had already been done. My own parents were out there, attempting to interfere with my job. It felt like they were out to ruin everything for me, simply because I refused to conform to their will. After that, I had no choice. I proceeded to see a lawyer, and began the process of obtaining a restraining order against them. I didn't want to go that far. But what option did I have? They were interfering with my profession, friendships, and peace of mind. I needed to defend myself, even if it meant formally cutting them off. The process was time-consuming and demanding, with court dates, paperwork, and a lot of anxiety. But at the same time, I felt a strange sensation of satisfaction, as if I had finally taken control of the situation. No more letting them infiltrate every aspect of my existence. No more allowing them to twist the narrative. Of course, when they learned about the restraining order, all hell broke out. My mother sent me a long, guilt-ridden email about how she never expected her own son to do this, and how families are supposed to keep together no matter what. She kept accusing me of ripping the family apart and inflicting all of the sorrow. This was textbook manipulation. But I did not bite. I did not respond. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but things only got worse before they improved. One day, I returned home from work to find my car had been vandalized. Someone had typed the word liar into the side of it. I had no confirmation it was my parents, but really, who else could it be? Except for a few close acquaintances, I'd kept the restraining order a secret. My parents were the only ones with a reason to do anything like that. It was as if they couldn't tolerate losing control and had to lash out in whatever way they could. I filed a police report, but nothing happened. Just another reminder that even when you attempt to do things correctly, the people who are meant to love you the most can become your deadliest adversaries. I began parking my car at a friend's house after that, simply to be safe. I couldn't take any more chances. I also installed security cameras throughout my flat in case they tried anything else. I felt like I was in a perpetual state of paranoia, waiting for the next shoe to drop. But slowly, things began to settle down. The restraining order was granted, and my parents were no longer permitted to contact me or visit my house or employment. It took a great weight off my shoulders. I could finally breathe after what seemed like an eternity. It has been a few months, and I am still picking up the pieces. I had to perform a lot of damage control with my friends and coworkers, explaining the entire issue and ensuring they understood the truth. The majority of them were supportive, but a few were suspicious, asking, "Are you sure your parents would really go that far?" I got it. It's difficult to believe, but if you've been through it, you know how far some individuals will go when they feel they've lost control. Looking back, I never anticipated things would become so horrible. It's incredible how quickly relatives can turn against you when you refuse to play by their rules. But I've learned something valuable from all of this. You cannot let anyone, including your family, determine how you spend your life. Sometimes you have to make the difficult decision to walk away, even if it hurts. I'm not sure what the future holds for me and my parents. Perhaps one day they will recognize what they did and genuinely apologize. Perhaps not. In any case, I'm tired of allowing them to dictate my life. I have my own road to take, and I'm not looking back. Update 2. Okay, so this is where things take a turn. I expected things to calm down once I had the restraining order and began rebuilding my life. However, life had other plans. Just when I was starting to feel like I could breathe again, my parents devised a new technique to torment me. This time there wasn't any direct touch. It wasn't damaging my automobile or sending emails. No, this was an entirely different level of messed up. One day, I was sitting at home, minding my own business, when I received a letter in the mail. Nothing unusual about that, right? Except that this letter is from a lawyer. At first I assumed it was related to the restraining order. Perhaps some last paperwork. But no, it was a lawsuit. My own parents sued me. For what, you ask? Emotional anguish. I couldn't believe all I was reading. They were suing me for cutting them off, claiming that my actions had caused them significant mental distress, and that they were entitled to compensation. They even claimed I had estranged them from the rest of the family, which was completely false because they isolated me, not the other way around. I sat there for a few minutes, staring at the letter, trying to figure out what was happening. Seriously, who does that? Who sues their own child because they are angry that they were cut off? I did not know what to do. Part of me wanted to chuckle at how silly everything was, but another part of me was extremely freaked out. It wasn't simply family drama anymore. This was legal, and things were about to get very ugly. I called my lawyer right away. I couldn't handle this alone. She was as astonished as I was. She'd seen a lot of difficult family situations, but suing your own child for mental distress, that was novel even for her. We went over the specifics of the complaint, and while the majority of it was obviously false, I knew we couldn't just dismiss it. They were serious, so I had to fight back. The following few weeks were a blur of meetings, phone calls, and tension. I had to assemble all of the proof of what had happened, the paternity test results, the restraining order, and the harassment I had been subjected to. My lawyer was convinced we would win, but it felt weird that it had come to this. My own parents were dragging me through the mud in court simply because I refused to let them dominate me anymore. But here's the deal, they did not stop with simply the lawsuit. Oh no, they had to go a step further. They began reaching out to other family members in an attempt to turn them against me. I began receiving messages from relatives, uncles and cousins, people I hadn't heard from in years. They were all suggesting the same thing. Why don't you just reconcile with your parents? You are being selfish if you believe that family is everything. It was as if they had been brainwashed into believing I was the villain in all of this. I was enraged, not only at my parents, but at the entire scenario. It seemed like no matter what I did, or how hard I tried to defend myself, they always found a way to twist the story and make me appear like the bad person. How do you explain to someone who has only heard one side of the story that your parents are suing you for emotional distress because you set boundaries? It came to the point where I had to cut off more people. I blocked family members, unfriended folks on social media, and just cut all ties to that aspect of my life. It wasn't that I didn't care about them, I did, but I couldn't keep justifying myself to folks who'd already made up their minds. It was exhausting, and I was done justifying my judgments to those who refused to understand the broader picture. Eventually the court date arrived. I arrived with my lawyer, ready for whatever bullshit they would throw at me. And let me tell you, it was a circus. My parents had a full sob story prepared about how they'd always been there for me, how they tried to support me through difficult times, and how I'd cruelly cut them off for no reason. They framed themselves as the victims in all of this, which was really astounding given that they were the ones who disowned me in the first place. But my lawyer wouldn't have it. She dismantled their claims piece by piece, presenting the judge with evidence of their harassment, the restraining order, the paternity test, everything. It was horrible. And at the conclusion, it was clear that the court did not believe their story. The judge ruled in my favor. Obviously the lawsuit was dismissed, and my parents were compelled to pay my legal expenses, which was a minor triumph in the larger scheme of things. But despite winning, it didn't seem like a victory. I felt like I had just gotten out of a nightmare, and there was still so much debris to deal with. Following the case, my parents made one final attempt to re-enter my life. They sent me a long emotional letter in which they apologized for everything, expressed their desire to make things right, and stated that they could not take the thought of losing me. It was the same old guilt-tripping bullshit they'd been doing from the beginning. I honestly didn't answer. I had already made a decision. I was not going back. There's just so much someone can take before they have to walk away permanently. And yes, it hurt. Cutting off your family is difficult, regardless of how bad things get. However, sometimes it is vital for your own sanity. I couldn't keep being dragged into their chaos. Regardless of how much they claimed to love me, their concept of love was toxic, and I was not going to let it poison my life any longer. So, that's where I am now. The case is behind me, the restraining order remains in effect, and I am moving forward. It hasn't been easy, but I'm learning to live without the noise and the continual worry of wondering when the next calamity would strike. For the first time in a long time, I believe I have some control over my life, which feels pretty damn wonderful. I'm not sure what the future holds. Maybe one day things will change, or maybe not. But right now, I'm concentrating on myself, on restoring the elements of my life that they attempted to destroy. It has been a hard journey, but I am finally beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Update 3. Okay, so if you've been following along thus far, you'd think that with the lawsuit and the restraining order, the crazy would be over. But nah. My family found a method to surprise me one final time. And this one really made me shake my head since I didn't believe they could get any lower. But, here we are. Things began to quiet down a few months after the court ruled in my favor. I had severed links with everyone, causing me worry. And for the first time in what seemed like forever, I was able to concentrate on reconstructing my life. There are no random messages from old pals or letters from lawyers, only peace. Or so I thought. One day, I was out running errands, just doing usual things like grocery shopping, when I ran into my cousin Nicole. Nicole and I hadn't chatted much throughout all of this upheaval. We weren't very close growing up, but we always got along. So when I saw her, I thought, why not say hello? We ended up conversing for a while. And at first it seemed very normal, catching up on life, work, and the usual stuff. But then she suddenly says, "Hey, did you hear what your parents are planning?" I froze. Planning? I inquired, suddenly experiencing that old pit in my gut. Nicole looked a little uneasy, as if she wasn't sure if she should even tell me, but she groaned and continued. "Yeah, they're throwing a big family reunion next month. Apparently they've been telling everyone they're hoping it'll be a reconciliation thing between you and them." I could not believe it. They were genuinely organizing an ambush reunion to push me back into the family. I asked Nicole for additional information, and it turned out that they were inviting everyone. Distant cousins, family friends, and individuals I hadn't seen in years. What's the kicker? They'd been telling everyone I'd be there, as if I was part of the plan. I was infuriated. I had not agreed to anything, and now they were preparing to make me seem terrible if I did not come up. It was another typical tactic by my parents: manipulate the situation, make me look like the villain, and guilt-trip me into doing what they wanted. I thanked Nicole for informing me and told her straight up that I was not attending. She understood, but she seemed to be divided, as if she was buying into my parents' story that all they wanted to do was heal things. I could see it on her face. She urged me to go and make things right. But after what they'd done, there was no way I was going to fall into their trap. That night, I went home and contemplated my options. I knew I wasn't going to the reunion, but a part of me felt compelled to say something. I couldn't simply ignore this. So I decided to send one final mail to my parents, outlining everything once and for all. The next morning, I got down to send them an email. It wasn't long, but it was straightforward. I explained that I was aware of the reunion, but would not be attending. I made it obvious that I did not want to participate in any coerced reconciliation, particularly in front of a large crowd. I reminded them that if they truly cared about resolving things, they needed to start by respecting my boundaries. There was nothing more to discuss until they could do that. I wasn't expecting a reaction, and frankly, I didn't need one. I simply needed to correct the record one last time. But of course, my parents could not simply let it go. A few days later, my father contacted me. I didn't answer, but he left a long rambling voicemail about how I was pulling the family apart and how this reunion was supposed to be a new beginning for all of us. He even attempted to guilt me by adding, "Your grandparents would be so disappointed in how you're handling this." That voicemail struck me hard, not because I believed it, but because it reminded me of all the times my parents used guilt and manipulation to get their way. They'd play any card they could to make me feel like I was the problem, including pulling my grandparents into it, who had always been supportive of me. It was as if they couldn't accept that they, too, might need to take a long, hard look at themselves. I did not respond to the voicemail. What was the point? I had said my piece, and I was not going to let them drag me back into their drama. But it doesn't mean it didn't bother me for days thereafter. I kept thinking about the reunion and all of the family who will be there, and I wondered if I was simply refusing to make peace. I wondered if many of them knew the whole story, or if they were only hearing the warped version my parents were telling. After the reunion, I didn't hear from my parents. I saw some images on Facebook, happy grins, family hugs, the entire thing. My parents were smiling, as if nothing was wrong, as if they hadn't spent the last year attempting to wreck my life. It felt strange seeing them pretending everything was wonderful, but I suppose they were always brilliant at pretending. A few weeks later, I ran into Nicole again, and she told me how awful the reunion had been. Apparently many people expected me to arrive, and when I didn't, there were some awkward talks. My parents tried to explain my absence, but Nicole reported it didn't go well. A few relatives even wondered why I wasn't there and why my parents hadn't been more open about the situation. I guess not everyone believed their narrative after all. And I think that's where things stand right now. I've managed to detach myself from the drama, but I know it's always present, just beneath the surface. My parents are unlikely to admit their mistakes, and I understand it. I can't change them. But I can defend myself, continue to create my life without their influence, and focus on the individuals who truly care about me. It's been a long path, and I'm not going to lie. It still hurts occasionally. It's not easy to cut off from your family, and there are days when I question if I made the right decision. But deep down, I knew I needed to. I had to prioritize myself, my mental health, and my own future over the toxic loop they were attempting to drag me into. So, this is the end of the wild ride. Maybe one day things will change, or maybe not. In any case, I'm tired of letting my family dictate how I live my life. I've got my own road to follow. And for the first time in a long time, I'm doing things my way. My family skipped my graduation for a ski trip, then called me 37 times demanding $4,800 for my brother. But I exposed him and ruined his future. My name is Rob, I'm 23 years old, and I've been the background child in my family since I can remember. Not the black sheep, but more like the unseen one. I was never the troublemaker, but neither was I the kid my parents brag about at dinner gatherings. That honor belongs to Daniel, my older brother. He's the golden boy. Charismatic, athletic, the type of person who can overlook someone's birthday and still make them smile at the conclusion of the talk. I was the quiet one, head buried in books, striving for accomplishments that didn't picture well on Facebook. Graduation day was supposed to be different. I'd worked for years to get here, endless late nights, part-time jobs, and extra hours to pay tuition gaps when scholarships weren't enough. I'd pictured that moment for years. The stage lights, my name being called, and my family in the audience roaring loudly enough for me to hear them over the applause. I even reserved them the nicest seats in the auditorium. But that morning I woke up to a text in the family group chat from my mother. "We won't be able to make it today. Something came up. We'll celebrate soon." I sat there staring at my phone for a solid minute, thinking it was some kind of sick joke. I scrolled up to see if they'd clarified, but the next message came from Daniel. "We're heading to Aspen for the week, totally last minute. Can't wait." Mom responded a minute later with a series of skiing emojis. No apologies, no awareness that my college graduation, the first in our family, was in less than 4 hours. I didn't respond. I could not. My throat tightened, and the walls of my apartment seemed smaller. Part of me wanted to believe it was just a misunderstanding. Maybe they assumed my ceremony was later in the week, but they knew the date. I'd been discussing it for months. I issued them an official invitation from the institution, as well as a reminder, last week. They simply chose something different. I chose him. When I came to college, I tried to put it aside and concentrate on the present. Friends and classmates were present with their families, snapping photos, carrying flowers, and laughing in groups on the grass. I smiled when others praised me, but the pit in my gut continued to grow. Every time I looked toward the place where my family should have been, I only saw strangers. I persuaded myself it did not matter. I promised myself I'd remember the pride, not the empty chairs. Then my name was called. I stepped across the platform, shook hands, smiled for the photo, and then felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. It was my father. A text message said, "Come home immediately." There is no explanation, simply that. When I came off stage, I noticed the notifications piling up. "We missed 37 calls." The same message was repeated, "Come home now." I did not respond. Instead, I stared at the screen, my diploma in one hand and my phone in the other, wondering what was so necessary that my family, who had skipped my graduation for a ski trip, now asked that I drop everything and rush home. And as I stood there in the midst of the crowd, the clamor of joy all around me, I felt something change inside. A cold, calm knowing that whatever was waiting for me at home was more than simply something coming up. This was the beginning of something bigger. I didn't realize it at the time, but that day would forever separate my family's past and present. And I was about to discover how far the schism would go. When I returned to my apartment that evening, still wearing my graduation gown because I hadn't bothered to change, I discovered 3 more missed calls from my father, and 1 from my mother. No voicemail, no explanation. Simply the same 2 words. Come home. I sat at my modest kitchen table, which I bought secondhand when I moved out, and stared at my phone. I didn't hear from any of them during the ceremony. There were no congratulations, no photo requests, and not even a text to acknowledge the event. They were now treating me as if I had arrived late for an emergency about which I was unaware. Mom's message arrived an hour later. Your brother needs you. It's important. No context, no questions about my well-being or how the ceremony went, just straight to Daniel. I could practically hear the tone behind it, which was the same as I had grown up with. In our household, Daniel's difficulties were familial issues. Mine was mine. If Daniel scraped his knee, the world came to a halt until he could get a bandage and a bowl of ice cream. If I sprained my wrist at the gym, Mom urged me to walk it off because she was busy. I realized early on that my function in the family was not to be cared for, but to be useful when someone else, usually Daniel, needed anything. I did not respond right away. I set my phone down and headed to the fridge to get something to eat, only to discover I had been too busy studying for finals to adequately grocery shop. I poured myself a bowl of cereal and sat there, reflecting on how Daniel had eclipsed every big milestone in my life. My high school graduation, he'd been discovered having a big party the night before, so everyone was talking about how much trouble he'd gotten himself into. When I started my first job, he damaged his automobile that same day. So, instead of applauding me, everyone in the family group chat started talking about insurance claims. Around 9 p.m., my phone vibrated again. My dad made a video call. Against my better judgment, I responded. Dad's face filled the screen, his look tense and impatient. Rob, finally, we've been calling you all day. I was busy, I replied bluntly. Graduating. He did not even acknowledge it. Daniel is in trouble. He needs you to come over tonight. Now. I didn't see it. What kind of trouble? Dad groaned as if I were being unreasonable. His credit cards are maxed out, and he can't pay the balance. He was counting on you to help. I looked at him. He counted on me. I didn't even realize this until 10 seconds ago. You're good with money, Dad replied, as if that clarified everything. You've been working all through school, saving up. Daniel wouldn't ask if it wasn't serious. My jaw was tightening. You skipped my graduation to go skiing, and now you're asking me to bail him out. It wasn't about skiing, Dad replied immediately. But I could see the ski lodge behind him in the video, with its wood-paneled walls and beautiful chandelier. Daniel had been stressed, and we thought the trip would help. You know, he's been under pressure lately, right? I said, my voice cold, and I guess I haven't been. Dad's demeanor changed, revealing that subtle flash of annoyance I'd seen my entire life. The unspoken message, don't make this about you. After I hung up, I sat there for a long time, staring at the blank wall opposite my couch. They didn't only miss my graduation, it was expected that I would willingly set aside my own life to clean up after Daniel. It has always been like way. When he failed a class in college, I was forced to do his assignments for 1 semester. When he ran up a tab at a pub, I was guilt-tripped into paying it back because family sticks together. But nevertheless, family never stayed with me. 2 days later, I received another call. This time from Daniel himself. He didn't bother saying hi. Hey, so when are you bringing the money over? I'm not, I said. There was a pause, followed by a laugh. Come on. Don't be like that. You've always helped me before. Yeah, I said softly. And you've never once shown up for me. Not for my graduation, not for anything. Why should I help you now? He scoffed. Wow. So, you're going to hold a grudge over some ceremony? You're being petty. The term petty struck harder than it should have. When I spoke up for myself, they would always say the same thing. They saw my boundaries as overreactions, not boundaries. By the end of the week, I'd received texts from every family member I could think of, including aunts, uncles, and my grandma. Everyone is telling me that some variation of Daniel is your brother. You can't just let him fail like this, and don't sacrifice family for money. No one addressed my graduation. Not one. The problem was, I hadn't even turned them down because of the money. I had said no because I was exhausted. I'm tired of being a safety net for a man who has never learned to stand on his own 2 feet. I'm tired of being invisible until they need me. And the more they pressed, the more I knew they didn't regard me as a member of the family in the same way they did Daniel. I was a resource, and a tool. What I didn't realize was that their pressure campaign was only getting started. The texts, calls, and subtle digs were all leading up to something much bigger, something they believed they could force me into. And they had no idea that as they pushed, I began to plan how I would push back. It wouldn't be long until they offered me the perfect justification, and once they did, there was no turning back. It was a peaceful Thursday morning when the actual blow came. I had just completed sending out a couple job applications for roles I'd been fantasizing of since college, when I received a call from my bank. The woman on the other end was courteous, but anxious. "Mr. Rivers, I just wanted to confirm a large transfer request we received from your account earlier today." I sat up straighter. "Transfer request? I haven't authorized anything." She read off the details. "Nearly $4,800 will be wired to a joint account in Daniel's name." My stomach sank. "Cancel it," I said quickly. "That's what I thought," she answered. "It was initiated online from an IP address registered at your parents' home. I didn't need a detective to put things together. My parents kept my old banking login from when I was in high school, and they insisted on keeping a check on things to ensure I didn't overspend. I had never updated the password since I trusted them not to use it without my permission. I suppose that faith was misplaced." I hung up the phone shaking, not from anger, but from the calm, bone-deep understanding that they had crossed a line I couldn't ignore. This was not a request for help. This was not even a guilt trip. This was stealing, pure and simple. And it wasn't just about the money. It was about how they felt entitled to take from me without asking, because in their opinion, it wasn't my mine to begin with. Before I could decide what to do next, my phone rang again. This time, Daniel texted, "Thanks for covering it, man. I'll repay you when I can." A winking emoji followed, as if it were a friendly joke between brothers. I didn't respond. My hands were too tight around the phone, white knuckles. I recalled every instance in which they had made me feel insignificant. Every time my accomplishments were overlooked. Every time I was told to be the bigger person, whereas Daniel got away with anything. It was evident that they didn't expect me to just pick up the pieces when he made a mistake. They felt I owed it to him. I called my mother. She responded cheerfully, as if nothing were wrong. "Rob, we were just talking about you. You should come by this weekend." "Did you authorize a transfer from my account?" I inquired, my tone colder than intended. There was a pause. Not the pause of someone perplexed, but the pause of someone deciding what reason to offer. "Oh, sweetheart, we knew you'd help your brother. He's in a tight spot, and we didn't want to bother you with the details while you were busy with school things." "You stole from me," I replied. Her tone sharpened immediately. "Don't be dramatic. We're family. It's not stealing when it's for someone you love." Something inside of me moved when I heard those words. For years, I allowed that perverted definition of love define how I was treated. But it struck me at that very time. Their idea of love was simply a term they used to justify taking anything they desired from me. I hung up before she could continue. The silence in my flat felt piercing, like if it had edges. My diploma was still lying against the wall where I had left it after graduation, unframed and unopened. As I glanced at it, I understood it was more than simply a piece of paper. It was proof that I had created something for myself despite them, despite being repeatedly disregarded, and despite being treated as a backup plan for their beloved kid. That night, I updated all of my passwords, including bank accounts and email. And as I did, I reflected about the 37 missed calls on graduation day, how they had made my milestone about Daniel's ski trip, and their entitled notion that my hard-earned money was theirs to take. They'd taken the opening shot. They made it plain that they would not respect any boundaries I placed, and I had a feeling they expected me to rage quietly before forgiving them as usual. They were mistaken because this time, they didn't only injure me. They'd given me a cause, the ideal reason to finally cease playing the character they'd assigned me. And, in the coming days, that rationale would serve as fuel for something unexpected. What I didn't realize was how far they were willing to push me before I acted. But I was going to find out. The next few weeks were like navigating through thick fog. I went through the motions, sending out job applications and attending a few interviews. But my mind was elsewhere. Every time I opened my banking app, I expected to see something more missing. I kept my phone on mute because I couldn't handle the incessant buzzing from family members, each with their own gentle reminder to let things go for the sake of family harmony. The story they were promoting was expected. Daniel was stressed. Daniel was suffering. Daniel did not aim to cause any harm. I was the chilly one for causing a fuss about it. The robbery had been reframed as a misunderstanding, and my resistance to give in was fueled by a grudge. It was surreal. I wanted to shout every time someone told me I was acting unfairly, but I didn't. I did not give them the satisfaction of hearing my frustration. Instead, I pulled back. I stopped attending Sunday dinners. I stopped answering phone calls unless they were from numbers I didn't recognize, in which case it was a job offer. I stopped checking the family group chat completely. When I eventually opened it one night out of morbid curiosity, I discovered a series of images from the ski trip. Daniel poses with his friends, holding champagne. There were laughing emojis and statements about enjoying life to the fullest. My graduation? Not a single photograph. Not one word. That hit harder than I'd like to admit. For years I tried to convince myself that if I worked hard enough and accomplished enough, they would perceive me differently, that they'd be as proud as they were of Daniel. But the truth was right in front of me. I could cure a sickness, but they'd still make it about him. My finances were tight right now. Graduation had already drained the majority of my savings, application fees, rent, and basic living expenses. And while the bank had reversed the transfer before it went through, there were still processing costs and a hold on my account for several days. I had to get by with what I had left. I skipped more meals than I cared to confess. My apartment felt colder and emptier. It was the first time in years that I felt completely alone. Not only are you alone, but you also lack the illusion of being supported. What is the worst part? My degree should have led to opportunities, but without any actual connections or family support, I was simply another resume in a pile. Every rejection letters was a reminder that I was now on my own, that if I fell, no one would catch me. Unless catching me implied stealing something from me. But here's the deal. In that silence, that isolation, a part of me began to awaken. I started keeping a tiny notepad beside my bed, recording everything that had happened since graduation. Every call, text, and manipulation. I began to reflect on the past, noting down instances that I had previously dismissed. When I read it all together, it was like watching a slow-moving train wreck. Patterns that I had previously ignored were now clear. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it, but I knew I wasn't going to react on instinct anymore. I would not yell, I would not plead, I wouldn't try to persuade them to my side. That had never worked, and it never will. Instead, I planned to wait and watch while they continued to reveal me who they were. And when the time came, I'd have more than simply the determination to defend myself. I would have a plan. The thing was, they hadn't finished with me yet. And before I could put that plan into action, they were going to drive me further than I'd ever imagined. Far enough that I'd be forced to act. At first, the transformation was barely perceptible. I got a part-time research assistant position at a local firm. It didn't pay much, but it offered me enough money to cover rent without depleting my savings. More significantly, it was a foot in the door, a place where my abilities were valued and my work was not always overshadowed by someone else's appeal. My supervisor, Karen, complimented my report writing talents in front of the entire team, and I had no idea how to respond. I wasn't used to receiving public recognition that wasn't immediately followed by a "but Daniel" statement. Nobody compared me to a golden boy. Nobody discounted what I had done. I showed up, worked hard, and people noticed. It was odd and intoxicating in its own subtle way. Within 2 months the part-time job had become full-time. I was now earning enough to not only cover my expenditures, but also to begin rebuilding my savings. I updated my wardrobe with a few professional outfits. I began eating better, getting back in shape, and even joined a co-worker for early morning runs in the park. For the first time in a long time, I awoke each day feeling like my life was genuinely moving forward, without my family's permission or involvement at all. The social transformation occurred next. Derek, one of my co-workers, invited me to a young professional networking event. I almost did not go. The concept of networking made me think of phony grins and shallow chats. But I went anyhow, and to my amazement, I met people who were genuinely interested in what I did and the goals I was pursuing. In the following weeks, I made relationships, exchanged contact information, and even began attending industry mixers. It wasn't an overnight success, but it was consistent, clear growth. And the best part? My family had no idea. I did not make a post about it. I did not send updates. I learned to enjoy the solitude. Every accomplishment seemed like a card I was holding face down on the table, waiting for the ideal moment to turn it over. Financially, I began to pull ahead. By month 4, I had paid off the little debt from my final semester of school. By month 6, I had a growing emergency fund. Around the same time, Karen recommended me for a side consulting job with a startup. It was only a few hours per week, but the pay was more than generous, and it allowed me to practice abilities I hadn't used since my senior thesis. That gig led to another, and before long, I was earning more on the side than I did at my previous full-time job. I knew the version of me they were used to, the silent helper who says yes because it was simpler than fighting, would never have gotten this far. This was uncharted territory. I wasn't simply surviving anymore, I was gaining leverage. Still, I kept my cards near. When my mother called to see if I was doing well financially, I gave her the most generic answer possible. I'm fine. There were no details, no opportunities for them to assess how much they could handle. The less they knew, the fewer targets they could choose. But Daniel could not help himself. He began sending me casual messages again. How are things doing at work, man? Have any plans for the weekend? I realized what it was. A test of the waters. He'd done it previously after our disagreements, gradually returning to my life until he could beg for something. This time, I did not bite. I gave brief, courteous responses, nothing more. Nonetheless, I sensed something was stirring. Call it instinct. Call it years of observing how my family functioned. Their occasional texts had changed tone, polite, even kind, but with a staged quality. I wasn't sure what they wanted yet, but I could guess. Money, favors, or anything that benefited Daniel at my expense. They didn't know they were no longer dealing with the same person. I wasn't the broke, dependent college student they could manipulate with guilt trips. I had resources. I had contacts. And for the first time in my life, I had the ability to say no, and have it stay. Still, I did not move first. I knew if I waited, they'd give me the perfect opportunity. They always have. And when that time came, I wouldn't just say no. I'd make it apparent to them in a way they couldn't ignore. The old version of me was gone for good. The moment I had been waiting for was closer than I expected, and when it happened, it was bigger and uglier than I could have imagined. It occurred on a rainy Tuesday evening, 6 months after I graduated. I was just leaving the workplace when my phone rang with an unknown number. The person on the other end presented himself as Mr. Carter, a senior partner in a medium-sized investment firm. Rob, I've heard good things about you, he added, his tone professional. Karen speaks highly of your work, and Derek mentioned you're excellent with financial structuring. We could use someone like you for a project we're taking on. I'd learned to put my excitement at bay, so I listened intently. The project turned out to be a complete portfolio restructuring for a local chain of boutique hotels. It wasn't simply a job, it was an opportunity to work directly with high-net-worth clientele and get my name in rooms I didn't even know existed a year ago. The sum they gave for my role exceeded my monthly wage at my usual job. I said yes. Over the next few weeks, I immersed myself in the task. It was demanding. Late evenings, numerous spreadsheets, and regular strategy meetings. But I was in my element. My input began to affect decisions. Jonathan Reeves, the chain's owner, took note. You're not just good with numbers, he told me one evening during dinner with the project team. You understand how people think. That's rare. I had no idea at the time, but Jonathan would prove to be one of the most valuable relationships I'd ever made. He had strong ties to the local business sector and was well known in circles that my family could only dream of entering. Throughout all of this, I was accumulating information. Not because I was deliberately plotting revenge, but because old habits die hard. I'd been keeping that journal updated with every petty comment from my family, every manipulative attempt, and every subtle investigation into my finances. But now, I had something extra. Through casual talks with family friends at networking events, it's surprising what people will share over a glass of wine, I discovered that Daniel had been attempting, but failing, to secure funding for a business venture. Apparently he offered a half-baked plan for a luxury sports club to numerous investors, but none of them would touch it. One remark stayed with me. If he doesn't get someone to co-sign a loan soon, he's doomed. Your parents are quite concerned about it. I filed that away in the back of my mind. I knew my family well enough to notice the pattern emerging. At some point, they'd try to offer this sports bar as a family opportunity, twisting it as a way for me to help my brother's future. They'd press hard, present it as an investment, and possibly even try to guilt me by claiming it would bring the family together. And they'd presume I didn't realize how horrible Daniel's condition was. Meanwhile, my own standing steadily improved. When the hotel project was completed, Jonathan drew me aside. You ever thought about starting your own consulting business? You've got the skills, and I've got contacts who'd hire you tomorrow. The concept sparked something in me. Within a month, I had completed the paperwork for my own little business. It was still just me and a laptop in my flat, but I had my first 2 clients before I completed building the website. By the conclusion of that quarter, I'd earned more than I had in a full year at my previous employment. I did not brag. I did not even hint about it to my relatives. I pretended I was still working a low-wage office job to survive. Every time Mom inquired, "How's work?" I'd respond with a vague, "Busy, but good," and shift the subject. The less they knew, the better. In private, however, I was working on something that would give me true power. Not only money, but choices. Options for saying no without fear. Options for walking away without losing anything. Options for fighting back if they crossed me again. And sure enough, that time arrived one Sunday afternoon, when I received an unexpected family dinner invitation. There is no justification given, only that we would love to see you. My instinct told me it wasn't about catching up. This was the setup. I was expecting it. What I didn't realize at the time was how far they were ready to go in order to entice me, or how flawlessly their plan would set up mine. On that Sunday evening, I strolled inside my parents' house with the peace that comes from knowing the finish of a narrative. The smell of Mom's roast chicken wafted from the kitchen, but the atmosphere in the living room was rigid and overly rehearsed. Dad sat in his recliner, hands folded, as if he were hosting a board meeting. Daniel sat on the couch, leaning back nonchalantly, but his eyes were a touch too bright. After the customary perfunctory greetings, Mom poured me a drink of water and added, "We're so glad you could make it. There's something exciting we want to talk about. A family opportunity." I nearly smiled. There it was. Daniel delivered his pitch, complete with printed brochures and a laptop presentation. He discussed the future sports bar, with high-end decor and specialty cocktails, as well as exclusive agreements with local breweries. He utilized terms like ground floor opportunity and guaranteed return. I listened, nodded periodically, and avoided interrupting. When he was finished, Mom leaned in with an expectant smile. "We've already got interest from a few investors, but we'd love to keep it in the family. We thought you could come in as a primary backer. It would be such a great way to bond." "Really?" I asked, maintaining a bland tone. "And how much are we talking about?" Daniel did not flinch. "150,000 to start, but you'd own 30%, huge upside, man." I placed down my glass and leaned forward slightly. "That's a big ask. So, just out of curiosity, have you told all your potential investors about the loan rejections?" The room became still. Daniel's smile wavered. "What?" "I mean the ones from First State Bank, Harborview Capital, and Westline Financial, the 3 that turned you down because your projections didn't add up." I kept my voice steady, but I noticed Mom's gaze shift to Dad. I just wouldn't want anyone to feel like they weren't getting the full picture. Daniel's jaws constricted. "I don't know where you're getting your—" I brushed him off with a shrug. "People talk, especially in business circles, and I happen to run in a few now." Dad attempted to salvage the moment. "Rob, this is your brother's dream. You're in a good position now. You could really help." That was my cue. I removed a folder from my backpack and placed it on the coffee table. Inside was a polished bound copy of my firm's portfolio, including clients, contracts, and revenue estimates. All authentic and impressive. "You're right," I replied. "I am in a good position. Good enough to know this isn't an investment, it's a bailout." Daniel's face turned red. Mom's mouth opened, and then closed again. "And here's the thing," I explained, my tone remaining cool. "I don't invest in people who steal from me. And before you say it wasn't stealing, let me remind you. I spoke to the bank. I know exactly who tried to pull money from my account after graduation." That landed like a stone in the water. Nobody moved. I stood and tucked the folder back into my bag. "From now on, I'm done being your safety net. I'm not your investor, your ATM, or your fallback plan. Whatever hole you've dug, you can climb out of it yourselves." I proceeded toward the door before pausing and turning back just long enough to twist the knife. "Oh, and Jonathan Reeves? He's a friend now. His company owns 3 of the city's busiest bars. When your pitch crosses his desk, and it will, you can guess how that'll go." Daniel didn't say anything. Mom seemed to want to speak, but Dad's hand on her arm kept her silent. I went without saying anything else, the rain outside sounding lighter than it had when I arrived. They'd come expecting the same old Rob, the one they could coerce into giving in. Instead, they received the version they had spent years developing without realizing it. The one who had figured out how to beat them at their own game. What I didn't realize until later was how terribly that one evening would unravel things for them. The consequences came faster than I had anticipated. 2 weeks after that supper, I received a text from an old neighbor. "Hey, just saw your brother at the bank." He looked enraged. Did something happen? That following day, I received an email from Jonathan Reeves that confirmed my suspicion. Daniel had indeed sent him a sports bar proposal. Jonathan hadn't simply declined. He had forwarded it to a few other major investors in the city, along with a brief professional note: "Not financially solid. Proceed with caution." Daniel's ground floor opportunity was over in a matter of days. Word spreads rapidly in small company networks, and his name became synonymous with overpromising and underdelivering. Every lead had dried up. No bank would accept his calls. No investor wanted to meet. That alone would have been plenty. My parents' reaction, however, clinched the deal. Mom called me late one night, her voice tight. "Do you know what you've done? Your brother's future is ruined. We had to take out a line of credit on the house to cover his debts." I kept my voice even. I didn't ruin anything. I just stopped protecting him from the consequences of his own choices. There was silence on the line. I could practically hear her swallowing everything she wanted to say. She eventually spoke, softly but coldly. "You've changed." "Yes," I answered. "I have." I hung up. Over the next month, I maintained my distance. My consulting firm expanded, and I relocated to a larger downtown apartment with a skyline view that I'd desired since my freshman year of college. The few mutual friends I still had with my family started to quietly admit what I'd always known. The golden boy luster had worn off, and the cracks were visible. Daniel had gotten into conflicts with numerous of them following his failing business, blaming the market, bad timing, and even me. But nobody was buying it. I last saw him by accident. I was meeting a customer for lunch when Daniel strolled past the restaurant. He observed me through the window, slowed for a second, and continued going. No grin, no wave, just a man who'd learned the person he used to rely on had vanished for good. And for the first time in my life, I did not feel guilty. I felt free. Because they had taught me, in their own way, the most important thing I'd ever learned. When you stop allowing people to treat you as a safety net, you'll quickly discover who is capable of standing on their own. Future sister-in-law called me an ogre and tried to ruin my wedding. I caught her, and now I doubt if my marriage can survive. My future sister-in-law has been making disparaging remarks about my appearance and referring to me as an ogre, but my fiancé has been insisting that she is only protective of him, until I discovered she has been secretly attempting to derail our wedding plans. Hello Reddit. I, a 28-year-old woman, am engaged to my beautiful fiancé, David, a 30-year-old man. We have been dating for 3 years and hope to marry later this year. The problem is with David's sister, Rachel, 33F, who has been making disparaging remarks about me in recent months. She has always been forthright, but lately it has crossed the line into outright cruelty. Rachel continually insinuates that I am not good enough for her brother, and she frequently criticizes my appearance. To give you an example, she once looked me up and down and said, "Wow, I always thought David would end up with someone slimmer and more put together. Guess he really changed his type." It was a really backhanded compliment. At a family dinner, she quipped to David in front of me, "Maybe love really is blind, huh?" and gave me a pointed look. David admonished her lightly, but she laughed it off as a joke. Another time, while we were discussing wedding dress shopping, Rachel snarked, "Make sure they have your size. We don't want an ogre bride." Yes. She used the word ogre while staring at me. These are only a few examples. Every time I meet her, there's a fresh insult buried in a joke or a concern. She'll make comments about my makeup, hair, weight, and even my career, hinting that I'm not ambitious enough for her successful family. It's as if she's tearing away everything about me. I've tried not to let it bother me, but it truly hurts. I am hardly a supermodel or anything, but I have never thought of myself as ugly. Hearing my prospective sister-in-law refer to me as an ogre or insinuate that I am unattractive and undeserving has begun to really undermine my confidence. I told my fiancé David how Rachel's statements were making me feel. He adores his sister and believes she is simply being protective. He keeps saying things like, "You know, Rachel has no filter. She doesn't really mean it, and she's tough on everyone at first. It'll get better." He also suggested that I'm taking her jokes too seriously. It's easy for him to say. He's not the one being referred to as an ogre. David has never told me I'm overreacting, but he consistently downplays her conduct, making me believe I am. He says stuff like, She had a very bad breakup ages ago and is wary of anyone dating me. For the record, she is now married to a nice person, as if it excuses her rudeness. He believes Rachel will ultimately come around and that she is simply looking out for him. Meanwhile, I'm beginning to dread every occasion when I'll encounter her since I know I'll return home feeling bad about myself. For background, I've always been courteous to Rachel. I was impressed by how close she and David were when I first met them. I've attempted to bond with her by inviting her to lunch and asking her for wedding advice to make her feel included, but she either ignores me or makes snarky remarks. For example, when I asked if she wanted to go dress shopping with me and my mother, she remarked, "I suppose someone should be there to stop you from picking something tacky." I was surprised. I did not invite her again after that comment, and she now accuses me of excluding her from the wedding. I can't win. All of this has left me in a difficult situation. I adore David and genuinely want to marry him, but his sister seems determined to bring me down. I'm concerned that if this continues, it will spoil my connection with David and possibly the entire wedding. Part of me wonders whether she's intentionally attempting to break us up by undermining my self-esteem or inciting disputes between David and me. It may sound dramatic, but that is exactly how I feel after months of her antagonism. David does not view it this way. He admits Rachel may be harsh, but he believes I'm seeing malice where there is none. He constantly telling me to ignore her, or let it go because that's how she behaves with new people, but I'm not new anymore, and especially not to someone I'll soon call family. I've told him that he needs to stick up for me more firmly. He claims he'll talk to her, but I'm not sure whether he really understands or if he thinks I'm being overly sensitive. I'm starting to feel really alone in this. It's gotten to the point where I'm thinking about not inviting Rachel to our wedding, or at least not including her in the planning, because I don't want her negativity to ruin the best day of my life. But if I even mention it, I'm sure David will be upset. This is producing significant strain between us. So I need an outside perspective. Am I overreacting? Will I be the bad guy if I set strict boundaries or remove my prospective sister-in-law from wedding events due to her harsh behavior? I don't want to put a wedge in their family, but I'm not sure how much more of this I can take. Edit to add more information. After reading a few early comments, many of you have inquired about Jay's parents and how they feel. For the record, his parents are nice folks who have never been mean to me. They haven't seen most of Rachel's worst statements because she normally says them when no one else is listening or disguises them as jokes. I haven't directly informed my prospective in-laws about what she said. I hoped it would be resolved without involving the entire family. Also, some of you are curious whether this is about money or prestige. I do not think so. We are all middle-class professionals. There is no massive wealth disparity or anything. Rachel and I work in different fields, but I doubt that's all. It feels very personal against me. I honestly don't understand why she dislikes me so much. Update 1. Hey, several of you recommended me to have a serious conversation with David about setting boundaries and standing up for myself. Some suggested I postpone the wedding or seek marital counseling if he didn't take my concerns seriously. Believe me, those comments hit me hard. I realized I needed to be more firm on this. So, before our engagement celebration, which took place just a few days after my original post, I sat David down for a lengthy talk. I told him that I would not tolerate any more disrespect from his sister, and that I needed his support at the party and in the future. I expressly stated, if Rachel makes any nasty comments, I expect you to call her out right away. Please don't dismiss it. I also highlighted that the Reddit community agreed that her behavior is not typical protective sister behavior. In fact, several comments thought it was toxic and that David needed to wake up to it. He appeared surprised that virtual strangers were so invested, yet he listened. David stated that he had been trying to keep the peace and had not realized how much this was impacting me. He replied, "Okay, I'll talk to her. I'll ask her to be on her best behavior at the party, and I vow not to let her ruin the night for you." He maintained his calm demeanor, as if he didn't expect anything awful to happen. But hearing me to Sophie that I was seriously considering canceling her invitation must have made an impression. He truly appeared upset and begged, "Please don't make any decisions like that until I try to fix it." I decided to give it a chance because he was finally admitting there was an issue. Fast forward to the engagement party. To commemorate our forthcoming wedding, we held a small gathering at a nearby venue with our relatives and friends. I was nervous beforehand, but hopeful that things would go well, because David claimed he'd spoken with Rachel. He informed me earlier that day that Rachel had decided to be kind. I wasn't present for that talk, so I'm not sure how it went, or whether she rolled her eyes or not. At first everything was okay. Rachel welcomed me with a lovely grin when she arrived and even hugged me briefly. She had never embraced me before, which astonished me. I reasoned, okay, maybe she is trying. During the first half of the party, she remained with her parents and other relatives. David was busy mingling, as did I, so we weren't together the entire time. I kept looking over and saw Rachel laughing and seemingly having fun. I began to relax a little, thinking that perhaps my worries were unfounded and that she would behave. Okay, I spoke too soon. Later in the evening, my maid of honor, Sophie, my best friend, drew me aside, angry. Sophie informed me that while I was conversing with some of David's cousins, she overheard Rachel disparaging me to a small group of people by the punch bowl. Rachel, according to Sophie, was in a huddle with two of her own friends, who she had apparently brought as her plus ones, and one of David's aunts. Sophie strolled by just in time to hear Rachel remark, "I was like an ogre to her brother." The context: David had allegedly mentioned that I appeared kind, and Rachel answered with something like, "She might be sweet, but let's be honest. My brother is Prince Charming, and he chose Fiona the yogurt." One of Rachel's pals chuckled and added, "Fiona at least turned into a princess eventually." Rachel responded, "I'm not holding my breath." Yes, she did say that at our engagement party, in front of other guests. When Sophie told me this, my stomach plummeted and my face flushed with embarrassment. I almost burst into tears right there. Sophie was furious and ready to yell at Rachel herself, but I asked her to wait until I decided out what to do. I took a minute to take some deep breaths. I didn't want to create a spectacle in front of everyone. It was meant to be a pleasant moment for us. Furthermore, David's old grandmother was present and I did not want a shouting match to bother her. I decided to find David first. I told him we needed to talk right now and drew him into a side hallway. I repeated exactly what Sophie had told me. I was in tears as I explained how Rachel publicly humiliated me at our own celebration. As I told him, I could see David's expression shift from bewildered to shocked to angry, but not clearly directed. He asked, "Are you sure she said that? That is incredible." I said, "I completely trusted Sophie, and it's exactly the type of insult she's been flinging at me in private." To his credit, David did not completely disregard it this time. He truly appeared irritated and stated, "I'm going to go talk to her." I trailed following and watched David draw Rachel apart in the corner of the room. I could not hear the discourse. The music was loud, and they kept their voices low. But I noticed David looking irritated, waving slightly, and Rachel shrugging. Rachel looked over at me from across the room, then mumbled something to David before walking away, grabbing her pocketbook. She left the party early, essentially storming away. David returned to me and stated, "I told her that was completely unacceptable. She said she was joking, but other people misheard what she said. I advised her to leave if she couldn't be respectful." Rachel apparently became angry and said something like, "Fine, if you're going to take her side and accuse me of ruining your party, I'll leave." So she did. David was outraged, but he also appeared to be upset about the outcome. I was ashamed that our engagement party had such drama, but I was also happy that David had finally seen, secondhand, how nasty Rachel could be. He wrapped his arm around me and apologized, adding, "I'm truly sorry. I never expected her to say something that harsh in public." He apologized repeatedly throughout the night. The party carried on, but everything was a blur for me. I managed to keep a grin on for the guests, and most of them had no idea what was wrong, with the exception of those who saw her leave abruptly. Sophie and a handful of my bridesmaids knew, and they were extremely supportive, forming a protective circle around me to keep me distracted with optimism. I am grateful for them. After the party, David and I had a lengthy conversation at home. He promised me that he had reprimanded Rachel and would not tolerate her insulting me again. I asked him exactly what he had said to her. He told me, "I love her, and you need to stop this behavior, or you won't be a part of our lives." Hearing that made me feel better. I've never seen him take such a firm stand with her. However, and this is a significant however, by the next morning, David had already downplayed the situation. He told me again that he had spoken with his parents, who were very furious that Rachel had departed in the middle of the celebration. His parents reportedly had no idea why she departed. Rachel did not inform them about the confrontation. Obviously, David informed them that Rachel made an offensive remark about me and that he called her out. They apologized to him and to me, but also implored him not to make impulsive decisions in the heat of the moment, such as not asking her to the wedding. They didn't know exactly what she said, only that it was an insult. Later that day, Rachel texted David, not me, a half-baked apology. According to what David showed me, it read, "Sorry I made a joke and caused tension at your party. I was simply trying to be amusing. I didn't expect you'd take it so seriously. I'll stay out of your hair for a while. I love you." That did not seem like much of an apology to me, more like gaslighting, calling it a comedy. I told David this. He groaned and admitted, "Yeah, it was a terrible apology. I'll speak with her again later." So that's where things are right now. Rachel is on a timeout of sorts. We have not seen or spoken with her since the party. David is verbally supportive, but I'm concerned that he'll soften with time because I can tell he despises disagreement with his sister. I haven't explicitly barred her from the wedding yet, but I'm really considering implementing your advice if she doesn't sincerely repent and substantially modify her conduct. For the time being, we'll wait and see whether she comes around on her own. David said he'll schedule a meeting with her shortly to clear the air and establish hard boundaries. I am not holding my breath, but we shall see. Update 2. Hello again everyone. I wish I could provide a pleasant report, but things have taken a peculiar and troubling turn. I'm still in disbelief as I write this. Following the engagement party event, I attempted to disconnect from the drama for a few days and concentrate on work and wedding preparations. David and I have been on edge, but he has tried to be normal and helpful. Rachel has maintained radio silence toward me. There was no direct apology to me, and David has yet to have the follow-up conversation with her since we wanted tempers to cool. I was still debating what to do about her and the wedding, while reading more of everyone's advice here. A number of comments on my last update pushed me to keep a watch on my wedding arrangements because several of you believed Rachel would try to sabotage things even more considering how antagonistic she has been. To be honest, I thought it seemed a little far-fetched. Who would go to such efforts to disrupt someone's wedding? A couple of days ago, I received a phone call that confirmed those warnings painfully correct. My cell phone rang when I was at work on my lunch break. It was the bridal boutique where I was getting my wedding dress. The manager wanted to ensure that I did wish to cancel my final dress fitting appointment. Cancel my appointment. I almost dropped my phone. I told her, I definitely did not cancel it. I have an appointment next week to have the final fitting and pick up my wedding gown. This appointment was critical. I've been looking forward to this for months. Why should I cancel it? The boutique manager paused for a moment before saying, "Oh yeah, we received a call earlier from someone claiming to be you. She knew your full name and contact information and informed you that she needed to cancel the fitting and would reschedule it later. It sounded off, so I double-checked." Thank God she double-checked. I have no doubt about who that person was. I inquired as to the phone number from whence the call originated. The manager stated that it came from the number on file, which is my cell phone. That confused me at first. I wondered, is it possible they misheard? But she was pretty sure it showed my number on caller ID. I instantly accessed my phone's call record and reviewed it. I made no outgoing calls to the shop that day, or ever. I normally connect with them through email. Then I recalled something. Rachel approached me at the engagement party when I was talking to an uncle, saying, "Hey, can I take your phone for a sec? I suppose I forgot mine in the car and I'd like to take a group shot with the cousins." Without thinking, I unlocked my phone and handed it to her. There were a lot of people about, and I was in hostess mode, not thinking about the risk. She used it to take a shot and then returned it a few minutes later, saying, "Thanks. I'll send you the picture later." In retrospect, I have no idea what she did with my phone in those few minutes. Could she have swiftly located my bridal shop's phone number, perhaps through my emails or messages, or even Googled it, and contacted them pretending to be me? It sounds crazy, but how else would the call appear to come from my number? I started shivering as I realized this. I immediately informed the boutique manager that someone had impersonated me and that if anyone calls to make changes claiming to be me, either require a password or at least double-check via email. The manager was quite understanding. She sounded equally astonished. She informed me that my appointment was still scheduled and even placed a note on their system. Bride suspects scam caller. Do not cancel or amend anything without receiving immediate in-person confirmation. I thanked her warmly for contacting me. After hanging up, I sat in my car. I was on my break in the parking lot, shaking. I felt violated and outraged. Rachel had the audacity to do that. And to think, if the store hadn't noticed something was wrong and called me, I might have arrived next week only to discover my appointment canceled or my dress unavailable. I'm not even sure what her goal was, to delay obtaining my outfit, or to provoke a scene. It's just brutality. I quickly phoned David. He didn't answer, he was in a meeting at work, but I left him a voicemail and text message saying, "We have a serious problem. Call me as soon as possible. It's about Rachel." He called back about 30 minutes later, sounding frantic. I told him everything. David's first reaction was, "What? That is absurd. Why would she do that?" He did not want to believe it. He suspected it was a hoax call or a mistake. I could detect skepticism in his voice, which frustrated me. I told him about the likelihood of Rachel using my phone at the party. He admitted she did borrow his phone that night, allegedly to play a music over Bluetooth. Now that made me worry if she could have used his phone for something else, but that's another story. I could tell David was having trouble wrapping his brain around this. He said, "I know my sister was being cruel, but was she really attempting to mess with your dress? That is severe." I practically yelled, "Exactly, it is excessive, that is why I am so upset." He eventually remarked, "If she really did this, I'm speechless. It's completely unacceptable, but we need proof before accusing her." Proof? I mean, the circumstantial evidence is fairly compelling, but I don't have footage of her making the call. The boutique couldn't really give me with a recording or anything. Even if they did, I wouldn't be able to distinguish her voice over a short phone call. Rachel and I sound rather similar in tone. Ironically, we both have the same regional accent. Maybe this aided her mimicry. David asked if I wanted him to call Rachel and inquire about it. I told him I was hesitant since she'd probably deny it and then realize we were onto her. Some Reddit users suggested not tipping off a saboteur until you'd secured everything, so I encouraged David to hold off confronting her until we took some safeguards. I half expected him to disagree, but instead he agreed. When he heard how distraught I was, I believe he began to realize how serious the situation was. That evening, we sat down together and devised a plan, most of which was inspired by suggestions I received in Reddit comments. So, thank you all. Step 1. Secure all vendors. I spent the next day calling all of our wedding vendors and service providers to double-check our plans. I chatted with our caterer, venue planner, florist, photographer, DJ, and cake baker. I informed each of them that no changes or cancellations would be tolerated unless I or David personally showed there with ID or provided a pre-agreed password over the phone. Everyone was quite understanding. Wedding vendors have witnessed a lot. A couple of vendors did indicate that there were some unusual inquiries on our account. For example, our caterer stated that 2 days previously, they had a contact from me, asking about the penalty for substantially reducing the guest count at the last minute. The person did not truly cancel but was simply inquiring about the contract terms. I never made the call, and neither did David. So, further evidence that Rachel is snooping around. I created fresh passwords and secondary contact information for everything. I used a different moniker that would be difficult to guess for someone who didn't know me well, nothing like my pet's name or birthday. Step 2. Gather evidence about what transpired in the clothes shop. I asked the bridal boutique to send me a written summary of the cancellation call for my records. The manager stated in writing that on day at time, they received a phone call from someone pretending to be me using my phone number and requested that the appointment be cancelled. It's not hard evidence of Rachel, but it is documentation of the incident. David was present to assist me with calls, and I believe by the conclusion of this, he was beginning to understand the gravity of what was happening. He appeared both enraged and exhausted. I could tell he didn't want to think his sister could do such things, but there were no other options. He continued to shake his head, saying quietly, "I can't believe she's doing this. This is extremely psycho." To be honest, I had an emotional breakdown at that time. I've just started crying. David held me and apologized for what was occurring. I asked him, "Do you finally see it? What she has been doing to me?" He said that he did, was disgusted, and would deal with it. He seems genuinely shocked into action, which is a significant departure from before. I told him I wasn't ready to confront Rachel yet. I had a feeling that if we revealed what we knew, she would escalate, or deny and twist. I wanted to catch her red-handed if possible, or have undeniable evidence to show. A commenter on my last update suggested installing security cameras or recording a confession. I wasn't sure how to execute it, but having something substantial appealed to me. Update 3. Hello Reddit. I wish I could say that things have settled down, but they haven't. However, this time I bring the moment of truth. As several of you predicted, I eventually caught Rachel red-handed. It was both bizarre and satisfying, but also devastating in its own way. So, approximately a week after the dress shop event, David's family hosted a little celebration for his niece's birthday. This is Rachel's daughter's birthday party. Oh, I forgot to note that Rachel is married with a 5-year-old daughter, which may explain her conduct even more. She's an adult with a family, but she acts like a nasty mean girl. The party was held at my in-laws' place. After everything that had transpired, I didn't want to go. But I adore my little niece-to-be and did not want to disappoint her. Plus, David's parents had asked me, and I didn't want to create suspicion or cause family conflict by not attending a child's birthday party. David was unable to attend the party due to a business situation, a huge project deadline, and extremely awful timing. I was concerned about going without him, but he encouraged me and assured me that my parents and other siblings would be there. I doubt Rachel will try anything with them around. I wasn't so sure, but I went with all of my new safeguards in mind, keeping my phone clenched securely in my hand or zipped in my bag. The first hour or so of the celebration was fine. Rachel and I kept our distance from each other. We simply avoided each other completely. She was busy hosting the kids' games and chatting with her husband and friends. I helped my mother-in-law in the kitchen, played with the kids, and tried to unwind. Rachel would occasionally gaze at me, but she was never nice. I couldn't tell whether she was feeling guilty, angry, or plotting anything. It made me nervous, but I was determined to make it through the celebration calmly for the sake of my family. At one point, I went outside to the backyard where the children were playing on a swing set. I was speaking with David's other sister-in-law, his brother's wife, when I remembered I had left my phone inside on the kitchen counter. I had put it down for a minute to help serve cake, but then became distracted when I followed everyone outdoors. When I remembered, a small alarm bell went off in my thoughts. I excused myself and went back inside the home. There were a few relatives in the living room, but Rachel was not among them. I checked the kitchen. My phone was no longer on the counter, where I knew I'd left it. My heart skips a beat. I inquired as to whether my mother-in-law had seen my phone. She hadn't, but she said, "Oh, I just saw Rachel pass through here a moment ago." I knew instantly. I just knew. I hurried quickly down the hall toward the bedrooms. My in-laws' house has one story. I overheard a low voice. It was Rachel's voice, and she was saying something like, "Yes, that is correct. The caterer for the wedding of my last name, and fiancé's last name." My heart was beating out of my chest. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, and she was there. Rachel was standing near the desk, holding my phone to her ear. She stared at me, shocked, her eyes wide. I must have been a sight. I was shivering from excitement and rage. I walked closer and exclaimed loudly, "Rachel, what the heck are you doing with my phone?" She froze for a second, then had the audacity to raise a finger as if to warn me to wait since she was on the phone. She stammered into the phone, I'll have to call you back," before hanging up. I was so furious that I grabbed the phone from her hand. I didn't even consider it. I just acted right away. I saw on the screen that the call was actually to our caterer. Their name was right there in the recent calls list, as was the ongoing call timer, which was showing roughly 2 minutes before she hung up. She had actually ventured to call our caterer, likely to cancel or change our catering order, while at her own child's birthday party, using my phone, which she had stolen from the kitchen. I am speechless at the ridiculous levels here. Once I had my phone, I let loose. I said something like, "I knew it. I knew you were tampering with my wedding. First my clothing, and now this. What's wrong with you?" Rachel did not even deny it. Instead she shouted, "I don't care. You aren't good enough for my brother. I will not let you ruin his life." I practically shrieked, "How does canceling my wedding plans keep his life from being ruined? Are you out of your mind?" She continued saying, "You need to leave. You shouldn't be here. You are not a member of this family, and you never will be." It was like a floodgate of her actual feelings had opened. It became evident that, in her twisted thinking, she believed she was protecting her brother from me by destroying our wedding. Our noisy argument had attracted attention. David's dad and a few other family members came in the corridor, puzzled. My mother-in-law was like, "What's going on?" I turned to them and said, "Rachel is undermining our wedding. She literally used my phone to attempt to cancel our caterer." Rachel yelled, "She's lying." Despite the fact that I was holding the evidence and waving it about, my phone still showed the caterer's number on the screen. She then changed tactics and said, "I was assisting you. I was just making a brief call to check on something for you." I yelled back, "Check what exactly? How much can you muck things up?" The situation was chaotic. My father-in-law sharply told us both to relax and asked for the phone. I handed him my phone and told him to look at the last phone number. "It is the caterer. I didn't make the call. She did." He looked at the phone and saw the number and name, which we had saved as the caterer's name. I'll never forget how he gazed back at Rachel. It was a combination of shock and disappointment. My mother-in-law appeared to catch on and gasped, covering her lips. She asked Rachel, "Did you really?" Rachel burst into tears at this time, not sure if she was angry or just upset at being discovered. She said something like, "Fine. Yes, I attempted to cancel several things for his own good. This wedding should not happen." There were more raised voices throughout. My father-in-law told Rachel to follow him into the other room right now. My mother-in-law attempted to console the crying children, who had fled inside due to the loud noise. The family members were all either surprised, silent, or rushing the kids back outside to play. It was quite awkward and tense. I was fighting back tears. I realized I didn't want to be there any longer. I walked straight out the front door, got into my car, and drove away. In retrospect, I probably should have stayed to gently explain to my in-laws what had happened, but I was in full fight-or-flight mode, and flight prevailed. As soon as I drove away, I fell into tears and cried all the way home. I texted David one message. I caught Rachel in the middle of canceling our wedding plans. I left the party. Call me as soon as you can. He was already trying to call me since he had a bunch of missed calls from the caterer on his phone. The caterer had attempted to call him when they were abruptly disconnected from me, most likely to confirm what Rachel was telling them. David had put two and two together and left work early, desperately attempting to contact me. When I came home, I took his phone and simply explained everything that had transpired. David was quiet for a long time, then he just stated, "I'm returning home right now." He arrived approximately 20 minutes later. He drew me into an embrace and continued saying, "I'm so sorry." He had spoken with his father on the way over, so he had a rudimentary summary of the aftermath at the party. Apparently, after I left, my father-in-law ripped into Rachel in private. According to what David heard, it wasn't pretty. Rachel was virtually caught dead to rights, with no defense. Her husband, my brother-in-law, was also furious with her. He had no idea she was doing this. In reality, Eric apologized to my in-laws and left the party early with their children because he was ashamed and irritated with Rachel, so the party sort of went apart after that. What a spectacular birthday for the poor niece, though I believe the little kids were generally kept in the dark, but they did get cake and presents. David's parents were terribly distraught. They did not fight or make excuses for Rachel when speaking with David. In fact, both of his parents called me later that night to apologize for their daughter's actions. They sounded extremely humiliated and sincerely sorry. This was a relief, to be honest. Aside from the one bad apple, I had supportive prospective in-laws. But let me get to the worst part. David's initial reaction when the dust had fallen. When he arrived home that night and we spoke, I could sense he was struggling. We sat down, and I reminded Rachel of all she had done wrong. Now that I had practically seen her doing it, there was no way for him to doubt or minimize anything. He looked frightened and kept repeating he felt foolish for not noticing it sooner. However, when I communicated how profoundly this had wounded me and how I wasn't sure I could move forward if he didn't completely break relations with his sister, at least for now, he became defensive. He did not defend her, but he appeared reluctant and replied, "She is my sister. I need to know why she did this." That kind of made me snap. I shouted, "Is the why even important? Look what she did, and you're not exactly on my side here." He swiftly said, No, I'm on your side." "I don't condone any of this," he said, admitting that part of him was shocked and waiting for an explanation or misunderstanding. "Really?" After she basically confessed in front of everyone. I was astounded that he still believed there might be any reason. This resulted in possibly the worst brawl we'd ever had. I told him straight out that I might contemplate marrying him if he couldn't fully support me and keep his sister accountable. I stated, "I am your future wife," and she attacked me and our relationship in the most deceptive manner. "I need you to have my full support or I can't do this." I may have also said something like, "Grow a spine and cut the cord, David, or you'll lose me." It was harsh, but I was at my breaking point. David, to his credit, did not become furious with me. He began crying. I'd only seen this man weep once before, so seeing his tears shattered my heart. He expressed regret that it took something so awful to make him see reality, and that he felt he had failed me. We were both emotionally weary by then. He begged me, "Please don't call off the wedding." I told him I wasn't going to make any decisions like that right now, but I needed to see tangible action from him to protect me from his family's toxicity. He vowed no more excuses for Rachel, no more contact with her until, perhaps, she significantly changed, which I doubt, and she would not attend our wedding or any other celebrations. He said he will speak with her and make this clear. I simply nodded and replied, "You understand what you need to do. I'm going to hold you to it." That night I slept at my sister's house because I needed some space and someone to talk to in person. David understood and let me go, even though he urgently wanted me to stay. My sister was stunned by everything. She was previously familiar with some of the details, but the entire story stunned her. She took me out for a late-night milkshake run to help me relax, which was somewhat beneficial. So, yes, I caught Rachel red-handed. The entire family knows now, and David finally believes me. I know a lot of you will probably tell me to cancel the wedding or go cold turkey. Trust me, I have been thinking about everything. Rachel will be out of our lives for the foreseeable future, that is all I know. There's no chance she'll come to our wedding, if we even get one. The question that remains is primarily about David. After all this, can I trust him to put me first? I love him, and I believe he has finally woken up to the truth. However, the fact that it has gone this far will take some time for me to forgive. I'm spending a few days away from the situation to clear my mind. David and I agreed to put any wedding planning on hold until we could properly work things out, and to double-check that all of our vendors are secure following that attempted call. I might update again, but I need to rest. My wife believed her best friend's lie that I cheated and left me. When the truth came out, it was too late to save the trust. I'm 35 and recently finalized my divorce from my wife Claire. We were together for 6 years and married for 2. Looking back, I think I should have seen this train crash coming. Honestly, the warning signs were there from the beginning, but I ignored them because, well, I loved her, or so I thought. Vanessa, Claire's best friend, was the label given to the flaws in our relationship. Have you ever met someone and immediately realized they had bad news? That was Vanessa. She was loud, self-centered, and constantly wanted to be the focus of attention. From the moment I met her, I felt like she was sizing me up, looking for something to use against me. But Claire couldn't see it. She saw Vanessa as her college ride or die, someone who had been there through it all. I thought, fine, I'll tolerate her because she's important to Claire. But Vanessa understood how to push buttons. During our wedding planning, things began to go wrong quickly. I proposed to Claire after 3 years of dating. We were already living together at the time, so it felt like a natural progression. She was ecstatic, as was I at first. Then Vanessa poked her nose in. It started little. She disliked our color palette, describing it as very plain. I let it go because nobody cares what colors we choose. Then she complained about the food, claiming that we needed vegan alternatives because half of the visitors would likely prefer them. There may have been 2 vegetarians in total. And then she insisted on walking down the aisle first, ahead of the bridesmaids. Yeah. You read that correctly. Vanessa wanted to do her own stroll down the aisle. Her argument was this. I've been there through every one of Claire's breakups, every hard moment in her life. This day is about celebrating the people who stood by her, not just the marriage. I assumed it was a prank at first. Who truly asks for that? But Claire merely nodded along. I could watch her cave in real time. I attempted to step in. I advised Claire. Look, this is our wedding, not a stage for Vanessa to perform on. Your sister's already your maid of honor, and that's enough. Claire became defensive, claiming I was making a huge deal out of nothing. Meanwhile, Vanessa acted as if I had insulted her entire existence. Wow, she replied. I didn't realize your fiancé was so controlling. That hurt, but instead of standing up for me, Claire folded. It's just one little thing, she explained afterward. If it makes her happy, what's the harm? So Vanessa had her grand entrance. She walked down the aisle as if it were her wedding. I could feel my parents' sideways glances from the front row, but I just gritted my teeth and smiled for the photos. I assumed that once we were married, this kind of nonsense would stop. Vanessa will have less say in our lives. A big mistake. Huge. Vanessa did not, as I had intended, fade into the background following the wedding. If anything, Mom grew more invested in our lives. Claire and I would be talking about our weekend plans, and Vanessa's name would come up like clockwork. Oh, I already told Vanessa she could join us, Claire would add. Or as another example. Vanessa thinks we should check out this restaurant instead. It was as if we couldn't make any decisions without her opinion. I attempted to bring it up gently with Claire at first. I replied, I like that you have a close friend, but I feel like Vanessa's a little too involved in our lives. Can we set some boundaries? Claire became defensive again. She's my best friend, she explained. I can't just shut her out. You don't understand how much she's done for me. Perhaps I did not understand. I wasn't present during the college years, breakups, or whatever. But I did realize that Vanessa didn't respect me or our marriage, and Claire was too preoccupied with their friendship to notice it. I hoped Vanessa wasn't trying to undercut me on purpose. Perhaps she was one of those folks who couldn't take a step back. But deep inside, I believe I knew better. Vanessa did not like me, plain and simple. And the more she injected herself into our life, the clearer it became. I'm not sure why I didn't put my foot down earlier. Maybe I thought it wasn't worth fighting. Perhaps I didn't want to risk driving Claire away. But that was my error. By remaining silent, I allowed Vanessa to believe she had the right to intervene in our marriage. It was too late for me to realize how deep her claws went. After about a year of marriage, Claire and I had finally settled into a pattern. Work, dating nights, weekend binge-watching of TV shows. Things were not perfect, but they were good. Peaceful even. That was until Vanessa walked up at our door, sobbing as if her entire world had fallen apart. It was Friday evening. Claire and I were going to make tacos and maybe watch a movie. I was about halfway through chopping onions when the doorbell rang. Claire went to retrieve it, and I could hear Vanessa screaming in the next several seconds. I looked around the corner, and there she was, clinging on Claire like a shipwreck survivor. She wore a duffel bag over her shoulder and had mascara streaming down her face. "He left me," Vanessa sobbed. "I can't do this alone." Claire brought her inside, giving me a look that said, "We'll talk later." I stood there knife in hand, feeling as if I had fallen into a nightmare. Vanessa flopped down on our couch, babbling about how her 2-year boyfriend had dumped her unexpectedly. Claire sat next to her, holding her hand and nodded sympathetically. I remained in the kitchen, trying to focus on the tacos, but when Vanessa continued her theatrical tale, I couldn't help but overhear. Apparently, her boyfriend Tyler had completely surprised her by breaking up with her via text, since he felt they were not compatible. Vanessa, of course, argued that she had been the ideal girlfriend, and Tyler was simply an emotionally unavailable jerk. "Do you have anywhere to stay tonight?" Claire inquired gently. Vanessa sniffled and looked at me in the kitchen before saying, "No. I can't go home to my parents. They'll just say, 'I told you so.' And all my other friends are busy. I didn't know where else to go." I could see where this was going, and I was not pleased with it. Sure enough, Claire turned to me. "Would it be okay if Vanessa stayed here for a few days? Just until she gets back on her feet?" What was I supposed to say? No, your best buddy cannot stay here, despite the fact that she is obviously a wreck. So I nodded and forced a smile. "Yeah, of course." At first I tried to remain patient. Vanessa felt heartbroken. I got it. Breakups are the worst. For the first few days, I stayed out of her way and let Claire handle her. However, by the end of the week, it was evident that a few days would stretch into who knows how long. Vanessa wasn't simply staying with us. She was taking over. Claire and I had carefully kept the guest room nice and organized, but it had now become a catastrophe zone. Clothes were everywhere, on the floor, on the bed, and strewn over the chair. Empty coffee mugs and takeaway cartons accumulated on the bedside. It resembled a teenager's room after a horrible breakup, only Vanessa was 34. She essentially lived in the living room, binge-watching reality shows at maximum volume and occupying the couch. I got home from work twice and found her spread out in her pajamas, eating snacks from a family-sized chip bag while watching a dating show. She didn't even look up when I went in. She just murmured, "Hey," between bites. The kitchen was not safe either. Vanessa wasn't a great cook, but that didn't stop her from using our pots and pans as if she were auditioning for a cooking show. The trouble was that she never picked up after herself. I'd wake up in the morning to find the sink full of dirty dishes and weird half-eaten dinners on the counter. I tried talking about it with Claire one night. "I know Vanessa's going through a lot," I told her, "but she's treating this place like a hotel. It's not fair to us." Claire seemed torn. "I know it's frustrating, but she doesn't have anywhere else to go. She just needs a little more time." "A little more time," I said. "It's been 2 weeks. How much longer are we supposed to put up with this?" Claire paused. "I'll talk to her." However, her actions were ineffective. Vanessa altered the script, portraying herself as the victim. "I'm sorry if my presence is such a burden," she remarked dramatically, her eyes welling up with tears. "I'll leave if that's what you want." Claire, of course, hastened to comfort her. No, it's not like that. We just want to make sure you're okay." It was infuriating. Vanessa knew how to influence Claire, and she fell for it every time. The final straw came roughly a month in. One Saturday morning, I walked into the backyard to gather some equipment for a DIY project I was working on. To my amazement, I discovered my power drill, saw, and other tools spread about the patio. Vanessa was seated on the grass painting a pile of strange wooden fragments in brilliant neon colors. "What's this?" I inquired, pointing to the mess. She looked up, unperturbed. "Oh, it's for my therapy. My counselor suggested doing something creative to process my emotions." I blinked at her. "You went through my tools without asking." She shrugged. "I didn't think you'd mind." I was done. I stepped back inside and saw Claire in the kitchen. "She has to go," I stated firmly. "I'm not asking anymore." Claire looked at me, astonished by my tone. "What happened?" She's treating this house like her personal playground. I'm done with it, Claire. I've been patient, but this isn't working. She needs to leave. Claire moaned and rubbed her temples. Okay, I'll talk to her again. This time, I did not leave it up to Claire. I sat down with each of them and lay everything out. Vanessa, we've done our best to support you through this, but it's been a month. This isn't sustainable for us. You need to start looking for another place to stay. Vanessa did not take it well. She accused me of being cruel and not knowing what she was going through. You're kicking me out when I'm at my lowest, she continued, staring at me. Wow, what a great friend you are. I didn't let her remorse get to me. I'm not kicking you out today, but you need to find somewhere else. We've given you plenty of time. Claire appeared torn, but for once, she did not agree with Vanessa. Vanessa left within a week. She stormed off in a fury, mumbling something about how I had always been domineering and Claire deserved more. As she drove away, I felt a weight lifted from my shoulders. For the first time in weeks, our home felt like our own again. Even yet, I knew this wouldn't be the last we heard from Vanessa. The actual Vanessa damage occurred on a random Saturday afternoon. Claire had gone out for her regular brunch with Vanessa. I wasn't delighted with it, but I had ceased commenting on their gatherings months before. What was the point? Vanessa was going to be in Claire's life regardless of what I said. I stayed at home, planning to use the quiet time to run errands. Nothing exciting, just shopping, laundry, and a little yard work. By the time Claire returned, I was in the kitchen unloading groceries. I welcomed her like I normally did, but something seemed off. She barely said anything, mumbling a hey, and heading directly to the bedroom. I stood there for a second, clutching a bag of apples, trying to figure out what I'd done to irritate her. Maybe she was simply tired. I shrugged it off and returned to putting things away. Claire remained distant throughout the rest of the day. She avoided eye contact, responded to my questions with one-word answers, and spent the majority of her time glued to her phone. I asked her several times if something was wrong, but she simply said, I'm fine. Clearly, she wasn't. I assumed Vanessa had unloaded some of her typical drama, and Claire simply wanted time to process. That night, however, things became odd. After supper, she hardly touched her dish before retiring early. When I arrived later, she was curled up on the far edge of the bed, appearing to be asleep. I lay there staring at the ceiling, unsure what was going on. The next morning, I resolved to pursue the matter. Claire, seriously, what's going on? You've been acting weird since you got back from brunch. She paused for a time, not looking at me before saying, I need to ask you something and you must be honest. Okay, I replied, feeling a knot form in my stomach. What is it? She eventually turned to face me, her expression a mix of rage and hurt. Were you with someone else yesterday? I blinked at her, absolutely disoriented. What? What are you talking about? Her voice became sharper. Vanessa said she saw you in a parking lot. She said you were in your car making out with some woman. For a split second, I had no idea how to respond. I almost laughed because it was so unexpected. But when I saw Claire's serious expression, my surprise turned to frustration. Claire, that's ridiculous. I wasn't with anyone, I was grocery shopping. She described your car, Claire said abruptly. She said you were wearing your brown jacket. She even knew the parking lot by that little strip mall near Main Street. I felt as if I was having a dreadful dream. Yeah, because I was at that strip mall. That's where the grocery store is. I wasn't making out with anyone. I was buying milk and bread. Claire crossed her arms and glared at me. Then why would Vanessa say she saw you? That question irritated me more than anything. Not, are you certain she's mistaken, or is there a mix-up? Nope. Just why would she lie? Vanessa's lying seemed preposterous. I don't know, Claire, I responded, my voice rising. Why don't you ask her? Because I didn't do anything wrong. But she wasn't listening. I don't know what to believe, she said quietly, shaking her head. Vanessa wouldn't lie about something like this. That hit me like a punch in the chest. She wasn't sure what to believe. After everything we'd gone through, she couldn't trust me over Vanessa. I rose up and paced the room. You've known me for 6 years. Do you really think I'd cheat on you? And in a parking lot of all places? Does that even sound like me? Claire didn't respond. She simply sat there, staring at her hands. I need time to think, she finally murmured, her voice barely audible. The following several days were horrible. Claire scarcely spoke with me. She moved into the guest room, claiming she wanted space. Every time I tried to bring up the topic, she cut me off. I'm not ready to talk, she would reply. Or it might be, I need more time. Meanwhile, I was roaming around in a fog of rage and disbelief. I could not quit thinking about Vanessa. This was exactly the type of turmoil she thrived in. However, I couldn't see why. Why go to such extremes? Why lie about something so important? Did she truly dislike me so much? At the same time, I couldn't overlook the larger issue: Claire's reaction. The fact that she did not even give me the benefit of the doubt revealed more about our marriage than Vanessa's falsehoods ever could. What did it imply for us if she believed Vanessa over me? Claire left a week later, having packed her stuff. She didn't even tell me where she was going. She simply stated she needed time to think things through. I didn't fight her over it. At that moment, I was too tired to fight. The following morning, I received a text from her. I think it's best if we separate for now. I'll have my lawyer send over the paperwork. That was it. There was no discussion or attempt to resolve the situation, only a text and a lawyer. It seemed as if our entire marriage had been thrown away because of one foolish anecdote. I had no idea how to process it. One part of me wanted to fight to establish my innocence and make Claire understand. But another part of me was finished. If she was willing to throw everything away so quickly, I might not want to repair our marriage after all. Things worsened during the next few weeks. Our breakup became public and Vanessa made certain that everyone was aware of her version of events. Mutual friends began acting strangely around me, avoiding eye contact and making cryptic remarks about working on myself. Even my own relatives began to ask unpleasant questions such, "Is there any truth to what they're saying?" It felt like I was living in a nightmare. Everywhere I turned, I was reminded of how fast people may turn against you. Claire remained silent during it all. There were no calls, texts, or attempts to reach out, only radio silence. At first I was furious, more so than I had ever been in my life. But as the days turned into weeks, the rage subsided. It was replaced with something colder and harsher. If Claire didn't trust me enough to have a talk, perhaps I didn't need her in my life. I wasn't about to ask someone who didn't believe in me. Allow her time to think. Let her remain under Vanessa's thumb. I had had enough of struggling for a marriage in which I was always second to her so-called best friend. If this is how things were going to end, so be it. 2 months after Claire left, on a Thursday evening, something unexpected occurred. I was minding my own business, scrolling through my phone while eating supper, when I received a text from an unfamiliar number. It began with, "Hi, this is Sophie. I know Vanessa lied about you. Can we talk?" I looked at the computer for a bit, trying to figure out who the hell Sophie was. The name rang a faint ring. Something about the party that Vanessa and Claire dragged me to a few years back. But why is she messaging me now? My immediate inclination was to disregard it, but something about the way she put it, "I know Vanessa lied about you," piqued my interest. I responded, "What do you mean? What lie?" Her reaction came almost immediately. "About the cheating, Vanessa admitted she made it up. I believe you should see the proof." The next day, Sophie and I met at a little coffee shop downtown. When I arrived, she was already sitting at a table near the window, fidgeting with her phone. I sat across from her, feeling a mixture of curiosity and horror. "Thanks for meeting me," she replied uncomfortably. "I wasn't sure if you'd even want to talk." "Yeah, well, here I am," I replied. "What's this about Vanessa lying?" She took out her phone and initiated a text exchange. "I've been friends with Vanessa for a long time, but after this I can't keep quiet anymore. You need to know what really happened." She handed me the phone, and I began reading. The messages between her and Vanessa were stunning. Vanessa. OMG, Claire has finally left him. She really believed me. LOL. Poor Sophie. What exactly are you talking about? Vanessa. I told her I saw him making out with a rando in his car. You should have seen her face. Priceless. Sophie. Please wait. Are you serious? Why would you do that? Vanessa. Because he's a controlling jerk and she's too stupid to realize it. I had to help her. I continued scrolling, my hands quivering with rage. Things got worse. Vanessa. It wasn't like their marriage would last anyway. Claire is so gullible that she will believe whatever I tell her. Please, Sophie. This is messed up. Vanessa. Whatever. She is better off without him. And I won't have to hear about her lovely marriage anymore. Gag. I couldn't read any farther. I returned the phone to Sophie, my jaw clenched so hard it hurt. She really said that? I inquired, my voice barely above a whisper. Sophie nodded, visibly distressed. Yeah. She bragged about it like it was some kind of accomplishment. I didn't believe it at first, but when she started mocking Claire for being too naive, I realized how twisted it was. I sat there, trying to process what I had just seen. Vanessa didn't just lie. She intentionally ruined my marriage, making fun of Claire in the process. She had twisted her best buddy out of pure entitlement and hatred. "Why are you telling me this now?" I inquired finally. "Why not earlier?" Sophie stared down at her coffee. "I don't know. I guess I was scared. Vanessa can be intense, but I couldn't keep quiet anymore. It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to Claire." I captured screenshots of the messages and praised Sophie for coming forward. On the journey home, I couldn't stop thinking about the talk. I wasn't simply angry. I was infuriated. I'm furious at Vanessa for being such a manipulative, entitled piece of work. Claire is furious with herself for falling for it so quickly, and I'm upset with myself for allowing Vanessa to get away with it for so long. But more than anything, I felt validated. For months I'd been walking around with a cloud over my head, wondering what I could have done better. Now I could prove that none of this was my fault. Vanessa had set me up from the beginning, and Claire had played right into her hands. By the time I came home, my rage had subsided into something colder. I was not going to strike out or accuse anyone. No. I was going to do it the right way. First, I sent the screenshots to my lawyer with a brief note. "This is what really happened, let me know how we can use it." I sat down and gazed at my phone, unsure whether to text Claire. Part of me did not want to. What was the point? She had previously demonstrated where her devotion lay, but another part of me believed she deserved to know the truth, even if it didn't alter anything. After a few minutes, I typed a message. "We should talk. It's important." Her response was quicker than I expected. "What do you want?" I kept it short. "I have evidence that Vanessa lied. Can we meet? You should see this." There was a long gap before she said, "Fine, tomorrow afternoon." "Where?" I recommended a park near her new residence. She agreed, and that was all. I did not wish to win her back. I was no longer interested in that. But I needed her to know the truth. If only to cleanse my name. Part of me wanted to just toss the screenshots at Claire and let her deal with it. But I knew I needed to maintain my composure. I didn't want her to think I was overly dramatic or upset about this. When Claire finally came, she appeared reluctant and nervous. She was wearing her typical casual outfit, a hoodie and jeans, but she lacked the confidence she used to have. She saw me and gave me a tiny wave before walking over. "What's this about?" she said, her arms folded defensively. I did not waste any time. I got out my phone, opened the screenshots Sophie had provided me, and handed them to her. "Read this," I stated plainly. Claire glanced at me, puzzled, then accepted the phone and began scrolling. Initially, her expression was neutral. But, as she read, her expression shifted. Her eyes widened, her mouth dropped open, and she was pale by the time she heard the final message. She returned the phone to me with shaky hands. "She lied," she said quietly, almost to herself. "Yeah," I replied, attempting to keep my voice calm. "She lied about everything. She made up the story about me cheating just to break us up, and apparently she thought it was hilarious." Claire sat down on the bench next to me and stared at the ground. "I didn't know," she replied gently. "I didn't think she'd ever—" "You didn't think she'd ever lie to you?" I inquired, my tone harder than I intended. "That's the problem, Claire. You didn't think. You didn't even stop to question it. You just believed her, and threw me under the bus." She flinched at my remarks, but said nothing. "Do you know how humiliating it's been?" I asked. "My friends, my family, hell, even my coworkers started looking at me like I was some kind of dirtbag. All because you couldn't take 2 seconds to ask me what really happened." Tears began to fill up in her eyes. "I thought I was doing the right thing," she replied. "Vanessa's been my best friend for years. I trusted her." "Yeah, well, that trust just cost you your marriage," I replied honestly. Claire glanced up at me, tears running down her cheeks. "I'm very sorry," she murmured, her voice cracking. "I didn't know. I swear I didn't know." "That's the problem, Claire," I explained, my tone softening but still stern. "You didn't know because you didn't even give me a chance. You trusted her more than you trusted me. And that says a lot about how you saw this relationship." We sat quietly for a few minutes, the weight of everything hanging in the air. Finally, Claire spoke again. "I'll cut her off," she replied gently. "I'll never talk to her again. We can fix this. We can go to counseling, figure things out. I'll do whatever it takes." I groaned and ran a hand over my hair. Part of me wanted to trust her, but the reality was that the harm had already been done. She had chosen Vanessa over me without hesitation. I don't think we can fix this, I admitted ultimately. It's not just about what Vanessa did. It's about how easily you believed her. How little trust you had in me. That's not something we can just work through. Claire began to cry harder. I was stupid, she said between sobs. I should have talked to you. I should have trusted you. Please, just give me one more chance. I shake my head. I'm sorry, Claire, but I can't. This isn't just about forgiveness. It's about trust. And once that's gone, it's almost impossible to get back. She kept crying. I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. But then I remembered all the nights I'd spent alone and wondered what I could have done better. All the pals that abandoned me because they believed Vanessa's lies. All the times I questioned my own worth since Claire discarded me so readily, and with that, my sympathies vanished. I think it's best if we both move on, I remarked, standing up. I wish things could have been different, but this is where we are now. Claire did not try to stop me, she just sat there, crying into her hands, while I walked away. I did not glance back. For the first time in months, I felt in control of my life again. Later that night, Claire texted me a long apology and begged me to reconsider. I did not respond. There was nothing more to say. Vanessa's deceit may have been the catalyst, but Claire's lack of trust was the true reason our marriage failed. And at this point, I was not interested in attempting to restore something that was already broken beyond repair. Instead, I sent the screenshots to a few mutual pals who had ghosted me. I didn't add any comments, I simply let the texts speak for themselves. Within hours, my phone were inundated with apologies and messages of support. One acquaintance wrote, "Wow, I can't believe Vanessa would do that. I'm so sorry for doubting you. You didn't deserve this." Another person added, "Let me know if there's anything I can do." It was good to feel validated, but I was not interested in rekindling those friendships. If they were so eager to believe the worst about me, they were no longer someone I wanted in my life. I didn't bother confronting Vanessa. What's the point? She'd already proved who she was, and I wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of knowing how much harm she'd done. Even though I had cut off most of my shared friends, I began hearing stuff from them a few days later. One buddy, Hannah, called me and said, "You're not going to believe this, but Vanessa's basically been blacklisted from our group." Apparently, once word spread about what she'd done, everyone began to distance themselves from her. Sophie shared the screenshots with a few others, and the story quickly spread. Vanessa attempted to defend herself, claiming that she was only concerned about Claire and that I was controlling and toxic, but no one believed her. "She's completely spiraling," Hannah exclaimed, giggling. Curious, I looked up Vanessa's profiles myself, using an incognito account, of course. Sure enough, there were numerous entries about how her phony friends had abandoned her while she had just attempted to help. A single comment read, "So, I guess people can't handle the truth. I stood up for Claire when no one else would, and now I'm the bad guy." Pathetic. The comments were not particularly sympathetic. Most individuals called her out, stating things like, "You didn't help anyone, you ruined a marriage. This is what happens when you manipulate people. Maybe take a good hard look at yourself before blaming everyone else." It was satisfying to watch her finally receive what she deserved. Meanwhile, Claire's life wasn't looking good. She moved back in with her parents after everything went down, and from what I understood, things were tight. Her mother, who had always been skeptical of Vanessa, was outraged when she learned the truth. A common friend told me about Claire's particularly heated dispute with her mother. Apparently her mother said, "You threw away a good man for a liar. How could you be so stupid?" She was harsh, but she wasn't completely wrong. Claire was trying to rebuild her life, but things weren't going well. Her attempts to reconnect with some of our former pals elicited mixed responses. While some people were willing to forgive her, the majority were not. They'd seen how easily she turned on me and didn't want to be in the same situation again. "She looks miserable," Hannah informed me during one of our few discussions. "Like she's trying to put on a brave face, but it's obvious she regrets everything." Several weeks later, Vanessa lost her job. Sophie, who still worked with her, texted me quickly, "Just thought you'd want to know. Vanessa got fired today." It turned out that Vanessa's reputation was catching up with her at work. People found out about what she'd done, and her coworkers began to shun her. She was always the sort to cause trouble in the office, but after this, no one wanted to deal with her. Her manager eventually discovered the tension and let her go, citing interpersonal issues as the explanation. I would like to say I felt sorry for her, but I did not. She had spent years manipulating people and wreaking havoc, and now she was finally facing the repercussions. My life continued to improve. One day, months later, I ran into Sophie at a coffee shop. We ended up speaking for a while, and she updated me on the newest gossip. Claire reached out to Vanessa a few weeks ago, she added, rolling her eyes. Can you believe that? What happened? I inquired, really curious. Well, Claire tried to apologize, saying she wanted to move past everything, Sophie told me. But Vanessa just laughed in her face. She told Claire she was pathetic for even trying and that she was better off without her. I shook my head in amusement and bewilderment. Figures. Vanessa does not know how to accept responsibility for anything. Sophie smirked. Yeah, well, they're both getting what they deserve. Looking back, I can't say I'm glad things went the way they did, but I'm grateful for where I've ended up. Vanessa and Claire's toxic relationship was a ticking time bomb, and I happened to be collateral damage. However, they eventually destroyed each other, and I was able to go with a clean slate. It's amusing how life works sometimes. Karma does not always arrive immediately, but when it does, it hits hard. Claire and Vanessa learned the hard way, and I'm fine with it. They made their decisions, and now they are dealing with the consequences. I'm moving forward. I've created a life that brings me joy, surrounded by people who genuinely care about me. And that's the best retaliation I could have hoped for. Influencer girlfriend mocked me before flying to Europe. By the time she returned, I had sold the car, emptied the house, and seized her website. My partner believed she was destined for greater success and chose to remake herself. I'm Damien, a 27-year-old guy, went along with it for a while and even encouraged her. However, the way she began treating me made it clear what she truly thought of me. One instance in particular opened my eyes, and I knew things weren't going to end as she had hoped. So my girlfriend Selena, a 25-year-old woman, thought she was the next great thing on Instagram. She used to have a good job in retail. Consistent salary, benefits, and everything else. Then one day, she announces her resignation since her brand required her undivided attention. Her brand was as if she were Nike or Apple. She gave me a long lecture about how being an influencer is the future and how she just needed 6 months of runway to explode online. For 6 months, I'd cover rent, utilities, groceries, and other mundane expenditures while she utilized her funds to fund her business. I figured, okay, let's see how serious she is. If she can actually make things happen, that's great. If not, I wouldn't have to hear about how I never believed in her. Spoiler, she was not serious. Business costs included shopping sprees, luxury coffee and flights across the country to take selfies in rented Airbnbs. She began to treat me more like an unpaid intern than a girlfriend. The way she'd shout out things like, "Can you hold this light for me? No, higher. No, lower. Juice, you're messing it up." Like, sorry, I didn't realize I signed up for film school. At first I let it go. I convinced myself it was only temporary, and she'd get it out of her system. But with time, it seemed like she saw me as one of her props. The boyfriend was supposed to be in the background and not disrupt the look. Meanwhile, I am the one who pays for the aesthetic. Fast forward to her big European trip. She organized a 3-week content creation tour with her 2 influencer besties, Dorian and Lyra. Consider budget Kardashians. The deal was that this trip would be her final big push before the 6-month period ended. After that, she'd have to start contributing again because I wasn't going to keep supporting her forever. I drove her to the airport. We're approaching the check-in counter when she notices Dorian and Lyra. They are dressed as if it is Paris Fashion Week, despite the fact that they will be sitting on a tiny plane for 10 hours. They take one look at me, a normal dude in comfortable clothes, and exchange a short side-eye smirk. You're familiar with the one. Selena freezes as if she has just seen a paparazzi camera. She whips around with a terrified expression and says, "Okay, you can stop here." I'm perplexed. What do you mean? I'll walk you to security. She groaned as if I had asked her to assist me churn butter in the midst of the terminal. She looks to her companions and then back at me. No, don't stand next to me. I don't need people to think I'm dating you. You'll ruin my image. So there it was. Not a final kiss. Not a "I'll miss you," but genuine anxiety over being seen with me. For a brief moment, I almost laughed, because it was insane that this girl, who couldn't even afford her own rent, thought she was too good to be seen next to me, the guy literally funding her little dream. She wanted me to disappear, like a stagehand pulling ropes behind the curtain while she performed. I peered across her to Dorian and Lyra, who were both pretending not to eavesdrop but smirking anyhow. When I looked back at Selena with her full glam makeup and faux confidence, everything connected. Every time she spoke down to me, she always acted as if her life was more aspirational than mine. I did not argue. I honestly felt lighter than I have in months. I merely smiled, nodded and said, "Yeah, you're right. Wouldn't want to ruin your red carpet moment." Then I got go of the luggage trolley, wished her a good voyage, and walked away. There was no spectacular argument, no scenario for her to utilize later in a tearful Instagram story. It's just me stepping out. She remained there paralyzed, unsure what to do, perhaps expecting me to run after her or grovel. But all she got was my back as I walked out of the terminal. I could almost feel her ego glitching behind me. As soon as I arrived in the parking lot, I took out my phone. She was going to be gone for 3 weeks. There was more than enough time. She believed she was about to establish her brand in Europe. She had no idea I was about to rebuild her entire brand at home. Trust me, I had plans. The trip back from the airport was the most tranquil I'd experienced in months. Only me, solitude, and the realization that I was truly free. Initially, the petty part of me wanted to go full scorched earth. I imagined pulling into the driveway, taking a garbage bag and dropping all of Selena's sequin outfits, ring lights, and pricey serums right onto the front grass. Let your neighbors see it. Allow her to stroll up to her own circus tent of goods when she returns from Paris. But I eventually calmed down. That would give her exactly what she wanted. Drama. She was capable of spinning a narrative. My evil ex threw all my stuff on the lawn. Can you believe how cruel men are? No, I wasn't going to make it that simple for her. If she wants to be an influencer, fine. I was about to produce, direct and edit her farewell. The first stop was not even home. I headed directly to the showroom and bought the automobile she enjoyed driving around in. For the record, I owned my own car for daily use, nothing showy, simply sturdy and mine. But Selena always wanted a sleek black SUV that made her feel like a celebrity whenever we drove up someplace. She insisted on taking it every time so she could take pictures leaning against it as if she owned it. She didn't. The automobile was in my name, paid for with my money, and I was done allowing her to ride shotgun on my dime. I strolled into the dealership, approached the sales manager I had previously worked with and said, "Hey, remember me? I want to sell the SUV back." He was shocked, likely because most individuals do not dump a barely used premium car on a random Tuesday afternoon. But then he noticed the expression on my face. Don't ask questions, just print the paperwork. They completed a rapid buyback appraisal. About an hour later, I walked out with a very substantial check in my pocket and no regrets. Step 1 is complete. Selena loved that car because it made her appear wealthy. She hadn't even realized it was gone. I felt good when I pulled into my driveway. But coming into the house was a very different punch of reality. The place seemed a shrine to Selena's ego. Clothes pouring out of closets, beauty and skincare investments covering every surface in the bathroom, and her spare bedroom fully taken over by influencer junk. Ring lights, tripods, crates of fast fashion rubbish she bought for content but never returned. It didn't even resemble my house anymore. It resembled the backstage of a low-budget fashion show. I stood in the hallway for a good minute, looking around and thought, yeah, this isn't happening anymore. So I took out my phone, Googled removal services and found one that promised to be fast, covert, and complete. Perfect. I called them up, said that I needed anything that wasn't mine gone, and offered to pay double if they could remove it by tomorrow. The guy on the phone probably assumed I was going through a difficult divorce. I didn't bother to correct him. While I was at it, I arranged a deep cleaning crew. If I was going to get her out of my house, I was going to do it right. No trace remains. I wanted to go into a location that felt fresh, not haunted by the ghost of someone who valued her Instagram following over real life. After finalizing the house plan, I sat down at my desk and opened my laptop. If getting her belongings out of the house was step 2, cutting her off digitally was step 3. We shared streaming accounts, supermarket delivery logins, and even Amazon Prime. She was sucked into everything. I changed passwords one by one, removed her as an authorized user, and secured everything: Netflix, Hulu, Spotify, and credit cards. It felt like removing malware from my life. Then I got to the best part: her influencer business. Selena had a website that she used to route everything through: brand deals, contact information, and a small gallery of edited photographs. And because I was the one who originally put it up for her, and tech was not her thing, I still had the login. I sat there staring at the dashboard for about a minute, tempted to destroy it altogether. With a single click, her small empire would be gone. But no, that would have been too easy, too kind. Instead, I updated the recovery email address and phone number to mine. There have been no major edits or deletions yet. I was just making sure that when the time came, I would have all of the strings. It was late when I finished, and Selena's belongings remained in the house. But rather than being overwhelmed, I felt peaceful. For the first time in months, I wasn't responding to her pandemonium. Instead, I was putting together a strategy, step by step. That night, I enjoyed the best sleep I'd had in ages. There are no ring lights blazing at me. No more continuous TikTok scrolling from the opposite side of the bed. It's just me. Silence and the realization that Selena's brand was about to undergo a totally different type of relaunch. The next morning I also scheduled a locksmith appointment. New deadbolts, new keys, a fresh start. If Selena tried her old key when she returned, she'd get a polite click of rejection. Tomorrow the garbage team would arrive. Tomorrow the house would begin to feel like my again. And tomorrow was only the beginning. I woke up before my alarm, which is unusual for me. Selena's phone usually served as the home alarm, blasting some TikTok remix while she taped a rise and grind narrative that she'd delete an hour later. However, nothing happened that morning. Just silence. Honestly, that was the best alarm clock I'd had in years. I got myself coffee and sat in the living room, taking in everything with new eyes. The coffee table was covered in lip gloss tubes, half-burned candles, and receipts from content lunches. The dining table was blanketed in unopened PR packages she pleaded for online. She never opened the Amazon boxes that were heaped in the corner of her living room. It was like living in the clearance aisle. By 8:45, the junk removal truck arrived. Two males emerged, built as if they had been dragging furniture since kindergarten. They looked about, and then at me. "So, what exactly are we clearing?" one inquired. I grinned. "Everything that looks like it belongs to a wannabe celebrity. If it looks like it belongs to an adult man, it stays." They chuckled, probably thinking I was exaggerating. They would learn. I walked them through the house. Wipe the closet out. Bathroom. Everything that does not smell like soap or deodorant is gone. Are there any spare bedrooms? Don't even sort. Just scoop. Selena had transformed the area into her personal QVC studio. There were tripods, 2 ring lights, racks of clothing still with tags, and stacks of shoes she wore once for a shot but then forgot about. The lads did not waste time. I stood in the corridor, simply listening. The sounds of boxes thudding, hangers clattering, and drawers slamming shut were music. Every thump out the door represented another bit of her ego leaving my home. One of the guys stepped out with a large framed image of Selena's face. Not a joke. She had a 24 by 36 glam shot of herself hanging in her bedroom, as if she were in a hotel lobby. The man paused and raised his brow at me. "Storage," I replied. He shrugged and carried it away. "Yes, storage." I was not foolish. I had everything ready to go into a unit across town. The first month is prepaid, and the code has been established. I wasn't about to give her ammunition by trashing her belongings and allowing her to play victim. No, she may complain to her followers about how harsh I was. But at the end of the day, her entire fast fashion enterprise would be waiting for her in a locked cage that she had to pay for. By mid-morning, half of the home was empty. The closet resembled a closet once more, rather than a mall dressing room. My razor, toothbrush, and 1 bottle of body wash were all that remained on the bathroom countertop. Simple, functional, and normal, not covered with 97 steps of skincare bottles and sprays. Sunlight flooded into the extra room. For the first time in months, it wasn't drowning under a tangle of cheap polyester and ring lights. That's when my neighbor Grant came by with his dog. He slowed down when he spotted the rubbish workers unloading stacks of purses and clothing. "Moving out?" he inquired. I smirked. "Not me." He laughed, gave me a thumbs up, and continued going. Even he knew. The cleaning staff arrived after the junk removal workers had left with their vehicle stacked to the roof. 3 women rushed out, armed with vacuums, buckets, and rubber gloves. They had that look as if they'd seen it all, so my mess wouldn't bother them. I didn't need to explain much. They stepped inside, looked about at the vacant rooms, and nodded like doctors preparing for operation. Within minutes, they were cleaning the baseboards, vents, and even the tops of the ceiling fans. One of them inquired about an unusual discoloration on the bathroom countertop. "Bronzer," I said. "Don't ask." She only chuckled and scrubbed harder. While they worked, I sat at my laptop and continued the digital cleansing. I locked her out of Netflix, Hulu, and Amazon yesterday. Today I dug deeper. Uber, gone. DoorDash, gone. No more unexpected charges because she had a taste for inspo sushi. Then I reopened her influencer site. I stared at it for a moment, wanting to hit erase, but that would have been quick, clean. She did not deserve to be clean. I modified the recovery information to my and then closed it. That website would eventually become my favorite tool. By late afternoon, the cleaners had finished up. The house smelled of lemon polish and fresh air, not hairspray and self-tanner. They even vacuumed beneath the couch cushions, where I discovered 3 missing eyelashes and a half granola bar. Selena was like a walking glitter bomb. Her belongings got everywhere. After they went, I wandered carefully through the home. Each room felt lighter. The walls no longer felt like they were closing in. Standing in the spare bedroom, all vacant and bright, I could already picture the setup. Dumbbells in the corner, a bench, and possibly a tool rack. Finally, a place for me to build things instead of her phony studio. That night, I curled up on the couch with a Coke, watching the game. There are no ring lights buzzing, no phone camera snapping. There is no staged date night content. It's just me, the television, and tranquility. And Selena. She was presumably in Rome, bending her head just perfectly for a pasta photo, thinking her guy back home was still waiting to pick her up in her luxurious SUV. Meanwhile, the SUV had been sold, her belongings had been boxed and stored, and her digital empire was under my hands. She desired space to develop her brand. Fine. I had just given her all the space she could possibly want. And the best part? She hadn't known her stage was gone. Tomorrow, I wasn't only going to live in my house. I was going to own it. And I meant it literally. The next few days seemed like I was watching my life reboot in real time. There is no more clutter. No more bogus influencer studios. There will be no more shrines to Selena's ego. Just myself, 4 walls, and limitless possibilities. First, I went furniture shopping. Selena often chose items that looked beautiful in images but felt like rubbish in person: skinny leg chairs that wobbled if you exhaled too hard, a couch that appeared elegant but felt like sitting on a park bench. She was more concerned with aesthetics than functionality. Now it was my house, my rules. I purchased a new couch, huge and cozy, the kind you could pass out on during a game. I took my oak coffee table out of storage, which I had constructed myself years ago. Selena disliked it since it didn't fit her vibe, but I thought it was solid, genuine, and mine. Then I upgraded the TV to a larger size and installed a decent sound system. If I was going to recapture my kingdom, I was going to do it well. The spare bedroom became the pinnacle of this renovation. There will be no more fast fashion racks or ring lights that flash like a UFO. I brought in dumbbells, a bench, a squat rack, and even a workbench for my design work. For the first time in years, the room did not feel like a waste of space. It felt like mine. And you know what? That energy carried over into the remainder of my life. With Selena gone, I had some free time again. Actual free time, not hold this ring light while I film time. I started gaming late at night without anyone complaining about how it wasn't aspirational. I began working on my woodcrafts again. Even the air in the home felt lighter, as if the walls were no longer steeped in her artificial scent. Then came the component I hadn't realized I missed the most. My pals. Selena always thought my pals uninteresting. Translation. They didn't give her free attention or adore her Instagram. She eventually got me to spend less time with them. But now I've called them up and organized a proper guys' night. The first Friday without Selena, my friends arrived with pizza, wings, and enough goodies to feed a small army. We watched the game on my brand new television, sat on the couch, and laughed like idiots. One of my buddies glanced around and said, "Dude, this doesn't even look like the same house. What the hell happened?" I smirked, leaned back and said, "I remodeled. I started with the trash." The crowd burst into laughing. It was perfect. My phone buzzed in the middle of the night. Selena. A picture appeared of her in front of the Eiffel Tower, doing a false pout she thought looked mysterious. No text, no "how are you?" Just her bragging about being in Paris while I was stranded at home. I chuckled, flipped my phone around for the boys to see, and they all groaned. "She's still at it?" one of them inquired. "Oh yeah," I replied. And that's when I got the brightest idea. I took a short selfie of myself and the guys in my completely remodeled living room. New couch, new TV in the backdrop, an oak coffee table in the center, and food everywhere. Everyone was smiling in the middle of their laughter. I captioned it, "House looks different without you." Then I pressed send. She responded instantly. First, where is my stuff? Then, "What the hell did you do to the house?" My phone buzzed incessantly for the next 10 minutes. Walls of angry texts. Calls one after the other. This is not humorous, Damien. You can't simply do this while I'm gone. Answer me right now. I did not answer to a single one. I threw my phone on the coffee table, grabbed another slice of pizza, and laughed alongside the guys. If she desired drama, she might scream into the nothingness. The quiet was the response. She kept texting me, and I ignored them all. After that single selfie, silence became my weapon. Instead, I used my time to plan something for myself. I had always wanted to ride my motorcycle down Route 66, but Selena was against it. She once commented, "That is not aspirational." That's too bad. I scheduled it. 2 weeks on the road, just me, my bike, and the infinite highway. And I made certain that my trip began on the exact same day that her flight home arrived. The timing could not have been better. And then, once everything was in order, I sat down to write the email. Short, chilly, and professional. There's no fluff, no emotion. Subject: important information for your return. Selena, as per your request at the airport, I am no longer a part of your life. To that goal, the following arrangements were made. Your possessions have been packed and transferred to a secure storage facility. Address is 123 Storage Way, Unit 42. Access code is 4321. The first month is prepaid. The SUV you were driving had been sold. It was under my name. The locks to the house have been changed. You are no longer a resident. I hope this provides you with the independence you want. I'll be out of town. I shall be unavailable for further contact. Do not attempt. Best good luck with your future undertakings. Damien. I read it once, smiled, and clicked submit. That was it. Done. Clean. There is no begging, explaining, or arguing, only the facts, spelled out in bullet points. If she wanted me removed from her image, she achieved her request. She simply didn't think she'd lose everything else with it. I leaned back, closed my laptop, and began packing for the vacation. For the first time in years, I did not plan around her schedule or needs. I was planning for myself. And damn, it felt great. That feeling stayed with me for the 2 weeks leading up to her journey home. I was lighter and happier. Hell, I even found myself whistling while packing for my motorcycle trip. Meanwhile, Selena's texts came in like clockwork, half flexing, half panicking. On the day of her return, I was already on a plane heading west. My friend Calder, an incredible legend, had vowed to keep me updated on whatever craziness happened. Oh, he delivered. Selena apparently landed and wanted me to wait at the curb as her personal chauffeur. She stood outside with her 3 gigantic luggage, surveying the throng as if I'd suddenly materialize with balloons and a welcome home sign. When she learned I wasn't present, she called me. Then again. Then again. Calder stated on the 10th call that she was pacing and had a complete meltdown. She eventually flagged down a taxi. And not just any cab, one of those little ones where even getting a carry-on into the trunk was a challenge. The driver had to battle her bulky luggage as if it were a CrossFit competition. Selena, of course, stood there filming herself appearing unhappy and stranded because her breakdown had to be satisfying. By the time the cab arrived at my place, the meter had reached triple figures. She inserted her old key into the lock. Nothing. I tried again. Nothing. That's when the real show began. Calder informed me that she beat on the door, expecting me to emerge from the other side. When it remained closed, she sat on one of her bags on the porch, looking at the door, as if pure willpower would open it. Then came the calls, 48 in 2 hours. Voicemails ranged from outrage, "You can't do this to me," to sympathy, "We can fix this, Damien. Just let me in." She even contacted her influential buddies, Dorian and Lyra. Guess what? They were suddenly occupied. Too busy to drive across town and help her move. Loyalty, I suppose, is only as strong as its clout. Finally, she had to call the backup plan, her parents, who lived 2 hours away. Calder said when they arrived, it looked like a bad sitcom. Her father was red-faced, cursing at Selena for wasting his time. Her mother cried as if I had locked their daughter out of Buckingham Palace. And Selena, she sat cross-armed on her luggage, staring at the house as if it had betrayed her. This was just the porch scene. The real fun began later that night, when the smear campaign went live. Selena and her 2 best friends shared synchronized Instagram tales. Tearful eyes, unsteady voices, and captions revealing the darker side of relationships. Selena portrayed herself as a poor, abandoned victim. A man she believed loved her abandoned her, leaving her homeless and stranded. If I hadn't been riding a motorcycle under the desert sky at the time, it could have stung. But what's the truth? It was funny. I had previously vaccinated everyone who cared. Before I left, I sent a subtle message to our mutual friends. Selena and I had broken up. She made it apparent that we wanted different lives. Simply reserve your judgment. That was it. There is no drama or plot for her to spin. So when her crocodile tears appeared on Instagram, folks weren't buying it. The comments on her posts were doubtful at best. Some even began gossiping about the airport scenario, in which she warned me that I would embarrass her. Funny how quickly that came out. Calder contacted me the next morning, laughing so hard that he could hardly breathe. "Bro, your front yard looked like a yard sale no one wanted to attend. Her dad yelling, her mom crying, Selena screaming into her phone, neighbors came out just to watch. Dude, it was like free entertainment." I imagined it all while driving along Route 66. Selena sat on her baggage throne, the illusion dissolving in real time. Her buddies have been ghosting. Her parents are fatigued. Her brand is disintegrating online. For once, I did not feel like a supporting role in her performance. She was no longer the star. She was the only one left outside, trying to play for an audience that had ceased clapping. And me? I was already miles away, seeing the Red Rock Canyon shine in the sunset. Free, untouchable, and grinning like a man who had just seen the end credits of a horrible movie. What's the finest thing about silence? It makes them crazier than shouting ever could. Selena had already humiliated herself on the porch, pleaded for pity online, and exhausted her friend's tolerance. All I needed to do was sit back and wait. But I wasn't going to let her fizzle out. No, she deserved one last firecracker. Remember how I took control of her influencer website, through which she conducted all of her business? Yes, I had been sitting on that ace card, and it was time to play it. Late one night, I parked the bike at a campsite, got out my laptop, and logged in. Her portfolio was still full of faked photographs. She's leaning on my SUV. Her whirling in gowns that I paid for. She's sipping cocktails she didn't buy. It was essentially a highlight reel of my finances disguised as motivation. Before I wiped anything, I changed the password, switched the recovery email and phone to mine, and enabled two-factor authentication. Even if she tried to claw her way back in, every code and reset was sent to me. Then I wiped everything, every filtered photograph, each phony caption. The total was marked in thick red, and underneath I typed, "Brand is undergoing strategic realignment, please check back soon for updates." I pressed the publish button, closed the laptop, and leaned back with the largest grin of my life. Calder later informed me that the timing was ideal. One of her decreasing fans noticed it almost immediately, and emailed her a screenshot. Selena had a mental breakdown, he claimed. She went from selfie with a glass of wine to shrieking banshee in 5 seconds flat. She tried to log in but was locked out. She tried to recover the password, but it was denied. When she called the hosting firm, nothing happened. By the time she realized she had no control, my phone was ringing with her calls. 27 in the first hour, alone. I did not respond to a single one. When she couldn't solve anything, Selena did what she usually did, play the victim. She jumped on her Instagram story, red-faced and sobbing, telling her followers that I had hacked her website and destroyed her career. She even used the word career, as if she were a CEO rather than a lady with a phone and a ring light. But here's the deal. Her career only exists because of me. She couldn't publish anything until I paid for the vacations, clothes and dinners. She was sobbing over losing a job that was practically built on my cash. When crying didn't work, she switched methods. Enter the legal threats. About a week later, my lawyer called me, virtually ecstatic. "You're going to love this one," he replied, hardly holding back his laughing. Selena had hired a sophisticated firm, or at least sent a letter with their logo on it, and demanded that I give her access to the house, return the car, and pay her support because I had damaged her livelihood. My lawyer lives for this stuff. The man enjoys destroying weak arguments, and Selena had just given him a gold-plated one. He sent a rejoinder that was essentially a verbal roundhouse kick cloaked in legalese. Attached were a copy of the deed to the house. My name is clear as day. A photocopy of the car title. Again, my name only. An itemized statement for every expense I had covered for her over the previous year, including rent, groceries, utilities, vacations, and even the ridiculous studio lights. Her part of the total much beyond anything she could ever say I owed her. Finally, the letter finished with this polite but merciless line. "If Miss Selena Arlo decides to take this matter in court, Mr. Damien will gladly countersue for restitution of these fees. We strongly recommend that she reconsider." Translation. Kindly sue us. We would love nothing more than to see you be shredded in front of a judge. My lawyer told me that he chuckled while signing it. He stated that he doesn't typically receive this kind of low-effort target practice from ex-influencers, so he was enjoying every moment. Surprisingly, the threats stopped very immediately. No more letters. No more talk about the automobile. There was not even a whimper of support. She folded like an inexpensive tripod. And with that, her arsenal was gone. No house. No car. There's no website. No career. Her buddies had left her alone. Her parents were fatigued. And now, not even the law could help her. The best thing was that she had based her entire identity on appearing like a star. But when the lights went out, there was nothing left. Just silence. That quiet accompanied me all the way home from my trip. For the first time in years, my phone was not ringing with requests, complaints, or bogus emergencies. No guilt trips, no assistant-level tasks, and no stage date night requests. Just peace. And that silence was better than any retort. Selena's internet presence had entirely vanished by the time I arrived home. There are no new posts. No dramatic quotations. No selfies. The only traces of her brand were screenshots of rubbish disposal receipts floating about, exchanged in group conversations for laughs. I'd dismantled her kingdom without yelling once. No fights. No begging. There are no theatrics. It's just logic, receipts, and quiet. That was the killing shot. And wow, it felt great to squeeze the trigger. After that motorcycle excursion, I felt like a different man. There is no tension, no constantly buzzing phone, and no planned photo shoots. Just myself, the road, and the kind of silence you don't realize you've been missing until you find it. When I returned to my garage and parked the bike, the silence continued. Selena was gone from every aspect of my existence. No calls, no messages, no nonsense. Her brand was not just quiet. It was dead. Word spread across mutual friends. Selena had moved back in with her folks. That's right, Miss I'm a Global Influencer was now living in her childhood bedroom, surrounded by plush animals and posters she'd forgotten to remove. It appears that the storage unit pickup was also a fiasco. Her parents had to rent a moving truck to transport everything back, and the entire day was spent screaming. Calder's neighbors said it was so awful they could hear her father yelling from the street. What about her influencer career? Finished. She didn't have enough money to keep up the look. No more flashy SUVs to pose in, no more content excursions that she couldn't afford, no more clothes purchases that she was covertly putting on my card. Her feed transitioned from daily posts to recycled old photographs, and then to hazy inspiring platitudes about fresh beginnings. Essentially, digital tumbleweeds. Even her friends Dorian and Lyra let her go. They must have grown tired of her screaming about how I had ruined her life while begging for rescue. Those two were not about to support her lifestyle. Loyalty in her environment lasted only as long as the free benefits did. Then came the funniest part. My guy who works downtown contacted me unexpectedly. Hey man, you'll get a kick out of this. Selena came into the gallery yesterday, tried to sell me some of your old furniture that you got rid of when you were clearing the place. Said she was an interior designer now. I laughed so hard that I nearly dropped the phone. Did you buy any? Are you kidding? It was all cheap junk with no character. I told her it was worthless. She flipped out, started ranting about how you destroyed her career. Honestly, man. It was sad. That was Selena in a nutshell, deluded. She believed she was a visionary. However, the illusion broke as soon as the money ran out. Without me, there was no brand. Only mounds of ugly furniture and expired skincare. Meanwhile, I wasn't simply surviving, I was prospering. My house was mine again. Each room included something real. My oak coffee table in the living room. My weights and tools are in the spare room. My photographs from the trip are framed on the wall. Memories that were meaningful without a filter. I reconnected with pals whom I had neglected for too long. Game nights. Hikes. Weekends at the park. Selena had always described it as uninteresting because it did not receive many likes on social media. It turns out that dull is actually quite enjoyable. The best part though? Freedom. I could arrange my own excursions, purchase what I wanted, and do anything I wanted, without worrying about whether it fit the vibe. I no longer had to live in another person's highlight reel. I never disliked Selena. Not even after everything. Hate would imply that she remained in my thoughts. What I felt was better. Indifference. She was merely noise I had silenced. She once informed me that my life was not aspirational. And she was right in her own way. My life was not ideal for Instagram. It was real, solid, and based on long-lasting materials. Friendships. Work. I made the furniture with my own hands. Things that don't require an audience to matter. Selena never realized I wasn't just a supporting character in her story. I was the basis. And when the foundation went away, the entire beautiful set collapsed. She desired a brand. I wanted a life. She was trapped with empty quotes and fuzzy old photographs. I have everything else.